In a world of advanced martial arts, a foreign realm descends, where myriad races coexist, and humanity struggles to survive in the cracks between them. Chu Hongtai has traversed this high martial world for 18 years, awakening the talent known as late bloomer. With diligent cultivation for 60 years, one can receive the Heaven's Dao enlightenment. The 60 years of cultivation experience will be repaid tenfold. To this, Chu Hongtai responded, "I have endured 18 years in this land teeming with ferocious beasts, and now you ask me to wait another 60 years. What a joke." In a fit of rage, Chu Hongtai awakened a second talent, seize every moment, granting him the ability to accelerate time. 60 years is far too long. I must bloom late once every 10 days. Whether it be cultivation or martial experience, every 10 days, a tenfold return. Moreover, each time the return occurs, he receives the Heaven's Dao's gift, infinitely enhancing his martial aptitude. Alien beasts, slay them. Immoral scoundrels, strike them. With a single punch, he sent a mighty alien warrior flying. As the warrior lay dying trembling, he whispered, "Aren't you supposed to be a late bloomer? Why are you so formidable already? Perhaps I just developed faster." Chu Hongtai said with a ferocious grin, 100 days is already very late. As the continuous enlightenment unfolded, rumors about Chu Hongtai grew ever more outrageous. A third-rate middle school produced a rogue leader. The inspirational tale of a grassroots youth could not hide his fatigue. The city's strongest genius overturned the entire arena. The South may soon birth an unparalleled prodigy. Alien geniuses were casually slaughtered by the invincible Chu Hongtai. Loyal humans pledged to follow the supreme martial lord to the battlefield of the myriad races. Years later, people still remembered that strongest martial artist who reached the edge of the starry sky, who, before sweeping through and slaughtering the myriad races with a wave of his hand, once declared, "The sun is about to set." Here is where the story begins. According to scientific research, the average chi and blood of an ordinary person is only 10 points. In ancient times, as long as one's chi and blood surpassed the 100-point threshold, one could become a grandmaster and establish a sect. But nowadays, this is merely the minimum standard to become a martial artist. If you are not yet a martial artist, you do not even qualify for martial arts college. But yesterday's physical test, how did you report back to me? The pass rate for chi and blood 15%. 18 years have passed, with only 100 days left before the martial arts exam. In our entire large class, there aren't even enough qualified martial artists to fill 2 hands. You are truly the worst batch I have ever taught. Before the end of class, the homeroom teacher of the ordinary class at 6th Middle School in Chiang City glared fiercely from the podium. With a loud crack, the newly purchased alloy desk from last week shattered. Although our school's educational resources are lacking, whether it's martial bones, rare meridians, or Soul Spirit 3, rarest traits of Grandmaster Sif, you have even one of these. Becoming a martial artist within 100 days is not difficult. Martial bones rely purely on the heavens to bestow. It is innate. No teacher can blame you for lacking it. Rare meridians require advanced spiritual creatures to nurture them continuously for years before awakening. Yes, it's expensive. Those who come to our school cannot afford this. And I understand that, but soul, spirit, as long as your martial will is strong enough, you can have it. You have lived nearly 18 years and have practiced martial arts for almost 10 years. Shouldn't you have awakened it by now? The cultural students in the neighboring class only study hard, with just 5 physical education classes per week. After awakening their soul, spirit, simply studying allows them to grow muscles. Now, after switching to martial arts, students, their chi and blood have soared to 130. Do you really think your martial will is still weaker than those bookworms who spend all day in the library? Below the podium, the students exchanged glances. Some lowered their heads, unable to suppress murmurs. What good is awakening soul, spirit, if it just results in a late bloomer like Chu Hongtai? It might as well be death. The voice was faint, yet it still reached Chu Hongtai's ears in the second row of the classroom. Upon hearing the remarks of others, A smile curled at the corner of Chu Hongtai's mouth. Having been transmigrated into this world for nearly 18 years, such mild mockery could not embarrass him. On the contrary, he even felt somewhat amused. The historical trajectory of this world's development was not much different from his previous life, the only difference being the ultimate evolution of Starry Sky martial arts. 500 years ago, Starry Sky spiritual energy pierced through the spatial barrier, revitalizing the spiritual energy of Blue Star. Beasts evolved, alien realms invaded. Blue Star opened a passageway to the battlefield of myriad races, tens of thousands of light years away, where the myriad races fought among themselves. Fortunately, with the revival of spiritual energy, human prodigies combined ancient martial arts with Starry Sky spiritual energy, giving birth to a second spring of martial arts developing into Starry Sky martial arts. Martial arts masters could shatter mountains with a raise of their hand, overturn the sun and moon with a wave. Every inhabitant of Blue Star had dreamed of becoming a martial arts master, stepping on the myriad races to expand their territories. But in reality, most people could not even reach 100 points of chi and blood before the martial arts exam, failing to qualify as martial artists. Those who mocked him just now were in the same boat, with chi and blood values hovering around 85 points. Hoping to become martial artists within the remaining 100 days was nothing but a fool's dream. His chi and blood were already at 99 points. Once he could break through his martial meridians, becoming a martial artist would be inevitable. However, due to the late bloomer soul spirit, the difficulty of breaking through his martial meridians was far greater than for others. Those who laughed now merely believed that, like them, he was hopeless to become a martial artist before the college entrance exam. Unable to enter martial arts college, they could only settle for a graduation certificate and fend for themselves. Hearing the voices beneath the podium, the already displeased homeroom teacher instantly exploded in fury. "You lot, how dare you question my teaching philosophy? Let me tell you, don't look down on Chu Hongtai just because he cannot become a martial artist due to his soul spirit. In 60 years, he might directly ascend to great martial master through his soul spirit. And you, loafing about not to mention 60 years, even 100 years won't bring you close to great martial master." The students who had been whispering fell silent, their gazes toward Chu Hongtai tinged with jealousy. They had all become useless, hopeless to break through to martial artists within 60 years. Yet the homeroom teacher still protected him. And 60 years later, these days, with beast tides invading at a moment's notice, whether Chu Hongtai would even live that long was uncertain. After admonishing the troublemakers, the homeroom teacher took a sip of water and waved to disperse the students. "All right, that's all for today's lesson. Even after school, don't forget to cultivate diligently. Even if you don't have to come to school next week, you must prepare well for the monthly exam afterwards. Understood? Oh, Chu Hongtai, come see me in the office later." Upon hearing that there would be no classes next week, the students who had already packed their bags burst out of the room. Within less than half a minute, the once crowded classroom grew desolate. Chu Hongtai packed his own bag and, before entering the office, glanced outside at the setting sun. The dusk deepened. The distant orange light seemed to be bisected by the earth. The sun was about to set. After knocking, he entered the office. Upon seeing Chu Hongtai, homeroom teacher Du Ming's eyes revealed a hint of regret. Within the class, Chu Hongtai's talent was among the top, and he was more diligent in cultivation than most. Not only had he earned many honors for their class, but he was also the teacher's most likely candidate to enter a second-tier university. Yet, just 9 days ago, when Chu Hongtai was preparing to break through to martial artist, an accident occurred due to awakening his soul spirit. Late bloomer is a soul spirit specializing in gradual accumulation and sudden release. A martial artist who awakens late bloomer can rely on the soul spirit to accumulate power, reaping greater rewards in the future. Chu Hongtai's soul spirit required 60 years of accumulation, after which the past gains would be returned tenfold. This power seemed formidable, but it had a drawback during those 60 years. All of Chu Hongtai's cultivation gains would be halved. Ordinarily, when breaking through to a martial artist, one must use their chi and blood in one surge after reaching 99 points to break through their martial meridians. If they fail, their chi and blood revert to the 99-point threshold. For others, The breakthrough test was merely a matter of experience and willpower. Even if they failed, repeated attempts would eventually succeed. But for Chu Hongtai, influenced by the late bloomer soul spirit, he needed to expend twice the normal amount of qi and blood in a short time to break through his martial meridians. Unless aided by rare spiritual treasures, this was impossible. For Chu Hongtai, becoming a martial artist was not a matter of willpower, but of financial resources. Chu Hong happened to be penniless, which posed a significant predicament. Chu Hong Duming spoke softly, his tone tinged with a touch of pity. Ordinarily, the school would allocate sprinting resources to outstanding students in each class 100 days before the martial examination. However, considering your unique circumstances, Duming paused briefly before continuing. The resource department has decided to defer your quota to the next student. His words fell like a gavel's strike, final and irrevocable. The office instantly grew silent, the very air seeming to thicken with tension. Chu Hong drew a deep breath, poised to explain, but at the thought of the potential trouble it might cause, he swallowed his words back down. No need to say more. Duming's resolve hardened as he ruthlessly cut him off. I know you are discontent with your soul's state, but fate is fickle. 60 years from now, I believe you will become an exceptional martial artist when your soul breaks through to the great martial master after 6 decades. Duming's tone shifted abruptly. But the martial examination cannot wait for 60 years. The school cannot wait for 60 years. Chu Hong's heart sank, his smile fading. I understand. Good that you understand. Seeing Chu Hong's straightforwardness, Duming exhaled in relief. Though he admired Chu Hong as a teacher, showing favoritism based on personal liking was unprofessional. No matter how diligently Chu Hong trained, without the blessing of a spiritual artifact, it was simply impossible to reach the martial artist level within 100 days. Rather than allocating these resources to Chu Hong, it was better to distribute them to other students with potential. Go back and train well. Save money after graduation. There might still be a chance to become a martial artist in the future. Chu Hong's greatest hope to break through to martial artist status hinged on purchasing a blood dragon fruit worth 200,000 before the age of 25, forcibly igniting his martial veins. After 25, most prospective martial artists' vitality gradually waned, losing the possibility of becoming true martial artists. Yet 200,000 was hardly attainable for Chu Hong. Pushing open the door, Chu Hong slung his backpack over his shoulder and left. Only after stepping beyond the school gates did the breath he had been holding escape from his lungs in a dispirited sigh. After all was said and done, he was abandoned by the school, though mentally prepared. The reality still left a bitter taste. Never mind. I never expected them to provide resources anyway. Chu Hong shrugged and continued walking toward home. 9 days ago, as a transmigrator, Chu Hong had gained another secretone that could have him branded a collaborator with the myriad tribes, a betrayer of humanity. In the very next moment after awakening his soul ability, late bloomer, a new soul emerged from within his own, named Striving Dawn and Dusk. The soul is the most enigmatic power among the ancient masters, 3 absolutes. According to scientific research, the soul is the most illogical phenomenon within the martial artist system. But one certainty remains. A person can only possess one soul. Chu Hong's pace was unhurried. In contemporary stellar martial research, it is an established fact that human martial artists can have only one soul. Unexpectedly, his second soul, Striving Dawn and Dusk, was a benefit granted by his transmigration. As the name implies, each time the sun rises and sets, the soul can accumulate energy. This is the dawn and dusk. The stored energy can be used to accelerate the duration of a certain state, up to a maximum acceleration of 3 years at a time. This is the striving, twice daily. This amounts to a 6-year acceleration. The 60 years of energy accumulation required by late bloomer can thus be completed in 10 days. This means that every 10 days, he can receive the nourishment and lifelong martial experience of those 10 days at tenfold efficiency. Undergoing a heavenly enlightenment. 1 bite of food yields the nourishment of 10 bites. 10 days later, 1 bottle of body-tempering elixir counts as 10. Moreover, since this is a heavenly enlightenment, the power gained comes without any side effects. Though this blessing might cause some misunderstandings, it is said that teacher Du Ming once mentioned that dual-soul warriors on the myriad tribe's battlefield cannot obtain martial bones or rare meridians. Yet most possess 2 souls. If his second soul were exposed recklessly, he might be mistaken for an undercover alien among the human race. In the ongoing war among myriad tribes, the hatred between humans and other species has grown ever deeper. Any hint of collusion with alien tribes is met with the principle of better to kill wrongly than to let go. To avoid being branded a traitor, collaborating with alien tribes, Shu Hong dared not explain, even if he could. He could not gamble his life on whether others suspected him. After all, the previous lesson of trusting others only to fall into an abyss was right within his own home. Pushing open the door. The room was dim and suffused with the familiar scent of alcohol. Shu Hong sighed, switched on the light, and bent down to collect the scattered bottles into a cardboard box. Really, they never clean up, Shu Hong muttered. If they had spare money to buy alcohol, they could at least work overtime to buy me some body-tempering elixirs. These were the works of his father. Usually, at this hour, his father would be home waiting for him to cook dinner. But today, he was nowhere to be seen, likely out drinking again. Shu Hong felt utterly helpless toward this father who neither understood filial piety nor cared for family. Before his mother left, he had not been so despondent. Around the age of 6, his father, Chu Shan, was still a 9th grade great martial master, running a martial arts school and enjoying great prestige. But on the very day his father was promoted to martial ancestor, his parents divorced, and his mother unleashed the soul ability, independent spirit, taking half of his father's wealth and cultivation. After her promotion to martial ancestor, she vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, his father's unstable breakthrough caused his cultivation to fall back to 3rd grade great martial master, and his foundation was destroyed, his vitality steadily declining. Facing the imminent fall to martial artist rank, his father, desperate and at the end of his rope, staked all his family's assets, borrowed from friends and relatives, and bought a reversal fate fruit on the black market. Unfortunately, the fool bought an expired reversal fate fruit. The Allen gamble failed. To escape debts, they moved overnight, relocating across provinces to Chiang City in Jiangnan province. Now, his father had completely lost his cultivation, reverting to an ordinary man. His physical body weakened by his mother's soul's withering influence. Nowadays, he toiled at the construction site by day and drank at street stalls by night. Not a penny given, all spent on alcohol. Shu Hong gritted his teeth as he poured a pot of rice into the rice cooker. When his father went Allen, Shu Hong coincidentally fell seriously ill. Chu Shan did not even care, using his illness as an excuse to borrow money to buy the reversal fate fruit. If not for his own resilience, his life would have ended prematurely. Later, his father even used his medical records to apply for hardship certificates to buy liquor. Thinking of all this, Shu Hong's anger grew ever fiercer. This is no way to live. The sun is about to set. It's time for enlightenment. This is when he should be out training, cooking. Even if dinner were delayed by an hour, that old drunk wouldn't starve. Changing into his training clothes, Shu Hong headed to the nearest park to begin his pre-sunset practice. Because of the myriad tribes battlefield, the current Blue Star was a society devoted to martial arts. Every park, large or small, had a designated free martial training area for enthusiasts. Yet, to progress rapidly, a proper training ground was preferable. But those required fees Chu Hong could not afford. He had to make do. Circulating the unified Huaxia martial cultivation method, dragon and tiger technique, Chu Hong began his training before the park's wooden dummy. When the sun set, the energy accumulation of striving dawn and dusk would be complete. At that time, he would become the late bloomer. Mu Yun Shan, the vice principal of Chiang City 6th Middle School, was currently seated on a park bench, having just finished an afternoon meeting. His mood was exceedingly grim. To ensure talent was effectively nurtured, every year, Jiangnan Province's capital, Shanghai City, dispatched its 5 top schools to recruit outstanding students province-wide in advance. Although this granted more genius martial artists access to the finest resources, it also created a problem. The top-tier talent pool in other cities has been depleted. Yet the essence of education hinges entirely on the caliber of students. Without exceptional candidates, the local universities can only be overshadowed by those in Shanghai City. When overshadowed, the funding from the Martial Education Bureau inevitably shifts in favor of Jianghai City. As resources tilt towards Jianghai City, they continue to dominate year after year, plunging the situation into a vicious cycle. How then can this problem be resolved? The answer is to let it lie. Thanks to its status as the provincial capital, Jianghai City's advantage cannot be overturned, but other cities can still strive to claim the second-best position. Therefore, outcompeting the geniuses from other cities to secure more funding has become the primary objective of each city's Martial Education Bureau branch. To obtain greater allocations, the branch leaders have made a decision nothing short of astonishing. Since Jianghai City consistently attracts the finest students, our only chance to compete is through resource allocation. The majority of annual resources will be assigned to the city's top-ranked key high school. The remaining dozen or so martial arts schools will split the leftover resources according to their rankings. Initially, the resources allocated to the top school accounted for only half, but as the competition intensified, cities kept raising the stakes. Now, the top school seizes 90% of the martial arts resources each year, leaving the others barely a drop to sip. This is no longer resource allocation. It is an Allen gamble. This year, the school's vitality pass rate dropped again. At this rate, in a few years, students will struggle to even enter vocational colleges. Mu Yunshan said with a headache as he examined the dismal test report. His worry wasn't so much about the students' prospects, but rather his own difficulty in securing a permanent position. He had occupied the vice principal's seat for 3 years, uncertain how much longer he would carry the vice title. Sigh. Mu Yunshan sighed deeply. Back when he first started, his juniors had turned their fortunes around by producing a student who got admitted to a 211 martial arts university. As long as the students excelled, promotions naturally followed. When will our school produce such a prodigy? Mu Yunshan mused, staring absent-mindedly at a youth clad in gray training attire, not far away. Since he had been sitting there, the boy seemed never to cease practicing, truly diligent. Judging by his age, he was likely among this year's martial arts examinees. The martial technique employed is the officially issued Dragon Tiger Triple Masteries, specifically the Dragon Tiger Fist. It appears he has already mastered it fully. Mu Yunshan observed, his posture gradually relaxing. Skill level is above average. Whoa. Before Mu Yunshan could finish his appraisal, the youth's punches suddenly grew fierce, his kicks striking with increasing force. The sun had fully set behind him, and the park lights flickered on almost simultaneously, illuminating the boy's silhouette. As the sun disappeared, the morning and evening contention technique completed its charge. Late bloomer acceleration successful. In an instant, a majestic energy radiated throughout Chu Hong's limbs and body. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao bestowed its blessing, and pure celestial spiritual energy surged directly into his martial veins. Bang! A muffled sound emanated from his dantian as Chu Hong felt his body ignite with vitality. At this very moment, Chu Hong's vitality broke through the 100 threshold, successfully reaching the realm of martial artist. Even after the breakthrough, the infusing spiritual energy showed no signs of abating. Seeing this, Chu Hong continued to practice his techniques. The spiritual energy steadily filled his meridians, and his aura soared, his vitality growing more abundant. Second rank, martial artist. Breakthrough. Having advanced 2 ranks in succession, Chu Hong laughed aloud. His past martial training experiences flashed vividly before him, granting him a renewed comprehension of martial arts. Tenfold martial experience, anointing complete. At this moment, Chu Hong's body exerted the utmost potential of all he had learned. The Dragon Tiger's secret, perfected. The Dragon Tiger Fist, perfected. The Dragon Tiger Step, perfected. With a single sweep of his hand, all 3 facets of the Dragon Tiger Triple Masteries reached perfection, and the wooden dummy before him shattered in response. Splinters flew as the Heavenly Dao's infusion came to an end. Dragon Tiger Triple Masteries, all perfected. Second rank, martial artist. Watching Chu Hong's retreating figure, Mu Yunshan was so astonished that he snapped to attention. He had clearly misjudged the boy. This was the caliber of genius only found among the top 5 schools in the city. Rising to his feet, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chu Hong's resolute silhouette. Mu Yunshan's eyes brimmed with fervent admiration. This, he thought, was precisely how a student ought to be. Vitality coursing through his veins, muscles coiled like ancient dragons. Diligently training in martial arts until the sun dipped below the horizon each day. Most importantly, he was a second-grade martial artist, far superior to that band of fools at his own school. With only 100 days remaining before the college entrance examination, their school boasted fewer than 10 second-grade martial artists. The rest either lingered at the first-grade level or hadn't even achieved the rank of martial artist. Their futures would likely lead straight to vocational colleges. When he first endeavored to push his vitality to 150 points, it had seemed hardly difficult. Yet after teaching these ignoramuses, he realized they were utterly incapable. Only that one student, who awakened and increased his vitality through reading, showed some promise. But his combat skills were abysmal. The three dragon and tiger techniques were barely mastered by the small city of Chengdu. Observing students from other schools, not only had they become second-grade martial artists, but their martial techniques and cultivation methods were also fully perfected. That was the true disparity. Chu Hong stretched out his arms, the sound of dragons and tigers roaring resonating from his muscles. The three dragon and tiger techniques were standardized martial arts promulgated throughout China, uniformly ranked as C-level. Having cultivated them to perfection, his body seemed to be accompanied by dragons and tigers, rivaling B-level martial arts. Now, Chu Hong was effectively a second-grade martial artist wielding B-level martial arts, his strength comparable even to a third grade. This was the sensation of having an unfair advantage. Familiar with the sudden surge in his prowess, Chu Hong laughed wildly within. He was now a second-grade martial artist. From this moment on, he no longer needed to fear his despicable father. Watching the young man's vigorous back, Mu Yunshan sighed, feeling as though he had reclaimed his own youth. This boy, clearly a poor student fit only for practicing the three dragon and tiger techniques, had nonetheless managed, through sheer willpower, to perfect the entire form. Although the three dragon and tiger techniques were comparable to B-level martial arts, most people lacked the insight and perseverance to cultivate them to completion. Yet this youth had achieved perfection entirely without guidance. He was evidently celebrating a breakthrough in his martial cultivation, releasing his sweat and joy. If only the fools would know. 6 middle school had even half this boy's determination. Stroking his beard, Mu Yunshan regarded Chu Hong's back and suddenly felt a surge of admiration for talent. The boy was still practicing the three dragon and tiger techniques, clearly underprivileged. Fortunately, Mu Yunshan possessed a B-level martial art, the path of the dragon fist, with which he could offer some instruction. After all, the students at No. 6 middle school were a bunch of idiots who couldn't even compete for vocational colleges. They were on an entirely different level from this boy. Good, this would be a chance to test whether his teaching skills had deteriorated. Mu Yunshan rubbed his hands together, preparing to greet Chu Hong. Suddenly, a hurried voice called out to him. Vice Principal Mu. Hearing someone call out, Mu Yunshan turned around, his mood souring. From the tone, he knew he was about to be burdened with overtime. Fixing his eyes, he saw it was Jiang Ning, the head of the resources department. His face was flushed, as if he had just completed a 10-kilometer run. The principal ISNT here. You don't need to emphasize vice in your address, Mu Yunshan grumbled inwardly. Though displeased, he restrained himself, intending to hear Jiang Ning out. After all, the resources department was crucial in the upcoming 100-day talent cultivation plan. In martial arts, resources were paramount. How many students from their school could enter undergraduate programs, and how many could only reach vocational colleges, largely depended on a list from the resources department. It's urgent, Jiang Ning panted, producing a white list. This is the resource allocation list for the school's final sprint. Vice Principal Mu, we need your review and signature. This trivial matter still needs my involvement? Mu Yunshan snorted coldly, but in respect for Jiang Ning's omission of the vice title, he begrudgingly glanced over the document. He was usually the one burdened with such tedious tasks. Why shouldn't he, as principal, take charge? On the allocation list, one name was particularly conspicuous. Despite having only 88 vitality points, this individual was allotted a slot for sprint resources. Mu Yunshan pulled out his phone and checked the meeting report from half an hour ago. His temper flared instantly. What is this kid with 88 points doing on the list? There are clearly more suitable candidates, like Chu Hong. 99 vitality points, just a step away from becoming a martial artist. Why isn't he receiving resources? Openly playing connections right under my nose? This is suicidal. Principal Mu, you don't know the full story, Jiang Ning hurriedly explained, seeing his fury. Chu Hong's spirit has issues. Breaking through to martial artist requires double vitality, and double resources are easier to find. But the budget for providing double vitality spiritual items in such a short time could supply sprint resources to 5 other people. Double vitality? How much does that cost? Mu Yunshan asked incredulously. 200,000, Jiang Ning replied. Mu Yunshan inhaled sharply, swallowing back everything he wanted to say. 200,000 was indeed excessive. Spirits could falter. Today, students were truly troublesome. He muttered in disbelief. Their school's student quality was already poor, and now a key player had fallen. He couldn't fathom what these students were up to. In the past, the spirit was something that could turn the tide before the college entrance exam, an invaluable asset others would beg for. Now, paradoxically, it was causing a setback. Enough, I understand. Mu Yinshan signed the list impatiently and swiftly dismissed Jiangning. He needed to focus on guiding the more promising youth, rather than wasting time on the hopeless drifters at school. Turning back, Mu Yinshan stared blankly into the empty space ahead. Where's that young man? Zhu Hong's Zhuan Homit? A wave of relief washing over him. Without the heavenly enlightenment, he would probably still be stuck at first-grade martial artist. And promotion to second grade would have taken another half-month. But now, he was already a second-grade martial artist, with 100 days ahead. Aiming for fifth-grade martial artist and securing admission to a top-tier university was no challenge, if he had enough spiritual items for enlightenment. Even 7th or 8th grade seemed within reach. Chu Hong pondered, considering attempting to enter a prestigious university. After ascending to martial artist, the human body's endurance surged dramatically. Those who had not yet become martial artists largely relied on mild tempering elixirs to nourish their vitality, ineffective and exorbitantly priced. Yet this was a necessary expense. Without these gentle elixirs, foundations could be damaged, losing more than was gained. Now that he had broken through to martial artist, he could finally use potent medicines. But to purchase such medicines, the first step was to earn money. The quickest way to do so was to enter the subterranean caves and hunt monsters. With a suitable weapon in hand, hunting would be far more efficient. Deciding this, Chu Hong resolved to steal the treasured heirloom sword his father had hidden at home. His father, as former martial arts school, specialized in swordsmanship and possessed a family heirloom B-level martial art, the Furious Wind sword technique. Moreover, the school held countless priceless swords forged from exotic steel, capable of slicing iron like mud and piercing through martial artists' protective chi. However, after his father's cultivation was destroyed, most of those swords had been gambled away by the old gambler, Lao Deng. Yet one sword worth 200,000 remained, preserved because it was a relic from Chu Hong's grandfather. Its whereabouts were unknown, likely gathering dust somewhere. Though Lao Deng had abandoned his tutelage after Chu Hong's mother exposed his gambling, Chu Hong had briefly trained before the age of 6 and possessed some foundation. As long as he wielded that sword, Chu Hong was confident he could dominate the subterranean caves and earn a fortune in tempering elixirs. A fine weapon must be used. Otherwise, it was wasted. Relics, after all, were inheritance, and inheritance was meant to be utilized. With the money earned, he could buy Lao Deng a few bottles of good wine, and this matter would be settled. He earned money by practicing martial arts, while old Deng had the wealth to drink, truly a win-win situation. With this thought, Chu Hong quickened his pace toward home. The sooner he obtained the blade, the more minutes he could dedicate to training. If his father dared to resist, he would simply subdue that old bones with force. Now that he was a second-rank martial artist, he no longer feared that drunken, good-for-nothing man, cooking for him every day, yet borrowing the blade to hunt a few days' worth of demon beasts himself. What could be more reasonable, right? With this realization, clarity dawned within Chu Hong's heart. Pushing open the door, the lights were on inside, which caught Chu Hong somewhat off guard. He hadn't expected his father to return while he was out training. Chu Hong's father, Chu Shan, sat on the sofa watching television, his gray-white hair unkempt, and beneath his bangs 2 sharp gray eyes gleamed. Whereas the food? Chu Shan's gaze remained fixed on the TV as he spoke with a strong voice, carrying a trace of the former martial patriarch's authority. Yet Chu Hong knew well that this semblance of dignity was reserved solely for him, his son. Outside, Chu Shan kowtowed to the foreman, and after drinking, he would act like a madman, forcing his co-workers to call Chu Hong to drag him home in disgrace. Immediately, Chu Hong's mouth twitched as he planned to employ diplomacy before resorting to force. Old man, just you wait. After finishing this meal, Grandpa's heirloom would be mine. Summoning his inner energy, Chu Hong sliced the skin off a cucumber on the cutting board with sharp precision. Each cut was imbued with a pure yearning for the inheritance. Before long, 3 simple vegetarian dishes were prepared. In addition, Chu Hong had made a soup, seaweed, and egg drop soup. If old Deng refused to hand over the blade after drinking, he would no longer cook egg drop soup. He would simply serve him purple eggs. At the dining table, everything proceeded as usual. Chu Shan ate slowly, head bowed the entire time, without uttering a single word. Chu Hong alkasi no la galang set u. His speed in picking up food noticeably slowed. What is wrong? No appetite. Chu San suddenly spoke, Staling Chu Hong. His father never spoke while eating. Seeing him comment on the amount of food Chu Hong took was unheard of, and today he even inquired about his appetite. When something is amiss, There must be a reason. Could it be that father had discovered something? Chu Hong's heart skipped a beat, nearly snapping his chopsticks in half. He had planned to finish the meal before making his move, but now it seemed he must reveal his hand prematurely. Taking a deep breath, Chu Hong decisively set down his chopsticks and stood. Old dang! Bang! At that moment, a translucent glass box slammed down on the table, nearly drowning out Chu Hong's voice. Seeing the object within, Chu Hong's heart trembled. Inside the box rested a crystalline, perfectly round fruit, its vibrant vitality almost solidified, seeping through the glass seams. A blood dragon fruit. Chu Hong was shocked. He hadn't expected his father to produce a blood dragon fruit at such a moment. That man spent every day buying liquor. How could he afford such a rare delicacy? What did you just say? Chu Shan looked up, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Earlier, in an attempt to show off, he had exerted too much force on the blood dragon fruit and hadn't caught Chu Hong's words clearly. The boy's serious expression suggested something important was afoot. Dad, Chu Hong sat down, leaning close to Chu Shan's ear. The blood dragon fruit only supplies abundant vitality. It cannot restore your ruined cultivation. Why not let me use it? The latter half of the sentence remained unspoken. He guessed his father had likely heard some folk remedy claiming to restore cultivation and bought the blood dragon fruit for treatment. Hearing this, Chu Shan snorted coldly. Bring the wine. Got it. Gazing at the blood dragon fruit in Chu Shan's hand, Chu Hong curled his lips. Drink less. Don't drink yourself to death. Even with the wine therapy, no amount of alcohol combined with the blood dragon fruit can fix those damaged meridians. Chu Shan placed a bottle of green bird wine on the table, twisted off the cap, and took a long draught. Huh. He downed more than half the bottle in one breath and pushed the blood dragon fruit toward Chu Hong. It's yours. Chu Hong's eyes widened, staring blankly at his father's face. At this moment, old Deng's visage appeared strikingly handsome, noble, and composed, almost unfamiliar. What was going on? Had his father been possessed by a time traveler? Such paternal love had come far too late. After waiting 12 years, this was the surprise he received. Your teacher said that after eating this, you'd have a chance to break through to martial artist, Chu Shan said, pouring himself another drink, his eyes gleaming fiercely. From the black market? Chu Hong asked. The last time his father bought something expensive was the reverse fate fruit from the black market, which ended disastrously, bankrupting the whole family. Chu Shan was wary of consuming black market goods, fearing it might cost him his life. This time it's from a legitimate source. 200,000. Chu Shan finished the remaining wine, casually tossing the empty bottle onto the floor. I sold that old man's broken blade anyway. After all, heirlooms are just inheritance. Selling it is more useful than just letting it sit. Hearing that his father had sold the blade to buy the blood dragon fruit for him, Chu Hong's heart quivered. Back when his father was at his lowest, he had never sold Grandpa's blade. Now, to help his son ascend as a martial artist, he had parted with it. Can you tell me why? Chu Hong asked. I expect my son to succeed. What reason could there be? Chu-san, stop it. Slamming the table fiercely. Because I'm not willing. Your so-called teacher said that 60 years from now, you'll become a great martial artist and told me not to blame you. But 60 years later, you'll be a great martial artist, but what about me? I'll already be 6 feet under. Chu Shan's eyes blazed with fury, and Chu Hong's gaze overlapped with that of the woman from the past. And your mother? She is probably thriving with the cultivation and talent she inherited from me. Still so young, so strong. She might even become a martial king someday. Forever youthful. Why should that be? Chu Hong fell silent. Chu Shan inhaled sharply, drawing the anger that nearly filled their tiny rented room back into his body. That's why I'm not willing. In this life, I can't take revenge, but your mother is living well thanks to the cultivation she received from me. Finishing his words, Chu Shan snatched back the blood dragon fruit he had pushed forward, startling Chu Hong. Dad, don't get too worked up. The blood dragon fruit is innocent. If you accidentally damage it, that 200,000 will be halved. You're my son. Half of my blood runs through your veins. 60 years from now, you'll be proof that I ever existed. So son, you can't fall here. Chu Shan raised his head, locking eyes with Chu Hong with a fierce, eagle-like gaze. For me, 60 years from now, turn your mother into minced meat. All right. Chu Hong nodded solemnly, once again taking the blood dragon fruit from his father's hand. He hadn't expected his father to possess such resolve. As his son, he could not afford to be a coward. After all, turning his mother into mince was no burden for his future self. Now get lost and train. Don't come back until you break through to martial artist. Chu Shan snorted coldly, waving his hand to shoo Chu Hong away. Holding the small blood dragon fruit, Chu Hong sighed. He had originally intended to hunt demon beasts with the treasure blade, but his father had sold it outright. The money from the sale was for his use, which made him feel reluctant to act. But where would his mother go? Holding the blood dragon fruit as he stepped outside, Chu Hong's heart was troubled. His mother had said before leaving that she would take her share of the inheritance to live a better life. However, no one specified where to seek a better life. There are countless places far superior to their original homes. Truly, looking for one would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Never mind. There are still 60 years ahead, plenty of time to search patiently. With ample time, Chu Hong was too indolent to overthink. Once his strength improved, his quality of life would naturally elevate. As his living standards rose and his social circle expanded, finding a partner would no longer be a difficult task. The immediate priority remained to swiftly enhance his power and await the next 10-day celestial Dao-S enlightenment. In 10 days, he would gain an amount of vitality and chi equivalent to that of 10 blood dragon fruits. At the thought of the celestial Dao-S enlightenment in 10 days, a foolish grin involuntarily spread across Chu Hong's face. A single blood dragon fruit was worth 200,000, 10 of them translated to 2 million. One blood dragon fruit counted as 10 when consumed. Undeniably, the most cost-effective batch. Refining such a spiritual fruit as the blood dragon fruit was best done away from crowded places. If he could rent a quiet training room, that would be ideal. Yet Chu Hong lacked sufficient funds at present. Private training rooms were exorbitantly expensive and financially unaffordable. So, he hid inside an abandoned, unfinished building with no one around, swallowed the blood dragon fruit in one gulp, and began to circulate the dragon and tiger technique to train. Once the spiritual fruit entered his stomach, the fierce vitality spread rapidly, and Chu Hong quickly activated his cultivation, harmonizing the chi and blood within his body to nourish every part of his flesh and blood. The blood dragon fruit, as its name implies, was a spiritual fruit capable of replenishing the vitality and chi of young dragons. Unlike other auxiliary cultivation fruits, the vitality it provided carried a trace of dragon's will, enabling warriors to break through bottlenecks with the aid of its ferocious chi and blood. However, due to the excessively violent nature of the chi and blood, most warriors' meridians could not withstand it. Except for some warriors struggling to break through who required potent medicine, ordinary low-level warriors seldom used such difficult-to-control spiritual items for cultivation. If the chi and blood excessively burst the meridians, it could adversely affect one's martial path. But for Chu Hong, who possessed the late bloomer soul, this was no issue. As the chi and blood continued to spread, the effect of late bloomer activated, having all cultivation benefits. Whether it was the provided vitality or the wild spiritual energy, it was reduced under the soul's influence. With the assistance of late bloomer, the dragon's will and vitality that were difficult for ordinary people to absorb were effortlessly assimilated by Chu Hong. Chu Hong sao that lao li, his boiling chi and blood officially surpassing the 200 mark, bringing him one step closer to becoming a third-rank warrior. Delightful. The chi and blood throughout his body grew increasingly condensed, and Chu Hong sighed inwardly. Although the benefits of consuming the blood dragon fruit were halved, on the bright side, the threshold and side effects of consuming it were only half that of an ordinary warrioress. Moreover, in 10 days, he would receive the celestial Dao-S enlightenment, equivalent to 10 times the nourishment of a blood dragon fruit. This late bloomer soul was truly marvelous. After absorbing all the nutrients from the blood dragon fruit, Chu Hong devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Until deep into the night, when the chi and blood from the fruit were fully expended, his foundation grew even more solid. The boiling blood gradually calmed, and Chu Hong mused. Natural cultivation still required consolidating the foundation and was far inferior to the celestial Dao-S enlightenment. After experiencing the celestial Dao-S enlightenment, his tastes had been refined. Natural cultivation relied on human experience and wisdom to circulate the microcosmic orbit, so the method was not absolutely scientific. Any natural cultivation might have flaws, with the foundation sometimes remaining superficial. The celestial Dao-S enlightenment, however, was the Dao itself personally guiding you to clear your meridians and repair all deficiencies on the martial path, rendering the foundation incredibly solid. Comparing the two, the superiority was immediately evident. Back at home, Chu Hong eagerly anticipated the celestial Dao-S enlightenment in 10 days. During this period, he must gather as many martial resources as possible. The more resources he consumed, the greater the return from the enlightenment would be. After drying his hair and lying on his bed, Chu Hong rested his head and began planning his money-making strategy for the morrow. Now that he had become a warrior, he had qualified to enter the Earth Caves. The Earth Caves were a control name for the alien realm. 5 centuries ago, the alien realm invaded Blue Star, and countless beasts from the alien realm appeared, preying on humans. After a century of struggle, the human warriors drove most of the beasts back to the alien realm and began exploring it. The alien realm was a dimensional space connected to the battlefield of 10,000 races, rich in cosmic spiritual energy that accelerated the growth of spiritual items. Over time, the alien realm developed a complete ecosystem, becoming a treasure trove filled with resources essential for warriors' cultivation. Occupying the alien realm would sever its connection with the battlefield of 10,000 races, allowing humanity to monopolize these resources. Those alien realms fully occupied by humans and free from foreign invasions were known as Earth Caves. As time passed, the number of Earth Caves steadily increased. Presently, within the territory of Huaxia alone, there were 100,000 Earth Caves. To promote their ongoing development and prevent beast uprisings within the Earth Caves, the authorities opened access to many Earth Caves. Any legitimately registered warrior could personally claim the beasts and spiritual items hunted inside the Earth Caves. Whether for private use or resale, the authorities never intervened. Warriors who roamed the Earth Caves, continuously pursuing wealth and breakthroughs, were known as Earth Cave Hunters. Early the next morning, Chu Hong gazed at the long queue stretching outside the warrior examination hall, his excitement barely contained. Before he turned 6, he often fell asleep listening to his parents' read bedtime martial arts picture books, partly because the bookstore only sold martial arts bedtime picture books for children, and partly because he genuinely enjoyed those stories. After all, these tales were said to have real-life prototypes. Among the stories, besides the lone martial supreme who looked down upon all races, his favorite was the exploration of the top 10 Earth Caves, the adventure chronicle known as the Strongest Hunter's Earth Cave Chronicles, dubbed the Earth Cave Encyclopedia. Reflecting on this, Chu Hong took a deep breath. Calm down. Chu Hong, your main purpose in entering the Earth Caves is to make money, not to seek adventure. Though he told himself that the thought of entering the Earth Caves stirred an undeniable restlessness within him. After all, it was the Earth Caves, a world belonging solely to warriors. Once he passed the warrior test, he could apply for an Earth Cave entry license and then explore the Earth Caves to earn money. By then, not only could he earn cultivation resources for himself, but also repay the debts his father owed. Wait, how much did 30 million compounded interest amount to over 12 years? Ugh, better not think about that. Banishing the risky notion of helping his father repay debts, Chu Hong adjusted his mood. He realized he had become arrogant, even entertaining the idea of helping that freeloader repay debts. The money he owed must be repaid by himself. His father was still alive, so there was no need for filial debt repayment. He must not be bought off by a single blood dragon fruit. Otherwise, all his years of hard work would have been for nothing. The money he borrowed must be repaid by himself. Letting his son help repay debts was not the behavior befitting a man. Chu Hong thought as he looked ahead to the seemingly endless line. Every year at this time, the number of candidates taking the warrior exam surged. Usually, the warrior verification agency charged a fee for the test. However, when the exam was 100 days away, the Martial Education Bureau, to encourage diligent training, offered welfare. On this day, all warriors taking the test enjoyed half-price fees. Student warriors could take the test free of charge with their student ID, and each received a Great Leap Forward Progress gift pack to aid their success in the warrior exam. Because of the cost savings, most student warriors and some social warriors chose to take the warrior test on this day. As a result, the registration for warriors at today's Warrior Verification Agency was utterly overwhelmed. Even before the doors opened, the queue of aspiring warriors stretched from the entrance, across the plaza, all the way to the opposite side of the street. If only I had arrived earlier. Conceding to his place at the end of the line, Chu Hong couldn't help but reflect on the fierce competition along the path of the warrior. Even lining up was a contest in itself. Those who came late could only gaze longingly at the backs of those ahead. Alas, isn't that Chu Hong? A strange exclamation sounded from behind, filled with astonishment at Chu Hong's presence. Chu Hong turned to see a youth clad in a white and green striped shirt. He vaguely remembered this fellow, Wang Liang, whom he had once sparred with using the Dragon Tiger Fist. His abilities were mediocre at best. Back then, even when Chu Hong exerted only 80% of his strength, he could still leave Wang Liang thoroughly beaten. Although they were not close, Wang Liang at least greeted him. Out of courtesy, Chu Hong decided to return the gesture. Aren't you the late bloomer who can't break through to become a warrior? Are you just here to watch the show? Before Chu Hong could respond, Wang Liang sneered, his words dripping with undisguised superiority. If you want to observe, you could volunteer at the front row. Not only would you get a close-up view of our warrior-esque race, you might even snag a free bottle of pure milk. Well, some people just like to stir trouble for no reason. Chu Hong's mouth twitched involuntarily, and the thought of raising his hand to greet vanished instantly. Turning away, he paid no further attention, while Wang Liang's face darkened in an instant. What are you pretending for? Unable to find any sense of superiority in Chu Hong, Wang Liang's expression instantly soured. Before Chu Hong had awakened his soul, he had always been superior to Wang Liang. His cultivation of vital energy was faster, his martial training stronger. Most importantly, during their practical combat test, Chu Hong had shown no mercy, utterly disregarding Wang Liang's pride, causing him to receive a C grade and a stern reprimand from his parents. That was bad enough, but afterward, Chu Hong didn't even apologize. He really thought he was someone special, and now he can't even become a warrior, yet still shamelessly cues here? Had it been before, when Chu Hong was still powerless and Wang Liang had yet to ascend to warrior status, he would never have dared to provoke him. But now that he was a warrior and Chu Hong remained a martial mortal with only 99 points of vital energy, this was his chance for revenge. Otherwise, his promotion would be meaningless. Placing a hand on Chu Hong's shoulder, Wang Liang grinned maliciously. Chu Hong, I don't care if you just want to watch the commotion, but don't stand in front of me and block my view. In this life of mine, before Wang Liang could finish, Chu Hong acted instantly, clamping his left hand onto Wang Liang's arm. With a slight exertion of his fingertips, a sharp crack echoed from Wang Liang's right arm, and his face flushed crimson like a piece of pig liver. Stop. Wang Liang struggled to pull his arm free, but Chu Hong gave him no chance. Turning, Chu Hong drove his right knee viciously into Wang Liang's lower abdomen. A searing pain radiated through Wang Liang's stomach as he collapsed halfway to the ground, eyes bulging and drenched in cold sweat. Ugh! In a reflexive response, Wang Liang vomited his breakfast onto the pristine white tiles, instantly tainting them with a foul stench. Is that guy really that uncouth? How can someone vomit just standing in line? A disgruntled complaint arose from behind. Wang Liang, embarrassed by his public disgrace, flushed deeply and stared at Chu Hong with disbelief. Aren't you unable to break through to warrior because of your soul? Maybe it's because I have a good father, Chu Hong said, spreading his hands with unabashed mockery. He went bankrupt buying me a blood dragon fruit. Though he was reluctant to provoke trouble, Chu Hong would not cower if truly challenged. Your father's really foolish to invest in a loser like you. With that kind of money, he could have had several more kids. Wang Liang's gaze turned cold, still eager to taunt Chu Hong. Sharp-tongued, Chu Hong's expression darkened as he pressed Wang Liang's head into his own vomit. The nauseating stench clung to Wang Liang's contorted face as Chu Hong grabbed his hair. His tone was icy. If becoming a warrior makes you stupider, I would mind helping you improve your IQ. Though his father was foolish and weak, no outsider had the right to criticize him here. Though he lacked the means to repay a 30 million debt, if he encountered a blabbermouth idiot, he wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. Hearing Chu Hong's threat, Wang Liang shuddered, wiping the vomit from his body as he trembled to his feet. At this moment, fear flickered in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend how this guy remained so formidable. Having been chastised by him, Wang Liang grew noticeably quieter. Though occasional huffs of dissatisfaction could be heard behind his back, Chu Hong paid them no mind. Wang Liang was also being whispered about by those behind him. Due to the breakfast stains clinging to his body, his stubbornness to linger here was not due to any superhuman resolve, but simply because leaving now meant starting the queue all over again. Unable to bear the murmurs behind him, Wang Liang glared at the culprit before him, his anger rising. Chu Hong was the one who made him vomit his breakfast. Why was he the one being gossiped about? And yet, powerless to defeat Chu Hong, he could only watch this nuisance obstruct his view. So what if I'm a warrior? My martial training speed is halved. I'll still end up in a vocational college like you. Watching Chu Hong's retreating figure, Wang Liang's resentment eased considerably. Upon reflection, he realized there was no need to hold a grudge against Chu Hong. Even if Chu Hong had miraculously become a warrior, the negative effects of being a late bloomer would still hamper his martial path. No matter how gifted Chu Hong was in their class, he could only be a small fish in the mediocre class of 6 high school. Compared to the elite classes or other martial high school's prodigies, his talent was negligible. It was said that First High School achieved a 100% warrior pass rate 100 days before the senior year began. The city's finest teachers and resources, and the daily nutrient infusions for training alone were equivalent to a week of their grueling practice. That was the true stage for the favored children of heaven. In the next 100 days, their goal was to strive for admission to a key vocational college. As long as they became third-rank warriors before the martial exams, getting into a key vocational school would be effortless. If he worked hard over the next 100 days, reaching third-rank warrior should pose no difficulty. But for Chu Hong, Affected by that soul-smiling curse, even breaking through to a second-rank warrior was probably impossible. If he performed poorly during the martial exam, he might even fail. I want to see if, after you fail the martial exam, you'll manage to kill your parents who lavished so much money on you. Wang Liang sneered inwardly, his chest puffing up despite the foul smell. Beneath the sunlight, Wang Liang's collar exuded a sour, rancid odor. Who was so inconsiderate? Coming to the warrior evaluation without washing their clothes? Bastard. Veins bulged on Wang Liang's forehead, but his anger remained bottled inside. It was all Chu Hong's fault for being so serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Fanning away the surrounding stench, the warrior verification agency finally opened for business, and the line ahead began to move. The long queue surged forward in batches. As this year's new warriors commenced the martial examination they had long dreamed of. After some time, the waiting line finally reached the entrance. 20 individuals stepped forward, each verifying their number card one by one after receiving it. Ahead, a handsome young man clad in a volunteer vest began distributing the number cards. Chu Hong reached out and accepted an oval-shaped magnetic card marked with the number 15. Approaching the front desk, the registrar took the number card and kept his head bowed throughout, stamping it with a speed akin to a gust of wind. The 5,000 test fee can be paid by scanning this, the registrar said, glancing up briefly at Chu Hong. Are you a student? Then just show your student ID and you can enter directly. There was no need to guess. The clarity in those eyes, the hint of excitement beneath, clearly marked them as students. Thank you. Chu Hong responded politely and briskly entered the testing room. Taking a deep breath, Chu Hong positioned himself at the end of the queue for the third testing station. Holding the number card in his hand, Wang Liang's eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. Seeing Chu Hong already standing in line at the testing station, he moved to join the queue beside the fourth testing station next to number 3. Observing Chu Hong quietly waiting in line, Wang Liang sneered inwardly. He's just cocky because he took some medicine. Let me see how much vitality he really has. Reflecting on the earlier review, he felt Chu Hong wasn't significantly stronger than himself. The reason he had been knocked out was purely due to underestimating Chu Hong, unaware that Chu Hong had also surpassed the 100 vitality threshold of a martial artist. Just yesterday, Chu Hong was still a martial arts novice, but he, Wang Liang, was already a seasoned practitioner 3 days into the martial artist realm. His vitality was undoubtedly superior to Chu Hong's. If he seriously fought Chu Hong, provided Chu Hong didn't strike first, who would knock out whom was uncertain. At nearly the same moment they stepped onto the vitality testing platform, Wang Liang followed the staff's instructions and placed his hand into the machine. In the next instant, his vitality surged through his palm, and the numbers on the machine's LCD screen steadily climbed. 105 points. A first-grade martial artist. The registrar yawned, recording the data listlessly. Only 100 days remained until the martial arts examination, and yet here was someone who had just barely broken through the 100 mark. Truly, the world was in decline. Glancing at Wang Liang's student ID, the registrar instantly relaxed. 6th High School of Chiang City, huh? That explained it. After all, 6th High was among the bottom 3 of the city's 9 prestigious high schools, where students barely scraped by the college entrance line. Achieving a breakthrough to martial artist was already exceptional. They couldn't be blamed. The hardware was there, but the software, meaning the students themselves, was lacking. These kids had done their best. Looking down on others with dog eyes, Wang Liang thought, feeling ill at ease under the staff's pitying gaze. So what if his vitality was a bit low? He was a martial artist now, far superior to those mere mortals who couldn't even reach that level. Snorting coldly, he snatched the test result slip and glanced at Chu Hong beside him. Chu Hong had broken through to martial artist later than him, so his vitality had to be lower. Perhaps he had only just barely crossed the 100-point passing line and had rushed over to register in a panic. Maybe he could even hear the staff's stifling laughter at how low Chu Hong's vitality was. Shrugging, Wang Liang tossed the crooked data slip in front of Chu Hong. Let me see if your vitality is 100 or 101. Wang Liang snorted, eyes fixed on the LCD screen above Chu Hong's head. Upon seeing the data, Wang Liang's body instantly froze, his eyes wide and fixed on the numbers, unable to shift even slightly. 162. How could this be possible? This figure already reached the second-grade martial artist standard. Staring at the numbers before him, Wang Liang found it hard to believe his own eyes. He must be seeing things, right? The best student in their class, Wang Ziwen, only had a vitality value of 125. Chu Hong was still a mortal martial artist yesterday. How could he be a second-grade martial artist today? This had to be a mistake. Wait. Wang Liang instinctively wanted to object, but the next second, his throat went completely dry. 174. The numbers kept rising. This had to be a joke. Such a vitality value could rival the top 10 in the elite class. 187. Still climbing? Each increase struck deeper at Wang Liang's heart. Gradually, as the numbers soared, he became numb, lacking even the courage to question. The next moment, Chu Hong's vitality breached the 200 mark, nearly twice Wang Liang's value. Only when the LCD screen froze at 224 did Wang Liang snap out of his stupor. This exceeded the school's highest by almost 20 points. Looking at Chu Hong's profile, Wang Liang's throat moved as if to speak. How was this guy so calm? The test concluded, and Chu Hong calmly withdrew his hand. It seemed the blood dragon fruit his father had given him was truly potent. Just one had increased his vitality by nearly 30 points. This was the power of 200,000. Chu Hong smiled, looking forward to the Heavenly Dao's enlightenment in 9 days. In 9 days, the tenfold reward from the Heavenly Dao's enlightenment would equate to 600 vitality points. The base reward of 60 points halved is 30. Tenfold reward calculated on the original yield makes it 600. Though some vitality loss would occur during the breakthrough process, he was confident that reaching 5th grade martial artist within 10 days was entirely feasible. Indeed, training after breaking through to martial artist was much faster. That single blood dragon fruit represented half a lifetime of progress for a mortal martial artist. Wow, classmate, your results are quite impressive. Keep it up in 100 days. You might even have a chance to break into 5th grade martial artist. The staff member assisting Chu Hong was a young, charming woman, beaming as she handed him his test results. Wishing you continued advancement. Thank you. Chu Hong accepted the results politely and smiled. By the way, may I ask where to claim the Strive for Excellence gift pack? Once your certificate is printed, our front desk will deliver it directly to you. All right, thank you. I'll be going then. Take care, student. Watching Chu Hong's humble yet formidable silhouette depart, Wang Liang, already mentally shattered, sighed as he looked down at his own 105 vitality test slip. At that moment, he suddenly felt ashamed of his earlier rude attitude towards staff. Sigh. Truly, nothing could surpass you. Holding his vitality test slip, Chu Hong approached the front desk. After filling out some basic family information, Chu Hong finally obtained his martial artist qualification certificate. Next, all he needed was to wait for the martial artist license to be printed. With the certificate in hand, he would be legally permitted to enter the underground labyrinth. After receiving the complimentary Strive for Excellence gift pack at the front desk, Chu Hong obediently sat beside the three-dimensional printer for the martial artist license. The printer emitted a loud roar. Every few minutes, a martial artist license would pop out. From registration to verification to issuance, the whole process took no more than 5 minutes. Students were fully exempted from all fees. He did not have to pay a single cent. This was the efficiency of the Martial Artists Association. While waiting, Chu Hong opened the gifted package. Inside was a bottle of basic martial artist body tempering elixir, nestled in an exquisite gift box. Unlike the mild body tempering elixir used before becoming a martial artist, this elixir was far more potent, with a stronger effect on enhancing and consolidating vitality. A single vial sold for 2,000 Huaxia coins, making it the most fundamental resource for martial arts cultivation. Given as student welfare, it was evident the Martial Artist Verification Agency had spared no expense this time. Cheers! Unscrewing the bottle cap, he drained it in one gulp. The medicinal potency of the body tempering elixir was fully absorbed by Chu Hong, yet only half of its efficacy ultimately took effect on his body. Such a modest amount of vital energy, he thought, did not even require martial training to digest. Merely sitting still and circulating the Dragon Tiger technique would suffice to refine it. Once the potion was fully absorbed, the printer beside him completed its task with a thud. A silver-hued Warrior-S license sprang forth from machine. It bore Chu Hong's name, photograph, and a barcode verifying his identity. It was finally accomplished. Upon seeing his Warrior-S license, Chu Hong's heart was completely at ease. From this moment onward, he was a legitimate warrior authorized to enter the subterranean caverns for martial activities. Before venturing into the caverns, he guessed he ought to heat up his father's meal first. Just before departure, Chu Hong suddenly recalled his father, who never cooked. He had no idea how long the earnings expedition in the caverns would take, and if he failed to return by nightfall, he feared his father might starve to death at home. The next instant, the sound of a text message rang in his pocket. Opening his phone, Chu Hong's worries were thoroughly dispelled by a message from Chu Shan. Son, the foreman is taking us to the neighboring town for construction work. Meals are included, so you don't have to cook for me the next 3 days. Transferred 200 yuan. Buy some nutritional supplements and train well. Eating meat offers better value than the body tempering elixir. You have 60 years. Train at your own pace, no rush. Remember to punch your mom a couple more times. Today marked the very first time Chu Hong received pocket money in his entire life. It seemed that with the hope of revenge rekindled, old Deng's enthusiasm for work had surged considerably. Indeed, to motivate oneself, one must sometimes be pushed by another. Clicking to accept the funds, Chu Hong sighed. It was truly thanks to his own soul that the paternal love his father had lost for 12 years was completely awakened. He must strive to improve himself as well. With his father's financial backing, Chu Hong moved swiftly. After purchasing provisions, he hurried to the forest caverns within Chiang City, the most suitable place for novice warriors to operate. At the cavernous entrance, he rented a finely forged long blade with all his remaining savings, then stepped inside. The scenery before him shifted rapidly, accompanied by a faint dizziness. Upon reopening his eyes, Chu Hong found himself inside the cavern, surrounded by numerous warriors preparing their gear. From the starting point of the cavern, shouts echoed from all directions. Experienced warriors leading the team with integrity, reputable and reliable. Join free with a student ID. Emergency rations for sale, with delivery service included. Don't miss out. Low-price cavern maps for sale, including a complimentary flora and fauna handbook. Only 800 huaxia coins. Pushing past the crowd and venturing deeper into the forest, after only a few steps, a lean adult called out to Chu Hong. Handsome, you're a student preparing for the warrior exam, right? Want to join our white wolf squad into the cavern? Chu Hong turned his head and frowned, about to refuse. Before he could speak, the man continued, we don't charge fees. This week is welfare for students. No thanks. Chu Hong politely declined as he bypassed the lean warrior. I'm used to working alone. Although registration was required to enter the cavern, if one disappeared inside, the management usually did not intervene. After all, the cavern itself carried inherent dangers. Death by internal beasts was commonplace. Hence, occurrences of murder, treasure theft, and extortion within the cavern were far from rare. These recruiting teams were a mixed lot. Following them deeper into the cavern was tantamount to entrusting one's life to strangers. Encountering honest ones might only mean midway fees. Facing danger, they might be the first to push you forward as bait. Encountering ill-intentioned ones could mean being bound upon entering the forest and extorted by one's family. His father was penniless and indebted. There was no way to pay ransom if that happened. Being caught could guarantee a murder for hire. Sigh, classmate. The lean man's face darkened as he watched Chu Hong's retreating figure. Kids these days were becoming increasingly rude. At this rate, he wondered when his business would finally take off. After all, naive martial students were only available at this season annually. At other times, no such easy prey could be found. The clamoring behind gradually faded, and the surroundings fell into absolute silence. The chirping of insects persisted in his ears. Gazing at the sun overhead, Chu Hong grew curious. Although the cavern was an otherworldly space separated from the outside, it still had day and night. Was it not peculiar for a place without a sun to experience such cycles? Everything here was terrifyingly real. Had he not personally crossed the portal connecting the cavern to Blue Star, he might have believed himself in a primeval forest. No wonder the cavern could nurture so many beasts. It was likely due to its environment's striking resemblance to the outside world. Retracting his initial curiosity, Chu Hong bent down and gripped his long blade tightly, preparing to commence hunting within the cavern. In hunting cavern beasts, the most critical aspect was the acquisition of spoils. Different beasts held varied value. To maximize gains, one had to choose the spoils judiciously. He had only one backpack, limiting the amount of loot he could carry. The most valuable parts of most beasts were their inner cores. The bushes ahead rustled softly. Chu Hong lowered his steps and peered through the deep green leaves. A snow-white stag grazed leisurely. The white stag was robust, with powerful muscular legs and lengthy antlers that gleamed with a dazzling chill in the sunlight. Antler deer, a first-rank beast. Holding his breath, Chu Hong recalled the knowledge imparted by his instructor in class. The antler deer was a signature omnivorous animal found in most caverns. Its strong survivability, rapid reproduction, and high toxin resistance ensured its widespread presence. Though it looked adorable, this creature was not to be trifled with. Adult antler deer were fiercely aggressive and would recklessly gore any living thing in front of them. 5 centuries ago, during the beast invasion, their favorite prey had been human infants' innards. Therefore, upon encountering an antler deer, one must show no mercy, kill it outright. With his teacher, Du Ming's admonition ringing in his mind, Chu Hong launched a sudden attack from behind the antler deer. Executing the dragon tiger step, he leapt 4 meters high and sprang onto the stag's back. The roar of the dragon and tiger echoed beneath his feet. The grazing antler deer was instantly startled, mistaking the strike for an ambush by a forest tiger. Chu Hong stab it, da what? His sharp blade pierced the stag's throat. The wild deer emitted a ferocious roar, its vocal cords torn and voice hoarse. Thud! The body writhed violently. Chu Hong felt the wounded beast beneath him resembled a rebellious warhorse, struggling fiercely and refusing to yield. Damn! Grasping the antlers to steady himself, Chu Hong cursed inwardly. He had not expected the beast's vitality to be so tenacious, despite a throat wound. The antler deer still fought so desperately. Seeing this, Chu Hong bellowed angrily, exerting full strength in his arms. Roar! Muscles thundered. The dragon tiger's voice resounded, and a roar erupted above the stag's head. Chu Hong tore the antlers off with sheer force. Plop! With the antlers ripped away, the beast seemed to lose all strength and collapsed into a pool of blood, accepting its fate. Phew! Chu Hong panted heavily, holding the pair of antlers in his palm. Tossing them aside, he withdrew his long blade from the stag's throat. His first hunt accomplished. Gazing upon the fallen carcass of the antlered deer sprawled across the ground, Chu Hong's visage broke into a satisfied smile. Although the antlered deer roamed throughout the various subterranean caverns, this did not imply that it lacked value. On the contrary, due to its remarkable adaptability to diverse environments, the deer's blood often developed corresponding resistances influenced by its surroundings. These resistances encompassed not only the peculiar poisonous gases endemic to certain caverns, but also the locally perilous toxins. Should one fall victim to the venom of a monstrous beast within these caverns, a sip of the antlered deer's blood might well serve as an antidote, potentially neutralizing the poison. Furthermore, the deer's inner elixir, its inner core, possessed a comparatively mild medicinal potency among the commonly encountered fiends, rendering it particularly suitable for crafting tempering elixirs for martial practitioners. Extracting the inner core from the antlered deer, a faint smirk graced Chu Hong's lips. This single treasure was worth 600 huaxia coins. He mused on how many days his father would have to toil to earn such a sum. No wonder his father had sunk into despondency after his cultivation was shattered. In the past, a single strike from his father's palm could send ripples strong enough to fell an antlered deer, effortlessly earning tens of thousands in the caverns. But now, to make just 10,000, his father would need to labor for at least 2 months. Meanwhile, Chu Hong had nearly earned 1,000 coins from slaying just this one antlered deer. Securing the inner core and antlers, he gathered some deer blood and venison, cleansing the scent of blood from his body with odor-purifying water before pressing onward. The most prized possessions from the antlered deer were its antlers and inner core. Beyond these, little else was worth carrying. A bit of venison was sufficient to supplement his compressed rations for lunch. During the ensuing expedition, Chu Hong dispatched several more fiends. Compared to the antlered deer, the inner cores of these beasts held relatively lesser value, totaling less than 2,000 coins combined. As he hacked through the dense forest obstructing his path, Chu Hong glanced down to see numerous notches marring his blade. Repairing the weapon would likely cost 500 coins, and factoring in rental fees, he realized his earnings thus far barely sufficed to purchase a basic tempering elixir for martial artists. His expression darkened as he emerged into a clearing and kindled a fire to roast meat. During the respite, Chu Hong took stock of his gear. Thanks to his perfected footwork technique, dragon and tiger step, fiends could scarcely graze even a strand of his hair, leaving his inner armor virtually unscathed. Although his blade showed considerable wear, it remained serviceable. The compensation fees, however, might prove steep. If only he could master a sword technique, he sighed, regretting that he had not obtained the family's heirloom gale blade technique from his father. This B-rank martial art surpassed all the disciplines he currently possessed, but his father's prior despondency had left him with no inclination to teach swordsmanship. Consequently, Chu Hong's offensive power relied chiefly on dragon and tiger fist, lacking the ability to infuse his blade with chi and blood to enhance its lethality, a significant shortcoming. Though he had a fist technique, relying solely on his fist to slay fiends was hardly practical. If he could learn a sword technique, his strength would surely double, if not more. As he savored the roasted meat, his resolve to master swordsmanship only deepened. Once his father returned, he was determined to have him impart the treasured blade technique. He believed his father would not refuse. After all, every increment in his power meant that his mother would have one more reason to discipline him harshly. All right, this afternoon I must hunt better prey, at least enough to earn the money for a weapon. Reinvigorated after his meal, Chu Hong readied himself. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from nearby, sparking an immediate surge of energy within him. A tiger-class fiend? His heart leapt with anticipation as he drew his blade and dashed toward the sound. Compared to ordinary fiends, tiger-class beasts held far greater value. Capturing an intact carcass might well fetch over 10,000 coins. Pushing aside the obstructing thicket, a broken tree came into view. Chu Hong slowed his pace, instantly entering hunting mode. Numerous snapped stumps littered the path, and the sound of crashing timber resounded ahead. It was clear the tiger fiend was enraged, likely having lost all sense of reason. Suddenly, Chu Hong halted as a pungent stench of blood drifted on the breeze. Pressing forward, he found 2 human bodies mangled beyond recognition on the ground. Undoubtedly, the tiger fiend had slain them, their entrails thoroughly devoured, their final expressions etched with terror. Is this the world of martial artists? Chu Hong murmured gravely, solemnly collecting the fiend cores and cash from the 2. In the human pursuit of hunting fiends, the fiends, in turn, hunted humans. Judging by their attire, these victims were likely students preparing for examinations, similar in age to himself. Yet here they lay, felled by their pursuit of the tiger fiend. Examining their identity cards, Chu Hong whispered, "Second-rank martial artists, the same realm as me." Among students at the 6th Academy, second-rank martial artists were figures to be revered from afar. Breaking through to second rank before the martial examination and enrolling in a public martial arts college was considered extraordinarily fortunate. Only students in the elite class at their school possessed the capability to reach second rank at this stage. Yet within these caverns, even this might amount to nothing more than a meal for a tiger fiend. The path of the martial artist was, after all, a path of slaughter. Rising to his feet, Chu Hong's battle spirit surged. Though the 2 bodies were ravaged, their struggles before death had not been in vain. The blood-stained weapon in his hand attested to one undeniable truth. Second-rank martial artists could wound tiger fiends. Beasts that killed humans must be exterminated. At that moment, Chu Hong brimmed with murderous intent, following the footprints and the scent of blood as he took off in pursuit. Though the tiger's roar had ceased, the steady drip of blood on the ground and the shattered tree stumps testified to the grievous wounds inflicted by the fallen pair. As he chased, his heart pounded uncontrollably. He was pursuing a fiend capable of killing second-rank martial artists, beings like himself, students, a fiend that might kill him. Though the risk of death loomed, he could not stop. In the next instant, yellow and white stripes flashed before his eyes. Chu Hong locked eyes with the tiger fiend. Blood stained the beast's fur, its eyes blazing red, limbs trembling as it gasped for breath. Despite the gaping wound on its back, its ferocity remained undiminished. Seeing this, Chu Hong's excitement swelled. His muscles resonated with the roar of dragon and tiger. This creature was gravely injured, the fiend's face twisted in a hoarse snarl that echoed through the forest. Chu Hong discerned not only ferocity, but also despair etched upon the tiger's visage. For him, this was a fearless hunt. For the beast, a desperate fight at the end of the road. Roar. Man and tiger clashed, tooth against blade. The tiger's roar reverberated through the woods, the dragon's cry bursting from his sinews. 2 shadows collided. With a single move, life and death were decided. Sidestepping the tiger's fangs, Chu Hong's chi and blood surged forth. His blade's tip resonated with the fading roar as he struck down. In an instant, a torrent of chi and blood sliced through the tiger's neck. Thud! The heavy head fell to the earth. Gazing at his bloodstained longsword, Chu Hong inhaled deeply. Sheathing his blade, the tiger's roar vanished completely into the depths of the forest. Leaning against a tree to regain his strength, Chu Hong calmed his breath, his chi and blood gradually stabilizing. Drawing his longsword once more, he summoned his power again as before. Chi and blood instantly infused the blade, the muted tiger's roar harmonizing with its keen edge. This was a nascent form of a blade technique. In the just concluded duel, he had astonishingly mastered the method of imbuing his weapon with vital energy without any formal instruction. Drawing inspiration from the roar of a tiger, he delivered this decisive strike. A self-invented martial art? Could it be that I am truly a prodigy? Chu Hong marveled, rising once more with a flutter. The power behind that blow had to be significant, no matter how one looked at it. Well, in truth, he did not possess much understanding of martial arts. It merely seemed like the effect was to accompany the swing of the blade with a tiger's roar as a sound effect. Can be graded? Chu Hong Bonda. If his martial art held practical combat value, perhaps even considerable power, wouldn't the patent fees come rolling in endlessly? Forget about grading for now. That could be dealt with later. Setting martial arts aside, Chu Hong's eyes gleamed uncontrollably as he gazed upon the tiger head lying before him, large enough to reach his waist. Judging by the fur's coloration and the sheen in its eyes, there was no doubt it was a crimson tiger. Do not ask why the crimson tiger was orange in color. That was because the first person to discover this tiger was colorblind. Moreover, The Crimson Tiger's eyes were red. Out of respect for the pioneer of martial arts, this entirely mismatched name was preserved. Thinking of the miscellaneous gossip surrounding the Crimson Tiger, Chu Hong excitedly drew his small knife and began to slice open the tiger's dorsal ridge. The spinal bones glowed red. The vibrant, vital energy still simmered within. What the Crimson Tiger was most famous for was not its incongruous name, but the bone marrow within its spinal cord. The Crimson Tiger marrow, known as a petite elixir capable of purifying the meridians and invigorating vital energy. Before him, the Crimson Tiger's spine lay exposed, its bright red vital energy boiling fiercely, nearly solidifying into substance. The Crimson Tiger, scientifically named the red spine tiger, typically inhabited environments where vital energy surged intensely. It was renowned for the richly condensed marrow along its spine. It was said that the marrow's restorative power was extraordinary, capable even of mending severed nerves in the spinal column. Although most Crimson Tigers, after spinal injury, seldom survived long enough for such repairs, the Crimson Tiger marrow remained an invaluable treasure. Not only could it assist martial artists in their cultivation, but could also treat neurological ailments previously deemed incurable by humans. Hence, whether on the martial artist's platform or the mortal market, Crimson Tiger marrow was fervently sought after. At its peak, the price for a single mature Crimson Tiger marrow could reach 10,000 huaxia coins. Additionally, Crimson Tigers generally lacked formidable combat strength, their cultivation level hovering around the third rank of martial artists, making them relatively easy prey for veteran hunters. Thus, they were also known as walking gold bars. Truly a profitable windfall. Extracting the Crimson Tiger's spine, Chu Hong's eyes shone brightly. This time, he had genuinely stumbled upon a rare opportunity. Not only had he encountered a Crimson Tiger with cultivation barely reaching the second rank, but the beast was also grievously wounded from their prior battle. Under normal circumstances, he might not have triumphed so effortlessly. Consider it vengeance for the two of you. Chu Hong Mu said, meticulously separating the Crimson Tiger's spine from its body with his small knife. Though precious, the Crimson Tiger marrow yielded from one spine was limited, and preserving it posed considerable challenges. The nearly 2-meter-long tiger spine might yield less marrow than the size of a clenched fist. Therefore, Chu Hong had no intention of selling this Crimson Tiger marrow, worth nearly 10,000 huaxia coins. If he wished to profit, selling just the tiger's inner core would suffice. A single Crimson Tiger inner core could fetch 2,000 huaxia coins, already close to the total value of his previous hunting spoils. As for this Crimson Tiger marrow, he would keep it for his own use. Grasping the tiger's spine firmly with both arms, he exerted force. The vital energy boiling within the spine caused bone fragments to shatter instantly, blood and marrow oozing from between the bones, releasing an enticing fragrance. He pressed the broken spine to his lips and began to suckle. The abundant vital energy surged into Chu Hong's body, a sense of fullness spreading from his stomach, truly worthy of its status as the scarce and priceless Crimson Tiger marrow. Just one mouthful was profoundly nourishing. Setting the Crimson Tiger marrow aside, Chu Hong lost himself in practicing his fist techniques, his sinews and bones resonating sharply. With each casual punch, the air vibrated with the roar of tigers and dragons. After completing a full set of forms, the vital energy supplied by the Crimson Tiger marrow was entirely depleted. Compared to the blood dragon fruit that had powered his practice into the early hours last night, the Crimson Tiger marrow was indeed far less potent. Now that I possess Crimson Tiger marrow, perhaps I could consider cultivating with it this afternoon. Chu Hong contemplated as he looked at the Crimson Tiger marrow on the ground. There was still a considerable amount of tiger marrow within the Crimson Tiger's spine. If he waited until evening to cultivate, who knew how much vital energy would be lost? The best way to utilize spirit cultivation items was to use them fresh, killed, harvested, and consumed immediately. Such a lengthy section of tiger spine was inconvenient to carry about. Therefore, it was best to finish consuming this portion of Crimson Tiger marrow before going hunting again. As Chu Hong lifted the Crimson Tiger spine, ready to continue his cultivation, a sharp rush of wind suddenly whistled past his ear. His body tensed, instinctively turning his head aside. Whoosh! An arrow grazed his cheek, the wind whistling sharply. The deep gray tree trunk before him cracked like a spiderweb, the pale arrow feathers flickering with icy light. The next moment, the crack widened. Boom! The tree toppled, Chu Hong's heart pounding wildly. Murder and plunder. The thought thundered suddenly through his mind. He turned to see a middle-aged martial artist, an arrow quiver slung across his back, his gaze vicious. TSK. Quick reflexes, kid. The man sneered. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another arrow came hurtling toward him. With a swift movement, Chu Hong's feet seemed accompanied by a fierce tiger. He narrowly evaded the arrow. Brandishing his blade, he charged forward, seeing the incoming arrow rapidly approach. His vital energy instantly enveloped the blade. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed at the blade's tip, generating a sonic boom that deflected the arrow. Witnessing this, Chu Hong ceased evasion and, in the blink of an eye, closed the distance to the middle-aged martial artist. You must be joking. There actually exists a martial technique capable of directly deflecting arrows. The martial artist before him had never seen such a display and hastily retreated to evade. Chu Hong's blade technique was bold and unrestrained, the surging vital energy deafening. The middle-aged martial artist's proud arrows not only proved ineffective, but also reduced the distance between them due to the time spent shooting. Chu Hong roared in fury, raising his blade for a strike as he closed in. Wait! Before the middle-aged martial artist could speak, the world before Chu Hong spun wildly. With a thud, the soft grass muffled the sound as the martial artist's head rolled to the ground, spinning several times before ceasing movement. The headless corpse slowly collapsed. Staring at the body, Chu Hong breathed deeply, feeling a slight constriction in his chest. After a moment, he exhaled all his pin-up rage in one breath. Only then did Chu Hong realize, I have killed someone? He felt no nausea, nor any discomfort in his body. For Chu Hong, killing for the first time felt no different from hunting a beast. Just as before, he raised his blade and severed the opponent's life. The middle-aged martial artist's ambush had been too sudden. Just as Chu Hong became aware of the attack, arrows came one after another. He reacted hastily, instinctively rushing forward to sever the man's head. Everything had flowed smoothly, seamlessly, as if guided by fate. So much so that he had not even noticed he had just taken a life. It felt no different than slaughtering a pig. Chu Hong shook his head, refusing to dwell on it further. Although his strike had been an almost subconscious response born of killing intent, even if he had remained fully conscious, he would not have spared the middle-aged martial artist. The man had first attacked him from behind, and, after failing, launched a series of deadly assaults. Chu Hong had not even had time to speak before 3 arrows were loosed at him. Had it not been for his swift reflexes, the newly acquired martial technique might not have been enough to deflect the arrow. Who knows? He himself could have been the corpse sprawled on the ground now. Setting the fallen body aside, Chu Hong resumed his cultivation, clutching the crimson tiger marrow. Now that he possessed a spiritual artifact of immense value, worth 10,000 huaxia coins, he was inevitably a target of envy. He had to swiftly consume the treasure, placing it into his stomach to transmute it into exquisite vital energy and blood essence. For the following hours, Chu Hong immersed himself in the bliss of cultivation. By the time the crimson tiger marrow was fully absorbed, dusk had already settled over the sky. Pitching his tent, Chu Hong savored the freshly roasted crimson tiger meat and took stock of his gains from the day. Today, he had amassed roughly 30 to 40,000 huaxia coins. 5,000 came from hunting the demonic beasts, while the remaining 30,000 plus were from the backpacks of 2 deceased students and a middle-aged martial artist, including huaxia coins and inner cores. The students' backpacks contained few inner cores. Although they had explored together, they only held 3 demonic cores in total, yielding less than Chu Hong's own haul. The real windfall came from the middle-aged martial artist who had ambushed him earlier, 20 inner cores in total, along with various precious demonic beast materials. Most importantly, Chu Hong discovered several rings and brooches embedded with gemstones in the middle-aged man's pack, which, if converted to cash, would surely be worth a considerable sum. Picking up the middle-aged man's severed head for a closer look, Chu Hong could not help but feel that this burly fellow was hardly the type to wear rings and brooches. Looks like you died with no injustice. Chu Hong sneered disdainfully at the remorse-filled face before casually tossing the head into the thicket behind him. Even in the supposedly safest novice dungeon, hidden dangers lurked at every turn. On his very first day entering the world of martial artists, Chu Hong felt the undercurrents surging through the dungeon. Retreating into his tent and lying beneath his quilt, he sighed deeply. Demonic beasts, human hearts, people perished in the dungeon at all times for countless reasons. Whether it was the terror of the beasts or the greed within men's souls, death was a constant possibility. Yet, it seemed that killing and looting were truly lucrative endeavors. Chu Hong lamented silently, realizing that the money earned from a day as hard hunting paled in comparison to the spoils from slaying a single middle-aged martial artist. The difficulty of killing demonic beasts did not compare to killing humans. A day's hunt barely earned him 5,000 coins, and that was before accounting for equipment and weapon maintenance. Taking a few lives, however, instantly inflated his coin purse 5 to 6 times over. to kill and loot. The golden belt truly earns its name. He mused, drifting into sleep with all sorts of strange thoughts swirling in his mind. Thanks to the deodorant spray and the lingering aura of the fallen crimson tiger, no nearby beast dared approach. Chu Hong was fortunate enough to enjoy a peaceful rest. Until the next day, when the sun rose. Chu Hong leapt out his tent, stretching his limbs and muscles. Today, I shall strive even harder, he resolved, gathering his spirit to continue hunting. Today, he vowed to earn at least 10,000 coins through slaying demonic beasts. At dawn, Mu Yinshan of Qiyang City's 6th Middle School gazed gravely at the first and second-year students diligently practicing martial arts on the training field. These fools had been training for 1 or 2 years, yet their vital energy and martial skills were so poor that even a dog would shake its head in disappointment. Other top-tier schools already boasted entire second-year classes of martial artists, but his students barely scraped 70 to 80 in vital energy. If they continued like this, they would inevitably follow in the footsteps of their third-year seniors, all becoming reserve soldiers for vocational colleges. To make matters worse, these boys lacked the ability to reach martial artist rank by the second year, which was required for solo enrollment exams. Few second-year students even met the threshold, though a handful of third-year students did. But once they reached third year, setting aside whether they wished to forego the martial arts exam for solo enrollment in vocational colleges, the prestige of these martial arts colleges was no longer what it used to be. Sighing, Mu Yinshan lamented, "Why are all the excellent students from other schools? While ours are just a bunch of misfits?" He recalled the silhouette he had glimpsed in the park 2 days ago. Vital energy nearing the 3rd grade. Martial skills perfected in 3 disciplines. Just a hint of such prowess would make that student the model speaker every Monday at their school. Most importantly, he was diligent and dedicated, on a completely different level from the lazy fools in his own school. The thought of those slackers neglecting their training over the next few days, wasting away at home instead of striving to surpass others, infuriated Mu Yinshan. Why must all the outstanding students be from elsewhere, while ours are a bunch of cracked melons? He fumed. Normally, it was bearable, but today the principal of 6th Middle School had gone to host the Martial Arts Association chairman visiting from the neighboring province. Having been specifically named for the reception, the principal was overwhelmed with honor, donning his robe as he boarded the carriage to attend the meeting. This was a golden opportunity to forge connections, gain first-hand insights into future education policies, and possibly ease the path for promotion. A provincial chairman's sudden visit surely meant matters of great importance concerning the martial arts exam. Yet here he was, stuck watching these fools practice martial arts. He would much rather be at the park watching that young prodigy. But where had the youth gone? He had waited all day yesterday without catching sight of him. Damn it! Mu Yinshan bit his teeth. Why does good fortune never fall to me? Just as Mu Yinshan was sinking into gloom over missing the reception, Chu Hong happened upon a spotted python during his hunt. This formidable demonic beast could emit flames, and its inner core, combined with its snake gall, could fetch 4,000 huaxia coins. Though not as valuable as the crimson tiger he hunted yesterday, it was still a rare treasure. Holding the brilliantly red inner core in his hand, Chu Hong smiled with satisfaction. There were disparities even among demonic beasts. Sometimes one beast's inner core could be worth twice that of another. He hunted until afternoon. Only when his blade was completely dulled did Chu Hong emerge from the deep forest of the dungeon. Before him, the vibrant clamor of merchants persisted. With a surge of martial arts hopefuls joining, the square before the dungeon was livelier than the day before. Around the square, many stalls had sprung up. Some even brazenly sold blood-stained jewelry and weapons. Chu Hong even spotted a decrepit old man vending the season's popular pink bear pendants for girls, priced cheaply at just 12 coins. Market value outside was nearly 200 coins apiece. He was surprised to see these vendors drastically undercutting prices in the martial arts market. Just be sure to wash them thoroughly after purchase, or outsiders might think these are the new bloody bear toys from some toy company, Chu Hong thought wryly. Was this even allowed? The dungeon street market was so blatant it might as well have a sign reading fencing stolen goods. Yet it served as a reminder. Some items in his possession were inconvenient to carry out. He might as well fence them here. He had to play it casual, lest anyone discover he was a killer. Rousing himself, Chu Hong approached a stall that appeared relatively legitimate. Unbeknownst to him, this very act instantly drew the attention of nearby martial artists, sparking a flurry of whispers. Look, that kid looks pretty young, probably still a student. Never seen him before, but he is so confident, definitely a student. He is stained with blood, must have just come out of the forest. That guy looks pale and delicate, clearly one of the school's pretties. You all say if he knew that most of the items on this stall were essentially stripped from the bodies of the dead, would he not be frightened out of his wits? The moment this remark was uttered, the surrounding warriors burst into a boisterous laughter. Taking pleasure in witnessing the awkwardness of fledgling student warriors had long been one of the amusements for these seasoned veterans, especially when the novices intended to make a purchase. And one of the veterans would step forward to sell a blood-stained stolen item to the stall owner. Those students' expressions, as if they had swallowed something foul, often provided the veterans with a year's worth of entertainment. One warrior looked at Chu Hong and gestured to those around him. This kid looks simple-minded. Judging by his demeanor, he probably only dared to hunt wild rabbits on the outskirts all morning. Look at that backpack. I bet it's full of dead rabbits. If he emptied it out, it'd be stuffed with rabbit fur. At these words, the onlookers erupted into hearty laughter. Suddenly, a scar-faced warrior concocted a mischievous idea. Right? This very noon, I killed a little fat guy. The fellow had a gold ring that wouldn't come off no matter what. So I chopped off his hand with the ring on it, and it's still in my backpack. Just imagine when that kid comes to buy something. I tossed this severed hand with the gold ring onto the stall. What kind of expression do you think he'll have? Upon hearing this, the crowd grew instantly intrigued. A greenhorn who just stepped into the world, seeing an old hand with a ring used to make money, he'd probably be scared straight back to his mother. Just the thought of it is hilarious. Let us hurry over. If we're late, the kid might have finished buying and left. I've started recording already. Come on. Come on. Let us show him how ruthless the world of warriors really is. Encouraged by the crowd, the scar-faced man strutted forward, ready to thoroughly frighten the naive youth. Watching Chu Hong set down his backpack, the scar-faced warrior reached into his own bag, preparing to throw the severed hand the instant Chu Hong took out money to pay. Among them, the blood-seeking archer Old Ghost was the one who most enjoyed such antics. Every time he scared a newcomer, it sparked a wave of laughter. Since Old Ghost was absent today, the scar-faced man intended to scare the other party and then boast about it in front of Old Ghost. At that moment, Chu Hong took out the hunting bow and quiver of arrows previously belonging to a middle-aged warrior and tossed them onto the stall. Weapons picked up in the forest. Do you buy these? We do. Wait. ISNT this Old Ghost's bow and arrows. The stall owner glanced casually, but was instantly stunned upon noticing the red ribbon tied to the hunting bow. A bow adorned with a red ribbon was the signature weapon of the blood-seeking archer Old Ghost, whose arrows were notoriously lethal, rumored to be capable of killing 3 men in a single instant. Impossible. This is Old Ghost's weapon, the scar-faced warrior exclaimed. His expression instantly frozen when he saw Chu Hong produce Old Ghost's weapon. The severed hand he had just pulled out slipped to the ground with a sickening slap. The crowd, originally waiting to enjoy the show, immediately gathered around. After multiple confirmations, they unanimously agreed. This was indeed the personal hunting bow of the notorious rookie hunter in the underground cave, the blood-seeking archer Old Ghost. Impossible. Multiple exclamations rang out simultaneously, and in an instant, a corner of the square erupted in excitement over the appearance of the hunting bow. At this moment, their expressions toward Chu Hong were no longer mocking. Although the boy claimed he had found the bow in the forest, to these bloodthirsty desperados, found was a euphemism for killed for. Old Ghost never parted with his hunting bow. Losing it was tantamount to losing half his life. Therefore, Old Ghost must be dead, most likely at the hands of this seemingly harmless student. You killed Old Ghost. The scar-faced man stepped back half a pace, his voice trembling. He had long wanted to take down the flashy fellow, but had been unable to do to his own lack of strength. Yet now, someone was holding Old Ghost's weapon, tossing it onto the black market. Picked it up, Chu Hong said expressionlessly, turning to ask, "Is the owner of this bow and arrow well known here?" Looking at Chu Hong's innocent expression, a chill ran through the scar-faced man's heart. This guy definitely killed Old Ghost. If he could kill Old Ghost, he could easily kill him too. In an instant, the scar-faced man, who had been mocking moments before, retreated several steps, too lazy even to retrieve the gold ring on the ground. Seeing this, Chu Hong calmly picked up the gold ring along with the severed hand. "You dropped this." Witnessing Chu Hong's composed retrieval of the hand, the scar-faced man's mental defenses utterly collapsed. This guy had definitely killed before. He might even be Old Ghost himself. The scar-faced man had just dared to plan to assert his dominance over such a killing machine. Wasn't he that like courting death? I'm giving it to you. With that, the scar-faced man took a step and vanished without a trace. He had pushed his arrogance too far. If he hadn't fled now, he might have ended up like Old Ghost. Watching the scar-faced man disappear into the distance, Chu Hong wore a puzzled expression. He didn't know the owner of this severed hand, nor would he seek revenge. Why run? Whatever. No use leaving it behind. Tossing the severed hand onto the stall, Chu Hong also emptied out the stolen goods Old Ghost had collected. Observing the pile of inner cores and blood-stained items, the gathered warriors whispered amongst themselves. Good heavens, this kid is truly hiding his strength. A real killing machine. I bet he spent the whole morning killing. At least 10, maybe even more. He might be a third-rank warrior. Old Ghost's death at his hands is no injustice. Amidst the surrounding murmurs, Chu Hong's face darkened. He had originally intended to keep a low profile, but found it impossible to maintain the facade. In truth, he had only killed one person. There was no need to inflate the number arbitrarily. After a brief pause, the stall owner finally priced the stolen goods. How much? Chu Hong asked with a dark expression, startling the stall owner. 10,000, 15,000. The owner had initially planned to bargain down, but, faced with Chu Hong's fierce gaze, instinctively quoted a higher price, actually selling at a loss. That valuable? Chu Hong was taken aback and immediately extended his hand. Cash, please. Receiving the cash from the stall owner, Chu Hong turned and quietly departed. The watching warriors instinctively cleared a path for him. Only when Chu Hong's figure completely vanished did the heavy atmosphere begin to dissipate. Alas, a warrior spoke from within the crowd. Never expected even old Ghost to fall. Students nowadays are truly terrifying. Fortunately, we didn't encounter him during our hunt. Otherwise, our weapons would probably be on that stall right now. The warriors nodded in agreement. It was an unspoken rule among the elders that novice warriors with poor hunting talent, though not ubiquitous in the new underground caves, were often at the bottom of the hierarchy. Ordinary students with strong backgrounds naturally had experts leading them, and those with talent could easily crush them in their first year. Students who only just met the minimum requirements for the lowest level cave were generally those with poor talent, weak skills, and no backing. Those who contributed little while alive and whose deaths caused minimal loss compared to students from major academies. Thus, in these hard-to-manage underground caves, these foolish, subpar students were the natural bottom of society. With the martial examination approaching, the deaths of a dozen or so during this period barely attracted the attention of the overseers. These veterans could only pick on these easy prey during this time, making a decent profit through killing. Although they were merely spectators, those who could gather together had blood on their hands. Had they seen Chu Hong in the forest earlier, they too might have harbored dark thoughts, killing and looting. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Gazing in the direction where Chu Hong had departed, the eager heart for hunting novices stirred within. It seemed that henceforth, one could no longer rely solely on appearances to identify prey. With this thought, everyone resolved to temper their approach in future hunting endeavors. Should they once again encounter a student like Chu Hong, innocent in appearance, yet merciless in taking lives without a blink, their own fortunes might well be reduced to peddling wares at a roadside stall. Meanwhile, having liquidated the proceed from his illicit dealings, Chu Hong proceeded to the Warriors Association Exchange Center within the Abyssal Cavern, converting all the inner core pills and monstrous beast resources in his bag into Huaxia currency, alongside various other gray market earnings. The total haul from this foray into the cavern approached 50,000. Fortune smiled upon him, cradling a backpack brimming with Huaxia coins. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Chu Hong's lips. The recent gains had been truly abundant, already equivalent to his father's entire annual salary. After swiping his card to exit the cavern, in the blink of an eye, the cicadas chirping behind him vanished. Opening his eyes, Chu Hong found himself before the identity verification gate from which he had entered. The primary purpose of this gate was to prevent the fraudulent use of warrior licenses for unauthorized exploration and to record the warrior's activities within the cavern in a database. Should any grave and heinous incident occur here in the future, a simple query of the database would swiftly list all warriors who had entered or exited within the past 6 months. Yet, in ordinary times, this mechanism was largely ineffectual. After all, since Chu Hong's entry into the cavern, he had seen at least 3 corpses, one of which he had dispatched with his own hand. The Warriors Association had not sealed off the cavern. Operations continued as usual. What sort of incident would qualify as a truly major and malignant event remained unknown. With these thoughts, Chu Hong passed through the verification gate and stepped outside. The bustling streets lay immediately before him. Finally, he was free, stretching luxuriously toward the sunlight. Carrying a fortune in his grasp, he immediately embarked upon a spree of spending. First, he purchased warrior cultivation resources worth 20,000, then returned the rented weapons and equipment to the weapon rental center. After settling the compensation fees, Chu Hong's net worth was reduced to 20,000 Huaxia coins. With funds now at his disposal, he could proceed to rent a training ground for cultivation. Gazing at the 5-figure balance displayed on his phone, Chu Hong felt a newfound confidence swelling within him. Money is the courage of men. This saying was indeed well-founded. With wealth in hand, even his stride seemed imbued with purpose and vigor. Passing through the marketplace, Chu Hong recalled his father's admonition and purchased some nutritionally rich dietary supplements. Martial cultivation demanded a regimen of 70% diet and 30% training. Now that he had money, the nourishment of staples could not be neglected. He bought white feathered chicken, tenacious tail brocade fish, and yellow ring beef. Following the recommendations from the warrior cultivation manual etched in his memory, Chu Hong swept through the market, adding several bags of fine meats and fish to his haul. Moreover, he reminded himself that vegetarian fare could not be overlooked. With this in mind, he approached the vegetable vendor he frequented. The moment the vendor saw Chu Hong, her warm voice echoed across several nearby stalls. "ISNT, this little Hong? Long time no see." "Annie, long time no see." Chu Hong greeted her affectionately, effortlessly engaging in friendly chatter. This vendor was renowned locally for her kindness, not only offering high-quality produce, but also maintaining fair prices, earning a stellar reputation throughout the market. Initially, Chu Hong purchased his vegetables near closing time, when only the wilted and discarded remained on sale. Though cheap, the quality was poor, but it allowed him to buy plenty and stay full. At some point, however, the vendor seemed to take notice of his plight, deliberately setting aside better quality vegetables for him. Gradually, their acquaintance deepened. Chu Hong had bought vegetables at this market for 12 years. The vendor had been selling there for as long. From a once gentle and cheerful young woman, she had grown into a plump and kindly matron. Yet, her heart remained unchanged. She still offered him affordable, quality produce. "Why haven't you come by the stall these past 2 days? Yesterday, I specially set aside some cabbage for you, but in the end, I had to take it home myself," she said. Despite 2 days' absence, her complexion was still robust as she inquired warmly about Chu Hong's recent affairs. "By the way, little Hong, are you preparing for the warrior exam? How are your results?" "All is well," Chu Hong replied with a smile, producing 100 huaxia coins. "Auntie, please give me some fresh vegetables." No need to return the change. Now that he had earned some money, Chu Hong was not ungrateful. Over 12 years, the vendor had lost untold sums by selling him vegetables at discounted prices. This 100 coins might not even cover the interest accrued over that time. No. The vendor, seeing this, immediately pushed the money back into Chu Hong's hands. "Where did you get so much money? Even if you have it, you ought to keep it for yourself. My granddaughter has been complaining recently about how expensive it is to become a warrior. Since you're preparing for the warrior exam, you should use this money to nourish yourself properly." "It's nothing, I just earned a little from the abyssal cavern these past days," Chu Hong explained, displaying the recently purchased supplements. "All of this is for my training. I figured that eating too much meat isn't good for digestion. So I came to buy some vegetables." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Chu Hong had ventured into the abyssal cavern, the vendor was briefly taken aback. "Isn't the cavern dangerous? My granddaughter said people even die there." "It's not too bad." Chu Hong scratched his chin, recalling how he had severed the old ghost with a single stroke. Feigning a reflective expression, he added after a moment, "Maybe I've just been lucky. These days, I haven't encountered any serious danger. The only nuisance is the abundance of mosquitoes. But it is indeed quite chaotic there. I saw someone selling little pink bears dripping with blood in the square. If your granddaughter plans to go into the cavern, she'd better go with someone trustworthy or wait until she reaches 2nd or 3rd rank warrior level. That way, she'd have some measure of strength to protect herself." Since the vendor's granddaughter was also training as a warrior, Chu Hong felt awkward telling her that the cavern was entirely safe. If the vendor went home and relayed this warning, causing her granddaughter to rush headlong into the cavern and lose some vital parts, he would feel responsible. "I've always said the cavern is no place to wander in recklessly." Upon hearing Chu Hong's remarks, the vendor immediately stood. "Little Hong, since you have experience, please take some time to advise my granddaughter. I want to charge you for the vegetables. Prices are the same as always." "Huh?" Seeing the vendor gratefully place the correct change into his hand, Chu Hong was momentarily stunned. "My granddaughter is only a sophomore in high school. When you tutor her, be sure to embellish the dangers of the cavern a bit. That'll be my repayment to you. It's settled. No money talk. Don't spoil our friendship." Holding 97 huaxia coins in change and a large bag of seasonal vegetables, Chu Hong felt a flush of embarrassment. After careful consideration, he nodded. Simply repaying kindness with money felt improper. Teaching the young girl was a far better way. He had completed all the martial arts courses offered at school and even developed his own martial technique. At the very least, he was a prodigy. But to be a warrior in sophomore year, she must be a student of first high school, right? Yes. That girl is lucky. She got into first high. Seeing the vendor's proud expression, Chu Hong felt a bit of pressure. Even as a sophomore, a student of first high was someone their own 6th high school could only look up to. Enough. Chu Hong steeled himself and ceased overthinking. After all, he was a year senior. No way was he going to fall behind a junior. All right then. "Auntie, when exactly is it?" Chu Hong in Guit. His father would probably return tomorrow evening, so he needed to prepare dinner. "Tomorrow." My granddaughter has the day off. The matron patted Chu Hong on the shoulder, causing him to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. My granddaughter still doesn't have a suitor, young Hong. You simply must make a good impression. In what aspect exactly should I make a good impression? Chu Hong silently shouted in his heart, yet outwardly he nodded repeatedly. Understood. I will ensure your granddaughter dedicates herself earnestly to martial arts training. You scoundrel. The matron chuckled in exasperation at Chu Hong's feigned ignorance, then produced paper and pen to write down an address. Just come here tomorrow. When you return, I'll take you to the greenhouse to enjoy freshly picked vegetables. Thank you, matron. Clutching the address, Chu Hong hunched his back and departed. The place seemed to be an upscale martial arts training ground. Upon seeing the address, Chu Hong could not help but feel curious. Although he was a year older, he was still a student at #1 high school. As the face of martial arts students in Chiang City, he wondered how vast the gap was between himself and those others. In the afternoon, at the heart of Chiang City, the Zhulong Grand Hotel, the principal of Chiang City No. 6 Middle School sat in his seat, watching the servers clad in traditional Hanfu attire present platter after platter of exotic delicacies, his posture straightening with pride. The Zhulong Grand Hotel was the most luxurious establishment in Chiang City. Its interior not only embracing a fully Huaxia-style service, but also exuding a palace-like atmosphere of nourishing cuisine. Typically, only those attending major conferences had the privilege to dine here. Today, however, they were gathered to receive a distinguished guest, Jiang Qingyun, the president of the Jiangbei Province Martial Arts Association and a formidable martial king. Soon, the helicopter carrying the Jiangbei president will arrive. Every move we make reflects the spirit and demeanor of Chiang City and even Jiangnan Province. Remember, we are the pride of Jiangnan, and we must not be outshone in presence. At the reception, the director of the Chiang City Martial Arts Bureau wore a solemn expression, encouraging everyone present. Yet, despite his words, the director harbored deep uncertainty. After all, the visitor was a martial king, a figure on par with their own superior, the director of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Bureau. Indeed, because the Martial Arts Association coordinated various factions, Jiang Qingyun's rank was even half a level higher. If any misstep occurred and displeased the guest, the director might be confined to this dreary Chiang City for the rest of his life. He must summon every ounce of vigilance. With this thought, the director straightened his back, resolved. Even if the guest were a reincarnated demon god towering 8 zhang in height, he would serve this esteemed lady with utmost care. At that moment, his phone rang. The director's assistant, stationed on the rooftop with binoculars, called. The president has arrived. Serve the dishes. With a grand sweep of his hand, the director signaled, and the waiting attendants stepped forward. The hastily rehearsed, welcoming troupe began beating drums and dancing, the resounding gongs and drums filling the air. In an instant, the entire Zhulong Grand Hotel seemed to come alive. Outside, a silver-blue helicopter gently descended onto the helipad. Jiang Qingyun, stepping gracefully in high heels, wore an imposing expression as she strode onto the crimson carpet. Chiang City might appear impoverished, but its superficial display was commendable. Scanning the spirited performance troupe, Jiang Qingyun thought to herself as she held her head high and passed through the hotel's grand entrance. Fellow countrymen dedicated to cultivating pillars of Huaxia, thank you all for your hard work. Her resonant voice instantly echoed throughout the hotel like a torrent forged from steel. The president has arrived. Hearing her voice, the crowd's expressions turned solemn, and everyone presented their best demeanor to meet this martial king's presence. Her silver-blue robe shimmered with scales, and Jiang Qingyun lifted her chin, striding boldly into the welcoming banquet hall. In an instant, her sharp gaze gleamed like a blade of cold light, seemingly piercing the hearts of all present. Before her stood a stunning young woman who appeared no older than 18. The girl lifted her chin, her deep blue eyes seeming to penetrate everything, her swan-like neck proudly raised as she swept an unapologetic glance over the assembly. My sudden arrival must have troubled your preparations. Taking her seat on the main throne along the red carpet, Jiang Qingyun raised her glass. To this cup, I salute you all. Hail President Jiang. At this proclamation, the assembly raised their glasses in unison. Within the opulent hotel, glasses clinked as principals and directors from Chiang City offered their respects to this martial king of great renown. The atmosphere quickly grew lively. Surprisingly, Jiang Qingyun's temperament was quite amiable, and she soon mingled effortlessly with several attendees. Before long, everyone gradually relaxed, grateful that Jianghai City had not been burdened with the shame of letting down Jiangnan Province. After much conversation, the Martial Arts Bureau director, emboldened by the wine, inquired, President Jiang, Your journey from afar truly honors us humble old bones. Might there be important matters you wish to share with us on this visit? Merely some personal affairs. With the side purpose of scouting for talented martial candidates among your current examinees, Jiang Qingyun replied, downing a cup of wine without a hint of flush. Talents? We have none here. It's Jianghai City where dragons abound. The children there are truly outstanding prospects. The director spoke, harboring some resentment. If not for Jianghai City poaching talent from various prefecture-level cities every year, they would not be struggling so badly. Director, there is no need for modesty. Next month, our two provinces plan to hold a North-South martial competition, gathering the finest talents from all major high schools to showcase their skills. Senior officials from the Southern Management Bureau will also attend, and the martial resources awarded will be substantial. Jiang Qingyun swirled her wine glass leisurely and murmured, 20 spots for each city. Everyone must prepare early. At these words, a stone cast into 1,000 ripples, abruptly sobering the previously tipsy crowd. What? A North-South martial competition? Hearing that the two provinces would soon open their arenas for combat, the Martial Arts Bureau director sprang to his feet. This competition, organized by the Southern Management Bureau, was second only to the Central Championships in prestige. Not only would countless resources be distributed, but possibly even S-rank martial arts. Stretching leisurely, Jiang Qingyun said, if your students secure these resources, the top martial exam champion, TCH. Her voice was soft but seemed to carry a subtle enchantment, gripping everyone's hearts tightly. The Southern Management Bureau coordinates the entire southern region of Huaxia, distributing far more resources than Jiangnan province alone. If you can cultivate this cohort of students with sufficient resources from the North-South martial competition, perhaps you can break Jianghai City's century-long monopoly on the martial exam champion title in Jiangnan. This would undoubtedly lead to greater resource allocations from the Martial Arts Bureau next year. President Jiang, you're informing us of this? It's nothing much. The official notice will reach your desks within a week. Jiang Qingyun chuckled lightly. If you all contribute more effort, you might even weaken Jianghai City's dominance in Jiangnan. That would be beneficial for Jiangbei as well. A case of using a tiger to swallow a wolf? The director smiled wryly, but was nonetheless grateful for Jiang Qingyun's strategy. Thank you, President Jiang. I merely mentioned it in passing. However, the Jianghai City Martial Arts Bureau has already been notified, so you'd better prepare quickly. Otherwise, there will be no opportunity. Upon hearing news of the North-South martial competition, all the school principals began fervent discussion. The slots are limited. I think it's safer to send all our number 1 high school students to maximize the benefits. You old grump. The competition itself offers rewards. If all of number 1 go, what will be left for us to enjoy? I believe we should first consider the future talent cultivation plan. The qualifications can be decided through the competition. Traitorous. Agreed. Afterward, a rigorous and relentless training regimen must be imposed upon those youngsters. They must not squander their martial practice during the holidays. Observing his colleagues stirred to fervor by the impending North-South martial arts competition, the principal of 6th High School savored a rare tonic, displaying an unprecedented ease. Want you step forward to join the discussion? Asked Jiang Qingyun, who had quietly slipped away from the crowd and now approached. Curiosity piqued as she picked up a piece of roasted meat. No need. The principal of 6th High School shook his head. Oh, Jiang Qingyun's eyes brightened. For some reason, she sensed an unshakable composure emanating from this principal, unaffected by external matters. Does your school possess some secret weapon that guarantees a spot in the North-South martial arts competition, thus exempting you from such allocation debates? Not at all. The principal shook his head again, as if seeing through everything. Our school's deadbeats want to secure a single quota. Jiang Qingyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Chu Hong, having just left the market, was yet unaware that his school's principal had just pulled off a major feat before the president of the neighboring province's Martial Arts Association. At present, he was troubled by a different matter: what to prepare for dinner tonight. Though martial artists regard any meat as a worthy meal, Chu Hong, being a first-time purchaser of tonic food, had bought a bit too much. After much contemplation, he resolved to draw lots. Gazing at the lively, wriggling fish on the cutting board, Chu Hong raised his knife and swiftly cleaved the fresh fish in two. After a simple preparation, a dish of fresh carp mixed with rice was served. As the tender fish slid down his throat, he felt the rich nourishment and vitality coursing through his body, filling him with joy. Father returns tomorrow. I shall prepare a fine meal for him then. Chu Hong thought. He loves roasted meat. I'll buy some barbecue sauce and pork belly tomorrow to make a delicious roast. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. So, I'm coming back tomorrow. Remember to use the money I gave you to buy some barbecue. All right, Chu Hong casually replied, thinking to himself, father has grown up. Now he can even order things remotely. That has progress. Now, then, time to prepare for training. After a satisfying meal, Chu Hong pushed open the door and stepped out. Today I must train diligently. Perhaps I can become a third-rank martial artist before the enlightenment ceremony. Having trained with the blade all night, Chu Hong gained some insights and returned home to rest. The next day, at the Panyang Martial Arts Training Ground bus stop, one of the 3 premier training venues in Chiang City, Chu Hong disembarked, his expression tinged with nervousness. Standing before the gates of the training ground, his demeanor turned serious. He had initially assumed the elderly lady was not very old, yet her granddaughter was nearly his age. Though she was a second-year high school student, she attended First High School. The mere thought of First High School made Chu Hong's body tense slightly. In Chiang City, there were 15 martial arts high schools, among which First High School recruited talents extensively, monopolizing the majority of the city's martial arts resources. Outstanding students flourished there. If one wished to know the annual student rankings, it was quite simple. Consult the recruitment roster of First High School and count downward by student number. This list essentially represented the top 1,000 candidates in the city's martial arts entrance examination. Among them, unless one hailed from a wealthy martial arts family capable of consuming body-tempering elixirs as casually as water, or was a prodigy blessed with innate strength and wisdom. The strongest students typically broke through to martial artist rank during their first year and then spent the next 2.5 years striving to become martial masters, aiming to enter the top 10 elite martial arts academies. However, most students actually failed to make the cut. The true prodigies had already been specially recruited before the entrance exam into the youth elite training camps of the 5 prestigious schools in Jianghai City. Every student admitted through special recruitment possessed exceptional skills. It was said that 1 in 10 had the rare martial bone. Shaw, Zhu Hong Wunda. Where did the elderly lady's granddaughter stand in all this? He paced back and forth at the entrance of Panyang Training Ground. If it were merely teaching martial arts theory, with the insights he had gained after his enlightenment ceremony, it would not be difficult. But if it came to cultivation level, he would be utterly outmatched. He imagined the scenario where the granddaughter might suddenly inquire about his martial cultivation mid-training. If he answered second-rank martial artist, she might laugh and retort, but some of our classmates are also second-rank martial artists. Big brother, are you really a third-year high school student? That would be utterly humiliating. What can I possibly offer that is impressive? Chu Hong felt troubled. Having trained until exhaustion the previous day, he had fallen asleep immediately, leaving no time to ponder. He had heard that the students of First High School were all exceptionally gifted and that the Wanbo Library provided free martial arts resources. There, every student possessed 2 sets of C-grade martial arts, and they likely looked down on common styles like the 3 Supreme Dragon and Tiger as beneath them. Should I teach her my self-created tiger roar blade? Chu Hong suddenly recalled the martial art he had invented during a battle with a tiger in the underground cave. Yet, the thought was immediately dismissed. Not because he wished to conceal his skills. The elderly lady had been kind to him, and teaching martial arts would be a trivial matter, but because this blade technique was entirely intuitive. He was still studying the principles that others followed to master it. The flow of vitality, circulation of meridians, the cycle of spiritual energy, and the coordination of organs were all crucial to the efficacy of martial arts. Learning martial arts was not something one could achieve by merely watching a few videos and mimicking postures. The regulation of vitality, spiritual energy circuits, and the harmony between body and mind were indispensable. One had to repeatedly practice the methods prescribed in the instruction until the techniques could be naturally employed before engaging in actual combat. At present, Chu Hong's use of Tiger Roar Blade bypassed the learning phase, relying predominantly on instinct and neglecting theoretical matters, such as vitality flow. Progress was thus stagnant. He hoped to codify it into a martial art and eventually market it, but that would require more time. As Chu Hong pondered how best to guide the elderly lady's granddaughter, a figure slowly appeared behind him. Hey! Chu Hong was startled and quickly turned around. A girl clad in a pleated skirt stood behind him, smiling warmly. Chu Hong returned the greeting politely. Hello, handsome. Are you here to get a membership card for our training ground? With the martial arts exam just 100 days away, our boss has decided to offer everyone great discounts. Upon hearing the girl's words, Chu Hong's expression stiffened, and he hastily pushed away the flyer she was about to hand him. Thank you, but no thanks. He had initially thought the elderly lady's granddaughter had arrived, but it turned out to be a sales pitch for a membership card. Considering he had never met the granddaughter, it was only natural she would not recognize him. Chu Hong, an energetic voice called out from behind, distinct from the sales girl's tone. The girl's voice uttered his full name. Turning around at the sound, Chu Hong met her curious gaze. She wore a lively pale pink long dress. My grandmother said you were a student of 6th high school. Is that true? Yes, why? Chu Hong looked at her with some puzzlement. For some reason, he felt she regarded him as though he were a rare and protected creature. Our teacher said that your school is very poor, and every student works extremely hard, training until 3 o'clock in the morning. Is that really true? Upon hearing the girl's words, Chu Hong's eyes widened. What kind of bizarre rumor was this? Their school ended classes at 6 o'clock daily and was notoriously lax in management. The school motto was simply, undergraduates achieve victory, vocational students do not lose out. The moment the dismissal bell rang, the entire school fell silent as if it were a graveyard. There was no such thing as practicing martial arts until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No, we finish early. We can be home before the sun even sets. Your school is nestled against the mountains, and every day you have to forage for your own food up the slopes, experiencing the natural state of mind through hardship? Nonsense. The wild game behind our school is reserved exclusively for the principal's guests. If we so much as pull a blade of grass from there, we'd be punished. As Chu Hong spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened his photo album. See, right at our school gate, there is a wholesale company for pre-prepared meals. Every day, the food trucks arrive punctually at our cafeteria's back kitchen. Here's the proof. What? Your school's nutritional supplements come from pre-prepared meals? The girl covered her mouth, eyes wide with indescribable astonishment. We don't have nutritional supplements like that. Our school's body conditioning elixirs are only given to those who rank in the top 10 before the monthly exams. Chu Hong Sai Haopa. Their school was the 8th gate of the 9th prison at the martial arts high school in Laojiu. Nutritional supplements simply didn't exist there. But don't they distribute a bottle every week? The girl's word struck Chu Hong like a critical blow. For a moment, silence fell outside the training ground of the world's distinction order. The air felt heavy, as oppressive as the snow that blanketed Jiangnan a few winters ago. With a look of pity, the girl silently took out half a bottle of body conditioning elixir. I have half a bottle left from yesterday's batch. If you don't mind, no need. Chu Hong pushed the elixir back, feeling utterly despondent. Last time, I ranked within the top 100 in the monthly exam, and the school awarded me 3 bottles of elixir. I still have plenty left. Top 100 in the monthly exam, and you get 3 bottles? 6,000 Huaxia currency. Chu Hong's eyes widened, and the snowy landscape in his mind instantly transformed into a mountain avalanche. Crash! A loud boom echoed in his chest, and Chu Hong nearly fainted. What kind of educational resources does One High have? Their prize 100-day sprint elixirs, which our school guards like treasure, are given out to a sophomore every single day. Even pigs don't get fed that often. He had initially thought that One High just had more nutritional supplements and cheaper cafeteria meat. But now, he realized he had underestimated them. One High was not so impoverished. Seeing Chu Hong's expression, the girl pulled one bottle after another of elixir from her bag. You all really work hard. Thank you. Taking the elixirs, Chu Hong opened several bottles at once and poured them down his throat. The body conditioning elixir burned like a strong spirit as it slid down, and Chu Hong sighed deeply. I've never been this indulgent in my life. Wait. You can't drink the elixir like that. It's fine. Chu Hong waved his hand dismissively. I have soul power assistance. This amount of medicinal potency is nothing to me. Really? The girl exclaimed, mentally taking note. The teacher said that most students at 6th High don't seek external aids, but instead cultivate their spirits. Almost everyone possesses soul power and unique skills. It seems to be true. Even though they're the best high school in the city, they still have to keep up with the other school. By the way, my grandmother said you came to teach me martial arts. I heard that students at 6 High are very persevering, and those who practice the 3 absolutes of dragon and tiger usually master it well. Is that true? False. It's not that they only practice the 3 absolutes of dragon and tiger, and some don't even reach minor success after 3 years. Chu Hong shook his head and opened the door to lead the girl into the training ground. He couldn't understand why the other class used their school as an example, and it seemed too far-fetched. Would anyone really believe such things? Besides One High and 14 other schools, why would it be their turn? But since everything was settled, teaching her would be no problem. Putting aside his chaotic thoughts, Chu Hong's expression turned serious. He had been impulsive earlier, downing 5 bottles of body conditioning elixir in one go. So now he had to show some propriety. By the way, what is your name? Huh? Didn't your grandmother tell you? Su Tao exclaimed in surprise, then explained. My name is Su Tao, a 2nd grade martial artist with 205 points of vitality. I'll be counting on you, senior, to teach me martial arts. 205 vitality points. That's impressive. Hearing Su Tao's vitality value, Chu Hong gasped. The highest vitality in their class during the last test was only 112 points, nearly 100 points lower than Su Tao. Su Tao was only a sophomore, but had already surpassed most students at their school. Truly, it's mortifying to compare oneself to others. Actually, it's not so bad. Our school's gifted class is even stronger. It said that some have already reached 5th grade martial artist status. Su Tao scratched her head and replied with a sheepish smile. If it weren't for the fact that our gifted and regular classes have separate rankings, I might not even make it onto the school leaderboard. There is always someone better. Zhu Hong sighed. Today's visit had truly been an eye-opener. The path of a martial artist is long and arduous. Even Chiang City's Wanhai had such a foundation. He wondered what kind of prodigies Jianghai City had. Were there already martial masters or even second-grade martial artists? Leading Su Tao to the stage, Chu Hong glanced at the rental price for the training ground, hesitating over whether he should pay. It was the old lady who had sent him here for guidance, so logically, he shouldn't have to cover the venue fee. But Su Tao didn't seem to have any intention of paying either. Had he misunderstood? Staring at the price board showing 500 huaxia currency per hour for the ordinary gravity training ground, Chu Hong's heart skipped a beat. Even the lowest level training ground here featured gravity training. Sir, would you like to rent a training ground? The receptionist, a beautiful young woman, seemed to notice Chu Hong's awkwardness and smiled as she presented a small sign. We're currently running a promotion. Recharge 10,000 and get 5,000 free. Students also enjoy extra discounts. Why does everyone recommend getting a membership card? Chu Hong muttered to himself, then asked, could you introduce me to the specifications of the training grounds here? No problem. The receptionist nodded and vividly described the various training grounds at Panyang Martial Arts Arena. First, there was the basic gravity training ground, which had a gravity chamber inside that could adjust the gravity to temper vitality. Typically, training under double gravity could accelerate a martial artist's progression by 30%. The limit for this training ground was double gravity, which greatly benefited martial arts cultivation. Next was the more advanced constant temperature training ground, which not only had a gravity chamber, but also maintained a constant temperature through air conditioning. This ensured the room temperature stayed at an optimal level for vitality activity. Under these ideal conditions, training efficiency could increase by 50%. However, the rental fee for this higher grade constant temperature training ground skyrocketed to 3,000 huaxia currency per hour. The even more advanced grounds weren't worth considering. His wallet probably couldn't afford even 1 hour there. Training martial arts truly was an expensive endeavor. Maybe I should start with 3 hours in the basic training ground. Chu Hong thought, pulling out his phone to prepare payment. I'll take 1 constant temperature vitality training ground. Su Tao squeezed up beside Chu Hong and recited a membership card number. Using this card, rent for 3 hours. Huh? Chu Hong's eyes widened as he glanced at Su Tao, then looked up. The constant temperature vitality training ground cost 16,666 huaxia currency per hour. Equipped with blood-enriching, detoxifying fresh air to help accelerate martial arts progress. 16,666 huaxia currency per hour at the site of the training ground as price. Chu Hong was shaken by Su Tao's formidable financial power. The gains he had made wandering the earth cave for 2 days, teetering between life and death, could only afford 3 hours in a constant temperature vitality training ground. He hadn't realized Su Tao was a little wealthy girl. Could it be that the old lady's daily trips to the market were actually the hobby of a wealthy mother? Wait, the old lady was Su Tao's grandmother. So maybe it was the pastime of a rich mother-in-law? Chu Hong muttered to himself, feeling inexplicably peculiar. Su Tao, do you come to this training ground every day to practice? How could that be possible? Su Tao playfully blinked and explained. The one footing the bill is a junior I recruited at school. He is quite well off. His sister is a top student in the gifted class. Then where is this junior of yours? Chu Hong's gaze flickered with mild surprise, his expression gradually turning odd. This is the highest grade training ground, and the price is steep. Isn't it improper to have your junior pay for it? It's fine, senior, the girl replied. He organized this study session, and I arrived early. He asked me to rent the training ground first. The young girl absent-mindedly took out her phone, a series of white chat bubbles flashing brightly on the screen. Su Tao, hearing the excited call from behind, Chu Hong turned around to find more than a dozen students swarming after the leading boy. Looking at the crowd before him, Chu Hong was dumbfounded. The elder lady hadn't mentioned instructing so many people. He had thought it would be one-on-one coaching. Originally, my sister was supposed to teach us, but she suddenly said she was unavailable yesterday afternoon. By then, he had already promised everyone. Su Tao raised her hand apologetically. Actually, I only learned about your situation after I got home. This caught me off guard, so I thought, I understand. Chu Hong waved his hand, abruptly summarizing Su Tao's intentions. She had a loyal junior, whose sister was supposed to teach martial arts but was unavailable today. Just as the elder lady sought his help, Su Tao wanted to assist her junior in easing the awkwardness, fulfilling her duty as the big sister. She was helping her junior save face within the clique, while also giving him a chance to experience the highest level training ground. A win-win-win situation. 2 minutes ago, he had consumed 5 bottles of body-tempering elixir, totaling 10,000. Having taken the elixir, he could not neglect the task. After all, it was just teaching some youngsters. He was confident he could master the triple perfection technique flawlessly. Regardless of his current realm within these 8 days, he was still very confident in his martial prowess. A crowd approached from the front, led by a ruddy-faced chubby boy who kept looking at Su Tao as if wanting to greet her. Though somewhat plump, his robust vitality and solid foundation betrayed a wealthy background, likely someone who frequently soaked in medicinal baths to aid cultivation. No doubt, this student was Su Tao's junior sponsor, the main person she relied on to bolster the scene. The second financial backer responsible for the training ground fees? Chu Hong's heart settled as he quietly inquired of Su Tao beside him. Su Tao, what is your junior's name? Shen Wenyu. After scrutinizing Shen Wenyu's somewhat corpulent figure twice, Chu Hong thought to himself and strode forward. Senior Chu Hong. Unexpectedly, before Chu Hong could greet him, the chubby boy bowed first. You must be the martial prodigy that Su Tao's grandmother mentioned. How does everyone seem to know me? Chu Hong Bao said, realizing his concealed reputation was quite widespread. Extending his hand with what he believed was a gentle smile, Chu Hong said, indeed. I am a martial arts instructor introduced by Su Tao's grandmother. I happen to be free today, so I can't lend a hand. You're a martial arts instructor too? A discordant voice rang out as a lean figure pushed through the crowd. The speaker was a young man clad in a black hoodie, appearing to be about Chu Hong's age, his eyes casting a hint of disdain over the gathering. Wasn't he had said that Shun Jiao would come as the martial arts instructor? Why haven't he? I seen her. My sister can't make it today, Shun Wenyu replied, pushing Chu Hong forward. This is Senior Chu Hong from 6th High School. He is well-versed in martial arts and can teach you all. 6th High? The youth shrugged his shoulders with undisguised contempt. ISNT 6th High, just a bunch of deadbeats about to be discarded by society? I heard they don't even have a 3rd-rank martial artist anymore. An 8th-rank martial artist. Feeling the aura emitted by the youth, Chu Hong's body trembled abruptly. The mere display of his internal vitality rendered him immobile. The manifestation of chi condensation and power, a skill reserved for advanced martial artists above the 7th rank. Sensing Chu Hong's discomfort, the youth retracted the oppressive aura he had unleashed. A pair of hands as pale as death extended forth, with just one glance. Chu Hong could feel the chilling cold seeping from them. Chu Chiu from 1st High School, Class 2, 8th rank martial artist. Chu Gu Smai. And any discerning observer could tell he was asserting his dominance over Chu Hong. Ridiculous. Seeing this, Chu Hong showed not the slightest trace of fear. 1 blood dragon fruit, 1 red tiger marrow, 6 bottles of body-tempering elixir. After 8 days, a 10-fold breakthrough awaits. Who knows? I might be an 8th rank martial artist by then. Only an 8th rank? Did he really think Chu Hong was intimidated? Chu Hong extended his hand, facing the bone-chilling cold head-on. Chu Hong from 6th High, Class 7. 2nd rank martial artist. What a coincidence. We share the same surname. That is indeed a coincidence. Seeing that Chu Hong dared to step forward and shake hands despite his rank. Chu Chiu's interest was piqued, and the coldness in his hands gradually dissipated. He had initially intended to intimidate Chu Hong with his cultivation level, making him understand that he and the geniuses from 1st High were on entirely different planes. But since the other party was unyielding, he decided to indulge Chu Hong a little, to let him know the gap between 1st and 6th high schools. Chu Hong withdrew his hand, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Honestly, at first, seeing so many people to teach was a bit overwhelming. With your help, I can breathe easier. Let us work hard together. Who said we're working together? Sang Chu Hong et overifan at the Chu et lip dwight. He had taken time out of his busy schedule to come tutor his brother's classmates in martial arts, hoping to meet Shin Jiao. As the campus belle and the 2nd-ranked genius at their school, Shin Jiao was both stunning and formidable. Her mastery of the ice cloud palm was exquisite, and she, along with the top-ranked student, was hailed as the twin prodigies of the school. Recently, Shin Jiao had obtained some unknown opportunity, causing her strength to surge dramatically, even pressuring the school's number 1. Consequently, the top student issued a bounty. Anyone who could provide information on Shin Jiao's sudden rise would be rewarded with a precious elixir, the Divine Tiger Vine, which aids cultivation. For martial artists, each rank advancement becomes exponentially more difficult. If Chu Chiu could obtain the Divine Tiger Vine, He was confident he could break into the 9th rank before the martial arts examination and compete for admission to a lesser-known 985 martial arts university, if he were fortunate enough to encounter further opportunities and break into the master rank later. Gaining entry into one of the top 10 elite martial arts universities would not be impossible. Initially, Chuchio had no expectations of obtaining the Divine Tiger Vine because Shunjiao's school life was very solitary and she had few friends. In Class 1, fewer than 10 people could even speak to her, let alone a student from Class 2. But a few days ago, hope for breaking into the 9th rank appeared. Shun Jiao's brother, Shun Wenyu, happened to be in the same class as his own brother. Moreover, Shun Jiao would spend her spare time tutoring her brother and the classmates in martial arts knowledge. Was this not a golden opportunity to get close to Shun Jiao, gather intelligence, and earn the Divine Tiger Vine bounty? Thus, Chuchio volunteered to assist Shun Jiao in instructing the second-year students. After persistently pestering for over half a month, he finally earned the chance to teach martial arts and meet Shun Jiao. The chance to obtain the Divine Tiger Vine was right before his eyes. Yet today, upon arrival, the person co-teaching these second-year brats was a man even more handsome than himself. Most crucially, the opponent was that notorious, far-flung, deplorable high school from the 6th district, ranked second to last citywide, with a first-year admission rate of merely 0.03. Could such a result possibly be achieved by a human? This was beyond human. Although his middle school exam scores might have been slightly worse, with a daily dose of the body-tempering elixir, even a pig could secure a first-tier admission, right? Yet, the caliber of these people was so abysmal. It was an utter disgrace to the martial world. They were only surpassed by the 3rd district, whose first-tier admission rate stood at 0.01, with a 53% undergraduate admission rate. But the 3rd district had already deteriorated to the extent that it was worthy of study under the theory of human degeneration and was, for the moment, set aside. Following a group of immature kids, led by a worthless individual who couldn't even pass the first-tier exam, was simply a waste of my time, Chuchio thought, momentarily entertained by the idea of making a swift exit. With this time, it would be better to go home and practice the cold tiger technique a few more times. Perhaps with some luck, he could reach the 9th rank before the martial exam. Senior, let us hurry inside. The timer has already started counting money. At that moment, Su Tao's voice rang out. 1 hour costs 16,666 huaxia coins. Even a second's delay is a disrespect to these coins. Hearing Su Tao's growing urgency, Shun Wenyu hastily nodded. Then let us hurry. Usually, my parents only allow my sister to use the top-tier training grounds. Everyone, let us quickly enter and experience it. Let us go. I'll lead everyone in cultivating martial arts. Upon hearing they could enter the training grounds, Chu Hong took the lead. A training ground costing nearly 20,000 huaxia coins per hour. Every minute spent breathing inside was equivalent to his father's daily wage. To breathe sluggishly now would be unfilial to his family. Charge! Charge! The other students also hurriedly quickened their pace, surging forward to enter the pre-booked constant temperature chi and blood training ground. Clearly, even the 1st district students who treated the body-tempering elixir like water seldom had opportunities to enter such top-tier training facilities. Watching the rushing crowd, Chuchio remained rooted in place, stunned by the name of the training ground. A constant temperature chi and blood training ground charging 16,666 huaxia coins per hour. Upon hearing the name, Chuchio's heart skipped a beat, nearly grasping the true essence of the cold tiger technique. Cold as an icy corpse. Usually, when he trained, he only dared to use the lowest level gravity training grounds. Only occasionally, after earning a little in the underground caverns, would he have the chance to indulge in the constant temperature training grounds. But now, he could enter the highest level constant temperature chi and blood training ground for free. The price was merely to teach these 2nd and 3rd rank martial arts kids. Brother, hurry up. At this moment, Chuchio's younger brother grabbed his sleeve, urging him not to miss this rare opportunity, saying it was difficult for him to bask in Shun Wenyu's favor. 16,666. Chuchio's throat involuntarily swallowed, and his legs instinctively moved forward. The wild wind surged, and the corners of Chuchio's mouth could not help but curl upward. How was this a waste of time? This was simply fantastic. Entering the precious constant temperature chi and blood training ground, Chuchio glanced around. Chu Hong had already taken the lead and begun martial arts instruction. Dragon Tiger Fist, the most important aspect is not the movements, but the will of the muscles and bones. Chu Hong instructed the crowd, while doubling the gravity of the area and commencing training. I'll demonstrate a practical session first. Watch carefully and pay attention to the movement of my muscles and bones. I'll also circulate the Dragon Tiger technique. As Chu Hong spoke, his body continuously refined and condensed qi and blood. Every swing of his body echoed with the roaring sounds of dragons and tigers clashing between his bones, causing the students' hearts to leap. This guy had actually perfected the dragon-tiger technique. Hearing the resounding dragon-tiger sounds as Chu Hong circulated his energy, Chu Qiu froze. Previously, he had also considered cultivating the dragon-tiger technique to prepare for the martial exam. The martial arts realm was divided into 5 stages: entry, minor achievement; mastery, great achievement; and perfection. The 3 martial arts, the dragon-tiger technique, dragon-tiger fist, and dragon-tiger step, when all cultivated to their fullest and harmonized, could rival B-level martial arts. Moreover, as these were officially issued beginner martial arts, they were not only free to learn, but also accompanied by affordable Manhwa tutorial videos online. From his perspective, the cost performance was excellent, allowing him to allocate more funds to purchasing cultivation artifacts. Yet, after nearly 2 years of practice, all 3 martial arts remained stuck at the great achievement stage, unable to break through. To enhance his competitiveness in the martial exam, he had no choice but to specialize in the B-level cold tiger technique, barely keeping pace with Class 2. Unexpectedly, Chu Hong had cultivated the dragon-tiger technique to perfection, and the explanations he provided were indistinguishable from the Manhwa coin online tutorials. Even more detailed, several students gathered around Chu Hong, occasionally posing questions during his explanation. Senior, why does your body make such loud noises when you circulate energy? Senior, why can't I feel the qi and blood you're talking about? Senior, why is your explanation so similar to the Manhwa coin dragon-tiger technique tutorial online? Senior, why have you cultivated the dragon-tiger technique to perfection, yet your rank remains a second-rank martial artist? Cough, cough. Bombarded with questions from juniors of the 1st District, Chu Hong, originally focused on energy circulation, instantly lost his concentration. I'll be 3rd rank soon, Chu Hong emphasized, simultaneously explaining the online tutorial situation. Actually, the framework of his teaching was copied from the Manhwa coin online dragon-tiger technique tutorial. So naturally, it sounded similar. But as a meticulous senior instructor, Chu Hong naturally could not admit this so plainly. For the online tutorial contained no errors. It was merely basic foundational training for the dragon-tiger technique. As Chu Hong spoke, his form momentarily paused. Suddenly, his muscles and bones resonated in unison, his clothing not stirring in the slightest, yet the roaring dragon-tiger sound exploded within his body. For a moment, all the students present were awestruck. The senior could produce the dragon-tiger roar without performing the fixed cultivation posture of the dragon-tiger technique. Thanks to the celestial enlightenment, Chu Hong's dragon-tiger roar was no longer confined to merely circulating the dragon-tiger technique. Normally unnecessary, but now was the perfect moment to show off. During my cultivation, I attained a deeper martial insight into the dragon-tiger technique, and it cost 0 huaxia coins. 0 huaxia coins? What value could that possibly have? Just as Chu Hong prepared to demonstrate, Chu Qiu's younger brother suddenly spoke up. My brother says the dragon-tiger technique is a common martial art for those who can't cultivate anything else. It won't give you any advantage in the martial exam. The abrupt voice interrupted the training hall, instantly making Chu Qiu and his brother the center of attention. What are you looking at? Isn't that true? But Chu Ci, one of the students, spoke leisurely, showing displeasure at Chu Qiu's brother's attitude. Besides, even if you're not practicing the dragon-tiger technique, Senior Chu Hong is kindly teaching us how to better unlock its potential. Aren't you going too far with your words? Originally, Chu Hong was the substitute instructor brought in by Su Tao. Among this group, Su Tao shared the closest relationship with Shen Wenyu. In a way, attacking Chu Hong was tantamount to slapping Shen Wenyu in the face. Although Shen Wenyu was timid, if he truly lost his temper, what if he refused to bring them to enjoy the advanced training grounds next time? Therefore, even if Chu Hong's personal cultivation level seemed unimpressive, he was still accorded due respect. While the crowd harbored some disdain for a senior in his final year of high school who was only a second-rank martial artist, they nevertheless acknowledged Chu Hong's genuine martial arts expertise. Upon discovering that Chu Hong's martial arts experience held some merit, everyone earnestly listened. After all, they had been laying the groundwork for the dragon-tiger manual since junior high. Even if reluctant, they were disinclined to invest time and energy in switching disciplines. Senior sister Shan Jiao had long since transitioned to other martial arts, and her past instruction was limited to theoretical knowledge on paper. Because her studied martial arts differed from theirs, she could not demonstrate practical combat techniques. Chu Hong, however, was different, possessing both theory and practical combat experience. It was a rare opportunity to have a seasoned senior practicing the same martial art as them, to teach them. Openly undermining him was indeed excessive. Moreover, The school had stated that cultivation of the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes was a crucial component of the martial arts examination. Achieving perfection in all three could warrant additional merit points. Although most examinees utilized the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes during assessments, the Martial Arts Education Bureau explicitly declared that perfecting these three techniques would earn extra credit during the exam process. On one hand, mastery of the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes to perfection was genuinely arduous. On the other, the Bureau promised that upon perfection, one could switch to cultivating a more powerful technique during university, reaching an A-level grade. Not everyone possessed the resolve to switch martial arts. Educational resources at a single school were limited. Unless the school was willing to provide special training, switching was less advantageous than continuing with the Dragon Tiger manual, which at least offered the hope of additional points for a perfected level during the martial exam. Yet, the Dragon Tiger manual was at best a C-level martial art, difficult to learn and inferior to the Cold Tiger manual I am currently cultivating. Chu Si spoke, then pushed Chu Chio forward. My brother practices the B-level Cold Tiger manual, which not only has a low threshold for switching, but also releases ice that can freeze the vitality emitted by the Dragon Tiger manual. It's far superior to senior Chu Hong's martial art. Upon hearing Chu Si's words, the crowd could not help but roll their eyes. As if your brother would seriously teach us. You just use your martial art's advantage to bully us during the monthly exams. Mentioning Chu Si's Cold Tiger manual only fueled their anger. Because of its nature, similar to the Dragon Tiger manual, it was relatively easy to switch to and counter the Dragon Tiger manual. Thus, shortly after the start of sophomore year, Chu Si, with the help of his brother Chu Chio, switched martial arts and experienced a leap in strength. Not only did he frequently gain the upper hand in battles, but he was also able to triumph over classmates whose vitality surpassed his. Consequently, the homeroom teacher specifically encouraged everyone to learn from Chu Si and ideally switch to the Cold Tiger manual. However, even if they wished to switch, opportunities were scarce. The school allowed students to freely switch martial arts, but such transitions and cultivation often required an excellent instructor. Students in the gifted class received free guidance from renowned teachers within the school, but ordinary classes did not. Chu Si could enlist his brother's help for one-on-one free tutoring, but they had no such chance. Seeking a martial arts mentor would reduce the resources available for cultivation. Furthermore, switching carried the risk of failure. If they blindly followed the teacher's advice and switched, but failed, it would be disastrous. It would consume time and effort and carry the risk of failure. Failure would not only yield no benefits, but could also cause their ranking to drop and cultivation resources to diminish due to the large investment of time and money in switching. This would drag them into a vicious cycle, gradually falling behind on the martial path. Not everyone was as wealthy as Shen Wenyu, nor did everyone have a brother like Chu Si's who was willing to guide their martial arts transition. Moreover, Chu Si often boasted in front of everyone, naturally inciting widespread resentment. Chu Hong, though somewhat weak in cultivation, was at least genuinely willing to teach. His instruction was substantive. Compared to him, the difference was stark. Enough. Stop arguing. Seeing the increasingly chaotic scene, Chu Hong quickly intervened. My teaching of the Dragon Tiger manual is not merely to instruct you in its techniques, but to help you understand the universality of martial arts. Chu Hong's words drew everyone's attention to him. Martial arts, in all its myriad forms, share a fundamental essence. A mature martial artist does not simply understand the flow of vitality and the movements of combat. Rather, one must connect the body with the meridians and deeply perceive the ever-evolving starlit martial path of today. Therefore, regardless of whether you practice the Dragon Tiger manual, I believe you can all derive benefit from it. As for those who do not wish to learn, I do not mind if you quietly cultivate on your own. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions softened considerably. Except for the flushed-faced Chu Si, everyone relaxed. Since the senior did not object, they would not press the matter further. Observing Chu Hong's refreshing demeanor, the crowd sighed inwardly. Although the senior's cultivation was somewhat low, his character was beyond reproach. Unlike Chu Si's brother, Chu Chio, who, upon first meeting, bluntly called the senior a waste, lacking any martial spirit, truly regressing in cultivation. For a moment, the two brothers, Chu Si and Chu Chio, became the focus of the entire training ground. The other students who had accompanied them could not help but cast strange glances and whisper among themselves. Suddenly, a chilling aura was released within the temperature-controlled training hall. The surrounding air immediately dropped several degrees. I've had enough. Jugu galat fai sui, releasing cold energy from his body, his eyes resembling a ferocious tiger. Chu Hong, you country bumpkin from 6th middle school. How dare you boast about the starlit martial path here? Such arrogance. The cold energy continuously seeped out, each tendril precisely bypassing everyone present, aiming straight at Chu Hong. The instructor. The biting cold struck Chu Hong's face, tightening his chest as Chu Chio's furious roar followed swiftly. I have trained at this school for so long, and I've never heard of anyone claiming to improve other martial arts by observing the Dragon Tiger manual. You've merely perfected the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes. Do you really think you're some kind of martial prodigy? With every step Chu Chio took, the heat beneath his feet condensed into droplets on the floor. Wait, Chu Chio, are you resorting to bullying the weak? Chu Hong immediately dodged behind Shen Wenyu, nearly forgetting that Chu Chio was a formidable 8th-rank martial artist with a vitality base of 1,500 points, equivalent to the strength of 150 adults. In a real fight, a single punch from Chu Chio could crush a compact car. If that punch landed on his head, Chu Hong would be left high-level paraplegic or worse, a vegetative state. With such unlucky timing, he could die on the spot. Don't get excited. I'm only a 2nd-rank martial artist. I can't withstand your punch. Stay calm. I believe the juniors should resolve their own grievances. I'm just here to teach martial arts. Calm down. I am calm. Jugu sao that faisali. The vitality around him solidified into ice. Even freezing the air conditioning meant to maintain temperature. Soon after, Chu Chio's vitality rapidly decreased, suppressed to a level comparable to Chu Hong's 200 vitality points. An average 2nd-rank martial artist. Chu Hong, how dare you casually interpret the starlit martial path? I challenge you to a martial duel. As Chu Chio lowered his vitality, the surrounding environment gradually warmed. An invisible arena was erected between the two. Chu Hong sighed. No. Why? Upon hearing Chu Hong's refusal, Chu Chio's fury erupted anew, and the ambient temperature plummeted once more. The senior's true cultivation was only that of a 2nd-rank martial artist. Even if senior Chu Chio suppressed his vitality, his physical prowess was unmatched by a 2nd-rank martial artist. Moreover, senior brother Chu Chio, your martial art, the Cold Tiger Fist, is a counter to the Dragon Tiger's secret technique. Using a countering style to engage in combat. Doesn't that amount to blatant bullying? Before Chu Hong could respond, Su Tao intercepted Chu Chio, and Shen Wenyu, seeing this, also stepped forward resolutely to stand beside the leader. Su Tao's intervention was because Chu Hong had been recommended to him by his grandmother, and he had heard some of Chu Hong's stories from her as well. Therefore, out of respect for his grandmother, he was determined not to let Chu Hong get hurt. As for Shen Wenyu, his reason was even simpler. Su Tao pointed, and he struck, as a loyal subordinate. He firmly stood by his leader's side. Chu Hong, being the leader's chosen support, could not afford any mishaps. Otherwise, the leader would surely blame him for not having helped. The others below whispered among themselves. Was it really necessary for senior brother Chu Chio to challenge senior brother Chu Hong? No wonder he was Chu Ci's brother, just as overbearing as Chu Ci. This was nothing less than bullying. Senior brother Chu Chio was reputedly the 3rd-ranked genius of Class 2, with mastery of the Cold Tiger Fist so profound it bordered on the divine. Although senior brother Chu Hong came from a secretive and talented 6th middle school, and had his own specialties in terms of pure strength, he was bound to be beaten to a pulp by Chu Chio. They all shared the surname Chu. Was it really necessary to make things so difficult? Most of those present sided with Chu Hong. Yet at the same time, they were certain of one thing. If senior brother Chu Hong fought senior brother Chu Chio, Chu Hong was doomed. Though Chu Chio was not in the top class of their 1st middle school, his reputation for strength was widely known. Not only was he one of only 28th-rank martial artists in the entire school, but his moves were ruthless. He had once defeated the school's 10th-ranked student using the Cold Tiger Fist, earning himself a regular scholarship. If Chu Chio were not so formidable, Chu Ci would never be so arrogant in class. If Chu Hong truly clashed with Chu Chio, he would be utterly destroyed. If the senior brother really reduced Chu Chio to rubble, what would become of their martial arts instructor? Seeing that everyone, both in action and in words, sided with Chu Hong, Chu Ci flew into a sudden rage. Chu Hong, didn't you say you had deep knowledge of martial arts? The way of the martial arts under the starry sky changes endlessly, but never departs from its essence. My brother has already deliberately suppressed his strength. Aren't you afraid to face him? Faced with the crowd as concerns and Chu Ci as pressure, Chu Hong felt helpless. No, we're training here at 16,666 coins per hour. Do we really need to waste time fighting? He thought bitterly. It seemed the two brothers, Chu Ci and Chu Chio, were truly idle. Did their family fortune pile up like a mountain? How could they be so carefree as to spar in a place where every breath cost Chinese currency? Wouldn't it be better to train diligently and discuss martial arts here, rather than squander their spare money on fights? Chu Hong, will you fight or not? Chu Chio's face twisted with rage, and the cold energy from his clenched fists erupted uncontrollably. In the next moment, a wave of oppressive power manifested. Chu Chio surged forward, bypassing the crowd to appear instantly before Chu Hong. Jugu! Chu Hong's blood surged fiercely through his hands, which he raised to block the incoming icy gale. Bang! A muffled sound came from Chu Hong's forearms, his pale gray sleeves frosted over, and the blood that had just boiled instantly solidified. With a single strike, Chu Hong, caught unprepared, was forced back half a step. Chu Chio's martial skill could freeze my blood. In the first round of their clash, Chu Hong immediately realized the overwhelming strength of Chu Chio's style. Had it been a martial artist with weaker blood flow, they might not have even had time to release their inner energy before their meridians were frozen by the cold tiger fist's chill. Being unable to circulate one's energy is undoubtedly fatal for a martial artist. As a prodigy of the first middle school Class 2, Chu Chio indeed had legitimate grounds for pride. But why did they have to start fighting over the slightest disagreement? Chu Hong was speechless, continuously blocking Chu Chio's attacks with his hands. He simply could not comprehend why, after he had declined Chu Chio's challenge. Chu Chio insisted on fighting him so fiercely. Had he unknowingly crossed a line? Why did this guy lose his temper so easily? Damn this guy. Chu Hong furrowed his brows, his blood boiling once more. Frost exploded from his sleeves in an instant. Chu Chio, do you really want to cause trouble? Chu Hong's momentum surged like a mighty dragon, as a faint dragon spirit manifested within him, forcibly severing the icy chill released by Chu Chio. Don't you think you're skilled in martial arts? I've already suppressed my cultivation level. Aren't you afraid to fight me? Chu Chio's palm strikes grew ever more fierce, cold energy swirling around him like a tiger treading on snow. Unable to perfect the Dragon Tiger secret technique had always been a thorn in Chu Chio's side. In the past, he had sought out various teachers and mystical items, all in an attempt to break through the limits of the Dragon Tiger secret technique. But reality had repeatedly disappointed him. Left with no choice, he had hurriedly switched to cultivating the Cold Tiger Fist, a style similar to the Dragon Tiger secret technique, and had achieved remarkable progress in training, rapidly rising to become one of the star pupils of Class 2. Therefore, Chu Chio was convinced that cultivating the Dragon Tiger secret technique was a mistake. It was not only time-consuming and laborious, but also made one vulnerable to being targeted during martial exams. Even if one perfected it and gained extra points, the deductions for losing would far outweigh the benefits. As long as one could enter the 211 Martial Arts University, there would always be opportunities for A-grade martial arts. Rather than pinning hopes on a distant and uncertain future, it was better to focus on the present. His choice was correct, and Chu Hong was leading others astray. The earlier one switched styles, the truer the path of martial arts. Thus, he must defeat Chu Hong and correct everyone's misconceptions. To prove that even if the Dragon Tiger secret technique were perfected, it was still worthless compared to his Cold Tiger Fist. Chu Hong, I'm going to get serious now. With that, Chu Chio ceased holding back his power, releasing a multiple of cold energy from within. Cultivating the Dragon Tiger secret technique was a mistake. The cold air crystallized in a frost, seeping through Chu Hong's pores and penetrating his entire body's meridians. Chu Hong's body emitted a fierce roar. The sound of dragons and tigers reverberated through his bones. The cold air was entirely expelled. The one who is mistaken is you. Expelling the entangled cold energy from his body, Chu Hong continuously unleashed the Dragon Tiger Fist, clashing against Chu Chio's icy palms. In an instant, their fists and palms interwove, continuously switching between offense and defense. For a time, the onlookers were dazzled. How could this be? Senior brother Chu Hong was actually holding his own against senior brother Chu Chio. Chu Ci's brother? This didn't seem right. The crowd was astonished. According to their expectations, Chu Hong's martial arts being countered should have caused him to be frozen by the released cold energy the moment he fought Chu Chio at full strength, and he should have been struck away with a single palm. Yet now, senior brother Chu Hong was able to match Chu Chio blow for blow with the Dragon Tiger Fist, even gaining a slight advantage. After perfecting the Dragon Tiger secret technique, the roaring sound of dragons and tigers seemed to form a protective aura around Chu Hong's body, continuously expelling the cold energy that sought to invade his meridians. The previous situation, where the Cold Tiger Fist suppressed the Dragon Tiger secret technique, appeared to have reversed upon the Dragon Tiger secret technique's full completion. The cold energy could no longer penetrate Chu Hong's meridians to cause harm. Yet every strike Chu Hong delivered landed solidly on Chu Chio's body. At this moment, Chu Qiu felt that the adversary before him was not a student of similar age, but a martial arts master who had immersed himself in the way of martial arts for many years. Not good. At this rate, I will lose. Chu Qiu was horrified, his suppressed blood gradually slipping beyond his control. At this moment, he suddenly realized that in order to keep pace with Chu Hong, his body had already begun to subconsciously release the suppressed flow of qi and blood. This fellow actually made me feel pressured. ISNT, he's supposed to be the waste of 6th high school? Chu Qiu, unwilling to accept defeat, desperately tried to control the qi and blood within him to resist his opponent. Yet now, the qi and blood inside him surged like a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollably pouring forth. A third-grade martial artist. In the next instant, Chu Hong launched a fierce attack, the roar of tiger and dragon converging between his fists. Bang! The roaring of tiger and dragon shattered the icy frost. Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Chu Qiu's body shot out like a cannonball, the chill within him spiraling out of control, causing the surrounding frost to condense into ice. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Chu Qiu gasped for breath, his body having reverted to the realm of an 8th-grade martial artist. How could this be? Chu Ci, who witnessed everything, widened his eyes, his mouth nearly able to fit an egg. His elder brother actually lost? Turning back, Chu Hong still stood tall, his body as qi and blood boiling. The sounds of tiger and dragon continued to roar within his muscles and bones, offering a tribute to this silent victory. I actually lost. His body ached slightly from the restoration of qi and blood. Chu Qiu, who had been thrown by Chu Hong's punch, still had memories frozen at the moment when the twin fists of tiger and dragon thundered. At that moment, he recalled the countless hours he'd spent practicing his fist techniques, the repeated attempts and failures. Ultimately, he had no choice but to change his strategy, transforming his fists into palms to seek glory. Unexpectedly, now he had been defeated by the martial art he had once abandoned, defeated by Chu Hong, who trained at the 6th high school, once regarded with disdain. Suddenly, he recalled the words of his retired homeroom teacher. Don't look down on those with fewer resources. They may just be slower in training, but their foundation in martial arts might be even more solid than yours. Martial arts? Chu Qiu's chest heaved violently, as if his heart itself was trembling. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented confusion. Meanwhile, Chu Hong also came to his senses from the battle, his qi and blood surging, continuously nourishing the meridians in his body, stretching his muscles slightly, surrounded by a halo of qi and blood. Chu Hong felt relaxed in both body and mind. Though Chu Qiu's sudden strike had startled him, he had at least one. Moreover, after the fight, most of the body conditioning elixir he had consumed earlier had transformed into his qi and blood, bringing him closer to becoming a 3rd-grade martial artist. Fighting Chu Qiu had not wasted much of his time. It had earned Shan Wenyu plenty of face and still left him energy to continue enjoying the 1-hour sessions in the constant temperature qi and blood cultivation chamber. Priced at 16,666 per hour, a blood-red profit. Compared to the optimistic Chu Hong, the defeated Chu Qiu seemed somewhat withdrawn. He had lost in the very domain he was most proud of, falling to Chu Hong, who trained at one of the 3 martial arts high schools in Xi'an City, known as the worst. This was even more humiliating than losing to the lowest ordinary class in their school. Grasping Chu Qiu's sleeve, his younger brother Chu Ci comforted him. The reason Chu Hong beat you is that you suppressed your own realm. If you had truly used your power as an 8th-grade martial artist, Chu Hong would never have won. You're wrong, brother. Chu Qiu shook his head, his past pride shattered by Chu Hong's punch. Losing is losing. If you want to grow stronger, don't make excuses for your failures. To this, he somewhat agreed. Chu Hong approached casually and remarked, "What's this? Here to mock me?" Chu Qiu snorted coldly, straightening his slightly bent back. "You did win. You're right. I was wrong. It seems that cultivating the dragon and tiger technique indeed has more potential than the cold tiger technique. At first, abandoning the dragon and tiger technique was a weak move. Now losing is just paying the price for my past incompetence." Upon hearing Chu Qiu's words, Chu Hong was speechless. "That is not what I meant. It's perfectly fine for you to switch to the cold tiger technique. You just can't force your own experience onto others. Everyone's body structure differs, so their compatibility with martial arts varies. You changing your technique is fine, but you shouldn't think those who don't switch are wrong just because you have succeeded." Hearing Chu Hong's words, Chu Qiu's heart skipped a beat. He remembered his martial arts teacher's advice from his first year of high school. "Chu Qiu, your personality isn't quite suited to cultivating the dragon and tiger technique. But you might consider practicing some martial arts with a cold attribute. It could help." When he switched to the cold tiger technique, he had long forgotten this advice. The reason for the switch was simply a coincidence. He thought the cold tiger technique might be easier to adapt to than other martial arts. Later, with the adapted technique, he achieved consecutive victories, unstoppable. Gradually, he blamed his past failures on the dragon and tiger technique, forgetting his teacher's words. His success with the cold tiger technique was not only because it countered the dragon and tiger technique, but also because it suited him. Pursuing a path more suited to oneself is certainly fine, but mistaking one's own success as the only correct path is arrogance. Chu Qiu mocked himself inwardly and felt a growing gratitude toward Chu Hong. Chu Hong, thank you for your guidance. I have gained much from this encounter. Before Chu Qiu could feel elated, Chu Hong suddenly reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother Chu, you're thanking me too soon. Huh? Chu Qiu was taken aback. You suddenly attacked without giving me any time to prepare. Is that a sneak attack? Because I study at 6 high school. You openly call me a waste. Isn't that a personal insult? I must be blind. Your brother is known for looking down on other classmates at school. Isn't that a matter of poor discipline? Chu Hong said, as a group of students behind him nodded repeatedly, causing Chu Ci beside them to bury his head in embarrassment. That is my parents' business. Upon hearing Chu Hong's last remark, Chu Qiu shouted inwardly. Yet he still refrained from voicing his true feelings. After all, in victory and defeat, the winner takes all, and Chu Hong's words were indeed true. At this point, Chu Hong revealed his true intentions. I even kindly came here to enlighten you. Isn't it reasonable to give me some compensation for mental distress? Damn, you're trying to extort me. Chu Qiu was shocked. He had thought Chu Hong was a benevolent martial artist with deep cultivation, but now he came seeking compensation. Will you pay or not? If you don't, Brother Chu Hong, I'll have my sister beat you up. Behind them, Shun Wenyu supported Chu Hong. Seeing this, Chu Qiu grimaced and took out a spiritual item from his pocket. Originally, it was a backup option for breaking through to a 9th grade martial artist. But now it could only be given to Chu Hong. After all, this fellow had indirectly pushed him forward. This could be considered the nature of this spiritual artifact is almost perfectly compatible with Chu Qiu's cultivation method. For Chu Qiu to dare to offer it as a gift shows considerable boldness. By the way, regarding the use of this cold amber, before Chu Qiu could finish speaking, he saw Chu Hong swallow the cold amber directly into his stomach. Ingesting it orally is extremely perilous. Witnessing Chu Hong's audacity, Chu Qiu nearly lost his nerve. For an 8th rank martial artist like him, consuming it directly would be effortless, but Chu Hong is only at the 2nd rank. Swallowing the cold amber could very well freeze his intestines. One misstep could be fatal. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chu Hong waved his hand dismissively and casually filled a cup of hot water from the training ground's water dispenser. The hot water neutralized the internal coldness with ease. Thanks to the weakening effect of the late bloomer trait, the cold amber's chilling energy was diminished by more than half, reducing the harm to the body to less than 10%. By continuously refining the spiritual artifact within his body into vital energy through his cultivation formula, Chu Hong's vitality steadily increased. Since the senior student already possessed a soul, his digestion efficiency of spiritual artifacts was enhanced. Su Tao explained this to everyone, clarifying why Chu Hong was unharmed after ingesting the cold amber. So that is how it is. The others marveled, their eyes brimming with envy upon learning that Chu Hong possessed a soul. The awakening of such a soul is entirely a matter of metaphysics. Even among 2nd-rank martial artists, none had a soul capable of assisting cultivation. If only they had a soul, their path in martial arts would be infinitely smoother. Senior Chu Hong's soul must be incredibly powerful. A student sighed, I wish I had a soul like that. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Chu Hong's lead, beginning to practice martial arts. He is quite an interesting fellow. Pity his rank is too low. Otherwise, he could really put some pressure on our school. Chu Qiu muttered with a self-mocking smile as he watched Chu Hong's retreating figure and quietly left, with the cold amber fully refined. The surging vitality consumed the lingering coldness, shattering the blockades within the meridians. Chu Hong took a deep breath, surrounded by a natural aura of vital energy. After being nourished by so many resources, he had finally reached the 3rd rank of martial artists. It was a natural progression, adjusting the vital energy within his body. Chu Hong's expression remained calm. Initially, he had come merely to provide martial arts guidance as a gesture of gratitude for the care the matron had shown him in the past. Unexpectedly, he had benefited himself by breaking through to the 3rd rank ahead of schedule. His classmates from the same high school were likely still hovering between the 1st and 2nd ranks. Unbeknownst to him, he had seemingly become the top student in the entire school. Although he had attained this distinction, Chu Hong's feelings were somewhat complicated as he sensed the seemingly immense power within him. In the past, becoming the school's top student would have filled him with pride. But after witnessing the formidable strength of Chu Qiu, an 8th-rank martial artist, he felt the value of breaking through to the 3rd rank and becoming the 6th school S number 1 was negligible, almost meaningless. Looking around, most of the second-year students at the prestigious No. 1 high school were 2nd-rank martial artists, and Chu Hong felt a trace of helplessness. Their school's top geniuses could be considered super soldiers if placed in No. 1 high school's second-year elite class. If he were in Jianghai City, his sense of intimidation might not even compare to the wooden dummy in martial arts class. No matter how he thought about it, it was utterly disheartening. The gap was enormous. Having seen the wider world, Chu Hong instantly found this nominal title of school champion unappealing. No wonder the school rarely allowed its students to interact with outsiders. Once you go out and witness the performance of students from other schools, your mindset could easily collapse, considering that Chu Qiu, with his 8th-rank cultivation, might merely be a nobody casually pulled from No. 1 high school. Chu Hong's pressure only intensified. Congratulations to senior Chu Hong on his breakthrough. As Chu Hong was reflecting on the disparity between the two schools, a crowd of students gathered around, enthusiastically celebrating his achievement. Although this senior from another school was somewhat weak in strength, he was sincere in teaching the martial arts. Hence, everyone was genuinely happy for Chu Hong's breakthrough. Senior Chu Hong's punch that sent senior Chu Qiu flying just now was so cool. I saw Chu Ci's face turn green, one student remarked, eliciting a burst of laughter from the crowd. Chu Ci often boasted in front of them about how formidable his brother was. But now that Chu Qiu had been soundly defeated by Chu Hong, Chu Ci's expression was priceless. Senior, please continue teaching us the Dragon Tiger Fist. We can't wait to master the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes perfectly and give that Chu Ci guy a good lesson. The students' enthusiasm soared following Chu Hong's victory. Without the interference of Chu Qiu and Chu Ci, the difficulty of instruction greatly diminished, and 3 hours passed swiftly. With Chu Hong's assistance, most students improved significantly in their mastery of the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes. Among them, Su Tao shone the brightest. Under his focused guidance, Su Tao progressed rapidly. Not only the Dragon Tiger Fist, but also the Dragon Tiger Step neared completion, coupled with the enlightenment from his Heavenly Dao anointment. It was only a matter of time before Su Tao perfected all 3 facets of the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes. Alright, that concludes today's martial arts instruction. Please gather your belongings and prepare to leave. As the class ended, Chu Hong called everyone together to dismiss them. Senior, will you come back to teach us again? A student inquired, all eyes turning to Chu Hong. Well, Chu Hong hesitated briefly before replying, if time permits, I probably will. Though he felt chances were slim, since he was merely a substitute enforcer filling in for Shun Wenyu. Shun Wenyu himself did not practice the Dragon Tiger Fist, but a set of A-grade martial arts unfamiliar to Chu Hong. It was said to be a family heirloom, a potent ice-based martial art that countered the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes. Coincidentally, Shun Wenyu's martial art shared the same icy attribute as Chu Ci's. However, due to Shun Wenyu's softer temperament and the greater difficulty of mastering A-grade martial arts compared to B-grade, his strength within the school was not significant, and he did not incur the class's wrath like Chu Ci. This also served as a reminder for Chu Hong. To gain an advantage in the martial examination, many candidates might train in ice-based martial arts. Without a fire tribute martial art to counterbalance, the exam could prove quite challenging. Boarding the bus home, Chu Hong and Su Tao exchanged farewells. He planned to earn some more money in the underground cavern before purchasing a simple C-grade fire tribute martial art online to study. With the enlightenment effect of late bloomer, he should be able to perfect it before the martial exam. Closing his eyes to rest on the bus as the engine roared and the ride grew bumpy, Chu Hong's figure faded from view. Shun Wenyu withdrew his gaze, surprised that the boss knew such a formidable senior student who could defeat even Chu Qiu, ranked among the top 20 in their grade. Recalling their battle, Shun Wenyu sighed inwardly. Although Chu Qiu and Chu Hong deliberately suppressed their cultivation during the fight, Chu Hong's strong physique should have put him at a disadvantage. Yet surprisingly, Chu Hong truly won, almost completely dominating Chu Qiu throughout. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from his sister, Shun Jiao. Cease. Seeing the caller ID, Shun Wenyu shuddered and quickly answered. Hello, cease. Shun Wenyu tested the waters with a tentative call, and on the other end, Shun Jiao's cool and distant voice came through. How was your martial arts practice today? Nobody bullied you, right? No worries, I'm doing great today. By the way, sis, my boss hired an incredibly formidable senior, even defeated senior Chu Qiu, who ranks 20th in the 3rd-year class. You better not go around claiming to be the big brother outside. On the other end of the line, Shun Jiao was sprawled on the sofa in the school office, her slender legs swinging naturally, gleaming like two pieces of white jade in the sunlight. At this moment, she was utterly speechless with her own brother. And what is so great about your boss S senior beating Chu Qiu anyway? Wait a minute. Who? Originally leisurely, Shun Jiao suddenly shuddered when she heard the name Chu Qiu. That guy, she seemed to recall him. During a duel between classes 1 and 2, he had cut down 3 opponents in a row using the restraining effect of the cold tiger technique. And it was only because she stepped in that she managed to deal with him. But Chu Qiu also cultivated an ice-based martial art, which piqued her interest. If she remembered correctly, Chu Qiu's raw strength at school ranked 15th, right? The top 14 had no connection to her brother's boss, Su Tao. Logically, students from other schools who could spar with their school's 30th ranker were already considered impressive. Could it be that other schools were hiding secret weapons to counter them? Yeah, Senior Chu Qiu was directly knocked out by a barrage from the opponent, and I saw his brother's face turn green. Shen Wenyu said, laughing heartlessly as she teased Chu Ci. But Chu Ci's grades are way better than yours, right? How dare you mock him? Shen Jiao's voice suddenly sharpened on the other end of the line, startling Shen Wenyu into a hasty apology. Sis, I'll work hard from now on. Listening. Shen Jiao rolled her eyes and grew intrigued by the one who had knocked Chu Qiu out. It sounded like Chu Qiu had been suppressed throughout the entire fight. He didn't seem weak. Could it be that Xinlan and Yiding high schools harbored hidden prodigies? After all, those 2 schools were only slightly weaker than theirs. By the way, was the person who defeated Chu Qiu from Class 1, Class 2, or another school? No. Senior Chu Hong is from 6th High School. At the mention of 6th High School, Shun Jiao, who had been lying on the sofa, trembled and tumbled directly onto the floor. 6th High School? You must be joking. ISNT that the foolish high school the school often uses as a scapegoat to motivate them to train harder? She had even heard that they wouldn't spare nectar from roadside flowers for their martial arts practice. And their homeroom teacher urged everyone to learn the thriftiness of that school. There were supposedly 3rd High, 6th High, and 9th High versions, referring to the 3 toughest martial arts high schools in their city. But once you actually visited, you'd realize the teachers were all talking nonsense. The students there were practically no longer human. How could they possibly defeat Chu Qiu? Chu Qiu was an 8th grade martial artist. One breath from him would probably shatter those 6th High students into bloody foam. Wait, could it be that when US boss hired a senior who graduated from 6th High 10 years ago? Calming herself, Shen Jiao realized she hadn't asked about the senior's age yet. If he graduated a decade ago, it made sense that he could spar with Chu Qiu. With a rigorous attitude, she continued to inquire. Brother, the senior your boss hired, is he almost 30 years old? Sis, no way. Senior Chu Hong is in the same year as you guys, and you might even encounter him in the martial arts exam this year, when you replied, puzzled. Cease. Why do you think Senior Chu Hong is 30? He looks pretty handsome. That doesn't make sense. Hearing Shun Wenyu's description, Shun Jiao was utterly baffled. 18 years old, male, called senior by her younger brother, defeated Chu Qiu, and quite handsome. She could understand all these details. But with the 2 words 6th High added, the whole thing sounded strangely off, as if it were not even Chinese. No, this was very wrong. Clutching her phone, Shen Jiao's rare mental freeze forced her to repeatedly ponder the possibility of a 6th High student defeating Chu Qiu. Just as she was imagining an all-powerful entity descending from the heavens, Shun Wenyu's voice rang out again from the other end. The only pity is that Senior Chu Hong's cultivation level is a bit low. He just reached the 3rd grade martial artist level. In an instant, Shen Jiao's mind blanked out. Then her intelligence swiftly reclaimed dominance. 3rd grade? Yeah, what is up, sis? Did Chu Qiu suppress his cultivation level? Of course, otherwise. It would be cheating. I see. Hearing that Chu Qiu deliberately suppressed his cultivation and lost, Shen Jiao instantly felt relieved. So Chu Qiu intentionally held back to let the other party win. No wonder a 6th High student could emerge victorious. For a moment, she had thought some other school had produced a genius, which had given her quite a scare. Next time, make sure you speak clearly and stop panting so heavily. Glowering fiercely at Shun Wenyu through the phone, even though she could only receive audio, Shun Wenyu could feel the chilling aura radiating from her sister. All right, once you're done playing, come home early. I have to prepare for the school competition in the next few days, so don't cause any trouble outside. Got it? Huh. The martial arts exam is almost here. Sis, what competition do you still have to participate in? Before Shen Wenyu could finish asking, Shun Jiao abruptly hung up. Gazing at the mechanical clock steadily advancing above the office chair, Shun Jiao began a countdown. The second hand ticked, spinning into a new cycle. Considering the time, it was over. The office door was pushed open, revealing Jiang Qingyun dressed in a silver-blue gown, radiating heroic spirit mingled with a touch of elegant femininity. Unlike yesterday morning, When she completed the formalities and then hurried to Chiang City in the afternoon, looking worn out, today, Jiang Qingyun was thoroughly made up. Her attire, makeup, and accessories not only showcased the full grandeur of a martial king, but also fully displayed the softness of her femininity. Today, this ensemble was for a task as important as life itself. Jiang Qingyun, the president of the Jiangbei Province Martial Arts Association and an 8th grade martial king, presented a meticulously prepared contract. How about it, Shun Jiao? Are you ready? Once you sign this agreement and join the Zhujiang training camp, you will become rivals to the prodigies of Jianghai City. Looking at this peerless beauty, who even made principals tremble upon meeting her, Shun Jiao nodded. She spoke with eyes frosted with coldness, yet burning with youthful passion. Having suffered in Jiangnan for too long, I can no longer wait. At the market, Chu Hong, having bought pork from Manhwa for dinner, walked down the street pondering how many pork chops to grill for his father tonight. If Dad knew that I not only earned money, but also reached the 3rd grade martial artist level in such a short time, he'd probably be overjoyed. Thinking of his father's astonished expression, Chu Hong couldn't help but hum softly. Back home, Chu Hong practiced martial arts downstairs all afternoon until dusk. Seeing that the time was nearly right, Chu Hong lit a fire to cook. He grilled several large portions of meat, accompanied by various nourishing supplements. As the distant sun set, Chu Hong took the opportunity to seize every moment. There were 7 days left until the monthly exam, and on the night after the exam, the second Heavenly Dao enlightenment would arrive. Staring quietly at the pendulum on the wall, Chu Hong's thoughts drifted, eagerly anticipating the Heavenly Dao enlightenment 7 days from now. Since becoming a martial artist, his momentum had been soaring, with tenfold resources arriving then. It was hard to imagine what the outcome would be. At least he could reach 7th grade, or perhaps even break through directly to Martial Master. At that moment, the wooden door of the shabby rental room was pushed open. Seeing the table laden with fragrant dishes, Chu Shan's eyes widened. Son, you've really done well. Carrying the recently purchased discounted beer, Chu Shan approached the table. No sooner had he seated himself than he began devouring the meat in generous mouthfuls, showering praise upon Chu Hong's culinary skills. The cooking is quite commendable. Once your old man earns a bit more money, you'll keep on with this. Make sure you remember to close the door, Chu Hong silently thought, then quietly walked over to the doorway and shut the aged wooden door. Returning to the table to resume his meal at a leisurely pace, Chu Hong picked from the abundant, nourishing dishes laid before him, listening to his father's unreserved admiration for his cooking. Manhwa pork, truly excellent. Pan-fried resilient fish, impressive and tender too. The braised heart of the cabbage is well done. Should help you find a girlfriend in the future. By the way, when looking for a wife, be careful not to get swindled by your partner. Absorbing his father's carefree compliments, the corners of Chu Hong's mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile. Only after his father had finished speaking did he respond with a simple, understood. Having commented on every dish, Chu Shan casually tossed the empty beer bottle aside, contentedly declaring, Haven Tea enjoyed a meal this satisfying in ages. Manhwa pork, Huanghuan beef, resilient tail brocade, and the like. All for just 200 yuan? Is that really enough? Midway through eating, Chu Shan suddenly looked up, his expression one of surprise. These are premium, nourishing foods for ordinary martial artists, rich in nutrients and delicious. Surely they must cost at least 500, right? Son, has the market been discounted? No, Chu Hong replied with a sly smile upon seeing his father's reaction. I earned the money in the catacombs. What? You went to the catacombs? Yes, Chu Hong admitted openly. I can earn money now, and I feel quite comfortable down there. Observing his father's astonished countenance, Chu Hong calmly took another piece of fish. Father, don't worry. The catacombs aren't actually all that dangerous. His father's exaggerated expression was hardly surprising. After all, news of deaths in the catacombs occasionally surfaced. Even his own father could hardly be immune to such fears. Chu Hong had prepared himself for a scolding and even rehearsed a set of carefully crafted responses he found online. It's all about the details. Unexpectedly, Chu Shan's next words shattered all of Chu Hong's rehearsed replies in an instant. You didn't enter the catacombs through the official channel, did you? Huh? Chu Hong looked up, failing to detect any worry on his father's face, only sheer terror. Impossible. I entered with official credentials, Chu Hong said, pulling out his martial artist license. You registered as a martial artist with the verification agency under the Martial Arts Association? Chu Shan stepped forward, his voice urgent, almost losing control. Yes, Chu Hong nodded, puzzled by his father's behavior. This is a legitimate registration. What could be wrong with that? And you filled in the basic information? Yes, including my home address. What's the matter? Chu Hong asked, confused. Once registered, That information is confidential. There is no risk of insurance companies knocking on our door. Are you worried about that? You're kidding me. Chu Shan suddenly sprang up and dashed back to his room. Dad, what's wrong? Chu Hong chased after him, only to find his father packing a suitcase. We can't stay here anymore. Your old man has to run for his life. Pushing Chu Hong aside, Chu Shan moved toward the door. I bought you several insurance policies earlier. Remember to claim them later. Although I'm the beneficiary, I'll transfer the money to your account. Huh? I'm leaving now. Don't contact me anymore. Having conveyed his final instructions to Chu Hong, Chu Shan pushed the door open without looking back, as if he had made a resolute decision. At that moment, a faint, cool scent of calla lilies wafted through the air. Chu Shan's hair stood on end, his body frozen in place. Long time no see. Chu Hong hurried after his father and looked up at the source of the voice. A tall, slender figure clad in a magnificent gown shimmered with a dazzling silver blue light. Even beneath the outdated hallway's expired incandescent bulbs. In an instant, memories surged back. Before Chu Hong could fully recall the past, Jiang Qingyun appeared in the corridor. A smile gracing her face as she spoke deliberately, word by word. A cold frost curled at the corners of her mouth, chilling the surrounding air by several degrees. Long time no see. Chu Shan, you great scoundrel. A blast of icy cold surged forth, sweeping Chu Shan and the suitcase he intended to flee with, transforming them into a streak of light that shot back inside the room. Chu Hong trembled, retreating silently before Jiang Qingyun's imposing gaze. Jiang Qingyun, president of the Jiangbei Province Martial Arts Association, was the greatest victim of Chu Shan's all-in gamble. Today, at last, she had found a scoundrel who had fled to escape his debts. Pressed deeply against the dilapidated wall panel, Chu Shan felt a chill at his back, as if his nape was about to be shattered by Jiang Qingyun's presence. A faint cracking sound echoed in his ears as the ice encasing his body fractured, and the shard that seeped beneath his clothing sent a shiver through him. Seeing his father's disheveled state, Chu Hong instantly realized this woman who had barged in was not to be trifled with. No surprise, then, that his father had hastily packed his bags to hide from her, running away without even a word. You really have some nerve. Brushing the dust from her clothes, Jiang Qingyun snorted coldly, her high heels pounding so fiercely they seemed poised to break through the floor. You great scoundrel. Fixing her gaze on the trembling Chu Shan, Jiang Qingyun advanced step by heavy step, each footfall resonating with a deep, ominous thud. The sound was terrifying, each step quickening the heartbeat and stirring primal fear. Watching Jiang Qingyun's deliberate approach, Chu Hong found himself utterly incapable of offering any resistance. Had anyone been listening from downstairs, they might not even have had time to voice a complaint. It's been years. Didn't he expect that after losing your cultivation, you'd become so old? Jiang Qingyun's voice was icy, edged with a sharpness that flared as she took in Chu Shan's feeble appearance. After 12 years, it's time we settled our accounts. The next moment, a dark green beer bottle, mottled with impurities, rolled to Jiang Qingyun's feet. Almost instantly, her face registered surprise as she stepped on the bottle and began to lose her balance. Bang! Her once serene face contorted sharply as her eyes widened, the cold floor crashing against her face. Thud! The old stone tile floor emitted a muffled sound as Jiang Qingyun fell face first to the ground. Crack! A sharp noise followed. The floor had broken. Ugh! Seeing Jiang Qingyun suddenly collapse, Chu Hong felt a pang of sympathy. He recalled the time he had tripped over old Deng's beer bottle, which had left a bump on his face. But this time it was far worse. The floor had actually caved in. This seemingly young lady? The floor must have taken quite a hit. Long time no see. You've gotten formidable. You used to be a connoisseur. Now you've turned into a drunkard. Huh? Grimacing with displeasure, Jiang Qingyun's vision darkened as the coldness on her face intensified. Beneath her feet, the floor cracked further, the fractures spider-webbing outward. Drawing a sharp breath from Chu Hong, it was clear the floor had been severely damaged. Chu Sang, honestly, without your dreams, you can't even keep the house in order, can you? Grabbing the beer bottle, she crushed it fiercely, shards scattering across the floor. Before Chu Hong could react, Jiang Qingyun vanished like a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, she seized Chu Shan by the collar. After all these years of playing hide-and-seek, do you think you've been fair to us? Clutching Chu Shan's neck with fierce intensity, Jiang Qingyun gritted his teeth in rage. Perhaps so. Chu Shan turned his head away, the desolation lurking in his eyes now fully revealed. You bastard! You borrowed so much money from me, yet you actually dared to run off without a word. Seeing Chu Shan in such a state, Jiang Qingyun's fury surged uncontrollably. His clenched fist grew cold as ice, and with a brutal punch, he struck Chu Shan's abdomen. Dad? Chu Hong, witnessing the scene, was momentarily unsure whether to intervene. Although he still supported his father in his heart, it was clear that he was no match for his father's old acquaintance. Even if the other party was somewhat weaker than his father in the past, he was likely at the great martial master level, capable of defeating entire streets without difficulty. Moreover, this matter was truly his father's fault. Having been a deadbeat for so long, it couldn't just be let go so easily, right? While Chu Hong hesitated, the battered Chu Shan suddenly spoke. Son, Chu Hong immediately tensed, awaiting his father's command. Eat first. The food's getting cold. You still have the nerve to care about the food. Jiang Qingyun retorted, landing another punch as the chill radiating from him intensified further. Don't worry about me. Hearing his father's voice, the worry on Chu Hong's face gradually dissipated. At this moment, making jokes suggested that his father was confident he wouldn't be beaten to death by his old debtors. Come to think of it, that beautiful lady clearly lent his father a great deal of money. If he were really killed, no one would be there to repay the debt. Returning to the table to continue their meal, the rhythmic sound of punches echoed beside him, each strike carrying a certain aesthetic cadence. If not for the agonized cries of his father, Chu Hong might have thought someone was skillfully handcrafting beef meatballs nearby. Listening to this celestial symphony by his ear, Chu Hong quietly savored his dinner. The moonlight by the window cast its glow upon the two men behind him, the sound of punches solid and firm, like blows against a sandbag. After a while, the noise subsided. Jiang Qingyun, panting heavily, waved his hand casually, healing all the injuries on Chu Shan's body. As the light faded, Jiang Qingyun snorted coldly. I really have to hand it to you, you worthless scoundrel. I beat you up, and then I have to heal your wounds myself. Hearing the voice behind him cease, Chu Hong turned around and looked at the two who had just finished their skirmish. Although it was a one-sided crushing defeat, his father seemed to have successfully completed his mission to vent the anger of this debtor. If you hadn't come, there would have been no need for all this trouble. Chu Shan said, curling his body into a ball. Why are you still coming after me? I'm already a useless man. You still owe me 10 million. That was half of my fortune back then. If I didn't come to collect, you'd think I was doing charity. Banging hard on Chu Shan's head, Jiang Qingyun, fuming, pulled out a well-preserved contract. You damn bastard. This is the bond you signed back then. The money you owe me will be repaid 100-fold. Wait, 100-fold repayment? Chu Hong timidly asked from the side. 100-fold repayment. His father also owed that young lady 10 million. Of course it's 1 billion. Jiang Qingyun snapped back without hesitation, glaring fiercely at Chu Hong. This is adult business. Kids, don't butt in. 1 billion. Chu Hong twitched at the astronomical figure whispered in his ear, almost stiffening with fright. Wasn't he at just 30 million before? How did Dad borrow so much money back then? TSK, you actually look a lot like him. Jiang Qingyun glanced at Chu Hong and teased. Just looks too proper, not half as flamboyant as you were back then. Isn't it normal for a son to resemble his father? Chu Shan snorted, turning his head. Hard to say. After marriage, some people don't even count the biological father of their own child. Jiang Qingyun squinted, speaking darkly. What nonsense are you spouting? We used to love each other very much. It's just Chu Shan's temper flared instantly upon hearing this. It's just that later we had some differences. So Xiao Meng divorced me. That difference is no small matter. Chu Hong thought to himself, surprised to hear news about his mother. By the way, where's Mom now? You wonder how she was doing. So stubborn. Is it really that hard for you to admit that you're old and blind and mistook someone else? Jiang Qingyun teased, then burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. I'm dying laughing. Considering what she did afterward, you really should get a paternity test for your own son. I already did a paternity test. Chu Hong is my son. Chu Shan stiffened his neck, his face flushed red. You did a paternity test behind my back? Chu Hong's eyes widened, surprised that his father was even smarter than he had imagined. He had thought his father was the kind of honest man who wouldn't doubt himself as a fallback husband even after being kicked out by his wife. It sounded like his father's life before marriage was quite eventful. Kids, don't interrupt. By the way, Chu Hong, here as a verification gift from the lady. Jiang Qingyun covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, then tossed a bottle of martialist tempering liquid to Chu Hong. Thank you, Auntie. Seeing this, Chu Hong was at a loss, but took the unexpected gift, sipping the tempering liquid while playing the role of a bystander. He felt this auntie was quite kind, even treating martialist tempering liquid like a beverage to give away. All right. Besides you, no one else really cares now anyway. Seeing Chu Hong settle down, Jiang Qingyun looked back at Chu Shan, narrowing her eyes with a glint of cunning. The ring in her hand shimmered with a pale blue light. With a gentle flick, a photograph materialized in her palm. Forget it, I'll show you something good. A spatial ring. Chu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He expected that the friend his father borrowed money from in the past would possess a spatial ring, an item only a martial sovereign could rightfully own. But what was the meaning of pulling a photograph out from the spatial ring? Could it be an intimate photo of his mother and her nominal new stepfather? Although unlikely. If she really could produce such a thing, his father would surely explode with anger. This is interesting. Time to start enjoying the show. What is this? Chushan looked at the photo Jiang Qingyun suddenly produced, a flicker of wariness rising in his heart. What are you trying to do? Knowing you're a tough nut to crack, I'm showing you something ruthless. Jiang Qingyun said with a sinister smile. This photo was taken by me at Song Xiaoming's request. Come, Chu Hong, have a look too. Hearing Jiang Qingyun call him, Chu Hong was momentarily at a loss. Annie, isn't this inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Don't you want to see your mother as happy moments? Jiang Qingyun beamed, grabbing Chu Hong and pulling him beside Chu Shan. Upon seeing the photo, both father and son were momentarily stunned. In the picture were two figures, one large and one small. The older woman exuded heroic spirit, her confident face adorned with a gentle smile. The younger girl appeared no more than 12, her face a mixture of innocence and a hint of impatience. Chu Hong recognized the elder woman as his mother, but the younger one, Chu Hong's body trembled suddenly. Pointing cautiously at the girl in the photo, he asked, Annie Jiang, that little girl is Mom's adopted daughter, right? She is your half-sister with the same mother. Both of them widened their eyes simultaneously. As the words fell, the pitch-black night sky seemed to split with a thunderclap. Chu Shan's eyelids rolled back instantly, overwhelmed by the shock, and he fainted. When he regained consciousness, Chu Shan opened his eyes. Before him was a familiar ceiling, the plaster peeling off in large patches. The landlord often complained about it, using this as an excuse to raise the rent from time to time. Beneath him lay a familiar bed, its wooden slats prone to unsettling creaks that made him wary of turning over lest he disturbed the stillness. Beside him was a son he scarcely knew. Usually, only Chu Hong was permitted entry to tend to the cleaning. How'd I end up lying here? Gazing around the surroundings, Chu Shan shook his head. It seemed he had just awoken from a dreadful nightmare. In his dream, he saw his wife leave him to start a new family, former classmates demanding debts, and even a harmonious family portrait of his ex-wife and her new household. What a terrifying vision. Thankfully, all of it was but a fabrication. Why are you still sighing at this hour? Noticing Chu Shan's dazed yet suddenly relieved expression, Jiang Qingyun, reclining at the head of the bed on the opposite side, tousled his hair with a faint, elusive smile. Surely you don't think everything you experienced before fainting was merely a nightmare? Hearing Jiang Qingyun's voice, Chu Shan instinctively sprang up from the bed's creaky surface, a cold sweat beating down his back. It was all real. Dad, don't fool yourself anymore. Chu Hong patted Chu Shan on the back, reassuringly. Mom has her own life now. It's perfectly natural that she found someone new to start a blended family. After all, a fine bird chooses its tree. Though even now, he couldn't quite fathom why his mother had taken away half of his father's cultivation. After all, his father, aside from showing off to his disciples at the martial arts hall, had no bad habits. Even after the divorce, he merely drank and ate heartily, never laying eyes on another woman. The only regret was that old Dang indulged in lavish feasts without ever bringing him along, always selfishly eating alone. Ridiculous. That woman actually cheated on me. Strictly speaking, it wasn't infidelity. Seeing Chu Shan's furious demeanor, Jiang Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. Adultery during marriage counts as betrayal. Song Xiaoming is already divorced from the man she left behind. She is now free to love whom she pleases. Chu Hong, standing nearby, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he looked at the little girl in the photo, uncertain how to judge her. When he first transmigrated, he had wondered why he lacked the usual transmigrator-esque staple, a younger sister. Yet, after 18 years in this world, heaven still saw fit to grant him one, albeit a stepsister sharing the same mother but a different father. But this was utterly absurd. One father abandoned his son after dividing cultivation, while the other was a drunken wreck. Both old Dangs were more trouble than they were worth. If this world weren't a high martial realm where nearly everyone could cultivate, he might as well have lived a soap opera-worthy life. So, 60 years from now, you must give that mother of yours a thorough beating, and your so-called sister too. Anyone who dares to stand in your way gets the same treatment. Oh, and your stepfather? Better slap him to death and scatter his ashes on your father's grave. Chu Shan's tone was urgent, prompting Chu Hong to gently push his father aside. Don't rush to settle affairs just yet. That stepsister of mine, well, genetically speaking, she is my sister's daughter's father. Cough, cough. Chu Hong emphasized this point. His mother had merely added a new accessory. He and T even accepted the man as a stepfather, yet his true father was already presuming too much. When one is speechless to this degree, the impulse to leap out the window is quite real. Jiang Qingyun retorted, mimicking a strike to Chu Shan's chest. You never know. It could be an accessory too. When the time is right, just unleash the independent spirit. The man's cultivation will be halved. Ah, why don't I have such a convenient ability? Yes, exactly. Chu Shan finally came to his senses. That man is just as unlucky. Glad you understand. Zhu Hong sighed. He himself was still bewildered by the arrival of his stepsister, now forced to manage his father's emotions. Enough about who's unlucky. At this rate, you're all just big fools. Jiang Qingyun concluded, pitying him. Beast. You'd better forget about Xiaoming. That grudge can't be settled. Why not? Chu Shan shook the bed frame, veins bulging on his clenched fist. Your ex-wife has already become a martial emperor, now advancing toward martial saint. Trimming his fingernails with casual patience, Jiang Qingyun remarked nonchalantly, I'm only looking out for you. If you truly sought revenge or uttered anything detrimental against a martial emperor, you might never even recover your principle. Martial emperor? Impossible. Hearing Jiang Qingyun's words, Chu Shan was aghast. Though Song Xiaoming had stolen half his cultivation and aptitude, cultivation couldn't he possibly advance so rapidly. Chu Hong, watching the drama unfold, clicked his tongue. It shouldn't be this way. The path of martial arts begins with martial artists, then junior and senior masters, followed by the long journey through Zone, Zun, King, Emperor, Saint, and God. Even if Mom had half of Dad's cultivation, after 12 years she might barely reach martial king. How could she be a martial emperor already? Your wife's fortune is extraordinary. Shortly after dividing cultivation and fleeing, she obtained a rare opportunity on the battlefield of myriad races. Jiang Qingyun mused, envy shining in his eyes. An unexplored foreign land, rumored to house a transformative ancient tree. Just one bite, TSK. What happened? Chu Shan leaned in, curious. It cleansed the muscles and marrow, granting her a martial bone. Impossible. Chu Shan was stunned, feeling as if the principles of martial cultivation had been overturned. Martial bones are innate. One's birth determines whether they possess them. How could there be postnatal awakening? Yet reality spoke louder than reason. Your ex-wife not only gained a martial bone, but the legendary supreme bone. The world's foremost martial bone? That's extraordinary. Zhu Hong, bringing a cup of hot tea from the living room, elaborated. The supreme bone is a peerless talent, unparalleled through the ages. The first martial prodigy of humanity was born with the supreme bone and single-handedly shattered the invading foreign beasts within the Huaxiao realm, paving humanity's way to the battlefield of myriad races. Never imagined Mom was so formidable, possessing the same supreme bone as the martial supreme. That makes revenge seem rather futile. Is it still possible to return her now? So, Chu Shan shouted, as if resolute. This grudge, better left unavenged. Chu Shan smiled bitterly, resting a hand on Chu Hong's shoulder. You just need to help me repay the debts I owe my friends. Debt inherited from father? Chu Shan, you at least show some manly responsibility. Jiang Qingyun sipped his tea and suddenly asked, but I don't mind. Little Chu Hong, what is your opinion? Father Chu Hong was moved. Then, with a powerful grip, he seized Chu Shan's collar. Are you joking? 1 billion. When you borrowed the money, you promised to repay 100-fold. Can you even manage that? Even gambling on joy beans doesn't multiply as fast as you. So, calm down. Chu Shan quickly waved his hand, trying to awaken the scant filial piety in Chu Hong. 1 billion is nothing. Grit your teeth. It could be repaid in a century or two. Just bear with it. Actually, it's not 1 billion. That principle was from 12 years ago. Jiang Qingyun drained his tea and slammed the contract down between them. You still owe 12 years interest, plus compensation for the mental anguish of secretly fleeing. Huh? Father and son stiffened and turned to Jiang Qingyun, their faces twisting in identical expressions. So now you owe 5 billion. Boom! There was a thunderous sound as Chu Hong collapsed to the ground. Chu Shan adopted a desperate, all-or-nothing stance, fiercely grabbing Jiang Qingyun's collar. Chu Shan puli ao set stili, resorting to the emotional appeal. Qingyun, only 12 years. 5-fold interest? We've grown up together. How could you possibly lend me money at usurious rates? Do you not take inflation into account? Jiang Qingyun narrowed his eyes and, with a swift motion, hoisted Chu Shan up by the arm. Faced with the overwhelming might of a martial king, Chu Shan was utterly powerless to resist even slightly. Nearly 40 years. The cost of living back then is incomparable to now. Damn it. The money I lent you was originally intended for my breakthrough to the 7th grade martial ancestor. I gave you half my fortune so you could seek medical treatment, and yet you simply vanished? How can you justify that to me? A biting cold wind swept through the room as Jiang Qingyun's face contorted with rage. Seeing this, Chu Hong hurriedly spoke up. Calm down. Aunt Jiang, debts vanish with death. If I do not inherit my father's estate after his passing, then your money will truly be lost. My father's life is cheap. There's no need to exact vengeance on him for 50 billion. Umph. Jiang Qingyun snorted coldly and tossed Chu Shan onto the floor like a mere chick. Straightening his crumpled collar, Jiang Qingyun lowered his head and sneered at Chu Shan. In any case, not a single cent of that 50 billion will be forgiven. You figured out yourself. With a creak, Jiang Qingyun strode out of the bedroom, leaving father and son staring at each other in stunned silence. Dad, Zhu Hong Sai, I have done all I can. If it comes to it, maybe we should sever our father-son relationship. He never imagined that simply registering for a qualification certificate at the Martial Artists Association would result in such a fiasco. Had he known, he would have stayed quietly at home. It's fine. With effort, I'll repay it all, Chu Shan declared as he gathered himself and stood up again. Dad? Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Could his father possibly have a way to repay the debt? Chu Shan pushed open the door. We're running away tonight. This time, far away, northeast. Well, it seems running away is inevitable, Chu Hong muttered helplessly. Looks like I want to be able to take the martial exam after all. After all these years of studying, I want to even get a diploma because of running away. At that moment, Jiang Qingyun's mocking voice echoed from the living room. What? Already thinking of running away so soon? Qingyun? Chu Shan's expression stiffened. You haven't left yet? Upon hearing Jiang Qingyun's voice from the living room, Chu Hong also peeked out, curious about the situation. Dressed in a silver blue gown, Jiang Qingyun sat gracefully on the sofa, moonlight gently cascading down, quietly reflecting off the teacup in her hands. Only upon seeing the freshly poured tea inside did Chu Hong realize that Aunt Jiang had not left the bedroom merely to go out, but simply came to the living room to pour a cup of tea. But his father was in a sorry state, just stepping out the door to announce plans to flee, and coincidentally overheard by the creditor. When your ex-wife left, she should be only taken half your cultivation, right? Why does it feel like all these years you haven't seen her, and, as a man, your backbone was taken as well? Gently swirling the teacup in her hand, its delicate shape elegant under the moonlight, Jiang Qingyun shook her head, the disappointment in her eyes impossible to conceal. Who knows? Chu Shan smiled bitterly and sat decisively on the sofa. I used to think I could do anything, but now, without cultivation, it feels like I have nothing left. Perhaps my dignity was long ago divided and taken along with the divorce. That really treats Mom's soul as if it were some sort of conceptual deity. Chu Hong grumbled inwardly, then joined his father on the sofa. Enough, I get it, Chu Shan said, pouring tea into a fresh cup. I'll repay the debt properly, but don't expect me to pay back much. I'm just a mortal now. My abilities are limited. It's fine. The Martial King's lifespan spans 3,000 years. If I'm lucky enough not to die on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, it'll be enough for your Chu family to pay off debts for 10 generations to come. Born already burdened with 50 billion in debt, that is quite something. Chu Hong muttered, feeling the weight of the pressure. Dad, why don't you have a few more kids to lighten my burden? Nonsense. Chu Shan rapped hard on Chu Hong's head. What if I encounter another ruthless woman like your mother? She took half my cultivation and nearly my life. If she did it again, I'd be pushing up daisies. Since having been betrayed by a woman this time, he now feared women so much that he even dared only to rent from male landlords. Beautiful women are the most dangerous. You're trying to push your old man into the fire pit. Hearing Chu Shan's words, Jiang Qingyun chuckled softly. That's just the saying. Once bitten by a snake, you fear even the rope. But this theory is a bit odd, because your mother's soul was so unique. There is practically no other like her. So using that as a reason to refuse remarriage makes you look a bit foolish. Could it be that independent spirit can split a partner's IQ in half too? Chu Hong asked, pulling out a photo to add fuel to the fire. But then again, if anyone hears marrying you means inheriting 50 billion in debt, they probably wouldn't even dare breathe the same air. You little brat. Chu Shan's face darkened as he sipped his tea silently. Don't mix tea with alcohol, Jiang Qingyun warned, swirling her cup. Your mind really is out of it. Your soul is dashing spirit. I thought without leisure dream, you'd hold on to the hope that the next time would be better. Oh, hearing that his father's soul was such a topic, Chu Hong's curiosity was piqued. What effect does Dad's soul have? When bound to a girl who likes him, it can boost his cultivation speed according to her affection. Dad initially wanted to bind to 10,000 beautiful women, but ended up with only 87 before your mother forced all the contracts to be undone. Oh, Nimilan, Zhu Hong Sai. Dad, you should be able to use your soul to gain aptitude and continue cultivating, right? No, I can't. Chu Shan blew air through his nose as he sipped tea. My problem lies in my meridians and dantian. I can't retain my vital energy. No matter how fast I cultivate, the energy just leaks out. Chu Shan sighed and sat back in the sofa, withdrawing into himself. He had chosen to purchase the life-reversing fruit after discovering that even after losing cultivation, his vital energy was still draining uncontrollably, like a leaky funnel that could never be sealed. With such a constitution, even if he could cultivate, his body's energy would leak faster than it could accumulate. So he gave up and resigned himself to lying flat. At least some physical strength remained, slightly better than an ordinary martial artist, enough to do manual labor and earn some money for food and drink. Moreover, entering into new contracts with other women meant responsibility for them. Chu Shan then righteously justified himself. With my physical condition, I simply don't have the capacity to bear such responsibility. Finding another woman now would only harm her. Besides, women are no longer trustworthy. All right, I'll give you credit for responsibility. Chu Hong rolled his eyes at his father, disregarding the old man's theory of duty. He could tell that Dad didn't refuse remarriage out of unwillingness, but because he felt uncompetitive in the market. Plus, due to Mom, he had developed a deep-seated fear of women. But that was understandable. He himself also had some aversion to marriage, since those in the know understood. Independent spirit was indeed terrifying. Although Dad was divorced, burdened with debt, physically weak, drinking himself into ruin, and raising a child alone, his appearance was still passable. If he tried to live off his looks, it wouldn't be too difficult. But what about the money? 50 billion. You couldn't pay it off even if you sold yourself. The most worthless thing in this world is a sense of responsibility without ability, Jiang Qingyun said bluntly, following Chu Hong's train of thought, even using her fingers to gesture twice. You can make about 50 cheap cans worth 1,000 yuan. Don't belittle my dad so much. A roar thundered within Chu Hong's heart, yet he found himself utterly speechless. No matter how worthless the canned goods were, surely they wouldn't resort to using human flesh to make them, would they? Unless they intended to sell them to the myriad races. Qingyun, speak plainly. Chu Shan met Jiang Qingyun's gaze directly and sighed. You and want me to shoulder this debt indefinitely. I know the rules. What rules? Zhu Hong, caught between the two, felt like an outsider, wearing a perpetually baffled expression. Yet hearing that father had a way to repay the loan. Did that mean he might be saved? Repaying debt through labor, just like before. When I lent your father money, I made him run errands, Jiang Qingyun explained, producing a tally counter. This is truly troublesome. Even if I don't raise the interest, 50 billion is no small sum. How much work must you do to clear the debt owed to me? Jiang Qingyun pondered before continuing. Next month, Jiangnan Province and Jiangbei Province will hold a grand martial arts competition for candidates. Chu Hong, you'll enter the preliminary round. What? A grand martial arts competition? Chu Hong asked, curiosity piqued. The North-South Martial Contest, a large-scale interprovincial competition. Regardless of rank, there are rewards. Jiang Qingyun patiently explained in response to Chu Hong's questions. At present, only our Jiangnan and Jiangbei provinces are participating. So you want me to compete and secure a ranking? Chu Hong nodded, understanding Jiang Qingyun's intent. It seems father's old friends aren't so bad after all, introducing him to such major events. Is there a spiritual artifact among the prizes that Aunt Jiang desires? You want me to seize it? Absolutely not. Jiang Qingyun set down his teacup and spoke solemnly. Rest assured, I know your skills are embarrassingly poor. Just entering the main event would be a walkover. Each city has only 20 slots, and you don't even qualify to compete for one. The competition features 9th-rank warriors and even martial masters, far beyond the reach of a 2nd-rank warrior like you. If you go, a single aftershock from others might cripple you. I only want you to gain experience in the preliminaries, not to commit suicide. Jiang Qingyun's rapid-fire explanation left Chu Hong speechless. All right, so he overestimates me. Chu Hong thought. Jiang Qingyun had no intention of letting him actually fight. So what do you want me to do? The 5 top schools in Jianghai City would never settle for just 20 slots. Unsurprisingly, during the preliminaries, these schools will recall all their special recruits taken from Chiang City to compete for the North-South Martial Contest slots. Jiang Qingyun put down his teacup and stretched lazily, breaking a long silence. No way. These guys have no shame? Chu Hong snapped to his feet in anger upon hearing Jiang Qingyun's words. Jianghai City has access to the best resources every year, but now they're even fighting for competition slots in Chiang City? That is utterly disgraceful. Winner takes all. That's just how it is. Jiang Qingyun shrugged and pulled out a sheet of paper. This is the Martial Education Bureau's approval from Tungwu City in Jiangbei Province. Their high schools also want to grab slots from other prefecture-level cities. Chu Hong hurriedly took the paper, scrutinizing it carefully. At the bottom, the glaring red text vetoing approval, though harsh, oddly gave him a sense of security. After all, I lack humanity, so I didn't approve it, Jiang Qingyun said, his tone stretching out. However, Jiangnan Province might be different. since I've banned cross-provincial recruitment in Jiangbei. Formal approval is difficult to secure. But Jiangnan? Not necessarily. Jiangnan? Chu Hong blurted out, goosebumps rising on his skin. Exactly. Theoretically, there's room to maneuver. Jiang Qingyan nodded, bouncing lightly on the sofa like an energetic girl ready for entertainment. How many slots might they claim? 36. The number of cross-provincial recruits, Jiang Qingyun replied coldly. They don't even have enough for themselves. They probably intend to take them all. This is bad. Chu Hong exhaled deeply, competing in a local selection, but facing opponents who've gone to other cities for advanced training and then returned to vie for slots. 3 years ago, they were deemed the best talents. They've enjoyed top-tier resources and education in the provincial capital for 3 years. Can I really stand a chance against them? So I negotiated with the local Martial Education Bureau director to change the selection method to a super survival battle within the region. Jiang Qingyan finished, attaching a camera to Chu Hong's head. It has a transmitter. I discovered one special recruit who seems to be your elementary school classmate. When the time comes, you'll surrender with a bunch of logistical supplies, follow them closely, be responsible for boiling water, cooking, and other support tasks, pretending to defect while gathering intelligence. Use the transmitter to provide real-time updates to other students from your city. The competition is in 20 days. For every opponent eliminated, you earn 500,000. Quite a bargain. 500,000 per person? What if I defeat the other side? A flicker of fighting spirit surged in Chu Hong's eyes. If you have 20 days, you might have 2 or even 3 enlightenment sessions. With sufficient resources, catching up to the lowest tier students is not impossible. If you manage to defeat them, though unlikely, you'd get 1 million. Deal? Understood. Chu Hong nodded, brimming with anticipation for the upcoming preliminaries. Seeing Chu Hong's renewed vigor, Jiang Qingyun smiled contentedly. This kid finally has half the fighting spirit his father once had. He seems moldable, though I don't expect him to win. Having confidence is a good thing. Then work hard. I won't bother you further. Jiang Qingyun set down the teacup and, before leaving, cast a lingering glance at Chu Shan. If you, big bastard Chu, leave, the debt will double. Got it. I won't run away again. Chu Shan grunted, avoiding Jiang Qingyun's gaze. Well then, goodbye. Remember to be a good undercover agent. Got it. Waving farewell to Jiang Qingyun, Chu Hong's heart ignited with fervor. He refused to be some water-boiling, signal-sending lackey. He would overturn all those beggars who returned to Xiang City. Watching Jiang Qingyun depart, Chu Hong sighed as he looked at the ice cubes melting on the floor and the scratched paint on the wall behind him. In just one dinner's time, the family debt has reached 50 small targets, making money truly isn't easy. Finally, Jiang Qingyun was gone, observing the silver-blue figure receding into the distance. Chu Shan felt a lingering unease. After all these years on the run, he had still been discovered. Indeed, mixing in this world demands repayment. Only the amount owed far exceeded his expectations. 12 years of debt collection, with interest multiplied 500-fold, had made him one of the more formidable debtors. Son, since things have come to this, come sit down. Ending the unpleasant conversation, Chu Shan took a seat at the dining table, gesturing for Chu Hong to sit opposite him. Who would have thought that while I was away for a short trip, you become a second-rank warrior? Slowly uncorking a bottle of wine, Chu Shan savored it deliberately. Father. Chu Hong sat down opposite Chu Shan, unsure how to explain. His teacher had told him that his soul was a late bloomer. Suddenly becoming a second-rank warrior was not easily explained. Yet admitting to having 2 souls was even more complicated. After all, according to current martial beliefs, humans can only possess 1 soul. Having 2 souls meant he could not be human. If you don't want to say, then don't. Before Chu Hong could speak, Chu Shan laughed. It seems my son is even more accomplished than I had imagined. Who knows, he might just have a chance to help me repay the 5 billion debt in full. Chu Shan muttered to himself as he poured a glass of wine and pushed it toward Chu Hong. This was the first time the old man had shared his own wine with Chu Hong. Although I, as a father, have failed to fulfill my responsibilities over these past 10 years, Chu Shan lifted his head, and a glimmer of light flickered in his murky, stagnant eyes. I still have the ability to offer my son a drink. Chu Hong took a deep breath and said, I have 2. Your soul has 2 abilities? Got it. Chu Shan smiled softly, clinking his wine glass against the one on the table. Ding! The ceramic cups chimed clearly as Chu Shan raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Good things don't need to be hidden. No one cares anyway, but it's wise to keep some cards close to your chest. After all, one must always leave oneself a way out. As Chu Shan spoke, his left and right brain began to wrestle with each other. In the end, Chu Hong heard his father sigh deeply, especially the soul. After all, it symbolizes a warrior's inner self. To analyze a person's soul is to grasp their weaknesses. As for your second ability, just keep it buried deep inside you. I understand, Chu Hong said, emptying his glass as well. That's good to hear, Chu Shan replied, regaining his spirits. Now, let us talk about how you plan to make money in a little over 20 days. Chu Shan spoke, finally engaging in a heartfelt conversation with Chu Hong after a long time. I'm helping you repay your old man's debt, all right? Chu Hong narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of disdain toward his father. In his youth, he had encountered unfortunate people. His mother had taken the money and run. In middle age, his cultivation was shattered, creditors came knocking, and he was burdened with a 5 billion debt. Now, undeniably, the heavens had fallen on him from the very start. It's all right, I know Qin Yun's character. That guy definitely won rush you. Chu Shan patted his chest confidently. She just wants free labor. I used to run errands for her often. We're on good terms. Back then, it was thanks to her that I met your mother. Cough, cough. I don't think she meant any harm. That doesn't sound like a very good relationship, Chu Hong remarked with a slight sneer. Introducing his father to his mother's good friend. Was it meant to help or to take revenge? Hard to say. Who could have imagined that your mother would turn out like this? Chu Shan composed himself and emphasized, a woman with the heart of a martial artist sacrifices the small family for the greater good. A divine being. Chu Hong rolled his eyes at his father. Hearing that his ex-wife had become a martial emperor now, he didn't even dare to curse. Although his mother now bore the supreme bone, well, she probably didn't spare the countless tribes she slaughtered on the battlefield of the myriad races. To the world, she indeed deserved to be called someone who sacrificed the small family for the greater good. It was just that the sacrifice of their small family, in order to protect the lights of myriad homes, was rather tragic. He was truly a loss. Could it be that, in this world, brute strength could overshadow personal flaws? By the way, Dad, do you have any useful cultivation techniques I could learn? My Dragon Tiger 3 Absolutes is already perfected, and now I need to cultivate more advanced skills. Chu Hong said as his body rumbled, emitting the roaring sounds of dragons and tigers, demonstrating that his martial arts had reached perfection. What? You've perfected it. Chu Shan was slightly surprised upon hearing that Chu Hong had brought the Dragon Tiger 3 Absolutes to completion. If one could perfect these 3 complementary martial arts, back in their day, it would have earned them a direct special admission to the military academy. He hadn't expected Chu Hong to have completed them already. He clearly remembered that last month, Chu Hong hadn't yet mastered them. The credit goes to the soul, Chu Hong reminded him. In any case, I hope you, Dad, can bring out all your signature skills, especially fire attribute martial arts. The more advanced, the better, Chu Hong said, his expression growing serious. From what I understand, many martial exam candidates now learn ice attribute martial arts to gain an edge in the exams. I even fought a student from number 1 high school this afternoon. But that guy's personality is a bit extreme, so he's not really a good reference. However, I heard the genius class at number 1 also trains in ice-based martial arts. Fought. Did you win? Won. Well done, son. You make your old man proud. Chu Shan struck a victorious pose, looking spirited. The opponent suppressed his cultivation and held back, Chu Hong said dryly. As if it were Chu Shan who had gone to fight. Doesn't that prove I'm raising you well? Chu Shan said with pride. Chu Hong sighed. Zat, be serious. Fire attribute martial arts. Do you have any? Yes, but it's what your mother used to cultivate. Chu Shan said as he went to the bedroom, rummaged around for a while, and pulled out a book from the honeymoon photo album he and his wife once kept. B-rank martial art flame fire technique. Since you want to practice it, inherit your mother's legacy. Just don't be as scheming as she was, tricking young girls. I'm not that boring. Chu Hong retorted with a dark expression, then looked at the martial art in curiosity and asked, but Dad, why do you still keep this? I thought you'd have thrown it away. I heard some strong warriors can use curses. Chu Shan gestured into the air seriously. Who knows? It might come in handy someday. Maybe even to curse your mother. Besides, a B-rank martial art costs at least 50,000 to learn, you know? This is a hidden reserve resource for when I'm at my wit's end. Cut down on the TV, Chu Hong muttered, bowing his head and began reading flame fire technique to pass the time. But switching martial arts is a test of great perseverance. Are you sure, son? Chu Shan turned to ask again. I have to switch, don't I? Chu Hong looked up with determination. I've already fully comprehended the essentials of Dragon Tiger technique. Even if I switch, I won't lose the skills I acquired. This isn't a lie. Ever since the Heavenly Dao enlightenment, I can emit the roar of dragons and tigers even without using the Dragon Tiger technique. The most valuable part of the Dragon Tiger 3 Absolutes is the roaring sound after perfection. If I can still perform it after switching, the benefits will definitely outweigh the drawbacks. And I'm certainly not going to face the martial exam as a counter specialist. Otherwise, if my opponent has an ice spike on the left and a cold wind on the right, shivering in a freezing wind, wouldn't I'd be done for? So instead of being countered, it's better to take the initiative to counter others. After all, Dragon Tiger technique can't counter me, so it's a guaranteed win. Just make sure you keep things balanced. Chu Shan grumbled, feeling that his son was quite bold. Less than 100 days from the martial exam, and he still dared to switch to another martial art. He was genuinely curious about how powerful his son's second ability was. Could it be martial arts specialization? Oh, Dad, yesterday, while in a foreign land, I fought with the red tiger and comprehended a blade technique. Zhu Hong, reading flame fire technique as he gradually walked into the living room, recalled the self-created martial art he had learned earlier, the Tiger Roar Blade. He had originally wanted to name it Tiger Howl Slash, but since the name had already been patented by the Fierce Tiger sect, he reluctantly changed it. Can I release this self-created martial art and use it to exchange for? Before Chu Hong could finish, Chu Shan, who had heard of his son comprehending a martial art, grasped his shoulder firmly. Are you sure you created a martial art in battle? That is something even martial ancestors might not achieve. To create a martial art means you are at least a martial arts expert immersed for decades. No matter how strong your son's soul is, creating a martial art is impossible. Dad, seeing Chu Shan's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Chu Hong smiled faintly, picked up a wooden sword used for decoration at home, and pointed toward the door outside as he spoke. How about I take you outside right now and give you a demonstration? Now, are you sure? Observing Chu Hong's confident demeanor, Chu Shan raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that Chu Hong could create his own martial art. Although it was commendable that Chu Hong had confidence in himself, inventing a martial art was no trivial matter. While he himself had been a handsome and accomplished martial artist in his youth, he would never guarantee that he could develop an original martial art. In today's Shinkong martial world, creating a martial art involves the circulation of qi and blood, the meridians and the spirit. If any one of these elements falters, the technique cannot be executed, rendering the cultivation method useless. Developing a martial art requires not only time and refinement, but also elusive inspiration. If defeating a monster beast could spark the creation of a martial art, then the exotic beasts would have long been wiped out. Moreover, the greater issue is that the development of a martial art often demands tremendous sacrifice. Countless individuals have gone mad or suffered shattered tendons and meridians in the process. Every martial art's creation exacts an extraordinary toll, which is why most martial artists today rely on techniques developed by past masters. Imitating predecessors and following established paths is the safest and wisest course in martial cultivation. If possible, he would rather Chu Hong steer clear of these strange endeavors. After all, he knew his own son well. He had tested Chu Hong's aptitude when he was 7. Chu Hong's talent was better than average, but not by much, neither outstanding nor mediocre. Without resources, he would at best be an upper middle tier among ordinary people. With such talent, creating a martial art was nothing but a fool's dream. Even the most powerful soul effects have their limits. Son, let me tell you, just because you can swing a blade and kill a monster beast doesn't mean you've developed a martial art. Placing his hands on Chu Hong's shoulders, Chu San spoke out set stili. Don't buy into those TV shows about creating martial arts. They're all fiction. Many scriptwriters and directors have never practiced martial arts. They don't understand the martial path. You see, what does TV have to do with this? Chu Hong was utterly baffled, sensing his father was overthinking again. Science has proven that the current martial arts system is highly scientific, and today, as martial artists no longer need to create their own styles. So, stop fiddling with these pointless things, and just buy a cultivation method to train properly. That requires money, though. Chu Hong rolled his eyes at Chu Shan. They currently owed 5 billion yuan in debt. Forget buying martial arts. They would have to worry about Jiang Qingyun coming to collect, even if they just bought a cabbage. I never intended to create a martial art. This technique was something I happened to grasp. Let me show you to see if it's worth selling. Martial arts aren't as simple as you think. Learning some half-baked skill and hoping to sell it? Why don't you just fly to the heavens? Though skeptical, Chu Shan obediently followed Chu Hong downstairs. After all, a father should show some respect to his son's pride. Otherwise, it might shake Chu Hong's confidence in martial training. Downstairs, Chu Hong picked up a wooden sword, and his qi and blood gradually spread along the blade. Dad, cover your ears. Watch my sword technique. Does it look good? In an instant, the blade vibrated, qi and blood roaring like a fierce tiger. Roar! The boiling qi stirred a wave of energy. The bushes beneath the community trembled, and the dust accumulated on the leaves throughout the day was shaken to the ground. For a moment, countless lights flickered on, and shouts and curses echoed endlessly within the neighborhood. Who is it, setting off firecrackers at night? Such a lack of public decency. As the energy wave dissipated and the ringing in the ears subsided, Chu Shan watched his son's concentrated strike, swallowing a non-existent droplet of saliva. Even his breath trembled along with the cicadas disturbed nearby. So, let us go quickly, or we'll have to pay for disturbing the neighbors. With quick reflexes, Chu Shan pulled Chu Hong away, his legs moving swiftly as he took the lead with 3 steps merged into 2. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily. Listening to the complaints from the neighbors outside, both men felt a lingering unease. So, I know you want to impress your old man, but your martial art makes such a racket. You should have warned me first. If we get caught, the compensation 1 TB small. Oops, I forgot I'm not in the exotic realm anymore. I subconsciously made too much noise. Chu Hong raised his hands in surrender. He had wanted to unleash his martial art at full power to make it clear to his father. He had simply forgotten it was nighttime, and the noise would easily disturb the neighbors. Luckily, his father reacted quickly. Otherwise, they might have been caught red-handed for disturbing the peace. But Dad, what do you think? Does my self-created martial art pass muster? Looking at Chu Hong's expression, Chu Shan was helpless. Pass muster? It's absolutely excellent. Although the power of the sword technique was a bit weak, its functionality was quite remarkable. It combined a spiritual roar that caused vibrations and seemed to generate an expanding energy wave, though the effect might be diminished against a wary opponent in outdoor combat. It could take them by surprise. The only drawback was that it couldn't unleash energy at a distance. It was clearly geared toward close-quarters combat. But as a novice martial artist, Chu Hong's skill was already impressive. Most martial artists capable of creating practical martial arts were grandmasters or higher. Chu Hong's self-created art actually had some merit. Son, your martial art is fantastic. Patting Chu Hong's shoulder, Chu Shan encouraged him. It feels like a C-class martial art already. It might even sell for 5,000 on the market. Only C-class? That probably 1T sell well. Hearing his father's praise, Chu Hong felt a headache coming on. C-class wasn't nearly enough to make money. The majority of martial artists cultivated C-class arts. And when something becomes too common, it loses market competitiveness. They were burdened with debts totaling 5 billion yuan. And a single self-created C-class martial art would turn their fortunes around. I'm not in a hurry to repay it. What are you worried about? Patting Chu Hong et Saudo, Chu San stipet forward. In the martial world, strength is paramount. Once you have strength, forget about exchanging it for money. Others will be fighting to give you money. Train hard. A mere 5 billion is nothing. At my peak, I was a man worth 80 million. When you reach the ranks of martial ancestor or martial sovereign, this money will naturally be paid off. Oh, and it's best not to look for a partner until the debt is cleared. Of course, I'm not going to force those who love me to share my debts. Chu Hong agreed. Being in debt and courting someone would only bring harm. You foolish boy. Chu Shan glared at Chu Hong, frustrated by his stubbornness. I just don't want you to rack up another debt before this 5 billion is even paid off. Chu Hong remained silent, realizing his father's mindset had not fundamentally changed. You focus on your training. I'll go find some high-paying jobs outside, Chu Shan said, pulling out his phone to search for well-paying work. By the way, be careful when you go to the exotic realm. There may be ruthless rookie hunters who kill without hesitation, involved in black market dealings. Be prepared to kill. I've already killed. Huh? Hearing Chu Hong's reply, Chu Shan paused, glancing up at him. Chu Hong's expression was calm, as if declaring he had already finished his homework. Was that yesterday or today? Yesterday. That fellow's head rolled with a soft thud to my feet. Not bad, kid. Truly worthy of being my son. Such a brave heart. Chu Shan chuckled lightly and casually closed the bedroom door. Early the next morning, Chu Shan boarded the engineering vehicle headed toward the district's city construction site. Meanwhile, Chu Hong began preparing for the upcoming martial competition between the northern and southern regions. After 5 consecutive days of hunting demonic beasts in the foreign lands, Chu Hong not only gathered a considerable number of spiritual items, but also completed the retraining of his flame art technique. For reasons unknown, Chu Hong had yet to encounter any so-called rookie hunters again. Perhaps it was because he ventured into the rookie catacombs, where most martial artists were below 3rd rank. So no one dared to challenge this formidable adversary. Concluding his 5-day expedition in the exotic realm, Chu Hong emerged refreshed and clear-headed, clutching 40,000 huaxia coins earned through his efforts, which he used to purchase plenty of cultivation resources. Among them was the fiery fruit, a spiritual item that would accelerate his mastery of fire-based cultivation techniques. With a proper initiation, he should be able to swiftly advance to proficiency, and who knew, perhaps even leap to grand mastery. That afternoon, Chu Hong arrived at the park and commenced his training of the flame art technique. Flames erupted from his clenched fists, accompanied by the roaring sounds of dragons and tigers resonating through his sinews and bones. With a thought, the flames in his palms gradually took shape alongside the internal sounds into a vividly lifelike tiger's head. Break! A punch struck the wooden training dummy, which, originally incredibly sturdy, instantly exploded under Chu Hong's fiery fists, reduced to a pile of burning charcoal. Perfect. Chu Hong felt immense satisfaction, deeply pleased with his retrained flame art technique. If he were to face Chu Qiu, who had previously suppressed his cultivation, he was confident he could bring him down within 10 moves. However, contending with a fully victorious Chu Qiu was another matter altogether. He doubted he could withstand the aftershocks of such a battle. As Chu Hong basked in the power of his newly acquired technique, a figure slowly approached. Bang! A rough hand suddenly landed on Chu Hong's back. Who? The unexpected heavy hand made Chu Hong's heart skip a beat. The stranger had reached behind him without a single sound of footsteps. He recalled not having provoked anyone recently. Could it be Chu Qiu coming to trouble him again? Finally found you, young man, patting Chu Hong's sturdy back. Mu Yinshan's grim face broke into a smile. At last, for 7 days, I have waited every night in this park just for you. Finally, I can pass on my treasured martial art to you. Sir? Chu Hong turned his head awkwardly, uncertain. Are you looking for me? Young man. Mu Yinshan inhaled deeply and declared, I see your extraordinary bone structure. Would you like to learn my unique secret technique? The B-rank martial art, Dragon Path Fist. What is that? Upon hearing Mu Yinshan's words, Chu Hong quickly stepped back, suspecting his ears had deceived him. Had he misheard? Was there a martial revolution outside during his 5 days in the catacombs? Were B-rank martial arts now so common that any uncle strolling through the park could teach them? Chu Hong had a fair idea of his own bone structure. If he truly possessed exceptional martial talent, he wouldn't be training at 6th high school. His mother might claim to have extraordinary bones. After all, Aunt Jiang said his mother had defied fate in the foreign lands, acquiring supreme bones, which was indeed remarkable, even terrifying. But as for himself, he hadn't encountered any unusual experiences recently in the exotic realm, nor consumed any spirit items that could alter his muscles and bones. Thus, extraordinary bone structure seemed utterly unrelated. Anyone making such a claim was either blind or deceitful. Sir, are you sure this is a B-rank martial art? Not a D-rank. Chu Hong tilted his head, wanting to confirm he hadn't misheard. Because of the Jiangnan accent, D and B could be easily confused. Although a D-rank martial art was useless to him, at least that would prove the man wasn't lying. Mu Yinshan was annoyed by the polite dismissal. You doubt me. Seeing Chu Hong's disbelief nearly spilling from his eyes, Mu Yinshan flared his nostrils and huffed. I am the vice principal of a renowned high school in our city. A 3rd-rank martial sovereign. If I say it's a B-rank martial art, naturally I will teach you a B-rank martial art. With that, Mu Yinshan no longer concealed his aura. The might of a martial sovereign revealed itself unmistakably. Martial sovereign? Feeling Mu Yinshan's aura, Chu Hong's expression turned puzzled. The aura felt weak, less than 1/10 of the oppressive force Aunt Jiang Qingyun displayed when she once revealed her power in their home. At that moment, although Aunt Jiang only showed her pressure briefly, Chu Hong felt as if his entire meridians were about to hemorrhage from fright. Yet this man's aura felt moderate, even enough to make him yawn. However, the gust generated by the pressure was stronger than Aunt Jiang's. It seemed Aunt Jiang had been quite considerate toward his father that day. After striking him so many times, even the aura she emitted was restrained. No wonder his father was confident he wouldn't be killed. If Aunt Jiang truly intended to kill him, a mere glare would shatter his meridians. Well done, kid. To remain calm and composed before a martial sovereign like me. I knew I wasn't mistaken in you. Seeing Chu Hong meet his pressure without fear and instead wear a thoughtful expression, Mu Yinshan's admiration grew. Truly worthy of the young man, I recognized at a glance from his silhouette. Undaunted, even as mountains crumble before him. Steadfast. That vice, cough cough. The principal of the school where I teach is away, so just call me Principal Mu. Mu Yinshan cleared his throat, and Chu Hong immediately understood. All right, Principal Mu, may I ask at which high school you work? That is not necessary. Mu Yinshan waved his hand and produced his unique manual. I'm not teaching you martial arts to boast about my own prowess, but because I think it would be a pity for someone like you not to acquire a proper martial art. Mainly, the 6th high school where I currently teach is too shabby. I'm afraid it would scare you off. After all, the high school I work at is the 2nd strongest among the 9 major schools in Xi'an City, just behind the top-ranked 3rd high school. The reputation for teaching there is well known, and if students heard about this, even if I wanted to teach you, they might not dare to learn from me. Talent? Hearing Mu Yinshan call him talented, Chu Hong was somewhat puzzled. Although he was already a 3rd-rank martial artist, in the key high schools such as First High, Yiding, and Xinlan, he wouldn't even be considered a super soldier. Judging by the confident aura emanating from Principal Mu, he must be one of the vice principals of those 3 schools. Could Principal Mu be mistaking him for a first-year student? Still, better not to overthink it. After all, this man wanted to teach him a B-rank martial art. Outside, merely viewing such a manual would cost 50,000 huaxia coins, let alone personal instruction, which would burn through money even faster. That a vice principal from a well-known high school was willing to teach him for free was an opportunity worth cherishing. Even if Principal Mu claimed to be a woman, as long as the martial art was genuine, it was a gain. Thank you for your compliment, Principal Mu. Accepting the martial art manual Mu Yunshan handed him, Chu Hong began to study it attentively. Nearby, Mu Yunshan paced around Chu Hong, explaining as he went. This martial art is something I developed over 10 years of hunting dragons on the battlefield of the myriad tribes. Its style is quite similar to the Dragon Tiger Fist, so learning it should pose no significant obstacles. I, too, came to realize that once one masters the Dragon Tiger Fist, learning the Path Dragon Fist becomes remarkably effortless. Convinced that I might possess a certain talent for teaching and nurturing others, I resolutely abandoned martial arts and turned to the field of education. Mu Yunshan spoke these words, sighing deeply within his heart. It was a pity that those good-for-nothing slackers at 6th middle school couldn't even perfect the 3 supreme Dragon Tiger techniques, nor achieve any foundational accomplishments. This left my Path Dragon Fist utterly unable to find expression in the realm of education. After drifting halfway through life, I was still only fit to be a vice principal. Alas, as he recalled the glorious years spent battling on the battlefield of myriad races, Mu Yunshan sighed once again. Last week at night, I saw you, boy, training in the park after dark. It reminded me of the past, when I would endlessly practice the Dragon Tiger Fist against the earthen wall outside my home. My big yellow dog was quite clever upon hearing my practice. It would roar like a tiger and go searching for one, hoping to inspire me. Yet sometimes it was rather foolish, bringing back a mere tabby cat instead. But imitating a cat's movements, it inadvertently taught me well. Thus my big yellow dog was indeed wise, knowing exactly how to instruct someone in martial arts. Nowadays, many children cultivate skill without substance. They fail to master the most fundamental Dragon Tiger Fist, yet dream of learning all manner of scattered, inferior martial arts. Their hearts are restless and fickle, not even measuring up to my dog. Listening to Mu Yunshan's ramblings, Chu Hong felt a stirring within. On the martial arts manual, the flow of qi and blood, the techniques of power release, the spiritual connection of the Path Dragon Fist seemed to vividly manifest before his eyes. This martial art bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Tiger Fist, seemingly amplifying the dragon's ferocity while incorporating the nimbleness of a wildcat. Most importantly, when striking, it demanded a ruthless, overwhelming aura. Martial arts are not merely the pulsation of qi and blood, but also the embodiment of spirit. The creation of a martial art is intimately tied to the creator's life experiences. If one understands the life of the martial art's creator during study, one may truly discover the secrets to mastering it. Finished reading? All right, boy, let me demonstrate for you. Seeing Chu Hong close the manual, Mu Yunshan summoned his qi and blood, commencing his display of the Path Dragon Fist. Don't be impatient. I can teach you multiple times, Mu Yunshan declared, his hands surging with qi and blood like swimming dragons, the surrounding air seeming poised to be torn asunder by the majestic dragon's might. Watch closely. The essence of this martial art lies in intent. Among the myriad races, the dragons are the foremost in offense, brimming with savage killing intent. In an instant, his qi and blood erupted like dragons unleashed, the brutal killing intent sweeping across the entire space. Chu Hong's body trembled as his internal qi and blood followed the manual's prescribed flow. 7 days prior, when the Heavenly Dao had bestowed its enlightenment upon him, an immense reservoir of martial arts experience began operating at the speed of light. The half measure of dragon consciousness left behind after his absorption of the blood dragon fruit, diluted by the late bloomer effect, now resonated with Mu Yunshan's Path Dragon Fist. The next moment, a trace of savage aura pulsed at Chu Hong's chest. The core of the fist, the faint roar of a dragon. Excellent. Mu Yunshan rejoiced upon witnessing Chu Hong's first attempt to observe and replicate his Path Dragon Fist, immediately able to evoke the dragon's killing intent. He had grasped the very core of this martial art in a mere instant. This boy was truly a prodigy in martial arts, not even comparable to those useless students at his own school. Boy, follow me and do this together. Understood. With repeated reflection, having comprehended the method of cultivating the Path Dragon Fist, Chu Hong no longer hesitated and began to cultivate alongside Mu Yunshan. For a moment, the park resounded with dragon roars, the ancient dragon's bellow ringing out clearly, as if escorting a newly hatched young dragon. This is the feeling. Witnessing Chu Hong's movements growing ever more precise and swift, on the verge of mastery, Mu Yunshan's heart swelled with joy. This was exactly what he ought to be doing after leaving the battlefield of myriad races and turning to education, teaching the Path Dragon Fist to more people. At that moment, Chu Hong's fists swirled like swimming dragons, flames spilling from his palms. Bang! His fists exploded softly, two burning fire dragons emerging within his hands. The savage killing intent of the dragon race. Mastered. Class B martial art, Path Dragon Fist, initiated. Upon initiating the Path Dragon Fist, Chu Hong launched a continuous series of strikes. The roar of dragons reverberating through his fists. The gust of his punches ignited the wooden dummies throughout the park, their chests marred with claw-shaped scorches, grotesque and terrifying. Gazing upon the wounds on the dummies, Mu Yunshan could not help but whistle in amazement. Who would have thought, young man? Your comprehension is truly remarkable. Seeing that Chu Hong had mastered the Path Dragon Fist after only one guided practice session, Mu Yunshan's expression was one of astonishment. Although in his design, as long as one perfected the Dragon Tiger Fist, initiating the Path Dragon Fist should not be difficult. After all, when he created this martial art, he had drawn inspiration from the dragon's essence within the Dragon Tiger Fist. Yet, that was merely inspiration. To master a Class B martial art so swiftly was unheard of. He had conservatively estimated that it would take at least half a day of his instruction for this boy to learn the Path Dragon Fist. But after a single teaching session, the boy had already mastered it. Was his martial art really that easy to learn? He recalled that when he taught his elite class at his own school, not a single one had succeeded. Several had even fainted from the overwhelming dragon aura he unleashed. Taking 3 days off in succession. Perhaps this martial art suits me particularly well, and combined with your excellent teaching, Principal Mu, I learned quickly. Chu Hong scratched his head, equally surprised at how swiftly he had grasped it. It seemed that after the Heavenly Dao's enlightenment, his speed of learning martial arts had accelerated as well. During the Heavenly Dao enlightenment, the Heavenly Dao's power that aided breakthroughs and the martial way experience that enhanced comprehension were distinct. The Heavenly Dao power was calculated as 10 times the accumulation of pastime. The martial way experience was indeed tallied according to a martial artist's lifetime of experience. Having formally practiced martial arts for nearly 10 years, his soul had effectively been infused with 10 years' worth of martial arts experience during the Enlightenment. Though most of the martial way experience centered on insights into the 3 supreme Dragon Tiger techniques, perhaps the universality of a martial path had elevated his understanding of other martial arts considerably. Moreover, both the Path Dragon Fist and the Dragon Tiger Fist were fist techniques, and both bore the name Dragon, thus accelerating his learning. Simply put, his soul might have left the door wide open. Thank you, Principal Mu, for teaching me to master this powerful Class B martial art. After completing his study, Chu Hong bowed deeply to Mu Yunshan. At their school, only elite students were qualified to access Class B martial arts. This principal, from an unknown prestigious school, though teaching martial arts on a whim, imparted nothing but genuine skill. As the martial arts examination approached, instead of focusing on his own school's students, this renowned principal had come to instruct their precious Class B martial arts. Previously, he had only seen the back of Mu Yunshan practicing martial arts and was not even aware of his presence. No trouble at all. Hearing Chu Hong's gratitude, Mu Yunshan calmly waved his hand, puffing out his chest as though radiating light. It indeed was not his teaching ability that was lacking. None of his own school's students could learn it. But once he taught students from other schools, they mastered it at once. Though he did not know which high school this boy came from, no matter which one it was, it had to be far superior to their 6th middle school. Except for 3rd middle school, you learned my Path Dragon Fist through your own diligent practice. Although you haven't trained for long, all of this is your own effort. My instruction merely accounts for an infinitesimal fraction of it. Upon hearing the unspoken implication that required no elaboration from Mu Yunshan, Chu Hong was left slightly speechless. This manner of speaking seemed oddly familiar, yet he simply could not recall where he had encountered it before. Perhaps most principals and vice principals spoke this way. It's all thanks to Principal Mu. The others chimed in. Enough, young man. There's no need for modesty. Since you've already mastered my exclusive technique, I shall take my leave now. Remember to use it well during the martial exam, and if convenient, spread the word about me. With those words, Mu Yunshan's voice faded as a gust of wind swept through the park. By the time Chu Hong registered what had happened, Mu Yunshan had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the scattered, charred wooden stakes on the ground, Chu Hong sighed with admiration. He had never imagined that practicing martial arts in the park might lead to encountering a benevolent master willing to impart his skills. What surprised him even more was how swiftly the man had departed. Chu Hong hadn't even had the chance to ask the elder's name. Otherwise, During the martial exam, every time he knocked an opponent to the ground with the Dragon Path Fist, he could proudly declare, "This move is called the Dragon Path Fist. It is a supreme technique generously taught to me by Principal Mu of a certain high school. Wouldn't that be excellent publicity? Perhaps after this year's martial exam, Principal Mu might even secure a permanent position. He was far superior to the leaders at their own school." Chu Hong muttered to himself that although their principal did not pressure the students much, he constantly dampened their spirits with discouraging words, undermining their morale. The vice principal rarely appeared. When questioned, he dismissed the entire cohort as worthless and unworthy of facing anyone. In truth, Chu Hong had never paid much attention to the school's leadership, since typically it was the director of instruction who handled speeches and summaries. He was positioned near the back of the line, and from a distance, their faces appeared as mere dark dots, indistinct and unrecognizable. Come to think of it, the monthly exam was approaching soon. Speaking of the martial exam, Chu Hong immediately thought of the monthly test scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Today marked the 8th day of their holiday. In 2 days, their school's exams would commence. Those who excelled in the monthly exams could earn martial resources as rewards. Unlike other schools where students might treat the martial cultivator's essence liquid as if it were a mere beverage, every single resource here held vital importance for future martial tests. Chu Hong wondered how his classmates were faring. Had anyone advanced to the rank of 3rd grade martial artist yet? Being ranked first in the grade came with a prize of 10 full bottles of essence liquid for cultivators. Achieving first place would be quite the accomplishment indeed. With this thought in mind, Chu Hong unlocked his phone and decided to quietly observe the class group chat to gauge the cultivation progress of his peers. Upon opening the chat, he found that with the exams drawing near, his classmates had become considerably more active. "Chinamo, the monthly exam is just the day after tomorrow, and I still haven't broken through to martial artist rank. Want to homeroom teacher scold me then? Wang Liang, serves you right. What were you doing all this time?" Chen Han, as expected of Wang Liang, such harsh words. "Yang Wei, relas. You still have nearly 90 days to accumulate strength. Break through to martial artist rank 20 days early to get your diploma, and avoid wasting 20 days on detours. Chinamo, does that mean I'm doomed? Song Yang, no worries. Brothers will all head to the milk tea shop to apply for jobs and meet again at the peak. Chen Montak, no. Excellent." The classmates were still lamenting loudly. It seemed everyone was having a good time despite the pressure. He and T realized the monthly exam was truly only 2 days away. What he was curious about was the current level of the elite class students. Scrolling upward in search of useful information, Chu Hong began to contemplate the gap between himself and the elite class. His cultivation progress had never faltered recently. Not only had he reached the 3rd grade martial artist rank, but he had also mastered 3 martial arts: Tiger Roar Saber, Flame Fire Technique, and Dragon Path Fist. One was self-created, roughly at a C level. The other 2 were B level. Additionally, he possessed a manual once cultivated by the current Supreme Bone holder in his youth, a reputable and proven method. Securing first place in the class should pose no difficulty. Just then, the group chat suddenly erupted with a flood of new messages. Instinctively, Chu Hong tapped the new messages button at the bottom right. Wang Ziwen, fierce battle in the underground cave today. I hunted a ferocious crocodile turtle. Wang Ziwen, image of the ferocious crocodile turtle. Yang Wei, Wang Bro. 666, truly our class's strongest martial artist. Yang Yaoi, impressive. Wang Bro, heart emoji. Wang Liang, it's nothing special. Just killed a slightly bigger herbivorous demon beast and still brags about it. That guy was quite sharp-tongued. Seeing Wang Liang's comment, Chu Hong's expression twisted slightly. He had not expected Wang Liang to speak so bluntly, completely disregarding social niceties. Yet, as one of the few students who had broken through to martial artist rank, with prospects of entering a public martial arts college or even a 3rd-tier university, Wang Liang arguably had the right to be so cutting. Wang Ziwen, what is the matter? Do you know how strong the ferocious crocodile turtle is? Its strength rivals that of a 2nd grade martial artist. 2nd grade? Hearing this from Wang Ziwen, who was currently recognized as the top student in the class, Chu Hong recalled that during the past 5 days of hunting, Wang Ziwen had indeed captured a ferocious crocodile turtle. He had even used its shell as a pot to stew crocodile turtle soup. The taste was quite good, but the inner core was worth only 350 units, less than a tenth of the value of the red tiger. The quarrel between Wang Ziwen and Wang Liang intensified, their verbal sparring escalating rapidly. Wang Ziwen, I have no interest in debating with someone who just recently reached 1st grade martial artist rank. By the way, I'm preparing to break through to 2nd grade martial artist tomorrow. Wang Ziwen, when I reach 2nd grade, I'll treat everyone to a feast after the monthly exam. These words sent ripples through the group. Students who had been quietly observing suddenly became lively, and the chat buzzed like a boiling cauldron. Yang Wei, Chen Montak, Yang Yahweh. As expected of Wang Bro, messages poured in rapidly, ranging from congratulations to questions. This small group chat vividly displayed the myriad facets of life. Chu Hong examined the messages carefully and noticed that the other top 10 students in the class had also appeared, eagerly inquiring about Wang Ziwen's plans for breaking through to second-grade martial artist. Ming. Wang Ziwen, are you really preparing to break through? Wang Ziwen, of course. But who are you? Don't you know you're supposed to use your real name in the student group I created? Yang Wei, don't you know who's boss of this group? Hurry up and change to your real name. Group member, Ming, changed his nickname to Homeroom Teacher Du Ming. Homeroom Teacher Du Ming. A moment of silence fell over the large student group. Even Chu Hong, who had never spoken in the group before, felt a slight sense of suffocation at that moment. Wang Ziwen, old homeroom teacher? Song Qing, didn't he expect teacher Du to be in our group as well? Homeroom Teacher Du Ming, it's nothing, keep chatting. This is my alt account. I usually don't check the group. Yet, whenever Wang Ziwen's breakthrough news surfaced, he would instantly respond. That hardly sounded like someone who ignored the group. Chu Hong Muta Internali. No one's alt account can be so quick to jump in without frequently lurking. Although the homeroom teacher said to keep chatting, the praises within the group noticeably quieted down. Long Tai, Wang Ziwen, tell us, what does it feel like to be preparing to break through to second-grade martial artist? Song Qing, honestly, I'm quite curious too. Wang Ziwen, I haven't even started yet, don't rush. Wait until the monthly exam. I'll dazzle you all. Wang Liang, oh, I am truly looking forward to it. Now that Wang Ziwen, the strongest in the class, has only just reached the rank of second-level martial artist, it seems the top spot in the class is firmly secured. Upon learning the status of his classmates, Chu Hong felt a great sense of reassurance. This way, the 3 bottles of body-tempering elixir awarded to the class champion should be well within his grasp. Chinamo, Chu Hong, by the way, what realm are you in now? Have you broken through the martial artist threshold yet? Song Yang, interested in joining me to sell milk tea at the shop? Here we go again. Seeing the foolish classmates in the group chat once more seeking superiority by belittling him, Chu Hong felt a headache coming on. Was it really necessary? Mocking him wouldn't boost their own vitality. It would be far better to honestly go sell milk tea than to just leech off their parents' money at school. Did these guys somehow gain the soul of becoming stronger by mocking others? Chu Hong thought absent-mindedly, his hand, initially about to swipe away the chat, involuntarily paused. Although he was not a spiteful person, since these guys want to pick a fight with him on such a day, he might as well see what they were up to. These guys, none of whom had even reached martial artist level, were rather arrogant. Chu Hong Juka Sopti, phone in hand, as he reached his doorstep. In the group chat, the students who mocked Chu Hong began another round of discussion. Wang Liang, shall we start a fight with Chu Hong? That would be quite entertaining. Wang Ziwen, Wang Liang, why aren't you saying anything? I recall you really dislike Chu Hong. Wang Liang, just playing it cool, purely watching the show. Wang Ziwen, didn't he expect you to let Chu Hong off the hook? Quite rare. But then again, since Chu Hong can't break through martial artist due to his soul, let us all say a little less so as not to hurt his pride. The classmates failed to catch the underlying tone in Wang Liang's words and continued to chatter incessantly in the group. Wang Gu is so magnanimous, even helping Chu Hong out of trouble. Hurry up and thank Wang Gu. This is the kindness of a martial artist, Chu Hong. Wang Gu is the best, standing up for even a worthless like Chu Hong. Wang Ziwen's intentions were easy to discern. He was about to break through to second-level martial artist, undoubtedly the center of attention for the entire class. To have flowers bloom brilliantly, one must rely on the support of the green leaves. Chen Montak, who was at the bottom in vitality, was indeed a waste, but so utterly useless that Wang Ziwen used him to make himself look better. Other classmates who had broken through martial artist level also carried a bit of pride. After all, they were all ordinary martial artists, and who knew if they might cross paths in the future, better not treat others as mere stepping stones. Chu Hong, however, was different. His talent had once been outstanding in the class, his value not insignificant. But since his soul likely prevented him from breaking through martial artist before the age of 80, their paths would probably never cross in the future. It was obvious that Chu Hong, burdened with talent, yet easily bullied because of his soul, naturally became Wang Ziwen's perfect stage to showcase himself. Comparing Chu Hong to himself, Wang Ziwen not only found it not excessive, but even considered it an honor for Chu Hong. Opportunities to be used as a stepping stone for a martial artist were rare. Wang Ziwen had already stood up for him, so Chu Hong better accept it graciously and say some auspicious words to save face. Otherwise, if Wang Ziwen could stand up for him, He could just as easily crush him. Wang Liang. Chu Hong, everyone has said so much already. Why not come out and say something? After all, you are still in a period of consolidation. As long as I say a word, no one else can say anything. Class teacher Du Ming. Enough, everyone. Try to keep the group chat focused on martial arts topics. The monthly exam is coming. Concentrate your energy on preparing for it. Chu Hong. Wang Ziwen. How boring. Before opening the door, he casually sent a message. After a brief silence, the chat group, which had been about to be suppressed by the class teacher, exploded entirely. He had only taken the time to pull out his key, yet these guys typed so fast. Did they really think Chu Hong was made of clay? Not even a second-level martial artist, and I am supposed to avoid his sharpness. Wang Ziwen. Chu Hong, are you crazy? Chen Montak. Crazy, crazy. Chu Hong. Don't you know our Wang Go is about to become a second-level martial artist? I advise you to retract your words quickly, or be prepared to suffer. Song Qing. Chu Hong. Are you sure you didn't send this to the wrong group chat? Wang Ziwen. I know you can't break through because of your soulless late bloomer trait, but Chu Hong, it's not my fault. You can't take your anger out on me. Wang Ziwen. I'll give you one more chance to organize your words. Chu Hong. I am already a third-level martial artist. I don't need your hypocritical charity. Emoji, eating popcorn. Seeing Chu Hong's statement. The group chat instantly exploded. Question mark emojis flooding the screen to 99. Wang Ziwen. This is hilarious. It's only been a few days. You could be a third-level martial artist? Martial arts school doesn't exist. Manga, if you want to dream, do in bed slowly. Don't go crazy in the group chat. Bang Liang, so fast. You must be on drugs. Chen Mo. There are still fools in class who believe this? Wang Liang, with your IQ, you can reach martial artist level. Why can't I? Class teacher Du Ming. Chu Hong, don't act on impulse. Apart from Wang Liang, who knew Chu Hong's previous vitality scores, most people completely disbelieved Chu Hong's information. What a joke. 8 days ago, they remembered Chu Hong hadn't even reached martial artist level. How could he possibly break through to third-level martial artist in such a short time? This was a chasm of 250 vitality points. If they could reach third-level martial artist before graduation, it would already be a remarkable achievement. Wang Ziwen, stop bragging. There's not even a third-level martial artist in the elite class. You, a waste whose soul is still not fully awakened. 1B third level. Seeing Chu Hong openly oppose him in the group chat, Wang Ziwen stopped pretending and directly launched an attack to trample him. What the hell is Chu Hong? And he dares to claim third level? If Chu Hong becomes third-level martial artist, he would eat his own words. Facing the barrage of doubts, Chu Hong calmly replied, Chu Hong, that sounds like good news. Looks like I will be the top scorer in the school for the monthly exam. Every time Chu Hong sent a message, the student group chat was flooded with messages. In just 10 minutes, the topic activity far exceeded the total amount of chatting the students had done in the past 8 days. What a braggart. So pretentious if you didn't know. You'd think he was amazing. Before the monthly exam, better see a neurologist. Otherwise, I'm afraid your mental illness is contagious and might keep me from passing the martial arts test. Confusion, mockery, and ridicule filled the group chat. Except for a handful of well-mannered students, most classmates expressed nothing but scorn for Chu Hong's independent declaration. They were puzzled and resentful, interpreting Chu Hong's behavior as a breakdown caused by being provoked. But everyone seemed to have forgotten the origin of all this. It was Wang Ziwen's clique who first mocked Chu Hong for not being able to break through martial artist, even pretending to be magnanimous and expecting Chu Hong to submit to them. A rabble. Seeing this, Chu Hong continued, see you at the monthly exam. Don't get knocked away by a single punch. Ignoring the well wishes flying in the group, Chu Hong casually tossed his phone aside. Feeling exhilarated, he stretched fully and smiled. He had long been annoyed by these guys. Time to continue cultivating. 2 days passed swiftly. Disregarding the relentless barrage of harassment in the classmates' group chat, Chu Hong cast his phone aside over the past 2 days, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to mastering the 2 formidable B-grade martial arts, Flame Technique and Dragon Path Fist. While tidying his father's bedroom, Chu Hong stumbled upon the B-grade martial art manual, Gale Blade Technique, hastily penned by his father overnight. Since his father had not put pen to paper for many years, the characters appeared crooked and uneven. Yet Chu Hong understood his father had exerted every effort. After all, it was no small feat to write down the secrets of a blade technique after more than a decade without practice. It was likely that his father had nearly exhausted himself before boarding the bus to work in a distant city. Nevertheless, Chu Hong had no intention of learning the Gale Blade technique these days. For now, his self-created Tiger Roar blade was more than sufficient in the art of the blade. At dawn, after completing his final practice of Dragon Path Fist, Chu Hong retracted the flames from the center of his fist. Today was the monthly martial arts examination. as well as the occasion of the second Heavenly Dao bestowal. Sees every moment, gazing at the rising sun. Chu Hong once again activated his soul techniques, sees every moment, and great talent matures late, the cool-down period for the latter now spanning 3 years. Following the familiar street, Chu Hong paused at the school's main gate. As usual, the 4 large characters martial arts contend adorn the entrance, the school motto inscribed by the first principal at the founding of the institution, reminding future students to cherish the spirit of martial arts competition and to cultivate the courage to strive for precedence. However, rumor had it that the principal had lately wanted to replace this plaque, believing it unrealistic for the school's underachievers to compete fiercely with other schools. Striding straight through the gate, Chu Hong took a deep breath and leisurely approached the classroom door. How wondrous it was! Looking out the window, he recalled that merely 10 days ago, his vitality was only 99 points, and he had yet to attain the rank of martial artist. Now, his cultivation had reached the 3rd tier, and his vitality had surpassed 250 points. It was as if the world itself had transformed. Moreover, standing at the classroom threshold, the silence within was almost unimaginable. Pushing open the classroom door, Chu Hong stepped in with a long stride. Surveying the empty room, he was momentarily stunned. Wait a moment, where was everyone? Scanning the room, textbooks lay scattered unevenly on desks, but not a single figure was visible. Could it be that he had arrived too early? Chu Hong whipped around to check the clock. The time was perfectly accurate, 7:54. No mistake there. Wait, could be. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone to check the class group chat, then smacked his forehead. Homeroom teacher Du Ming. Today, due to the vice principal's monthly exam mobilization, the meeting place has been changed. Everyone must assemble on the playground before 8 o'clock. Wang Ziwen, received. Wang Liang, received. I haven't checked my phone all this time. Upon reading the message, Chu Hong dashed out the door. Who would have expected the vice principal to suddenly deliver a speech? What was this vice principal up to? Never before, never later. He had to pick today, and the message was sent so late. It was clear this was a last-minute decision. On the playground, Mu Yunshan stood tall upon the podium, eyes arrogantly surveying the crowd below, hands clasped behind his back as he occasionally adjusted the microphone. Below, the students whispered among themselves. What was this vice principal up to? He was usually invisible, yet suddenly called a mobilization meeting. There were still 90 days until the martial exam. Why stir trouble now? Most students felt indifferent to the vice principal's abrupt announcement of the monthly exam mobilization. After all, there had been no significant events 100 days before the martial exam, and it was hard to believe that this usually absent vice principal would have anything worthwhile to say. Chu Hong had yet to arrive. Within Class 8's ranks, several students whispered and glanced about, occasionally casting looks at Wang Ziwen. 2 days prior, after Chu Hong's stunning declaration of independence, Wang Ziwen had completely erupted, bombarding Chu Hong with messages in the group chat daily. Yet soon after, Wang Ziwen's messages ceased, and Chu Hong did not respond. In the meantime, aside from sharing daily life and martial cultivation progress, the most discussed topic was how many pieces Wang Ziwen would break Chu Hong into during the monthly exam. I think Chu Hong must have gone mad from all the gossip we threw at him. That's why he has been acting crazy in the group chat. One student remarked, feeling a touch of pity for Chu Hong's public clowning. Chu Hong had once been quite accomplished academically, but his soul awakening great talent matures late had left him in a state neither fully human nor ghostly. Enduring daily mockery was surely no easy burden. If he is crazy, that's his own business. Since he dares to mouth off in front of us, he must be ready to suffer the consequences. Chen Montauk scoffed, expressing his disdain for Chu Hong first and foremost. This guy would probably be stuck at 99 points of vitality forever and still act so arrogantly. He was always the last in rankings, mocked by everyone, yet never crazy enough to claim he was a 3rd-tier martial artist. How dared Chu Hong bluster in front of the whole class and talk like that in front of Wang Ge? Breaking his legs would be a mercy. It was a pity if Chu Hong didn't come back and miss the spectacle of Wang Ziwen beating him up. This guy might escape the 13th day, but not the 15th. Standing at the front, Wang Ziwen crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Chu Hong had the audacity to disgrace him openly in the group chat, so he was determined to teach Chu Hong a lesson. If Chu Hong skipped the monthly exam, there was still the martial exam. Wang Ziwen planned to cripple Chu Hong on that very day, dare to embarrass him, and Chu Hong would not even dream of receiving his graduation certificate. Teacher, just as the vice principal adjusted the microphone, Chu Hong arrived at the playground at the critical moment. Chu Hong actually dared to come. How is this possible? Seeing Chu Hong appear despite Wang Ziwen's ruthless threats shocked the students of Class 8. Wang Ziwen had openly declared in the group chat that he would break Chu Hong's legs. Chu Hong still dared to provoke Wang Ziwen's wrath? Was he not courting death? Only yesterday, Wang Ziwen had ascended to a formidable second-tier martial artist, rivaling most of the elite class and even capable of challenging the top 20 students in the entire school. The monthly exam was not merely a vitality test, but included practical combat assessments. If Chu Hong dared to participate in the combat test and unfortunately faced Wang Ziwen, he would likely be punched airborne before he could even surrender. Go to the back first. Du Ming, upon seeing Chuang, said no more, but instructed him to stay at the rear, away from Wang Ziwen. Wang Ziwen's temper was volatile now, and if a conflict erupted, Du Ming would find it difficult to mediate. After all, Chu Hong had provoked Wang Ziwen first. Chu Hong, don't rush off. The vice principal rarely appears. Aren't you going to properly admire his presence? Wang Ziwen's voice dripped with disdain as he curled his lips in mockery. If you face me in the combat test later, you'd better kowtow to me on the spot, or I'll definitely dislocate your arm. Whether you get unlucky enough to face me is another matter. Chu Hong zet ponde wi tao vet jain, in wali en ving chuku. Upon reaching 7th tier martial artist and above, one could emit an aura of vitality that intimidated all, useful both for showing off and silencing troublesome brats. He had assumed only those who had yet to become martial artists would mock him, but even the top student Wang Ziwen was no exception. Todi ho plus mel. Wang Ziwen scoffed at Chu Hong's bluster, utterly unimpressed. In order to teach Chu Hong a lesson during the monthly exam, he deliberately asked his uncle, who was in charge of the exam, to assign Chu Hong to his group. As soon as the physical and blood energy test ended, Chu Hong would have to face him in a real combat scenario. Evading the combat would mean an automatic 0 score, and Chu Hong couldn't even dodge. Just wait and see how he breaks this useless Chu Hong's legs. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first, Chu Hong said, preparing to step back. But before he could move, the homeroom teacher, Du Ming, pushed him into the lineup, placing him behind Wang Ziwen. The inspection team is here. Stand properly. As soon as Du Ming spoke, the students behind him straightened up. A student wearing an inspection armband slowly walked through Class 8's lineup, holding a notebook and a pen, carefully observing. Anyone caught violating rules would cause the class to lose moral education points. The Imperial Court's watchdogs. Chu Hong cursed silently at the sudden appearance of the inspectors. The mobilization is about to start. Is it really necessary to be so idle now? All right, just stand behind Wang Ziwen, Du Ming said helplessly as he watched the vice principal's speech about to begin on stage. Kids these days are so impulsive. And since Wang Ziwen excels in martial arts and has the backing of his uncle in the disciplinary office, Du Ming couldn't manage him well. Hopefully, the two boys will keep quiet during the exam and not cause him any trouble. Good day, students. On stage, Mu Yunshan, having adjusted the microphone, spoke with a commanding presence, his words seeming to swallow mountains and rivers. Below, the students all looked up. Come to think of it, Chu Hong had never paid much attention to the vice principal before, but that voice sounded so familiar. He felt he had heard it somewhere. His gaze followed the crowd's upward glance. He usually stood towards the back, but now, with this rare opportunity, he wanted to see what kind of person was leading his school. The moment he saw the vice principal of 6th middle school, Chu Hong's eyes widened. That posture, that hairstyle, that flamboyant expression, wasn't this the same man who taught him the B-level martial art Jinglong fist in the park just a few days ago? No way. Keep your voice down. You're acting like you've never seen the world before, Wang Ziwen whispered when he heard Chu Hong's sudden outburst from behind. This is Mu Yunshan, our vice principal of 6th middle school. He is incredibly strong. After you graduate, you probably won't have the chance to meet someone of his caliber again. Wang Ziwen explained. Well, who knows, Chu Hong said awkwardly. Unless my father and I finish paying off that 5 billion debt, we might often see people even stronger than Vice Principal Mu. The president of the Jiangbei Province Martial Arts Association, Aunt Jiang Qingyan. Chu Hong wondered silently. The level of Aunt Jiang now must be higher than Vice Principal Mu, right? After all, she is the president of the Martial Arts Association. Surely she must be a martial sovereign, maybe even a martial king. His father is currently 46 years old. An ordinary martial artist probably hovering around the great martial master level. Jiang Qingyun is so young and already holds that position. Her strength must be formidable. Stop daydreaming. I'm telling you, during the combat test later, you'd better kneel down and apologize to me, or I'll break both your legs. Wang Ziwen threatened on the spot, his gaze merciless and unmasked. Do you think I don't care about my dignity? Chu Hong laughed at Wang Ziwen's stubbornness. You'd better pray you don't face me in the combat test later. Like you really have the strength of a third-rank martial artist, Wang Ziwen scoffed, thinking Chu Hong wasn't bluffing, but truly delusional. Well then, he might as well break Chu Hong's legs to prevent a lunatic from endangering society in the future. As the two bickered, Mu Yunshan began to speak on stage. Today is our monthly exam. There are only 90 days left until the martial exam. I have a few words to say. Adjusting his posture, Mu Yunshan's voice thundered. The path of martial arts relies not only on cultivation resources, but also on an indomitable will within the heart. I believe many of our students currently lack this martial spirit. A few days ago, I was sitting on a park bench late at night, deep in thought about what our school lacks compared to others. At that moment, I saw a young boy, a student from another school, practicing martial arts in the park. He was training the dragon tiger fist that we have been learning. Huh? Upon hearing Mu Yunshan's words, Chu Hong instinctively spoke up. The other day in the park, practicing dragon tiger fist, could the vice principal be talking about me? But the sun hadn't fully set yet, and it wasn't that late. Also, I'm not a student from another school. Why are you so jumpy? Wang Ziwen scolded after hearing Chu Hong's reaction. It's nothing, Chu Hong thought. I must have misunderstood. Many people practice dragon tiger fist in the park. It can't be me. Although the vice principal rarely appears publicly, he surely knows his own students. Whoosh. Chu Hong got pet. Vice Principal Mu might really not recognize him. While Chu Hong was still puzzled, Mu Yunshan continued on stage. That young boy, the same age as you, also participating in this year's martial exam, with cultivation roughly equal to yours. Most importantly, Mu Yunshan took a deep breath. He has perfected his Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes. This announcement caused a stir among the students. Impossible. The Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes perfected is just a legend. Not a single student at their school had achieved this. Could it really be me? Chu Hong was astonished. It felt like he was the one being described, even though he had never practiced so late into the night in the park. Everyone calmed down. Seeing the excited students below, Mu Yunshan reassured them. Perfecting the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes is not impossible. When I took the martial exam, I perfected these 3 martial arts myself. I can say that with effort, achieving perfection in these 3 is not difficult at all. After seeing this outstanding student, I was curious and approached him. He told me he was just an ordinary student in a regular class at his school. Chu Hong stroked his chin. Everyone in their class has perfected the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes? Did I say that? Hearing this, Chu Hong was completely dumbfounded. Not to mention whether he had met Vice Principal Mu that night. The idea of an entire class having perfected the 3 martial arts was utterly ridiculous. Moreover, I asked him if practicing martial arts was hard. He said, it's not hard at all. It's all for repelling the myriad tribes. What a noble character. This retelling felt excessively exaggerated. Listening to Mu Yunshan's speech on stage, Chu Hong's mind was in a frenzy. Was Vice Principal Mu actually talking about someone else? Another student from a different school who also practiced in the park and perfected the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes? Since then, I have been observing him in the park every night. Later, I found out this student trains until the early morning. Do you know why? Chu Hong no longer pondered whether Mu Yunshan was referring to him. Now, he only wanted to know how far Vice Principal Mu would distort the story. Because he has no money and poor conditions. That was true. He currently had 5 billion in family debt. Even if students from other schools had slightly better talent, their conditions were not necessarily better. Had I not overheard that first high school students consume a bottle of body refining elixir daily, I might have truly believed it. Their superiority over us, and the fact that some students at first high school can ascend to the rank of martial master within 3 years, stems from their relentless diligence. Those who outshine us exert even greater effort than we do. If that is the case, how can we afford to relent? Knowing that during these past 10 days you have been confined at home, either gaming or sleeping, fills me with profound sorrow and frustration. If only you could devote even the time spent eating and sleeping to martial training. I would even suggest including the time spent breathing. I am convinced that under such discipline, every one of you would become a martial master. Applause. At the command of Mu Yunshan, a smattering of applause arose from the audience. Applause. Suddenly, the students below the stage caught on, and enthusiastic clapping erupted. All right, dismissed. With Mu Yunshan's directive, the crowd on the playground gradually dispersed. Yet, this vice principal's impassioned speech seemed to have little motivational effect on the students. After all, they had been at this school long enough to become seasoned veterans. Impressive. Chu Hong sighed, marveling at how elderly folks these days could boast without reservation. Of course, Wang Ziwen snorted from nearby. You probably won't even get to see their backs in this lifetime. Indeed, Chu Hong's back was the last thing one would see. Boring. Seeing this, Chu Hong ignored Wang Ziwen entirely and turned toward the gymnasium for the monthly examination. It was not certain he would encounter her there. After all, once the monthly exam concluded and rewards were collected, he would be busy preparing for the preliminary South-North martial competition next month. If luck favored him, and he faced Wang Ziwen in the practical test, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. That guy is detestable. Wang Zuan's anger flared as she watched Chu Hong's retreating figure. How dare he speak to me like that when he has even broken through to martial artist? I am a powerful second-rank martial artist now. Part of the school's top echelon. If I wished, I could beat Chu Hong senseless in moments. Just wait. Chu Hong, I want to see if you can still smile after this. Trailing behind Chu Hong, a sinister glint appeared on Wang Zuan's face. She eagerly anticipated the moment when Chu Hong would see his first opponent on the combat roster was none other than herself. That will be quite a sight. I can hardly wait. Following the crowd to the gymnasium's vitality testing platform, Chu Hong deliberately queued at the very end. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded from behind. Wang Liang appeared at his back. Well, how does it feel to be harassed by Wang Zuan? Mess of what? Wanted to beat you up too? Chu Hong shot Wang Liang a sharp glare. Wang Liang instinctively stepped back, as if confronted by a fierce beast. I can't beat you. I'm only a first-rank martial artist now. I can't even defeat Wang Zuan, let alone you. So what do you want from me? Chu Hong relaxed his fists and asked. Nothing much. I just can't stand that Wang Zuan fellow. After all, it was he who suggested to his uncle to cancel your cultivation resources. Wang Liang mentioned casually, then suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep over him. In a daze, Wang Liang found himself lifted off the ground by Chu Hong, who glared fiercely and demanded, Are you sure? Previously, Wang Zuan had not acted out over the cultivation resource issue, simply because she had not yet received the Heavenly Dao enlightenment. Her cultivation had been stuck at the threshold of martial artist, so arguing was pointless. But her silence did not mean she was indifferent. The soul is always a matter to be kept secret. Yours was identified simply because you awakened publicly, and teacher do happen to witness the unusual phenomenon of the late bloomer soul manifestation. Wang Liang continued to explain. You know, teacher, Du Ming Wu and Ti have exposed this. But the academic affairs office learned about it. And the student in our class who received the extra cultivation resources on your behalf is one of Wang Zuan's lackeys. I see. Chu Hong took a deep breath and gently set Wang Liang down. I'm just giving you a heads up. Wang Liang coughed lightly and glanced around. Everyone seemed focused on the vitality testing platform, oblivious to this minor incident. Thankfully, the crowd was large. Otherwise, his embarrassed state would have been exposed. No surprises there. If you've provoked Wang Zuan, your first opponent in the practical test will be her. Perfect. Chu Hong's old scores and new grudges will be settled all at once. Inside the gymnasium, the elite class students stood solemnly behind the vitality testing machines, while the ordinary class students below whispered among themselves. Say, what do you think the vitality levels of the elite class students are now? Hard to say. During the last small test, the top 3 in the elite class were neck and neck. Anyone could have overtaken the others around the bend. Do you think there might be a dark horse in the ordinary class? Someone whose vitality surpasses the elite class? Don't be ridiculous. The best in our ordinary class can only barely touch the heels of the elite class as slowest. If there really were a dark horse, the Martial Arts Academy Wu and Ti exist. Before the testing machine, Xiao Hong, who ranked first in the last vitality test among the elite class, folded his arms and coldly snorted at the ordinary class's murmurs. They dream too much. Our elite class's nearly 3 years of foundation cannot be surpassed in 10 days by these people. Indeed, beside him, Su Taizhan chuckled heartily, fully agreeing with Xiao Hong. We persist in training every day. Our resources and diligence exceed the others by several-fold. Rather than worry about them surpassing you, you should be wary of me overtaking you. The two exchanged a glance filled with mutual respect and rivalry. Xiao Hong and Su Taizhan had long dominated the class rankings as first and second and were both rivals and friends. Since their first year, they had aimed to become the strongest at 6th high school, training assiduously every day, whether on the training grounds or in the library. Their diligent figures were a constant sight. On occasion, they competed in martial arts, practicing footwork on the open-air basketball court until the moon dimmed. In their eyes, others in the school were inherently inferior in talent, and when it came to effort, there was no comparison. Likely, until the martial examination day, the only pressure they felt on campus would be from each other. The rest would merely serve as their backdrop. The two smiled and then returned their attention to the vitality testing platform. Xiao Hong, the teacher in charge of testing, called loudly from his stage. Xiao Hong glanced back before stepping forward. Looks like you're confident you can surpass me. I'll be watching closely. Hearing Xiao Hong's words, Su Taizhan smiled slyly and nodded confidently. Over the past 10 days, he had trained relentlessly with his older brother in the earth caves and, with some luck, hunted a crimson tiger. Riding on his brother's coattails, he obtained a small segment of crimson tiger marrow. With its aid, his vitality had smoothly reached 231 points, a significant improvement. With continued success, he was confident he would break through to third-rank martial artist within a month. This time, he intended to claim first place in the monthly exam. Closing his eyes to rest, Su Taizan remained still until suddenly a tremendous uproar erupted from the audience below. Look, Xiao Hong's vitality has reached 233. That is an increase of a full 30 points. Impossible. The ordinary class students watching the spectacle gasped repeatedly, and the entire gymnasium instantly erupted in excitement. Hearing the astonished cries, Su Taizan's eyes snapped open immediately. A resounding 233 appeared boldly on the LCD screen of the vitality monitor. Su Taizan parted his lips, then curled them into a subtle smile. Truly worthy of being his rival. Only such competition could fuel his drive to catch up. Next up was Su Taizan. Su Taizan was remarkably strong too. His vitality had surged by nearly 30 points, an increase even greater than Xiao Hong's. Were they even human at all? Watching Su Taizan take a seat beside him, Xiao Hong teased. Not bad at all. You're improving faster than I am. Too bad, I still have the upper hand. You scoundrel. Su Taizan slapped Xiao Hong's shoulder with hearty force, laughing, and you're still putting on airs. Amidst their playful banter, Su Milian, ranked third in the entire school, puffed out her cheeks as she finished her own test, casting a somewhat resentful glance at the two. Those two, each one improving so rapidly. Now, she was the slowest among the top three in terms of progress. But at least she would hold onto her place in the top three, preserving her last shred of dignity. Watching her classmates pass through the vitality monitor one by one, Su Milian's previously sullen expression finally lightened considerably. It seemed unlikely that anyone else would surpass 219 vitality points. Her third place was secure. Su Milian felt a quiet surge of joy. Seeing her expression, Xiao Hong and Su Taizan said nothing. Their only true rivals were each other. The rest did not even merit their attention. Not even Su Milian, who held third place in the entire school. Next up, Meng Saihuan. Look, it's Meng Saihuan, the awakened soul bearer of the legendary witness. Upon hearing Meng Saihuan's name, the students in the stands buzzed with whispers. She was the last member of the elite class, previously a cultural student specializing in academics. Only in the past 2 weeks had she switched her soul cultivation path to martial arts. Rumor had it that her reason for this shift was that martial artists had better physiques, could endure longer nights, and thus had more time to read. Meng Saihuan. At the mention of her name, the three, Xiao Hong, Su Taizan, and Su Milian, all opened their eyes wide, their gazes unusually serious. As a soul bearer whose vitality increased simply by reading interesting stories, they were all curious to see how far her strength had progressed. Under the watchful eyes of all, Meng Saihuan eagerly placed her hand on the vitality monitor. The next moment, the counter climbed steadily, 197 points. The crowd erupted instantly. Are you kidding me? Nearly 200 points already. I recall Meng Saihuan's vitality was only around 130 last time, wasn't it? More like just 126. This is absolutely cheating. Though Meng Saihuan's vitality value didn't surpass that of Xiao Hong and others, her rate of increase was utterly unattainable. 71 points in just 10 days. A single test had elevated her to heights the entire school could only envy. This woman was terrifyingly strong. Gazing at the figure on stage, Xiao Hong and Su Taizan both felt a chill run down their spines. Then, they exchanged a glance. It seemed that the race for first place would soon have yet another formidable contender. Interesting. Did these people only know how to shock everyone? Observing the stunned expressions of those around her, Meng Saihuan smiled faintly, her vitality creeping up once more. 198. Amid the uproar of countless onlookers, she quietly took a seat in the waiting area and pulled out her phone. The reason she had managed to soar over 70 vitality points in 10 days was that she had adopted a somewhat unorthodox cultivation method. Reading I exorcise demons at the Divine Dao Temple. Reading to increase vitality was outdated. Now, it was the era of boosting vitality by reading racy fiction. On the school's commentary stage, watching the students below flinch and gasp, Mu Yinshan was thoroughly disinterested. This bunch of lazy gluttons were truly going backwards in life. Getting so excited over someone whose vitality hadn't even cracked 200. He picked up a toothpick and poked at the tasteless fruit platter, feeling utterly bored with this generation of youngsters. Not a single third-rank martial artist among them. The upcoming martial exams were doomed. Even if these kids were half as strong as the young man he had once encountered in the park, he would be begging for mercy. Alas, they were all hopeless. And now he didn't even have the face to go home and sweep his ancestors' graves. Unaware of the principal's daydreaming and nostalgia, Chu Hong hesitated slightly, contemplating whether to approach Principal Mu for a greeting. Just then, the teacher beside the vitality monitor called out, "Next. Wang Ziwen. Zhu Hong. Just you wait." During the practical assessment, "I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you." Watching Wang Ziwen's retreating back, Chu Hong remained calm and composed. "What a joke. My mother can't recognize me anymore anyway." Vitality 151. Another second-rank martial artist. The ordinary class was producing talents non-stop this time around. Countless students in the stands gasped for Wang Ziwen, although not as outstanding as the elite class. Reaching second rank in the ordinary class was already the apex of the food chain. Under the gaze of all, Wang Ziwen tilted his chin arrogantly and gave Chu Hong the middle finger. Youthful bravado. A teacher sighed. One idiot. Acting so high and mighty just after reaching second rank. Mu Yinshan gave a nearby teacher a sharp look and jabbed the fruit platter into a puddle of juice in displeasure. Watching these fools take their monthly exams here was a complete waste of time. There was a practical combat test coming up. Instead of wasting time here, they might as well go stroll outside. Truly, each generation was worse than the last. Next, Chu Hong. Finally, the teacher on stage called out Chu Hong's name. Instantly, the crowd from Class 8 erupted into cheers. Chu Hong, Chu Hong, Chu Hong. Show the elite class what real color looks like. Charge. In a flash, both the students in the stands and on stage were stunned. Chu Hong, who was he? Was he strong? They had never heard of him. For a moment, the entire gymnasium was filled with confusion. No one had ever heard of Chu Hong's name. Wang Ziwen's group was recognized. After all, they were among the first in the ordinary class to break through as martial artists. But Chu Hong? They genuinely had no impression of him. Not only were the ordinary class students bewildered, but the elite class students were equally perplexed. Show us what real color looks like. Who asked this reckless kid? There's quite a crowd of extras here. Someone might think he's south aiming for first place in the whole school. For a time, the elite class students felt a strange, inexplicable sensation. But since someone claimed they would teach them a lesson, they dared not refuse. Chu Hong, who? Better hope this guy never crosses paths with us. Otherwise, we'll have to show this arrogant fool what the elite class is really capable of. The surrounding indignation and skepticism reached Chu Hong's ears as he looked at Wang Ziwen's sinister grin on stage, his own face darkening. Chen Mo, Li Yang, Yang Wei, and Yang Yawa, the first few students to shout, were all Wang Ziwen's followers, the loudest voices among the cheering crowd. Chu Hong didn't believe any of them were genuinely rooting for him. Undoubtedly, this was a setup for a crushing defeat. If his strength failed to meet their expectations, he would be subjected to a torrent of scorn and humiliation. You say you're a third-rank martial artist? Then I'll give you the perfect stage. Wang Ziwen sneered at the flustered Chu Hong below, thoroughly pleased with his own scheme. If this guy dared embarrass him in the class group chat, he would make sure Chu Hong was humiliated before the entire school. When Chu Hong stepped onto the vitality monitor and revealed his pitiful 99 vitality points, how entertaining that would be. On the stage, Mu Yinshan caught sight of the peculiar commotion below and cast a bored glance. No one in the elite class could feign such a demeanor. It was only the ordinary class. Damn it. The moment he saw Chu Hong, Mu Yinshan's bent back straightened instantly, his entire figure standing as upright and graceful as a noble pine. Wasn't he this the talent he had previously coached in the park from another school? Yet, why was he dressed in their school uniform? Alas, among the crowd below, some were puzzled, some mocking, some indifferent, and others brimming with fighting spirit. Under the myriad of gazes, Chu Hong ascended the stage step by step. P.S. on stage. Someone declared, empty flattery only works on the weak. In the next moment, Chu Hong placed his right fist on the vitality detector, and a robust aura instantly enveloped his hand. The precision instruments inside the vitality detector whirred at a dizzying speed, as if simultaneously calculating the electricity bills for 30,000 refrigerators. At that instant, the crowd held their breath, their attention fixated. On the LCD screen, Chu Hong's vitality value surged upward at an incredible pace. Within less than half a second, the vitality gauge soared to 100 points. Impossible. Witnessing the vitality value break 100, Wang Ziwen's face changed abruptly. Wasn't he Chu Hong supposed to have no way to break through to a martial artist? How could his vitality reach 100 points? What a joke. Before Wang Ziwen could recover from her astonishment, the LCD screen on the detector shifted again, and the vitality value leapt instantly to 150. A second-grade martial artist. There's a master in Class 8. At the sight of Chu Hong's vitality reaching second grade, the students from other classes were stunned. They hadn't expected a dark horse hidden in Class 8, now boasting 2 second-grade martial artists. In other classes, the number of second-grade martial artists was at most 1. Clearly, this unknown Chu Hong had some real merit. 178. Because the vitality of several ordinary class students had previously plateaued at 150, some students instinctively lowered their heads, thinking the test was over. But before they could stretch their necks, those still looking up suddenly gasped. It's not over yet. Chu Hong's vitality is still rising. 178. What? At the sound, the students who had bowed their heads immediately looked up again. Seeing the soaring vitality value, everyone's hearts leapt in astonishment. At this moment, Chu Hong's vitality broke through 200 points. How could this be? After seeing the numbers on the LCD screen, everyone present was shocked. Even in the elite class, only half had vitality values surpassing 200. Chu Hong, a student from an ordinary class, possessed strength comparable to the elite. No wonder the entire Class 8 was cheering him on. With such high vitality, if he were in their class, their cheers might be even louder than Class 8's. On stage, Wang Zuan, who had just finished the test, watched Chu Hong's vitality skyrocket and completely lost the ability to think. Impossible. Wasn't he Du Ming saying before that Chu Hong could never advance to a martial artist in this lifetime? Then why is his vitality higher than mine now? This guy wasn't he lying? Wait a moment. Could he already be a third-grade martial artist? A horrified thought surged in Wang Zuan's mind. Recalling Chu Hong's previous words in the class chat group, a chill ran down her spine. On the LCD screen, the vitality, which had already reached 200 points, continued to soar. Next moment, 229. Not finished yet? Seeing Chu Hong's vitality still rising, the crowd erupted instantaneously. You gotta be kidding. When Chu Hong's vitality broke 229, Su Malian was so shocked that she stood up directly. Her vitality was only 219 points. How could this unknown Chu Hong have higher vitality than her? Third in the entire school. The students in the ordinary class trembled, each thrilled by Chu Hong's astonishing vitality. Their ordinary class had actually reached third place in the grade. This was an honor beyond the wildest dreams of countless ordinary class students in the past. 241. Chu Hong folded his hands and stood upright, the number above his head rising once more, surpassing the original school-wide first, Xiao Hong, by a full 8 vitality points. Impossible. Almost simultaneously, the composed Xiao Hong and Su Taizan stood up, their eyes toward Chu Hong no longer tinged with contempt. In an instant, his data soared beyond theirs. School-wide first. Meng Tsaihuan's eyes widened, involuntarily tearing her gaze away from the light novel on her phone. An unremarkable nobody had suddenly dazzled in a monthly exam, seizing the top spot in the entire school. A light novel had come to life. For a moment, the entire gymnasium fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath, watching the vitality on the display continue to climb. The vitality for a third-grade martial artist was 250 points. Could Chu Hong reach 250 points and become a third-grade martial artist? No one spoke anymore. At this moment, everyone instinctively sealed their lips, prepared to witness Chu Hong's vitality continue to break through. 243, 247, 251. Really? Are you kidding me? Third grade already? Like stardust streaking across the sky, the crowd, long suppressed, erupted once more. Third-grade martial artist. This was a third-grade martial artist. Their school had produced a third-grade martial artist so swiftly, shattering the school record for the fastest breakthrough in nearly a decade. Finally, Chu Hong's vitality settled at 267 points, outpacing the school's South second place by over 30 points. Silently withdrawing his hand, Chu Hong turned back. The crowd below was now too stunned to speak. Students unaware of the situation, the previously doubting masses, the indifferent teachers. At this moment, seeing his vitality value, all their former expressions froze in a stunned astonishment, silencing them completely. Chu Hong, someone from an unknown class, shouted amidst the crowd. Chu Hong. Another student raised his arm. Chu Hong. More voices began to chant. Chu Hong. Chu Hong. Chu Hong. In an instant, the gymnasium erupted with cheers. Countless people were stirred to fervor by Chu Hong's performance. The crowd roared, showering Chu Hong with applause. At this moment, Chu Hong conquered the audience with his vitality, becoming the center of attention. Impossible. Within Class 8, except for Wang Liang, who had long known some of the truth, everyone wore expressions of shock at Chu Hong's breakthrough to third-grade martial artist. Compared to the boisterous cheers from other classes, Class 8's voices were strikingly subdued. Recalling their previous mockery of Chu Hong, they wished they could bury themselves in the ground. Chu Hong had truly become a third-grade martial artist. His earlier declarations in the class chat were no mere posturing. Watching Chu Hong, who had supplanted Xiao Hong as the school's number 1, the coldness on Wang Ziwen's face vanished entirely. After a brief shock, a chill crept down her spine. Wait, didn't Ti arrange for him to fight in the very first match? Thinking of the underhanded scheme she had set up, assigning Chu Hong's first real combat test to herself, Wang Zuan's shock instantly morphed into terror. She was going to fight Chu Hong? Really? This was a third-grade martial artist, with nearly twice her vitality. If she recklessly charged at him, wouldn't she be cleaved in two in a single moment? But if she conceded outright in the first match, she would score 0 points. The cultivation resources for the next month were gone in an instant. It was over. Recalling the harsh words he had once hurled at Chu Hongbiao, Wang Zuan's heart sank to the very depths of despair. His own father, a third-rank martial artist, who could possibly defeat him? Just then, Chu Hong, having concluded the test, strolled leisurely to Wang Zuan's side. Noticing the terror lurking in Wang Zuan's eyes, Chu Hong chuckled softly. Patting Wang Zuan's shoulder, he remarked, "Your expression now is quite commendable. Keep it up. If we happen to meet in the practical combat test, I will return your previous words verbatim." It was over. Upon hearing this, Wang Zuan instantly collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes utterly extinguished. What monster? Watching Chu Hong's retreating figure, Xiao Hong and Su Taizan spoke simultaneously. They had initially believed Meng Saihuan was their greatest adversary, but unexpectedly, Chu Hong, this freak, had appeared out of nowhere. "Do you think we stand a chance in the practical combat?" They exchanged a glance, smiling bitterly as they posed the question to each other. After a long silence, no one answered. Yet all were well aware that facing a third-rank martial artist, their odds of victory were roughly 3 to 7. Chu Hong could reduce them to 7 pieces within 3 minutes. So this youth's name was Chu Hong. On the observation platform, Mu Yinshan had just recovered from his astonishment and began conversing with Principal Tai Wendong. "Vice Principal Mu, I told you, our school is brimming with exceptional talent." The moment Tai Wendong saw Chu Hong, he regarded him as a treasure, though he had resigned himself to the students of his own school. Witnessing the prowess of a third-rank martial artist stirred even his ironclad heart. He had never realized such an outstanding student existed within his school. Now, the 5 spots for the Zhujiang training camp were practically secured. Ignoring the admiring gazes around him, Chu Hong strode directly to Mu Yunshan and greeted him. "Principal Mu." "Principal? What principal?" At Chu Hong's greeting, Mu Yunshan hurriedly responded, "The principal is here, but you must advise." "Huh, Principal Mu, you're putting on airs where I can't see." Hearing their exchange, the laid-back Tai Wendong chuckled softly. "Looks like you two know each other." "We do." Mu Yinshan immediately patted Chu Hong on the shoulder. "I taught this kid a couple of moves outside before. I never expected you to be this outstanding. Indeed, so outstanding that you thought I belonged to another school." Chu Hong thought bitterly, but kept the words to himself. "I was wondering how our school produced such an exceptional student. Little Mu, I see you've been hiding a secret weapon from me." Tai Wendong suddenly realized and gave Mu Yinshan a hearty slap on the back. A muffled thud came from the back, and Mu Yinshan cursed inwardly, "This old man. When Chu Hong achieves excellent results in the martial examination, I will report your outstanding performance to the Martial Education Bureau truthfully." Tai Wendong laughed heartily, making Mu Yinshan's heart bloom with joy. "Old Tai, really? Could it be otherwise?" Tai Wendong stroked his beard, his eyes full of admiration for Chu Hong. "Such an excellent child. I certainly cannot let your merits go unrecognized." "Wonderful." Mu Yinshan was secretly delighted. He had never imagined that a casual pointer he gave earlier had landed on a student from his own school. Even outside school, he could promptly identify and mentor potential talents. Indeed, he possessed the aptitude of a principal. With proper training, Chu Hong might even become a top student admitted to a prestigious university. In truth, Chu Hong opened his mouth to explain that his third-rank martial artist cultivation had little to do with Vice Principal Mu. If anything, it was his father's sale of the ancestral heirloom dragon blood fruit and the initial 200 cave rations that contributed more. However, seeing Mu Yinshan's ecstatic expression, Chu Hong closed his mouth. It was fine. After all, Vice Principal Mu had taught him the Jinglong fist martial art. Whether or not the credit was deserved, he would leave it to this carefree uncle. Amid the conversation between the two principals, the blood vitality test in the gymnasium was drawing to a close. Having witnessed Chu Hong's astonishing vitality, the subsequent test seemed considerably dull by comparison. After the last student completed the test, the practical combat trials officially commenced. The practical combat test adopted a confrontational format. Except for the elite class, students competed in one-on-one elimination matches within their own classes. The judging panel scored based on the performances on stage. Subsequently, all promoted regular class students faced off against those from the elite class, with the final top 10 receiving additional rewards according to their rankings. Moreover, The monthly examination rankings served as the primary criterion for allocating martial examination sprint resources for the following month. Who do you think will be the unlucky ones facing Chu Hong? Looking at the already arranged practical combat test roster, the students preparing for the test began searching for Chu Hong's name. This was a battle involving a third-rank martial artist. Even if it was a swift defeat, observing it was far more meaningful than other matches. Fortunately, the practical combat tests started with fights within their own classes, or else encountering Chu Hong would have been disastrous. Though brief, Chu Hong's strength had already deeply impressed everyone at 6th middle school. After all, that astounding 267 points of vitality were no joke. A single punch to an ordinary person's head could easily leave a gaping hole in their forehead, if his martial arts skills improved even slightly. Mastering the most basic Jinglong fist would allow him to punch through steel plates not specially treated with exotic alloys. Within Class 8, all were anxiously awaiting the announcement of the combat matchups, especially those who had mocked Chu Hong most vehemently. They had nearly posted Chu Hong's genealogy in their chat group. If Chu Hong held a grudge, it would be the end of them. Yet among these individuals, there was an exception. Wang Ziwen was not afraid at all because he already felt as if he were dead. It's over. Chu Hong is recognized as the best Jinglong fist practitioner in the class. I'm doomed. Holding his head, he secretly wiped away tears in a corner, hating his foolish self from a few days ago. If he was going to break through to the second rank, why cause trouble with Chu Hong? Using Wang Liang to establish authority was much better than provoking Chu Hong. Now, the strongest Jinglong fist in the class was about to strike him in the forehead. Just as Wang Ziwen wallowed in sorrow, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. He immediately turned around, his sorrowful expression vanishing in an instant. Uncle. The visitor was none other than his uncle, Wang Weikai. Ziwen, don't be afraid. Wang Weikai gently patted Wang Ziwen's head and said warmly, just fight confidently when the time comes. Uncle, do you have a way to keep me from being beaten to death by Chu Hong? Wang Ziwen's eyes lit up, suddenly finding hope for survival. Others might lack solutions, but his uncle from the Academic Affairs Office might just help him overcome this crisis. That's right. Wang Weikai smiled proudly. I've already called an ambulance for you. By the time your fight ends, the ambulance should be right on time to take you to the finest intern doctor at Xi'an City First People's Hospital. Hearing his uncle's words, Wang Ziwen's heart instantly sank halfway. So it was only to keep him from dying, huh? There's nothing I can do. Wang Weikai shrugged and sighed. I just saw Chu Hong greeting Vice Principal Mu. That guy's probably the Vice Principal's secret weapon. No matter what I do, I can't outmaneuver Vice Principal Mu. Impossible. Hearing Chu Hong and Mu Yinshan greet each other, Wang Ziwen's eyes widened in disbelief. That elusive Vice Principal, who appeared only fleetingly, was secretly training Chu Hong as a covert weapon. Wasn't he his soul skill supposed to be late bloomer? How could that be possible? Who knows? Wang Weikai shrugged, equally puzzled. Perhaps that boy possessed a martial bone or a rare meridian, or some other unique talent. And my dear nephew, haven't you noticed? Chu Hong doesn't he look like a late bloomer at all? If he truly were, wouldn't he that make you all the Yellowman use? Besides, the late bloomer soul skill was what your homeroom teacher, Du Ming, claimed. Apart from the bearer, no one truly knows the soul skill's actual effect. Others can only guess through omens. Wang Weikai's rapid-fire rebuttal left Wang Ziwen speechless. Exactly. At the time, the old homeroom teacher was the first to sigh. But didn't Chu Hong admit it himself? Wang Ziwen suddenly realized. Chu Hong was concealing his true abilities. This guy's soul skill definitely isn't late bloomer. Damn, this guy tricked me. Wang Ziwen's fury ignited instantly, a spark of anger towards Chu Hong rising within him. Was it really necessary for Chu Hong to hide his abilities? If not for Chu Hong's concealment, he wouldn't have dared to fire at him. Such secrecy. Wang Ziwen gritted his teeth and cursed in rage. Yet when he thought of Chu Hong's 267 vitality, his spirit deflated once more. He couldn't defeat him after all. Ultimately, they weren't strong enough. Otherwise, no matter how fiercely they bullied Chu Hong, he wouldn't dare to utter a single sound. Next group, Group 8. To Class 8. Chu Hong is about to take the stage. Chu Hong, Chu Hong, Chu Hong. Before Wang Ziwen could finish venting his anger, a tsunami of cheers erupted behind him. Cheer up, the ambulance will arrive in 3 minutes. Wang Weikai patted Wang Ziwen's shoulder earnestly. Nephew, stop wasting your energy on such trivial bullying. Only corruption truly showcases one's strength, understand? Wang Ziwen lowered his head, slumping like a puddle of mud as he shuffled toward the testing arena. Don't worry, we just patched the scoring system for the test group. Students who face Chu Hong will receive bonus points. Your score 1 fall below the average. Wang Weikai watched Wang Ziwen's retreating figure gradually vanish into the crowd. Vice Principal Mu, I'll be going now. Hearing that the practical test was about to commence, Chu Hong bid farewell to the enthusiastic principal and vice principal, then stepped onto the arena. At this moment, Wang Ziwen stood nervously before him, while a referee deliberately reminded him, "Be careful and hold back a little. Don't cause any fatalities." Chu Hong nodded, and the referee's bell instantly rang to signal the start of the test. As the test began, Chu Hong immediately condensed his vitality in his palm, his legs tensing instinctively before springing forward. Wait! The moment Wang Ziwen spoke, an immense force surged from his chest. Bang! Struck by the heavy blow, Wang Ziwen flew out like a cannonball, crashing harshly against the edge of the arena. So fast, just one strike. And Wang Ziwen felt his lungs pounding rapidly, his body instinctively trembling in fear before Chu Hong's boiling vitality. He simply couldn't keep up with this speed. A full-powered strike from a third-rank martial artist was truly terrifying, leaving him utterly humiliated. What's wrong? Chu Hong's expression remained cold as he instinctively retracted most of his strength while striking. Come on, nephew. Wang Weikai silently cheered from the scoring table. The ambulance is almost here. Since we're classmates, can you please not use the Dragon Tiger Fist? Wang Ziwen gasped for breath, struggling to stand as he looked at Chu Hong's face. Give me some room to maneuver. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Hong et lip dwai, saiging. If you don't want me to use the Dragon Tiger Fist, then I'll oblige you. Really? Really? Chu Hong smiled, and Wang Ziwen's face lit up with hope, his breathing easing somewhat. If Chu Hong refrained from martial arts techniques, perhaps Wang Ziwen could even exploit martial arts to turn the tables. Take this. The next moment, a dragon's roar erupted from Chu Hong's fist. Roar! The dragon's cry burst forth, an overwhelming killing intent flooding Wang Ziwen's nerves. Dragon Path Fist. Chu Hong's extreme vitality engulfed Wang Ziwen, and a dragon's shadow instantly leapt from Chu Hong's fist. Once again, the students' hearts pounded wildly. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous bang echoed in their ears. Bang! Regaining his senses, Wang Ziwen's body had already slammed heavily against the gymnasium wall panels. At that moment, the medical staff summoned by Wang Weikai arrived, carrying a stretcher into the gymnasium. With a thud, Wang Ziwen landed precisely on the hospital stretcher. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Ziwen was rushed into the promptly arriving ambulance. As the ambulance gradually receded, the onlookers turned back to the arena, where only Chu Hong's figure remained. Gazing at Chu Hong, still standing in the arena, everyone took a deep breath. This is just a monthly exam, right? Can they really survive a punch like that? Amid their shocked expressions, Chu Hong raised his hand, the dragon's roar fiercely boiling within his fist. This is the exclusive martial art taught personally by our school's vice principal, Mu Yunshan. The Dragon Path Fist, unparalleled in power and primarily offensive. It boasts a remarkably low learning threshold. Those who perfect the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes all have the chance to master it. Chu Hong's voice was as resonant as a bell, each word piercing the ears. The students listening to his explanation instantly erupted in excitement. What? This is our vice principal's personally transmitted martial art. If you achieve perfection in the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes, you have a chance to learn it. Its power is unbelievable. Watching Chu Hong blatantly advertise the martial art on stage, Mu Yunshan's eyes widened in disbelief, almost bulging uncontrollably from their sockets. This guy actually dared to openly promote his martial art in front of the entire school, although Chu Hong promised to help with publicity later. Had he done so yet? Observing the now-vanished Wang Ziwen and the large crater on the gymnasium wall, Mu Yunshan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the publicity was quite effective. Exactly the imposing aura he desired. One man standing firm against 10,000. Xiaomu, you actually taught your Dragon Path Fist to Chu Hong? Watching Chu Hong's punch send Wang Ziwen flying, Principal Tai Wendong gaped, unable to conceal his astonishment. The principal is doing well. He patted Mu Yunshan's shoulder and continued encouraging. You must also teach the children well. I feel in a few years, it'll be time for me to step down. Step down? Mu Yunshan was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing. The old man was preparing to relinquish his position. Chu Hong really was his lucky star. Since teaching him the Dragon Path Fist, all good things have followed. I shall not fail the principal's trust. Mu Yunshan saluted the principal on the spot, his eyes brimming with loyalty to 6th Middle School. When he becomes principal, he will surely lead the school to ever greater heights. Below the stage, having finished the first battle, Chu Hong leapt down and the surrounding students instantly parted, heading straight to Wang Liang's side. Chu Hong immediately heard Wang Liang's sigh. Sigh. Looks like Wang Ziwen 1T be getting up for at least 10 days or half a month. If it weren't for you telling him about my secret leak and having my resources taken, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Chu Hong dusted off his hands, teasing, now that S satisfying. I was just upset about the lost resources before. I'll hit you fewer times later. Big brother. I've been doing so well lately. Why do you still want to hit me? Wang Liang backed away, repeated upon hearing this. Wang Liang exhaled deeply, his previously tense body instantly relaxing. Just give me a bottle of the warrior's body refining elixir as an apology, and that will suffice. Huh? Wang Liang staggered, taken aback that Chu Hong would even demand this. This fellow had already become the school's celebrity. Surely he wasn't lacking in resources. Was it really necessary to be so greedy for trifles on top of everything else? Will you give it or not? Chu Hong extended his hand, waving it teasingly in front of Wang Liang. Fine, once my resource allowance arrives next month. Wang Liang bit his lip, deciding to spend money to avoid trouble. After all, he had mocked Chu Hong enough in the past. This was just settling his old debts. All right then, I must continue with the matches. Bidding farewell to Wang Liang, Chu Hong turned around once more. The next group leapt onto the stage to spar. Having learned from Wang Liang's earlier lesson, the students from Class 8 immediately chose to slide onto their knees and concede upon encountering Chu Hong. I surrender. Soda. I was wrong. Watching each opponent hesitate to even step onto the platform before hastily yielding, Chu Hong sighed softly. In truth, he had intended to reserve the full force of his dragon fist for Wang Ziwen and the top 3 students of the elite class. The others need not forfeit outright. Sparring a couple of rounds with him wouldn't be fatal, and having the courage to exchange blows could even add to their practical combat scores. Standing on the platform, waiting as one after another of his classmates conceded, the long audition phase finally drew to a close. Next came the real battles among the elite class. Chu Hong, Chu Hong, Chu Hong. In the stands, the regular class students transformed into bloodthirsty spectators, watching Chu Hong ascend the stage with excitement. The first opponent, an excellent but ordinary elite class student rushing forward, was sent flying by a single Dragon Tiger fist strike. Chu Hong said calmly next, no way, a one-punch knockout. After defeating his opponent in just 3 moves, Xiao Hong's forehead broke out in a cold sweat upon witnessing a fellow classmate being felled by Chu Hong's single punch. Normally, it took him 3 moves to bring down an opponent. Chu Hong could do it with 1 punch, without even using the principal's personally taught Dragon Fist. The pressure was about to explode. Another punch, and Chu Hong shattered the second student who charged the stage with a single strike. Next, another punch. This was unbelievable. From below, the regular class students gasped repeatedly, watching the elite class students being kicked down like dogs by Chu Hong's blows. Some even began to entertain the thought, if I went up, maybe I could do this too. These guys seem kind of weak. Could it be that they only have high vitality, but are useless in practice? Truly befitting a 3rd-rank warrior, with vitality under 200 points, breaking enemies as effortlessly as shattering withered branches. Watching Chu Hong's graceful figure on the stage, Meng Saihuan, who had just finished her own match, sighed in admiration. Next group, Chu Hong versus Meng Saihuan. Me? Having just marveled at Chu Hong's formidable strength, Meng Saihuan was suddenly forced onto the stage, pointing to herself with a gradually contorted expression. Damn, I'm gonna be the punching bag. Bang. As expected, the newly emerged dark horse Meng Saihuan was still easily sent flying by Chu Hong's Dragon Tiger Fist, recognizing the vast disparity in their prowess. Chu Hong, well done. At the scoring table, Mu Qianshan, witnessing Chu Hong's outstanding performance, was utterly envious, looking at Chu Hong as if he were gazing upon his own son who had perished in the 10,000 races battlefield. Each punch Chu Hong landed represented another step closer to the principalship. The position of principal at 6th Middle School seemed to be beckoning him. Truly magnificent. Having swiftly and decisively dispatched another elite class opponent, Chu Hong suddenly lost interest in this test of instant kills. Teacher, how many matches are left? Turning to the scoring teacher beside him, who had already begun grading with eyes closed, Chu Hong asked listlessly. Oh, 3 more matches. Chu Hong, if you want first place, you still have to go through the motions. The others won't take up much of your time. Hearing Chu Hong's voice, the teacher who had been about to fall asleep while grading suddenly perked up, patiently explaining. He was truly helpless. Chu Hong was not only a 3rd-rank warrior, but had perfected the Dragon Tiger 3 absolutes and wielded the B-grade martial art Dragon Fist. Neither in cultivation nor martial skill could any student in the school match him. Not even the strongest in the entire school, Xiao Hong, who only practiced a quasi-B grade martial art from the C grade repertoire. How were they supposed to fight? Chu Hong's strength no longer resembled that of a 6th middle school student. Up to this point, not only did Chu Hong feel no pressure, but even the teacher was relaxed. Just giving full marks casually would suffice. Chu Hong's strength deserved it. There was no need to overthink it. So there are 7 opponents left, right? Chu Hong stretched and said confidently, "Let them all come on." Oh, did I hear that right? In the stands, those overhearing Chu Hong's conversation with the instructor were instantly shocked. Truly worthy of a 3rd-rank warrior. So arrogant. Not only a 3rd rank, but his martial arts are formidable too. That's the legendary B-grade martial art, only available to the top 3 schools in our city. Out in the martial arts halls, learning B-grade martial arts costs tens of thousands just to watch, and even then, it's hard to find a place to learn. Oh, if only I could be as powerful as Chu Hong. Better just wash up and go to sleep. What, you're gonna fight all 7 of us? Upon hearing Chu Hong's domineering declaration, Xiao Hong and the other top 7 students of the previous grade instantly bristled with fury. Though their vitality and martial arts were inferior to Chu Hong's, they still had pride. As the elite of the school's elite, they had never been so insulted. Bring them all on. Chu Hong raised his head proudly, the dragon's roar already rumbling in his palm. This isn't according to the rules, is it? The instructor stepped back slightly, looking up to the school authorities for guidance. In an instant, Muki and Shan, upon hearing that Chu Hong intended to sweep through the top 7, immediately responded, "Fight. Chu Hong has spoken. My dragon fist can easily crush these worthless pests." Hey, don't describe our elite class as ace students as worthless pests. In the stands, the elite class homeroom teacher covered his face, his expression contorted. "You brats, get out there." Hearing the homeroom teacher and vice principal's authoritative commands, the remaining elite class students ascended the stage one by one, their faces alight with fighting spirit as they faced Chu Hong. Chu Hong, such audacity. Leading the group was Xiao Hong, the previous grade S top student, who ground his teeth at Chu Hong. "If it were just a one-on-one between you and me, I'd admit I couldn't beat you. But I never imagined you would be so arrogant as to think you could defeat all 7 of us at once. I'll show you the true might of our elite class." Xiao Hong shouted fiercely, and beside him, Su Taizhan quickly stepped forward, leaning close to Xiao Hong. "I never thought we'd have the chance to fight side by side again since the monthly exam." Close to Xiao Hong, Su Taizhan smiled broadly. In the past, these two had encouraged and supported each other, reaching the pinnacle of 6th middle school together. Now, this fellow named Chu Hong dared to barge in and interfere with their fateful battle? That was absolutely unacceptable. Wait, why do Xiao Hong and Su Taizhan's gazes seem off? Perhaps this was the bond between men. In the next moment, both simultaneously activated their energy, their boiling vitality, stirring a raging tide of aura. "Chu Hong, let's show you the power of our bond." Roar. Bang. The vitality unleashed by the dragon fist transformed into a fiery dragon soaring into the sky. Before the few could discern Chu Hong's movements, Xiao Hong and Su Taizhan were already blasted off the platform. Several individuals turned around, trembling as they gazed upon the 2 students who had already lost consciousness, ranked 1st and 2nd in the entire school. At that moment, Chu Hong's voice resonated. "What bonds? What ties? Such flashy nonsense." Chu Hong retracted his fist, puzzled. He had thought these 2 were formidable, yet after unleashing his full strength, he defeated them in a single, decisive move once more. Witnessing the 2 who were instantly vanquished, Su Meiyan among the remaining 5 mustered her courage and spoke up. "Let us all attack together. 3rd-grade warriors have limited vitality. I refuse to believe he can knock us all down. Attack." After a few muffled sounds, all 5 were hurled out of the arena. An eerie silence immediately enveloped the gymnasium. Chu Hong had triumphed. Moments later, the jubilations inside the gymnasium thundered like a storm. Below the stage, the once lofty members of the elite class lay scattered on the ground here and there. The students' cheers were ceaseless, and in this moment, Chu Hong was undeniably the center of attention. "Chu Hong! Chu Hong! Chu Hong!" The crowd roared, shouting with abandon. "Well done. Truly worthy of being my student." Muyan Shan was the first to rush down from the stage after Chu Hong's victory, arriving before the official homeroom teacher, Du Ming, to stand before Chu Hong. Patting Chu Hong's shoulder, Muyan Shan's voice brimmed with passion. "Kid, I always knew you were a prodigy. Just a casual lesson for me. And you easily defeated these useless ones." "Thank you, Vice Principal Mu. You flatter me," Chu Hong replied modestly. "What are the school's plans next? What plans could there be for a minor monthly exam? After it's done, you can head straight home. The school will tally your vitality and combat scores. then rank you accordingly. Next week, you'll receive your subsequent training resources. But I reckon you've already secured first place in the grade. Getting resources will just be a formality. How about this? I'll hand the resources to you now, so you don't have to come next week. Slapping Chu Hong on the back with hearty laughter, Mu Yinshan exclaimed, "Today really gave me a chance to feel proud. Never had such a thrill before." Seeing Mu Yinshan's exuberant demeanor, Chu Hong leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Vice Principal Mu, I have a question, unsure if it's appropriate to ask." "What is it?" Mu Yinshan turned, his eyes filled with innocent curiosity. "There was quite a bit of fiction in your speech earlier," Chu Hong said, lowering his voice. "At that time, when you saw me practicing martial arts, the sun hadn't set yet, right?" Mu Yinshan instantly stiffened, recalling his impassioned speech. Aside from Chu Hong being the prototype for the event, almost everything else was fabricated, or rather, artistically embellished. "Are you angry, Chu Hong? Listen, I wasn't paying attention to the time then. What about the ordinary classes in other schools? Didn't I ask you which school you were from? Why didn't you say I was from the key class of another school? The ordinary classes motivate you better, don't they? So, when you trained every day in the park, was that also to inspire us?" Chu Hong Vito Dili. "I didn't even know that was the case. I was immersed in the underground layers hunting beasts. That should be a greater source of motivation, right? Hunting beasts might be too distant for most students in our school. It's not ideal, but fighting off the myriad clans? That's not far removed from us. Ahem, grand aspirations must be held regardless." Hearing the middle-aged man's feeble attempts at justification, Chu Hong's face brimmed with contempt. "So you admit your speech was fabricated? That's artistic embellishment." Mu Yinshan strained his neck, cheeks flushed red from Chu Hong's accusations. "You know yourself that the artistic embellishment made little difference. If you hadn't urged everyone to applaud, I doubt many in the audience would have paid attention. Vice Principal, surely you wouldn't want students to know that there were barely any truths in your motivational speech?" Chu Hong's words, like a devil's whisper, sank deeply into Mu Yinshan's heart. "Of course not. Chu Hong, I know I was wrong. Please, don't tell anyone. Rest assured, you taught me the Dragon Path Fist, which is indeed effective." Yeme no ingrata. Rubbing his fingers, Chu Hong extended his hand toward Mu Yinshan. "Vice Principal, now that I am the school's top student, and you are the wise and valiant teaching expert, shouldn't you grant me some extra reward? A hush money." Mu Yinshan cursed inwardly, glaring fiercely at the feigning innocent Chu Hong. He hadn't expected this kid to be so greedy, having already claimed the top spot, yet still demanding additional resources. But never mind, just give it to him. Sighing, Mu Yinshan begrudgingly produced a card. Since Chu Hong had proved himself, this opened a small window on the otherwise distant path to becoming school president. "There are 8,000 Huaxia coins on this card. Consider it your scholarship." "What? Only 8,000? Chu Hong was dumbfounded upon hearing the amount. 8,000 could barely buy 4 bottles of body-tempering elixir, which students at first middle school could acquire within 4 days on campus. And here, this was only considered a scholarship. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll take it back." Seeing Chu Hong's expression of disdain, Mu Yinshan's anger flared. The school was that poor, and Chu Hong had no habit of saving money. 8,000 was already the largest sum he had at hand, yet this kid was still dissatisfied. "Do you think my money grows on trees?" Mu Yinshan snapped, glaring twice at Chu Hong before clapping his hands to shoo him away. "I'll see if the school can give you more benefits later, all right? This is all I can offer for now." Dismissed in just a few words, Chu Hong was left helpless. "Well, at least tell me the password for the card." "No password needed. This is a cultivation work card with password-free payments. Just swipe it at any warrior shop under the Martial Arts Association." Pushing Chu Hong out of the gymnasium, Mu Yinshan added, "It also has a credit function. If you run short of money, you can take out a loan. Don't borrow too much. My credit's on the line." Having addressed Chu Hong's concerns, Mu Yinshan hurried back. "No one to stop, kid. Don't waste this money on luxuries." Watching the vice principal's retreating figure, Chu Hong stared dumbfounded at the card in his hand. Loans were even available on this? After a moment's thought, he swallowed all previous complaints. Apparently, Vice Principal Mu was truly strapped for cash to have given him a credit card. But didn't the school serve pre-packaged meals every day? They charged for regular meals. Understanding Mu Yinshan's predicament, Chu Hong grew even more perplexed. The school had all sorts of fees. Surely they must rake in some extra profit? If the leader of the school was broke, where was all the money going? Never mind. It was unnecessary to ponder too much. Suppressing the extraneous thoughts, Chu Hong swiftly left the school and headed at full speed to the warrior shop. Since Vice Principal Mu said loans were available, he was certainly not going to hold back. Holding the cultivation work card given by Mu Yinshan, he approached the front desk. Guided by staff, Chu Hong smoothly arrived at the automated loan center affiliated with the Martial Arts Association. So convenient, it hardly required personal presence. The convenience was almost frightening. I'll spend a bit more now. When I'm powerful enough, just a few words beside those big shots will shine glory on Vice Principal Mu, Chu Hong mused, without hesitation setting the loan limit to the maximum. Tonight, he could perform his second enlightenment ceremony. The more resources he consumed, the better. Therefore, the single loan limit was 500,000, maxed out. Instantly, the loan amount of 500,000 credits appeared in Chu Hong's account. As he opened his eyes again, the figure, 508,000, flashed before him, the extra digits dazzling to the point of blurring his vision. Let me see. The installments would take about 10 years to repay, and the interest seemed lower than what Aunt Jiang offered. Chu Hong did a quick calculation and immediately felt at ease. Principal Mu was not only the vice principal of 6th middle school, but also a third-rank marshal revered. If he really wanted to make money, he certainly had no shortage of avenues. His father, back when he had not yet reached the marshal ancestor rank, could still produce tens of millions. A dignified marshal revered, a rank above the marshal ancestor, could easily spare 500,000. Once he got into a top-tier marshal university, he could boast about Principal Mu's contributions wherever he went. Not to mention a principal of 6th middle school. Even the head of the Marshal Training Bureau would have to defer to Principal Mu. So rest assured in making your purchase. Bearing such a hefty loan, Chu Hong instantly shed all hesitation, and without pause, he added all the cultivation resources he saw straight into his purse. Divine Heart Marrow buy, Flamefire Vine buy, and another refined steel battle knife. He couldn't neglect his inner armor either. With abundant funds at his disposal, Chu Hong's scavenging pace resembled that of a locust swarm. In an instant, more than half of his credit limit was depleted. At that moment, a sparsely populated section caught Chu Hong's attention. Wait, a special discount area? Within the special discount zone, countless goods were displayed. At the very top sat a familiar item, the Wei Long blood dragon fruit. The price was 200,000, a full 100,000 less than an ordinary blood dragon fruit. Handsome sir, are you interested in purchasing this Wei Long blood dragon fruit? Before Chu Hong could divert his gaze from this unique fruit, a voice instantly stopped him. He turned to see an enthusiastic male salesperson gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Right now, this item is on special promotion. Not only is the price low, but you'll also receive a complimentary Pulse Cleansing Trio upon purchase. Startled by the salesperson's fervor, Chu Hong shivered involuntarily. Pulse Cleansing Trio? That's the cleansing pill, the turbid milk, and the purification elixir, all capable of harmonizing the meridians and even assisting in awakening the rare pulse. The salesperson said, raising his eyebrows at Chu Hong. The three masterpieces of the Grandmaster level. Martial bones are innate and unattainable by will alone. The soul is as volatile as the heart's whims. But the rare pulse is different. As long as you're willing to invest, awakening is guaranteed 100%. Buying one today is an investment in your future self. Moreover, it's a complimentary gift with the purchase of this Wei Long blood dragon fruit. It's truly worth considering. Listening to the salesperson's explanation, Chu Hong zugili understood. These were cultivation resources to aid in the awakening of rare pulses. Indeed, something quite necessary. Martial bones, rare pulses, and souls were crucial innate talents that determined whether one could become a top-tier powerhouse. Martial bones were congenital, unless, like his mother, one obtained that almost inexplicable fruit from the alien battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Having no martial bones simply meant none. The soul was enigmatic. Some said it reflected martial will, but its judgment was so capricious that awakening a humorous soul carelessly could render one utterly useless. If not for his time traveler boon, having obtained a second soul named Striving Dawn, Chu Hong might have been driven mad by his late bloomer soul. But rare pulses were different. Their awakening came through nurturing the meridians with spiritual items, as the vital energy gradually fused the spirit attributes of the items with the meridians. A rare pulse would form. Compared to innate martial bones and the metaphysical soul, rare pulses were far more controllable. By scientifically nurturing the meridians with spiritual items, one could steadily awaken the desired rare pulse. Hence, a profession called Rare Pulse Cultivator had emerged in this world. Their work was to help wealthy youths awaken the rare pulses they desired. Not only was the salary exorbitant, but they also gained access to cultivation resources and attribute spiritual items unavailable on the market. A true elite career, enjoying full version bonuses. However, due to the high threshold for nurturing meridians and the occasional need to venture into alien realms to acquire resources for clients, rare pulse cultivators were extremely scarce. Even the most junior rare pulse cultivator charged at least $1 million as a retainer fee per session. How about it? This is a splendid deal. We even include a rare pulse cultivation guidebook. Who knows? It might help you become a rare pulse cultivator yourself. The salesperson's tone grew more and more excited, as if his cardiovascular system might collapse at any moment. Seeing such madness, Chu Hong was rather uncertain. Could it really be that good? This way long blood dragon fruit seemed fishy, cheaper than the regular blood dragon fruit, and accompanied by so many cultivation resources. If it were some trickster that wrecked his meridians, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Handsome sir, how long has this way long blood dragon fruit been displayed here? Chu Hong probed cautiously, his face full of suspicion. The salesperson stammered under Chu Hong's piercing gaze, and Chu Hong was almost certain at a glance that something was seriously wrong with this fruit. Though he now had money and was stronger, he was not foolish enough to buy substandard products just to save a few coins. Just as Chu Hong was about to turn and leave, a sharp feminine voice rang out from behind. Well then, how can you still display this blood dragon fruit here? Chu Hong turned to see a girl about his age, her blood-red hair catching the light, shooting a furious glare at the salesman beside him. How many times have I told you? Having such things here only harms people. You unscrupulous merchants never learn, do you? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the Quality Supervision Bureau? The girl's angry shout was deafening, causing Chu Hong's eardrums to vibrate painfully, forcing him to cover his ears. Is this woman practicing the lioness roar technique? Such a loud voice. Chu Hong thought, slightly amused. Although this righteous heroine was acting for his benefit, openly preventing harmful products from entering the market, her manner of enforcement was a bit too grandiose, almost deafening him. Madame Li, wouldn't it be better if you stayed home to cultivate quietly? We are conducting legitimate business here. This way long blood dragon fruit has passed the Quality Supervision Bureau's inspection and is absolutely harmless. The salesman, who had just resumed his pitch, now groaned helplessly at Li Yu's sudden arrival. I'm just trying to earn a living here. If I don't make money, the boss deducts my wages. Stop. I don't care about your wages. I only care whether your products are healthy. Li Yu cut off the salesman's appeal coldly, speaking with righteous indignation. Your products target all the martial artists of Qiyang City. If anyone gets sick from them, forget wages. Your reputation will be ruined, and your job will be over. I give up on you, Madam Li, the salesman said helplessly, turning to Chu Hong to explain. Handsome sir, please don't leave yet. Let me explain. Our way long blood dragon fruit's medicinal effect is 20% stronger than the ordinary one. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. But the dragon's spiritual energy inside is twice that of a normal blood dragon fruit. Li Yu's voice grew cold. The dragon's spiritual energy is so strong that even martial artists dare not consume it recklessly. Selling it in the martial artists section is practically a deliberate attempt to harm people. But martial artists refuse to buy it because the cost-performance ratio is too low. It's just one T-cell. The salesman whispered in rebuttal, but then fell silent. Blood dragon fruit, due to its dragon's spiritual energy, is theoretically a breakthrough spiritual item provided only to high-level martial artists ranked 7th grade or above. However, due to the potent nature of this fierce blood dragon fruit, although its efficacy is far superior, the internal dragon chi it harbors is twice that of a common blood dragon fruit. Ordinary martial artists must exercise caution when ingesting a blood dragon fruit to avoid being consumed by the internal dragon chi. With twice the dragon chi, the difficulty of refining it increases exponentially. Therefore, without reaching at least the martial master realm, it is nearly impossible to refine the internal dragon chi. Selling the fierce blood dragon fruit to martial masters could potentially resolve the dragon chi issue, but once one attains the martial master stage, the demand for vitality surges dramatically. A single small blood dragon fruit becomes as insignificant as a mere scrap to them. Unless a martial master specifically requires the refinement of dragon chi, no fool would purchase such a troublesome item. Caught amidst these multifaceted factors, the originally exorbitant fierce blood dragon fruit rapidly depreciated at an unimaginable pace. Even when the price dropped to 200,000, nearly half the original value, it remained unsellable. Yet, when these words reached Chu Hong's ears, they took on a different hue. Twice the dragon chi. Upon catching this crucial detail in their conversation, Chu Hong's eyes brightened. No wonder the fierce blood dragon fruit was so inexpensive. It was precisely because the dragon chi was too potent. He had initially assumed it was due to inferior quality, but now he was reassured. Twice the dragon chi, under the weakening effect of late bloomer, was almost no different from an ordinary blood dragon fruit. Once reaching the advanced martial artist stage, refining it would be effortless. Moreover, having previously experienced refining dragon chi, albeit only half a trace, Chu Hong now possessed some experience to tackle the complete refinement. Additionally, cultivating the martial art dragon path fist required the aid of dragon chi. This item might even assist him in advancing his mastery of Dragon Path Fist, even if unusable now, after tonight's enlightenment and a breakthrough to advanced martial artist. It could be reserved for the third enlightenment session. Items that cannot be sold should be destroyed. Otherwise, they remain a hazard here. If you have the capability, buy it yourself and destroy it. So righteous, yet unwilling to spend even 200,000. Do you think 200,000 is mere cabbage? That's my 2 months' worth of cultivation funds. Due to the Dragon Chi issue of the fierce dragon blood dragon fruit, the two parties remained deadlocked. Just then, Chu Hong, who had been detached from the discussion, interjected abruptly, seizing the fierce dragon blood dragon fruit from the display stand. Under the astonished gazes of the two, Chu Hong raised the fruit and proclaimed, "I'll take this blood dragon fruit." Upon hearing Chu Hong's declaration, the two who had been embroiled in argument turned sharply. Their surprise unmistakable. "Are you mad?" Almost at the same moment, Chu Hong spoke. A young girl fiercely blocked his path. "I just told you. The dragon chi in the fierce dragon blood dragon fruit is twice that of an ordinary one. Are you deaf?" The girl's furious shout was deafening, but Chu Hong, prepared this time, promptly covered his ears. "You really want to buy it?" The vendor's eyes lit up upon hearing Chu Hong's intention to purchase the fierce dragon blood dragon fruit. Unexpectedly, even after learning of its side effects, there was still a reckless fool willing to buy it. Now this hot potato could finally be off their hands. "Buy it. I like strong dragon chi," Chu Hong declared firmly, pushing the blood dragon fruit into the vendor's hand. "Wrap it up for me. I'll pay for everything together later." The fierce dragon blood dragon fruit not only had more potent medicinal effects than the ordinary blood dragon fruit, but was also cheaper. The only dragon chi issue was nothing significant to him. How could he refuse to buy it? Upon receiving Chu Hong's confirmation, the young vendor promptly took off, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "I finally sold this thing." The vendor's excited voice echoed from afar, reverberating endlessly throughout the discount zone despite the disappearance of his figure. "You really bought it?" If a martial artist consumes this, their life is guaranteed to be shortened. Grabbing Chu Hong's collar, he suddenly felt a faint heat radiate from his chest. Li Yu's fierce gaze seemed intent on devouring him alive. "If your ears are bad, go get them treated. Do you really think the discount zone offers genuine bargains? Everything here is either defective or comes with a tremendous cost. Are you really courting death?" As Li Yu spoke, an invisible aura of might expanded from within her, causing the surrounding air to distort slightly under the diffusion of her vitality and blood energy. Vitality pressure? An advanced martial artist. Feeling the oppressive aura radiating from the girl, Chu Hong's expression shifted. Unexpectedly, merely buying some supplements brought him face to face with a peer of advanced martial artist caliber. "My constitution is special. This side effect doesn't affect me much." With a backward swipe, he brushed Li Yu's hand away, his tone turning slightly cold. "Miss Li, I understand your righteous nature and your disdain for people buying unverified products, but at least grant me the courtesy of an explanation before you make a move." "Apologies." Only then did Li Yu realize her misconduct. With nowhere to place the retracted hand, she reluctantly took a few steps back. "That was my fault." She bowed apologetically with one hand over her chest. "My name is Li Yu, a senior at Xinlan High School." "Xinlan, huh?" Chu Hong Mu said in Li, surprised to learn that she was from Xinlan. Xinlan High School was the premier martial arts high school in Qiyang City, second only to First High School and on par with Yiding. Unlike First High School, which benefited from the top-tier resources supplied directly by the Martial Education Bureau, Xinlan was a genuine private institution that employed a large number of martial arts experts with extensive experience as teachers. Every student studying there came from affluent or noble families, relying on their ample familial resources for martial arts cultivation, while also benefiting from Xinlan's elite instructors to refine their martial skills. Due to Xinlan's distinctive teaching methods, although its overall quality was not on par with First High School, its top-tier students rivaled those of First High. Symbolically patting the collar that Li Yu had just grabbed, Chu Hong felt obliged to return the courtesy since she had introduced herself. "I am Chu Hong, a senior at Sixth High School." Sixth High? Upon hearing Chu Hong's school, Li Yu's lips twitched involuntarily. Chu Hong lowered his head and said, "You can laugh if you want. Just don't laugh yourself sick." After all, their school had been looked down upon for quite some time. It was fine if Li Yu smiled. It would cheer him up as well. "Sorry." With a guilty gesture smoothing her flushed lips, Li Yu exhaled deeply. "To my knowledge, the best martial examination result among previous Sixth High students was a 5th-rank martial artist, even with an ordinary blood dragon fruit. Refining the internal dragon chi requires at least the cultivation level of a 7th-rank advanced martial artist. The dragon chi inside the fierce dragon blood dragon fruit is twice that of an ordinary one, making the refining difficulty multiply. Are you truly capable? Though Li Yu tried to maintain a calm tone, the occasional sharp inflections betrayed her doubt. In a school where there were barely any mid-rank martial artists, was it really possible for an advanced martial artist capable of refining ordinary blood dragon fruit dragon chi to emerge? It seemed rather unlikely. Can't our 6th high produce a prodigy? Zhuhong Dize. To be honest, I'm actually the top student in the grade for this month's exams. You're number 1 at 6 high? Upon hearing Chu Hong's defense, a spark of curiosity flickered in Li Yu's eyes. So you're the strongest at 6 high? What a coincidence. Of course. Before Li Yu finished, Chu Hong nodded. Moreover, I'm the most promising candidate in decades to enter the top martial arts university. Interesting. Li Yu's eyes swirled thoughtfully as she meticulously examined the youth before her, who claimed the title of the foremost student of 6th middle school. The young man possessed a striking visage, his expression tinged with a hint of aloofness, and the sharpness gleaming in his gaze bespoke an unwavering confidence. Indeed, his eyes bore the unmistakable mark of someone truly worthy of being number 1. Before the two could continue their conversation, the vendor who had wrapped the dragon blood fruit hurried over, clutching a large paper bag. Handsome sir, your dragon blood fruit is ready, along with the complimentary vein cleansing trio set. The vendor announced, extending a small booklet to Chu Hong. This is the user's guide for the vein cleansing trio. It contains detailed methods for nurturing your meridians, guaranteeing you a profitable venture. Hangzhu, Zhuhong Ziplit. No trouble at all. This dragon blood fruit pairs best with spirit artifacts that enhance willpower. Otherwise, there's still some risk involved, the vendor explained. Producing a deep blue necklace. This is a soul-fixing necklace crafted from soul stones gathered from foreign lands, and it's only 160,000. Stop. I'm broke after this purchase. No more sales pitches, please. Chu Hong hastily waved his hand, having spent all the funds he borrowed under Principal Mu's name on this dragon blood fruit. He was now preparing to return home and complete the final refinement before his second Heavenly Dao enlightenment. Very well. Then remember to come by often. I'll give you a discount. The vendor's enthusiasm vanished instantly upon learning Chu Hong was out of money, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Such a quick change of face, Chu Hong muttered, staring blankly at the retreating figure. Seeing Chu Hong's bewildered expression, Li Yu stifled a giggle. Everyone here's like that. Money talks. Here, take this. Before Chu Hong could turn around, Li Yu tossed the necklace, emanating an icy chill, into his hands. What's this for? Chu Hong asked in surprise, his face contorting as he held the necklace. It's an ice-congealing necklace, capable of suppressing flames and also stabilizing one's spirit, the maiden replied with a sly smile, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as if she were about to witness an entertaining spectacle. You're supposed to be the top student of 6th middle school, the most promising talent in decades to gain admission to a premier martial university. If you were to end up poisoned by eating a single fruit, wouldn't that be a joke? This thing's expensive. Chu Hong looked up, momentarily stunned as he caught sight of the silver-white necklace in Li Yu's hand. Upon sensing the far stronger chill radiating from it, he swallowed the words he had intended to say. The frozen ice necklace's effectiveness surpasses that outdated trinket you have by 30%. Buying this means you must be a fire element cultivator, right? The girl flicked her deep crimson hair and, with a playful yet resolute expression, plucked the flame vine from Chu Hong's shopping basket. I'm one too. Coincidence, perhaps. I originally intended to purchase cultivation resources and sell this as secondhand, but since it's useful to you, I'll lend it to you. How am I supposed to return it? Chu Hong sighed. Such a precious spirit artifact was not something he could shamelessly accept without repaying, and even then, he might never have the chance. You said you were the top student of 6th middle school, right? We'll probably meet again soon, Li Yu said meaningfully, flicking the necklace onto her fair neck. By the way, I'm also number 1 in Xinlan. The maiden's figure gradually receded, leaving Chu Hong utterly perplexed. What did any of this have to do with being number 1? The necklace in his palm sent a faint chill through him. With a resigned sigh, Chu Hong fastened it around his neck. Since it had been lent to him, he might as well keep it safe and return it when the opportunity arose. Thanks. The girl's silhouette vanished, and seeing no further matters, Chu Hong left the martial arts shop. Before departing, he tossed Principal Mu's card back to the school reception and dashed home, commencing the final refinement before the enlightenment. After refining the few critical spirit artifacts he had acquired, Chu Hong opened his eyes. At that very moment, he gazed out the window. The sun had already set, and his chest throbbed incessantly. The formidable power to command time resided in his heart. The strength of seizing every moment had now been fully stored. With a mere thought, he could accelerate the final stage of his soul's Hong's late bloomer advancement. Taking a deep breath, Chu Hong's heartbeat quickened in tandem with his will. Seize every moment. In the next instant, an immense force descended upon Chu Hong, causing every meridian throughout his body to pulse in harmony with the will of the Heavenly Dao. The second enlightenment had begun. Feeling the surging power rise within him, Chu Hong sensed his flesh and blood boiling anew, every meridian trembling under the enlightenment's might. Flames, icy chills, tiger roars, dragon chants, and even the energy from every meal he had consumed. All these forces transformed into pure Heavenly Dao energy, flowing into Chu Hong's body in the most domineering yet gentle manner imaginable. Driven by instinct, Chu Hong launched a punch. The roar of a dragon echoed from his fist, fierce and terrifying, his eyes radiating a killing intent that seemed capable of obliterating all in its path. Tenfold dragon intent. Absorb. Assisted by the Heavenly Dao's power, the dragon intent granted by the blood dragon fruit was absorbed by Chu Hong at 10 times its normal efficacy. In that moment, his understanding of the dragon path fist deepened exponentially. His past martial training experiences surged in like a violent flood, and the dragon path fist solidified instantly. Dragon path fist. Minor success. Proficient. Great success. Perfection. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Path Fist, which he had only recently mastered, was honed to perfection. Even without releasing the dragon's roar, the sheer aura from his fist was enough to terrify all cockroaches and mosquitoes within the room to death. Simultaneously, Chu Hong et vitali sub dramatikas. Flames rose in his dantian, searing through his meridians like blazing fire, and his vital energy climbed step by step. Nearly at the same moment as his Dragon Path Fist strike, 4th grade martial artist, adapting to the power coursing through him, Chu Hong struck out a second punch. 5th grade martial artist, drawing upon the martial experience gained from the Enlightenment, Chu Hong's understanding of his self-created martial art, the Tiger Roar Blade, deepened profoundly. The Dragon Path Fist, Tiger Roar Blade, and Dragon Tiger Fist converged, and the intent behind Chu Hong's punches manifested as 2 ferocious tigers wreathed in flames. With every punch thrown, the overflowing vital energy surged through his meridians, cleansing and invigorating them. The thresholds of martial cultivation were shattered one by one as his fist technique advanced. 6th grade martial artist. 7th grade martial artist. 8th grade martial artist. In the blink of an eye, 5 punches shattered 5 realms. His vital energy surged to unprecedented heights. In mere moments, Chu Hong attained a power comparable to Chu Chio's former might. With vitality exceeding 1500, he reached the 8th grade, a true outstanding talent. Entering a martial university ranked among the top 211 was as effortless as reaching into one's pocket. This is the grandeur of the Heavenly Dao's power. Feeling his body ablaze with energy, Chu Hong shouted aloud, setting the surrounding air aflame in response. This was the mark of the flame art at its pinnacle. Relying solely on his vitality, he could conjure flames reaching 5,000 degrees Celsius out of thin air. Didn't he expect this enlightenment to enrich my vitality so much? Retracting the blazing flames back into his dantian, Chu Hong looked down only to find his clothes had been burned away by the flames unleashed by the flame art. Damn it! Realizing the situation was dire, Chu Hong quickly surveyed his surroundings. Seeing the smoldering remains of his furniture, the already impoverished young man emitted a sharp, anguished cry. With no time even to dress, he frantically began to extinguish the fire. After a tense while, Chu Hong narrowly managed to put out the blaze. Staring at the wreckage of his humble rented room, his face twisted into a grimace. Unexpectedly, this time the initiation caused such a commotion. Now it's all ruined. Thinking of the terrifying landlord, Chu Hong anxiously paced back and forth. This is the end of the line. Their landlord is the ruthless type who charges rent even if the shoe cabinet has mold. If he discovers such a loud disturbance in the house. He bankrupt me with compensation. Had I known the noise would be this loud, I would have rented a training room outside. At this moment, Chu Hong deeply regretted his stinginess that led him to conduct the initiation right at home. If he had rented a private training chamber capable of handling all sorts of extreme conditions, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. Now, not only has the debt problem remained unresolved, but he probably owes the landlord and knew some as well. Just as Chu Hong was at his wit's end, the heavy door behind him suddenly shook. Bang! The door was flung open in an instant. Son, I'm home. Wait, why are you not wearing any clothes? Seeing the scene inside the room, Chu Shan, dressed in a suit, froze in expression. Then, a sharp explosion echoed again inside the house. Put on your clothes properly and sit obediently across from your father. Chu Hong lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, Chu Shan, having just listened to Chu Hong's explanation, was already pressing his temples repeatedly, dizzy. So you're saying you suddenly broke through and accidentally made such a mess at home? Yeah. Well, it's good at least that you've been training seriously lately. Chu Shan sighed, not blaming Chu Hong too harshly. The path of a martial artist often involves unexpected setbacks. Just like how your old man had half of his cultivation taken away, it wasn't a minor setback. Before Chu Shan finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded outside the door. Chu Hong looked up and saw the very creditor to whom his father owed 5 billion. Unlike before, when he wore a silver-blue tuxedo, this time Jiang Qingyun's attire looked much more casual, seemingly the trendiest casual wear of the moment. Yet just thinking that this president of the neighboring province's martial arts association and his father, who was already in his 40s, were of the same age, felt somewhat surreal. Looking at his father, whose black hair had streaks of gray and whose mouth was covered with stubble, Chu Hong couldn't help but exclaim, "Wait, Dad? Why did you shave your beard?" Chu Shan, dressed in a black suit and looking quite the part, could easily be mistaken for a middle-aged entrepreneur, handsome and wealthy, if seen on the street. It must be said, before meeting his mother, his dad's ability to bind his soul with dozens of girls, a romantic flair, was quite impressive. Even at over 40, the modeling still held up. "This is your dad's new job. How do you like it? Classy, right?" Chu Shan said, adjusting his collar with pride. Arranging the daily outings for Jiang Qingyun, the president of the Martial Arts Association, and accompanying him throughout. That's real power. "Got it, you're the chauffeur," Chu Hong quipped, instantly losing interest in his father's new job. Driving the Martial Arts Association as president does require wearing a suit and looking presentable. Otherwise, if his dad carried the car keys to the association's garage, people might just kick him out thinking he is a beggar. That is not all. Your old man can also fly a helicopter. You fly a helicopter? Aren't you afraid of crashing at 4 in the morning? Chu Hong Vito Sakastio. Anyway, how much does Aunt Jiang pay you? Being the Martial Arts Association president's driver sounds dignified. 2,500 a month. But I told him he doesn't need to increase the interest on the 50 billion he owes me from now on, Jiang Qingyun explained while rummaging through the house. Is there any tea left? It tasted quite good. Even the salary sounded like a joke. Hearing his father's current monthly wage, Chu Hong felt his dad was being completely played. Sweeping the streets pays more than 2,500 a month. This was basically being a free driver. Listen, these are all extra perks. The key point is no more interest added later. Chu Shan whispered into Chu Hong's ear. 5 billion with monthly interest. At least 8 million a month. How long will we have to keep paying this debt? To the year of the monkey and horse? And it includes food and lodging too. Look, I even brought you some takeout. Nutrition roughly equivalent to 3 bottles of martial artist's body tempering elixir. Worth 6,000. Chu Hong et poupin de la tête. And he hurriedly pocketed the nutritional supplement his father handed him. Being Aunt Jiang's driver is really great. Dad should try to keep this job as long as possible. So, Chu Hong, your breakthrough caused such a big commotion? Even a 4th-grade martial artist wouldn't do that, right? Jiang Qingyun was puzzled. Previously, she sensed Chu Hong's cultivation was genuinely 3rd grade. Even if luck had pushed him to 4th grade recently, it wouldn't be like this. After sensing Chu Hong's aura, Jiang Qingyun was stunned on the spot. Wait, how did you suddenly become an 8th-grade martial artist? Jiang Qingyun screamed, feeling as if her martial arts worldview had cracked. Less than 10 days, leaping from 3rd grade to 8th grade. No rocket could launch that fast. That is equivalent to those innate divine beasts among the myriad clans. 8th grade? Hearing Jiang Qingyun's scream, Chu Shan was also shocked. Although he knew his son might have hidden tricks, this was just too extreme. Are you sure this won't affect his foundation? Although puzzled, Chu Shan stepped forward to smooth things over. Isn't this because my son has good genes? He inherited the fine genes of our Chu family. You're just flattering yourself. Chu Shan shot him a glance. Jiang Qingyun immediately grabbed Chu Hong's arm and began examining his meridians. You advanced so fast. It might affect your martial arts future. How is your foundation even steadier than mine? It's all persistence and hard work. Chu Hong explained boldly. I've been consolidating for over 10 years, and now I'm breaking out. Consolidating? There is no such thing. Jiang Qingyun was speechless. Sure enough, like father, like son, both were masters of quips and jokes. Moreover, Chu Hong seemed to have taken it a step further, learning from his mother's habit of hiding elements of her abilities. Further probing Chu Hong's meridians, the initially speechless Jiang Qingyun suddenly stiffened. She saw that Chu Hong's meridians were enveloped by a strange substance, gradually merging with his vital energy and blood. An ordinary person might not understand what this was, but as the president of Jiangbei Province's Martial Arts Association, Jiang Qingyun almost blurted out upon seeing this peculiar substance surrounding the meridians. This is a proto-wondrous meridian. Proto-wondrous meridian? Hearing Jiang Qingyun's exclamation, Chu Hong's expression turned odd. He hadn't even read the Wondrous Meridian Cultivation Guide gifted by the martial artist shop. How could he have a proto-wondrous meridian? A proto-wondrous meridian is the initial stage of a martial artist's wondrous meridian. At this stage, the main framework of the wondrous meridian is roughly formed, slightly enhancing the martial artist's cultivation speed. At the same time, the formation of a proto-wondrous meridian also signifies that the wondrous meridian's attribute is roughly determined. Changing it afterward is almost impossible. Therefore, cultivating a suitable proto-wondrous meridian is a major challenge for wondrous meridian cultivators. Imagine if a client asked you to cultivate an ice attribute wondrous meridian, but the one you grew ended up being fire attribute. Breaking the leg would be the least of your worries. Some hot-tempered clients might kill on the spot to vent their anger. It is precisely because of the importance of the proto-wondrous meridian in wondrous meridian cultivation that many martial artists hesitate to start cultivating their wondrous meridians before firmly deciding their martial path. After all, this cannot be changed or reassigned. If the awakened wondrous meridian's nature doesn't match their martial art style, wouldn't they just explode? But here lies the dilemma. Recently, Chu Hong has been consuming spiritual creatures solely to refine his vital energy and blood, without applying them to nurture his meridians. How then did this embryonic form of his extraordinary meridian come into being? Chu Hong, be candid. What exactly did you use to nurture your meridians? After scrutinizing the attributes of Chu Hong's embryonic extraordinary meridian repeatedly, Jiang Qingyun felt as if her mind was about to explode. The aura emanating from Chu Hong's meridian bore no resemblance to any conventional major attributes, nor did it evoke the peculiar feelings associated with emotional or other special meridians. This embryonic meridian gave her an impression of utter ordinariness, so common it seemed ubiquitous, yet simultaneously immense, vast beyond comprehension. Under Jiang Qingyun's almost scrutinizing gaze, Chu Hong spoke helplessly. I don't know how it happened. If you hadn't asked, Aunt Jiang, I wouldn't even have known I had formed an extraordinary meridian. You mean to say you don't even know what kind of spiritual creature you used to nurture your meridians? What attribute it had? Jiang Qingyun shot Chu Hong a sharp glance, her tone laced with irritation. Bring out the spiritual creature you used to nurture your meridians. I want to see what exactly you've been up to. Aunt Jiang, I really have nothing. Chu Hong, that Zenini Galuet. At that moment, Chu Shan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly produced a transparent box from Chu Hong's shopping bag. It was the very blood dragon fruit that Chu Hong intended to save for the third Heavenly Dao enlightenment. Case solved. It must be a dragon attribute meridian. The moment Chu Shan pulled out the very blood dragon fruit, he made the judgment. I bought this ordinary blood dragon fruit for the boy to cultivate. Perhaps during his training, the spiritual energy dispersed into his meridians, inadvertently creating this extraordinary meridian. Dragon attribute? Jiang Qingyun was puzzled by Chu Shan's explanation. Although I have never encountered a dragon attribute extraordinary meridian, I feel this meridian's nature is not as violent as that of a dragon. But the dragon aura on him is so abundant, it's practically writing the word ferocity on his face. Chu Shan pointed at Chu Hong's face, teasing. So, you haven't been sparing with those dragon-imbued spiritual creatures lately, have you? The dragon aura on you could almost manifest as dragon might. Huh? Chu Hong wanted to protest. Those dragon auras were rewards from the Heavenly Dao during the recent enlightenment. Except for the blood dragon fruit, he hadn't consumed any dragon-imbued spiritual creature since. Moreover, this meridian was merely an embryonic form, so it was only natural that its aura differed from that of a fully developed dragon attribute meridian. Yawning with little enthusiasm, Chu Shan continued, besides, nurturing an extraordinary meridian isn't a bad thing. This is a matter for kids. Us adults should just leave it be. Jiang Qingyun was momentarily at a loss for words, glaring at Chu Shan with mounting anger. Was Chu Hong truly this man's biological son? Awakening an extraordinary meridian is a momentous event for a martial artist. It can determine one's destiny. If the awakened meridian's attribute is too unique and no suitable martial arts technique can be found, there would be nowhere to even shed tears. There's no use worrying. If you, as the head of the association, can't figure it out, how am I supposed to? I'm just guessing blindly. Knowing you're useless is one thing. Fine, I won't meddle in the affairs of you slackers anymore. Jiang Qingyun snorted coldly, turning back to remind Chu Hong. Don't be as carefree as your father. Think carefully about what you've consumed lately that could have caused the formation of this embryonic, extraordinary meridian. Its attributes cannot just appear from thin air. It must be something you've recently come into contact with. Got it. Zhu Hong note that, deciding to set aside the matter of the embryonic meridian for the time being. By the way, Aunt Jiang, you didn't come here tonight just to check on my training progress, did you? Since the embryonic meridian has already formed, there will be plenty of time later to figure out its attributes. The urgent matter now is to understand the purpose of your visit. He didn't believe that the esteemed president of the Jiangbei Province Martial Arts Association had come all this way just to chat with him and his father. His monthly examination had just ended today, and Aunt Jiang appeared in the evening. It must have something to do with the previously mentioned North-South martial competition. You're quite perceptive. Pouring a cup of tea, Jiang Qingyun crossed her legs and spoke leisurely. I've almost finalized the ambush plan for Zhanghai City. So how do we ambush those traitors who came to Zhanghai City and brought glory in the martial examination? Chu Hong teased, already looking forward to the upcoming preliminary matches. Now that he had transformed into a formidable 8th-rank martial artist, another enlightenment, even if it didn't elevate him to a martial master, would easily make him a 9th-rank martial artist. He was curious whether those specially recruited prodigies who had gone to Zhanghai City could exert pressure on him 20 days from now, only a few days apart. And you've become so formidable. Looks like you've really swollen with pride. Jiang Qingyun teased, twirling the empty teacup in her hand. You did say before that for every prodigy you defeat who went to Zhanghai City, we get a reward of 1 million. Xu Hong was invigorated. Everyone is worth a fortune. I must prepare well. I see you're confident, just like your father when he was young, though he was even flashier back then. Don't bring up how flashy my father was. Xu Shan grumbled, dutifully serving tea to Jiang Qingyun. As a debtor, he was displeased. Let me get back on topic. Because the selection for the North-South martial competition preliminaries is a qualification elimination contest held in a foreign realm. To ensure you can better ambush the prodigies coming from Zhanghai City, the schools in Chiang City, together with several martial families, have unanimously decided to fund the establishment of a short-term training camp called the Pursuit of the River Training Camp. The Pursuit of the River Training Camp? Upon hearing Jiang Qingyun's explanation, Chu Hong instinctively echoed, sounds pretty imposing. As the name suggests, it's a training activity aimed at hunting down Zhanghai City as prodigies, while also familiarizing you with the structure of the foreign realm to lay the groundwork for your future path as martial artists. Jiang Qingyun continued. The program mainly teaches you how to survive in the wilderness of the foreign realm and how to utilize the opportunities provided by various investors to accelerate your cultivation. From what I know, several of the competitors vying for the North-South martial competition preliminaries from Chiang City had already reached the martial master realm a month ago. If we don't speed up your progress, you'll likely be crushed by those prodigies from Zhanghai City affiliated with Qiyang. Now, martial master? Zhu Hong et Gulim. You must be joking. Having a martial master among the examinees for a top martial university during the martial exam is already a given. These monsters are already martial masters now. That is 5,000 points of vital energy. Even drinking martial artist's refining fluid daily wound tea speed things up this fast. Exactly why we need to accelerate your progress. Though calling you students from lower tier schools is more symbolic than practical. I get it. Just to make us lowly high schools feel involved. Chu Hong immediately understood. Being a student at one of the city's second worst martial arts high schools, he was well aware of such matters. Anyway, they think you students consume many resources. So giving you a sense of participation is good for harmony within the city. Jiang Qingyun said proudly. Though it's partly because I insisted all schools in Chiang City participate. They wouldn't dare oppose me. Wow. The big hand of the neighboring province's Martial Arts Association president? That's impressive, Chu Hong remarked, then asked, so what do I have to do? Originally, I just planned for you to learn some wilderness survival skills there and maybe have the opportunity to serve as an undercover and logistic support during the preliminaries. But since your cultivation has advanced so rapidly, I'll have to increase the difficulty a bit. Jiang Qingyun smiled, her expression gradually growing serious. Chu Hong, I need you to secure a spot for the Southern and Northern martial competition. Not only for the specially recruited candidates from Chiang and Zhanghai City, but also for the local prodigies from Zhanghai itself. Here's your chance. Teach them a thorough lesson. Having spoken, Jiang Qingyun's surroundings warped subtly. 10 bottles of spirit-concentrating elixir for martial artists, a supreme resource reserved for advanced practitioners, were placed before him. Excellent. Zhu Hong note that, accepting the precious elixirs. If possible, I'll beat them so badly they want to know north from south. All right. Now that I've given you all the instructions, I'll be off. The Zhujiang training camp begins the day after tomorrow. You must prepare well. Jiang Qingyun reminded him after finishing the last sip of tea. I've seen your monthly exam results. Your school has been allocated 5 spots at the Zhujiang training camp, and your name was the very first added to the recommendation list by your principal. Your principal is quite something. after I'd been urging him for days. He insisted on waiting until the monthly exam was over to finalize the participants, saying he wanted to see if any more promising students could be discovered. Don't let him down. Watching Jiang Qingyun and his father, the suited driver who was in charge of the car, depart, Chu Hong stood rooted in place, stunned. He had never expected the principal to have this side. He had assumed that old man would only slack off and put them down. For some reason, Chu Hong esalet involutia. Although the old principal claimed that their strength could not compare to other schools outside, he still held expectations for each student. Chu Hong felt unexpectedly moved. Setting the spirit-concentrating elixirs for cultivation aside, Chu Hong immediately began examining his own body. Sensing the aura within 1's meridians is no challenge for any martial artist who trains under a systematic martial path. He was eager to discover what exactly this mysterious force was that had transformed his meridians into the embryonic form of a wondrous meridian. With his spirit and willpower steadily extending inward, Chu Hong's vision gradually clarified. In an instant, a familiar majestic aura radiated within his meridians, blending seamlessly with the ceaseless flow of qi and blood inside his body. This is it. Upon sensing the aura emitted by the embryonic wondrous meridian, Chu Hong's eyes snapped open, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. No way. Isn't this the Heavenly Dao's power that was bestowed upon me during the Heavenly Dao's anointment? You must be joking. His embryonic wondrous meridian was actually nurtured by the power of the Heavenly Dao. Disbelieving, he inwardly scrutinized again. With ample preparation, Chu Hong meticulously observed the flow of attributes within his body. Almost simultaneously with his internal observation, the remaining Heavenly Dao aura within his body responded to him. The grand and tranquil aura stirred with his will. The Heavenly Dao's aura, ordinary enough to be found everywhere, yet magnificent beyond reach, suddenly surged. In that moment, Chu Hong felt his body merge with the heavens and earth. Every thought that arose caused the surrounding matter to subtly respond to his will. The power of the Heavenly Dao seemed to condense in the palm of his hand at that precise instant. Bang! Before Chu Hong could attempt to wield this power, the embryonic, wondrous meridian within him dimmed, and the sensation of merging with the heavens and earth gradually faded away. No mistake, no doubt about it. Chu Hong murmured, looking at his hands with such scrutiny that he began to examine every single line on his palms. After a brief moment of distraction, Chu Hong excitedly shouted within his mind, "My embryonic wondrous meridian's attribute is heaven, the heaven that represents the power of the Heavenly Dao." Recalling every instance of the Heavenly Dao's anointment in the past, Chu Hong suddenly understood why his wondrous meridian had absorbed the power of the Heavenly Dao. Previously, each time the Heavenly Dao's power was anointed, it filled his entire body's flesh and blood thoroughly, even saturating his meridians with pure Heavenly Dao power. This was almost identical in principle to the current method of using spiritual items to temper meridians, thereby nurturing wondrous meridians. Therefore, under the nurturing of the Heavenly Dao power bestowed by late Bloomer's gift, his meridians and the Heavenly Dao power fused together, forming the embryonic wondrous meridian that now possessed the attribute of the Heavenly Dao. As long as he undergoes several more anointments to allow the Heavenly Dao's power to fully integrate with his meridians, he will be able to obtain a wondrous meridian nurtured by the power of the Heavenly Dao. Throughout history, those who have obtained the power of the Heavenly Dao are exceedingly rare. And there's a chance he might be the very first martial artist in Blue Star's martial history to nurture a wondrous meridian with the power of the Heavenly Dao. Since my wondrous meridian is nurtured by the power of the Heavenly Dao, I shall name it the Celestial Wondrous Meridian. Upon learning that the embryonic form of his wondrous meridian was forged by the power of the Heavenly Dao, Chu Hong paced back and forth inside the room, unable to contain his excitement. Calm down, my celestial, wondrous meridian is still in its embryonic stage. If I don't steady my mind, repeatedly reminding himself to remain composed, Chu Hong readjusted his mindset. Now is not the time to be arrogant. At least wait until his celestial, wondrous meridian is fully formed before declaring victory. Exactly. No champagne at halftime. I must not celebrate yet. Suppressing the twitching corner of his mouth caused by nervous excitement, Chu Hong put on the ice-congealing necklace that Li Yuyu had given him and prepared for tonight as cultivation. The upcoming days must be devoted to striving for the next anointment. Every additional resource gained for cultivation will accelerate the formation of his wondrous meridian. Once the celestial wondrous meridian is fully formed, he should become the strongest martial prodigy of his generation. This is the wondrous meridian symbolizing the Heavenly Dao. Unless there is a monster with top-tier standards and the three treasures of martial bone, wondrous meridian, and soul, who could possibly stop him? Though my talent is admittedly somewhat lacking, and I lack the martial bone, if only I had the complete set of three treasures, I feel I could be even stronger. No, that is not right. Thinking of his embryonic wondrous meridian, Chu Hong instantly discarded the nascent inferiority complex. A martial artist cannot harbor both inferiority and the celestial wondrous meridian. He already possesses the celestial wondrous meridian. Why fear those martial bones whose names might not even be pronounced correctly? He refuses to believe that his celestial wondrous meridian is inferior to the combined power of wondrous meridians and martial bones possessed by those overpowered prodigies. So what if they have the full set? One wondrous meridian of mine can match two of theirs. I'll crush these guys. Resolutely crossing out his previous plan to enter a top-tier martial university, a loftier ambition took root in Chu Hong's heart. With a top-tier wondrous meridian, his aspirations must also be top-tier. He aims to enter the very best school among the top martial universities, Huawu University, located in the capital. It is the strongest martial university jointly established by Yin Jing and Hua Qing. Upon discovering the attribute of his wondrous meridian, Chu Hong's spirit soared as he immediately picked up the dragon blood fruit of the mighty dragon to cultivate. Swallowing the dragon blood fruit, which contains twice the usual amount of dragon qi, in one gulp, the dragon qi inside was drastically reduced the moment the fruit entered his stomach. After further diminished by the ice-congealing necklace, the pressure of the dragon qi on his meridians was minimal. Extinguish. With a thought, enveloped by his vast reservoir of dragon qi, the already weakened dragon qi was instantly absorbed without causing the slightest ripple. Calming his turbulent meridians, the qi and blood within the dragon blood fruit were slowly absorbed by Chu Hong, and before long, all the internal qi was fully assimilated. Feeling the further enrichment of power within his body, Chu Hong nodded in satisfaction. After advancing to an 8th-grade martial artist, his efficiency in absorbing spiritual items and converting them into qi and blood has greatly improved. Previously, it took several hours to fully refine a spiritual item. Now, it takes less than an hour. No wonder many martial artists, upon promotion, choose more expensive spiritual items and cultivation elixirs to aid their training. My speed of refining spiritual items now is worlds apart from before. Marveling at the rapid pace of his cultivation, Chu Hong withdrew his focus and stretched languidly, weariness evident in his movements. Having absorbed such a vast array of spiritual substances and the essence of the Heavenly Dao in one continuous session today, although his cultivation advanced swiftly, his body was undeniably fatigued. While the Heavenly Dao as anointment bore no adverse effects, ascending too rapidly could be exhausting. Much like the body after intense physical exertion requires proper rest, Chu Hong found himself in precisely such a state. After a day of relentless toil, he was understandably drained. That morning, he had caused a commotion throughout the entire school. At noon, he procured a multitude of spiritual items to maximize the benefits of the Heavenly Dao as anointment. And in the evening, he absorbed the power granted by the anointment, culminating in the consumption of a single dragon blood fruit from the mighty dragon. Even a man of iron constitution could not withstand such an onslaught of spiritual substances in a single day. It was only because his late bloomer soul absorption ability operated at half efficiency that he could endure this regimen. Otherwise, placing another person through such rigorous cultivation would inevitably lead to their destruction. The day after tomorrow was the Zhujiang training camp, was it not? After a simple wash-up, Chu Hong lay on his bed, gazing absent-mindedly at the ceiling of his home. The day after tomorrow marked the special training event initiated by Qiyang City to target Jianghai City. It was likely that all of Qiyang's top geniuses would be present. The Huawu University he aspired to enter would surely attract many competitors with the same goal. A gathering of Qiyang's elite prodigies? A faint smile escaped Chu Hong's lips as he drifted into sleep, filled with anticipation. The next day dawned. Opening his eyes, Chu Hong's heart once more pounded fiercely with the sunrise. A new day, he mused, activating his soul ability. Seize the day. With the arrival of a new day, Chu Hong unfolded the manuscript of the Gale Blade technique, which he had not yet found the opportunity to study. Following yesterday's Heavenly Dao anointment, his Dragon Path fist had reached perfection, rendering further practice unnecessary, and his flame art was sufficiently mastered. The progress in both B-rank martial arts was nearing completion. Now, Chu Hong urgently needed to find a new martial art to study, especially since his current offensive methods were overly simplistic, relying primarily on barehanded fist techniques to engage in close combat. In actual battle, even life-or-death confrontations, He could hardly expect to match an opponent clad in full armor using only his fists. Therefore, it was prudent to learn a formal blade technique, particularly as he already possessed foundational skills in this area. He began studying the Gale Blade technique. To his surprise, after reading through the entire text in 5 minutes, Chu Hong found this B-rank martial art as straightforward and accessible as a D-rank one. That was odd. Although his previous studies of flame art and Dragon Path Fist had not been difficult, they had not been this effortless. Picking up the refined steel battle knife he had purchased in full with a loan under Principal Mu's name, Chu Hong summoned his willpower. Instantly, his vital energy transformed into a fierce gale that enveloped the blade, causing the bedsheet beneath him to flutter noisily. Not good. Recalling how yesterday's anointment had scorched most of the living room, Chu Hong hastily ceased channeling the Gale Blade technique, and the turbulent air currents within the room calmed immediately. Entry level for Gale Blade technique. That was fast, Chu Hong muttered, stunned, as he sheathed the long knife. After regaining his composure and having a breakfast break, he began reflecting on the martial arts he had previously learned. Flame art also felt quite easy. It seemed that if he relearned it, he could comprehend it within 3 minutes. Dragon Path Fist was even easier, now perfected. He could even roar forth a dragon of energy, though it probably could not rival Principal Mu, the creator of this martial art. As for 3 absolutes of dragon and tiger, it had completely integrated into his body and essentially functioned as muscle memory. Apparently, it was not that Gale Blade technique was simple, but rather that it had become simple for him. Indeed, opening his eyes again, Chu Hong confirmed the memories of his past martial arts training flashed swiftly through his mind. This time, the Heavenly Dao martial arts experience anointment had not only inputted his previous martial arts experience, but also included the 10 years of experience granted by the last anointment. In other words, although he was now 18 years old, he effectively possessed 40 years of martial arts experience. Chu Hong sighed, realizing that no matter how hard one worked, it could never compare to having a cheat code. 40 years of martial arts experience already exceeded the age of both his previous lives. Then, after the next Heavenly Dao anointment, would he not have the equivalent of 80 years of experience? A few more anointments, and with centuries or even millennia of martial arts experience, how would the path of martial cultivation appear to his eyes? It seemed his late bloomer soul was indeed quite formidable. Having digested the current information and completed the second Heavenly Dao anointment, Chu Hong chuckled softly. Now, he had gained a deeper understanding of his soul. Although the power granted upon completion of the late bloomer charge-up was immensely potent, the prolonged 60-year charge period rendered it a double-edged sword for most. After all, the first 30 years of life were crucial for anyone. Even if one attained formidable cultivation through late bloomer, the setback of half cultivation in the past could shatter most martial artists' morale. Only those with an unwavering heart for the martial path could endure until the activation of late bloomer's Heavenly Dao anointment. Moreover, due to late bloomer's extended cycle, the Heavenly Dao energy could remain stored within the body for another 60 years, sustaining until the second infusion of Heavenly Dao power, thereby forming the embryonic stage of a wondrous meridian. The formidable strength he now possessed was not only due to the late bloomer's Heavenly Dao anointment, but critically owed to the temporal acceleration granted by Seize the Day. Seize the Day's acceleration effects, which disregarded all constraints, undoubtedly introduced a glitch into his soul, bestowing him with a tremendous power to evolve from mortal to 8th-rank martial artist in merely 20 days, and forging the embryonic form of his transcendent meridian. Since that was the case, he decided to explore the limits of his 40 years of martial arts experience. Chu Hong once again grasped his long knife and opened the door. Gazing at his remaining balance, he resolved to emulate his father's all-in gamble. Today, he would rent a training chamber and see if he could elevate his Gale Blade technique to minor mastery. Within the enclosed martial arts training chamber, Chu Hong manifested the martial philosophy stored in his mind through the blade technique. His vital energy condensed into a raging gale, ceaselessly sweeping through the tranquil chamber. With each swing of the blade, Chu Hong drew closer to the essence of the technique. His flame art continued to operate within, ceaselessly converting his vital energy for his use. The gale summoned blazing flames, stirring howling fire tornadoes within the chamber. His heartbeat thundered loudly. Outside, the sun set as Seize the Day refreshed once more. Meanwhile, Chu Hong discovered the core principle of operating the Gale Blade technique. Break. Chu Hong exhaled calmly as the lingering fire tornadoes erupted in a series of explosive roars. Bang! The remaining tornadoes absorbed the surrounding airflow, transforming into razor-sharp wind blades that shot outward in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Slender cracks appeared on the chamber walls. Gale blade technique, minor mastery, success. Chu Hong raised his arms in triumph. The sweat on his back instantly evaporated by the ignited vital energy. He had truly accomplished it, a B-rank blade technique mastered to minor proficiency in a single day. This surely qualified him as a martial arts prodigy. After paying the fee and leaving the training ground, Chu Hong felt invigorated after a full day of blade practice. Not only had he trained his blade technique, but his vital energy seemed to have increased slightly, achieving progress in both martial cultivation and physical vigor. The only drawback was that he had replaced today's lunch with a martial artist's spiritual liquid gifted by Aunt Jiang, leaving his stomach somewhat empty. Chu Hong muttered to himself as he took out his phone, noting that he still needed to prepare dinner upon returning home. Having rented the training room for an entire day, Chu Hong was unsure whether the remaining funds would suffice to purchase ingredients. If push came to shove, he could always substitute his dinner with a martial spirit elixir. After all, its nutritional content was abundant, and its balance of nutrients was even more scientifically formulated than his usual meals. Upon unlocking his phone, the very first message that caught his eye was from his homeroom teacher, Du Ming. It seemed the invitation to the Zhujiang training camp was imminent. Chu Hong thought to himself as he opened Du Ming's chat window. Chu Hong, congratulations on securing first place this time. The principal has observed your outstanding performance and decided to send you to a training program where you will have access to abundant cultivation resources. The conditions are even more generous than our martial exam sprint package. Be at school before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to bring only your essentials. Particularly anything related to martial arts training, don't bring too much. This training is crucial for your martial exam. You might even reach the rank of 6th grade martial artist before the exam. Chu Hong, understood. Thank you, teacher. Though he was already at 8th grade, Chu Hong thought to himself, his fingers replying methodically on the phone. Looking up at the sky, the moon was still ascending slowly. South-North martial competition at Zhujiang training camp. Stretching lazily, Chu Hong's raised hand obscured the bright moon hanging high above. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed before his eyes, and he brimmed with confidence. I'm coming. The next day, carrying all the necessary personal items, Chu Hong arrived at the school gate. No sooner had he stepped inside than a fierce figure instantly grabbed him by the collar. You brat, I told you to take it easy. Yet you went and maxed out my credit card. Both hands clamped around Chu Hong's neck, and he felt a suffocating grip akin to a constrictor snake. Coming to his senses, Mu Yunshan roared in anger. Since I retired from the 10,000 races battlefield, I've never spent this much money. Principal Mu, let me explain. What is there to explain? You're a mighty 3rd grade martial sovereign. Earning 500,000 should be as easy as strolling through the Earth Grotto. But I earn that money. How else are the martial artists who spend their days hunting demons and spirit creatures in the Earth Grotto supposed to make a living? Mu Yunshan was flustered, delivering a heavy blow to Chu Hong's head that swelled instantly. I'm telling you, as our human race grows stronger, the production of the Earth Grotto can barely keep up with the pace at which martial artists develop it. I'm not even talking about 500,000. 5 million is a mere trifle. But the 5 million I earned, along with the resources I seized, is enough to sustain hundreds of Earth Grotto hunters. Without these supplies, they either have to hunt spirit creatures in far more dangerous territories or starve. And when starvation hits, the proportion of hunters preying on other martial artists rises, which only intensifies internal strife. For someone as powerful as me, it's best to earn money on the 10,000 races battlefield. Listening to Mu Yunshan's explanation, Chu Hong was taken aback. He hadn't realized Earth Grotto hunting involved so many intricacies. So let this be a lesson. Mu Yunshan kicked Chu Hong hard and said gruffly, you better break through to 7th grade martial artist before the exam, or you'll have to pay me back every penny. So, if I reach 7th grade, I don't have to repay this money? Chu Hong's eyes lit up as he pressed further. If you break into 7th grade, I'll consider this 50,000 your graduation scholarship. Mu Yunshan snorted arrogantly. As a dignified 3rd grade martial sovereign, though living modestly, he was not petty enough to fuss over 50,000. Anything under 5 million wouldn't even make him frown. The only irritation was that Chu Hong never mentioned how much he had borrowed, which annoyed him somewhat. Fine, then wait until I return from Zhujiang training camp. You'll see. Chu Hong smiled faintly, deciding to reveal his cultivation level to Principal Mu later. Otherwise, leaping from 3rd to 8th grade in just 2 days of practice might scare the old man to death. Bah, go ahead. The principal is in the gymnasium now. Watching Chu Hong's retreating figure, Mu Yunshan's tone softened considerably. Suddenly, he froze, recalling that he had only learned of the Zhujiang training camp plan a few minutes ago. Wait, ISNT, the Zhujiang training camp, a city-level secret of the Martial Education Bureau? Right now, I and Lao Tai should be the only ones who know. How did Chu Hong find out? Rushing to the gymnasium, the spacious hall was already filled with the remaining participants of the Zhujiang training camp. Indeed, the last person present was this very fellow. Upon seeing Chu Hong, Xiao Hung and Su Taizhan were chatting privately, with Su Malian nodding in agreement. After all, he alone took down the top 7 in your entire school. It's only natural he is participating in this training camp. Meng Saihuan still held her phone, occasionally trembling with excitement at the thrilling moments in her novel, her vitality subtly rising. As if he didn't lose to Chu Hong, Su Malian scoffed from the side. I never expected your name to be among the 5 slots. By rights, your strength shouldn't even qualify you to enter. But I'm improving fast. Meng Saihuan puffed out her chest, exerting both material and aura dominance over Su Malian. The principal thinks I have potential. Isn't it normal for him to let me attend the training? You have a great attitude. Xiao Hung sighed. By the way, aren't you upset? Chu Hong stole your thunder in the monthly exam. Impossible. Upon hearing Xiao Hung's question, Meng Saihuan laughed until she had to clutch her stomach. I'm determined to become a legendary witness martial artist. Cultivating martial arts is merely to have more time for studying and to get closer to the legend. On the contrary, if I can see Chu Hong gracefully ascend during the martial exam, TCH, in this obscure little city, one of the worst schools universally recognized, a superlative powerhouse beyond anyone's imagination appears. Doesn't that sound fascinating? Xiao Hung and Su Taizhan exchanged glances and instinctively stepped a few paces away from Meng Saihuan. This girl was truly brainwashed by mindless fantasy novels. Chu Hong's 6th grade rank before the martial exam was a sure bet, but 7th grade was still uncertain. 7th grade martial artists could indeed be called legends among the 6 middle schools, but compared to the true legends of the 3 great high schools in Xiyang, it was insignificant. Amid their murmurs, Chu Hong approached the group and offered a perfunctory greeting. Hello, everyone. Chu Hong, we've been waiting for you. Before anyone could respond, Tai Wendong, who had been sitting silently, suddenly stood and enthusiastically pulled Chu Hong close. How was your training these past 2 days? Any questions? Chu Hong was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the principal so warm and approachable, and he didn't know how to reply. If you have any doubts, just ask Vice Principal Mu. I think he quite likes you. If you have questions, he'll gladly teach you. Thank you. Chu Hong cupped his hands. If I have any questions, I'll be sure to ask. But don't worry, these days you need to be anxious, because there is something more important. Tai Wendong released Chu Hong's hand, clasped his own behind his back, and moved to the center of the group. Something more important? The others grew curious and gathered closer. The matter of the training class. Tai Wendong sighed. I didn't expect things had already reached the point of preparing to sever ties with Jianghai City. Sever ties with Jianghai City. Upon hearing this, Meng Saihuan's soul trembled deeply. Sounds like something fascinating. Here's the situation. Tai Wendong turned and recounted what Jiang Qinyan had said before Chu Hong, albeit in a more vague manner. Upon hearing the news of the South-North martial competition preliminary rounds, the other 4 participants, apart from Chu Hong, were utterly stunned. The special students who snatched our slots in the preliminaries? And they're the most elite special students from Qiyang City High School. How is that possible? Upon hearing the words of the venerable principal, a wave of dread surged through the hearts of the few assembled. Not to mention the specially admitted students from the 5 prestigious schools of Jianghai, even without the involvement of their own city's first high school. An ordinary key class student from a regular high school could make them tremble. A top scholar from an ordinary high school's key class. Chu Hong might not even be able to defeat such a one, let alone them. This was the provincial capital of Jiangnan, the 5 most formidable high schools of Jianghai City. The looming shadow cast over every student in Jiangnan. A decade of martial examination with a university admission rate of 99.99%. What nonsense is this? I understand this is difficult. Tai Wendong spoke calmly and deliberately. So when I learned that our school students could participate in the training camp, I was quite surprised. The call came through. Even I found it strange. Were it not for this matter being an absolute secret in Xiyang City, I might have thought it was a scam. At this, Meng Saihuan raised her hand. Even if the other party doesn't show, the martial competition between the North and South doesn't seem to concern us much, right? Participants are definitely at least 9th rank martial artists. Even by lineage ranking, they wouldn't necessarily be above us. Upon hearing Meng Saihuan's doubt, the others shared her curiosity. This is a collective invitation. Naturally, they must include our school in the proceedings. Tai Wendong chuckled and evaded the question. So, this matter actually has little to do with you. Then what are we going for? Xiao Hing asked, puzzled. The pets raised by first high school might very well have realms higher than theirs. Wouldn't going there be pure masochism? It just feels like a waste of time. At the thought of this, all but Chu Hong began to entertain thoughts of escape. The martial artists there receive free supply of body refining elixir. At these words, the 2nd through 4th rank students stiffened simultaneously. To consume the body refining elixir, they would either have to await supportive events like monthly exams or deplete their parents' precious gold coins. Yet this training camp could provide it gratis, along with rare martial arts resources for various schools. Oh, Chu Hong, who had been merely observing, suddenly took interest. He was currently employing the C-grade footwork technique called Dragon Tiger Step. If he could learn a superior footwork technique, his strength might ascend another level. Ordinary B-grade martial arts were freely taught, and even A-grade martial arts were offered as incentive rewards. Intriguing. Chu Hong's impression of the Zhujiang training camp improved considerably. A-grade martial arts were the pinnacle of martial knowledge, utterly unattainable outside. Each A-grade martial art was the foundational legacy of a martial family. That the Zhujiang training camp could even produce A-grade martial arts suggested they had spared no expense. By the way, Meng Tsaihuan, I recall you have long been interested in the languages of the 10,000 races. Haven to you? Tai Wendong said softly. Meng Tsaihuan, who had already been on the verge of backing out, instantly perked up. Could it be? Exactly. There. You can also learn the languages of the 10,000 races, 7 universal tongues of the current mainstream factions. Then I want to participate. Meng Tsaihuan immediately raised her hand, excitement shining in her eyes. So when do we join the Zhujiang training camp? I can hardly wait to study. No, to hone my martial prowess. The matter of the Zhujiang training camp is confidential, Tai Wendong declared proudly. Therefore, we depart immediately. See, your escorts have arrived. No sooner had he spoken than a bus forged entirely from refined steel slowly rolled into the gymnasium. Several men clad in black alighted, saluting Tai Wendong with military precision. Principal Tai Wendong, these children are the finest students of our school. Tai Wendong returned the salute with equal respect, his tone gentle and composed. The black-clad operatives promptly ushered the group onto the bus. Please follow us to the Zhujiang training camp. The students, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, could not contain their excitement and shouted aloud. Heavens, this is so grand. Are we really going? It feels like it will be quite thrilling. Let's depart. Chu Hong nodded and instinctively took the lead among the group, guiding everyone onto the bus. Watching the children's backs, Tai Wendong called out from behind, Children, your journey there is merely ceremonial. Don't be nervous. Just take full advantage of the martial resources available. Eat heartily. Eat until your vital energy can no longer be contained. Make good relations with the students there. Remember to add salt when cooking for them. Hearing the principal's earnest yet peculiarly humorous parting words, Chu Hong nearly stumbled. Turning, he waved toward the principal. Principal, we understand. As he stepped onto the bus, Chu Hong exhaled deeply and surveyed the interior. Many students were already aboard, attired in a variety of clothing, both uniforms and casual wear. Though their apparel differed, their eyes all bore a singular expression, curiosity toward the newcomers and the pride of martial ambition. Faced with this scene, even those like Xiao Hong, who had previously been timid, straightened their posture, unwilling to show weakness before their peers. It looks like things will be exciting from here on, Chu Hong thought, casually choosing a seat. The bus slowly departed from the alma mater where he had spent 3 years, Chu Hong leaning against the window, gazing at the passing scenery. The bus, loaded with students, continued to traverse the city. Once filled to capacity, it would carry this group of curious and proud youths into the deep forest where the Zhujiang training camp awaited. Sitting in his seat, eyes closed to rest, Chu Hong was suddenly interrupted by a tentative inquiry. Chu Hong, may I sit next to you? Opening his eyes, he saw Meng Tsaihuan leaning against the seat, her gaze full of anticipation. Sure, Chu Hong shrugged. After all, they were together, so she might as well sit beside him. Seeing the two seated, Xiao Hong and Su Taizhan quickly followed suit. One sat behind Chu Hong, the other behind Meng Tsaihuan. However, the remaining Su Mei found herself without a seat, surrounded by unfamiliar students from other schools, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Hey beauty, why not sit here? A flirtatious voice sounded within the bus. Su Meiyan turned sharply to glare, but upon seeing the speaker, she suddenly paused. A vivacious girl with short hair and straight bangs was beckoning to her. So it's a girl, Su Meiyan muttered inwardly, relieved, and naturally accepted the girl as kindness. Don't casually chat with strangers, a reprimand rang out from behind as Su Meiyan sat down. Turning her head, she saw a hulking figure, muscles wrapping around the wild-haired youth before her. Startled by the boy's excessively robust physique, Su Meiyan momentarily thought he was a person grown upon muscles. Even girls shouldn't do that. What if you run into a lesbian? That would be troublesome. The youth emphasized, then closed his eyes again to rest. Got it, bro. The girl smiled playfully. Her translucent pale skin betrayed no hint that the two were siblings. After soothing her immensely insecure elder brother, the girl turned back. Sorry, my brother is a bit sensitive about this due to overtraining attracting same-sex attention. Su Malian nodded hurriedly in understanding. By the way, I'm Su Ting, 3rd high school, 3rd rank martial artist. The girl blinked and began her self-introduction. The one who just spoke is my brother, Su Che, 4th rank martial artist. What? You're from 3rd high school? Su Malian gaped in astonishment upon hearing Su Ting's introduction. A 4th rank martial artist was even stronger than Chu Hong. They really are from 3rd high school? Weren't previous students from 3rd high school weaker than them? How could there possibly be 3rd grade or even 4th grade martial artists? Indeed, my brother is the most outstanding prodigy in 2 centuries at 3rd middle school. Su Ting lifted her chin and retorted. By the way, what is your name? And who is the most formidable person at your school? My name is Su Malian. As for the strongest individual at our school, Su Malian spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward Chu Hong. Unexpectedly, this cohort at 3rd middle school has produced such a monster, a 4th grade martial artist in such a short time. Even Chu Hong probably wouldn't last 2 rounds against this muscular man, right? By the window, Chu Hong still leaned back in his chair, intermittently hearing Meng Saihuan's incessant chatter. Chu Hong, how did you cultivate your skills? I heard that 10 days ago, you hadn't yet become a martial artist, right? Is there some secret to your training? How did the vice principal discover you as such a prodigy? Chu Hong, stop. Annoyed by the persistent buzzing beside his ear like a fly, Chu Hong turned around and gave Meng Saihuan a wordless look. I want to rest now. Could you please be quiet for a moment? Oh, sorry. Meng Saihuan immediately covered her mouth, displaying an expression that promised she would not disturb Chu Hong any further. Yet, before long, her mouth burst open again. So, you underwent devilish training yesterday? Your progress is so rapid. Is it because you train a high intensity until late every day? Quiet. Chu Hong spun around and glared furiously at Meng Saihuan, a few strands of his latent dragon aura seeping out involuntarily. If you keep making noise, you'd better find another place to sit. Huh? Startled by Chu Hong's fierce expression, Meng Saihuan immediately clasped her hands together in front of her chest. I was wrong. Phew. Watching Meng Saihuan finally quiet down and retreat into solitude, Chu Hong finally exhaled in relief. This girl is too noisy. I should never have let her sit next to me. By the way, my younger brother, huh? Chu Hong gelang set sup li. And the dragon aura he had just retracted flared up again. Fine, I'll shut up. At last, peace returned. After a moment, not only did Chu Hong beside Meng Saihuan relax, but so did Xiao Hong, Su Tai's Han, and other students from different schools seated around Chu Hong. Although the girl's voice was quite pleasant, no one could endure such incessant buzzing so close to their ears. However, thanks to Meng Saihuan's little episode, many began to take an interest in Chu Hong sitting beside her. Although he was the 2nd supreme of the 3rd middle school's bottom 3 supreme students, he was not to be underestimated. After all, this year, 3rd middle school unexpectedly produced a 4th grade genius martial artist. Who knows? 6th middle school might have an ace as well. Even the students attending the training camp were his little fans. This guy, even in 6th middle school, might already be 5th grade. Behind Su Tai's Han, other students from various schools whispered among themselves. Seems like these will be our rivals once we get there. A boy who was also at the 5th grade level nodded in agreement, cracking his knuckles, wondering just how formidable they might be and whether he could last 10 minutes under their hands. Maybe not even 10 seconds, Su Tai's Han thought, feeling a bit disheartened. Meng Saihuan's personality was just like that, but Chu Hong's true cultivation was only 3rd grade. If he really faced those 5th grade martial artists, Chu Hong would be beaten to a pulp in no time. Yet, the others were all so powerful. Even Chu Hong might not last 2 exchanges against them. Su Taizan thought, feeling somewhat discouraged. Chu Hong, who had defeated him and Xiao Hong with a single punch a few days ago, was merely a 3rd grade martial artist. Here, most people's cultivation levels were above 3rd grade. He and Xiao Hong might be prodigies at 6th middle school, but these people would be prodigies even there. No, I must perform well at the Zhujiang training camp. Su Taizan encouraged himself. I can't let 6th middle school be looked down upon. The bus dedicated to escorting ordinary middle school students still roamed throughout the city. Before long, all students except those from the 3 strongest high schools were aboard. As the bus drove from the urban area to the suburbs, the students, eager and ready, finally realized something. Wait, the students from the 3 top high schools didn't come? They have more slots for the training camp, so they have a separate bus, explained the black-clad attendants maintaining order on board. Rest assured, they're the main force of the Zhujiang training camp. The lowest among them are 8th grade martial artists. Even if you don't go, they definitely will. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone's expressions stiffened, their astonishment laid bare. The lowest is 8th grade. What a joke. Is the educational gap really this vast now? The bus erupted with shock. One student sighed. It feels like those monsters and us are not even the same species. 8th grade martial artists with 1500 vitality, 100 times vitality. Back in ancient times, each would be a match for 10,000 enemies. Just pulling out one of them could probably knock down all the students on this bus. At this moment, the students fully understood what the principals had told them earlier was no joke. 8th grade martial artists sounded terrifyingly powerful. Several students whispered behind Chu Hong. I heard even the weakest 8th grade martial artist can effortlessly lift a truck. The powerful ones among 8th grade martial artists can even send a yin cart flying. That yin cart really got lucky. The few boys discussing how terrifying the top school students were had no idea that the only 8th grade martial artist on the bus was dozing by the window, just one row ahead of them. Look at this guy. He is still asleep. At such astonishing news, he is able to sleep so soundly, carefree. Don't let him hear that. Earlier, his little fan was disturbing his sleep, and he even shouted at someone. A nearby classmate nudged his companion with his elbow, whispering a reminder. Besides, he is pretty chill, knowing they're not on the same level, so he doesn't waste energy fighting internally. True enough, the two spoke, their laughter behind causing Meng Saihuan's slight displeasure. They weren't 8th grade martial artists, yet they critiqued Chu Hong's sleeping habits. This was the prestige of their school, and they spoke as if 8th grade martial artists were invincible. Amid the students' conversations, the bus slowly entered the dense forest. The boys have finally arrived, training their exotic survival skills. Just the thought is exciting. Inside the training camp, well-trained instructors and coaches stood ready, binoculars in hand, watching several buses entering the deep mountains. Their expressions filled with anticipation. Next, it was time for these old-timers from Chiang City to show Jianghai City some color. 15 days later, they would give those Jianghai people a taste of their ruthlessness. The Chiang Mountain Range, near Chiang City, was the area with the most frequent demon beast activity. Peering at the students on the bus through his binoculars, Zhujiang Training Camp chief instructor Yu Wuda muttered to himself, "These boys have finally arrived. Let me see what talents they have." Shifting his gaze to the bus carrying ordinary schools, Yu Wuda's interest waned. That bus seemed to be carrying logistics and infiltration students, not very exciting. As if the Jianghai City prodigies would go easy on them out of old ties. As a warrior with a military background, Yu Wuda revered martial prowess and was perplexed by Jiang Qingyun's decision to assign warriors from other schools. If one truly wished to defeat those bastards from Jianghai City who came to snatch the quotas, it was imperative to continuously enhance cutting-edge strength, while simultaneously forging a cohesive legion of warriors, employing battle formations and other tactics to defeat enemies beyond their rank. On the battlefield of myriad races, each level of realm was like an entirely different world. These 7th grade warriors, who hadn't even reached that threshold, were relegated to logistics roles. Training them was essentially meaningless. After all, Chairman Jiang was the head of the Martial Arts Association of Northern Jiang Province. He could never wholeheartedly support us. Beside him, the beautiful assistant Bai Lu explained, dispatching some resource-consuming, backward schools was mostly a matter of social etiquette. After all, the two provinces were ultimately rivals. Jiang Qingyun was constantly securing investments for the Zhujiang training camp for various parties. He could hardly be expected to cultivate an elite force to counter Northern Jiang Province's geniuses in the martial competition between North and South. Letting the people of Jiangnan fight among themselves was truly a cunning strategy by that woman. Yu Wuda snorted coldly, unwilling to accept it but powerless to do otherwise. After all, Chairman Jiang was an invincible 8th grade martial king. He himself had only reached 2nd grade martial king after all this time. If a conflict truly broke out, Chairman Jiang could freeze him into an ice sculpture in an instant. Boss, we should actually thank her for securing so many cultivation resources from the noble families of Qiyang. Bai Lu reminded him gently. Moreover, Martial King Jiang is currently preparing to ascend to 9th grade Martial King. You'd better adjust your mindset and focus on teaching the students who came here for training. Is this woman on steroids? Cultivating so fast. Yu Wuda was taken aback, never expecting Jiang Qingyun to be on the verge of 9th grade. Her cultivation speed was truly terrifying. No wonder she was once the close friend of Song Xiaoming, the Fire Supreme. One possessed the supreme innate bone, the other the mysterious frost bone. Having a martial bone was indeed formidable. I heard she recently avenged a great grudge, and her mind has become clear, Bai Lu whispered. So boss, keep your voice down. Too much talk could lead to mistakes. Got it. Yu Wuda waved his hand. Don't worry, although these kids are a bit lacking in cultivation, they're the future of Huaxia. I would hide anything from them, but how much they can learn is beyond my control. As he spoke, a sly smile appeared on his normally upright face. To attract sponsorship for training the prodigies of Chiang City, he deliberately announced that he would teach an A-grade martial art at the Zhujiang training camp. Coupled with Chairman Jiang's promise of another A-grade martial art, nearly all the noble families in Chiang City went wild, distributing resources as if they were worthless, just to secure a few more spots for their young heirs. He intended to give special attention to the civilian students from Jianghai City. As for the children of the noble families, whether they could grasp the teachings depended on their aptitude. Ha ha ha. Getting benefits from martial arts noble families. It's absolutely exhilarating. Watching his boss laugh foolishly for some unknown reason, Bai Lu sighed deeply. It could only be said that the more straightforward a person was, the easier it was to train them in martial arts. Her boss's mind was always so blunt, it seemed like a cog was missing. I'll go prepare the students' entry tests first. Boss, remember to clear the surrounding demonic beasts so they don't interfere with the subsequent training. I'm well aware. Xiao Lu, you can rest easy. Watching her boss's retreating figure, Bai Lu shrugged, her vital energy bursting forth as a pair of blood-red wings condensed behind her. Blood energy wings. A martial sovereign powerhouse. With her wings unfurled, the air around her exploded with a sharp crack. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lu's speed surpassed the sound barrier, leaving behind only a bowed afterimage. At the foot of the Chiang Mountains, an alloy bus slowly came to a halt. The staff inside began gathering the students to disembark one by one. Zhujiang training camp. Here we come. One by one, the students alighted from the bus, occasionally letting out cheers. This was their first time traveling so far outside Chiang City. Previously, the mountains infested with demonic beasts had been an untouchable forbidden zone for these passionate youths. Stretching after the ride and shaking off the remnants of sleep, Chu Hong felt invigorated. After such a long journey, he finally arrived. This is a top-tier training camp gathering the geniuses of major high schools and noble families, with cultivation resources beyond imagination. Hopefully, I can leverage the internal resources and become a warrior during the next Heavenly Dao enlightenment, he thought, setting a modest goal for himself. Behind him, several buses came to a stop, and the elite prodigies from the three major high schools disembarked one after another. Before them stood spirited boys and girls. Even their involuntary aura caused students from other schools to tremble. Is this the main force of the Zhujiang operation, all averaging above 8th grade cultivation, all high-level warriors? Yizhong, Xinlan, Yiding. So terrifying, I don't even have the courage to look them in the eye. And we have to compete with these people in the martial examination later? Is this for real? The leaders of the three major high schools stepped forward one after another. Their gazes intertwined, and the blood energy they emitted began to clash. Although they were comrades fighting side by side now, once the preliminaries ended, during the North-South martial competition and subsequent martial exams, they would become enemies. Open and covert struggles had already begun even before entering the training camp. Long time no see. I hope our cooperation will be pleasant from now on. Song Qingxiao, the leader of Yizhong, confidently extended his hand. Standing beside him was Vice Leader Shenjiao, her expression icy, seemingly unmoved by anything around her. That must be Shen Wenyu's older sister, right? Seeing Shen Jiao alongside the representatives of the three major high schools, Chu Hong suddenly recalled Shen Wenyu, who had trained with him previously at the top-tier 16999 per hour cultivation ground. This was supposed to be the first meeting among the three schools. Yet even Shen Jiao had come to join the fray. It seemed that even as second in command, Shen Jiao's strength was not to be underestimated. Yizhong was indeed Yizhong. All right, looking forward to a pleasant cooperation. Li Yuyu, the top student of Xinlan First High School, smiled as she shook hands with Song Qingxiao and then glanced toward the top student of Yiding First High School. Wang Du, as Yiding's top student. Aren't you coming to shake hands with Yizhong's prodigy? Boring. Wang Du, the top-ranked student of Chiang Yiding Middle School, snorted coldly, tightening the black mask that covered half his face. With all the connections from noble families, if I had to shake hands with everyone, I'd probably cramp my hand before training even started. Ridiculous. Song Qingxiao withdrew his hand with a sigh, as expected of Brother Wang. Still so arrogant after half a month apart. He paid no mind to Wang Du's retort. After all, Yiding was different from Yizhong and Xinlan. Yizhong relied on the vast cultivation resources of the Martial Education Bureau, Xinlan on a massive number of mercenary martial artists and the backing of each student's family, while Yiding adopted a highly militarized educational approach. Monthly exams were even fought against demonic beasts in underground pits beneath the campus. So Song Qingxiao was indifferent. After all, none of these people were as formidable as he was. So pretentious. Hearing Wang Du's words, students from other schools couldn't help but shout inwardly. This was the top student of Yizhong, yet he was ignored by this mass show-off. Was this the arrogance of a top-tier high school? Unexpectedly, Ejong's number 1 tolerated it, revealing a profound tolerance. Truly, they were on a different level from us. At the tail end of the ordinary high school teams, Xiao Hung sighed, with Li and Melian nodding in agreement. These were the true core trainees of the Zhujiang training camp. The so-called top students of ordinary high schools were basically just decorations. Even if they were to train together in a camp, it seemed unlikely that their paths would cross again, as the crowd was overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the top 3 high schools. The conversation between the first-ranked students from these schools came to an abrupt end. Song Qingxiao and Shun Jiao rejoined their teams, while Wang Du turned away, standing idly without any apparent purpose. Meanwhile, Li Yuyu bypassed her Xinlan team and turned to face the student from the ordinary high schools. Just a simple turn, yet the once noisy crowd fell into sudden silence. Wait, is the Xinlan representative looking this way? Wow, and she has a beauty, truly stunning. No wonder Xinlan High, filled with wealthy heirs, maintains such impeccable skin. This girl hadn't expected to meet so soon. Upshing Liu Isha Shiftingaja. Chu Hong noticed the restless movement of her eyes, while the students admired Li Yuyu's beauty. The previously hesitant Li Yuyu locked eyes with Chu Hong at that very moment. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and the Lingbing necklace adorning her chest gleamed dazzlingly under the sunlight. Wow, that necklace is exquisite. Must be quite valuable. Seeing the delicate silver-white necklace on the girl's chest, Su Million's heart brimmed with admiration. With her fair legs treading lightly, Song Qingxiao, who had been chatting with classmates, turned his head. Even Wang Du, who appeared indifferent to everything, twisted around at that moment. Look, is a Xinlan representative coming this way? A scream broke the silence among the crowd, and everyone fell quiet once more. What is she here for? To rally us? Or simply to greet us? Maybe she is just passing through. The crowd murmured quietly, uncertain how to react. After a brief pause, Li Yuyu stepped in the crowd, and the students instinctively parted to make way for her. Moments later, Li Yuyu halted before Chu Hong. Xiao Hung and the others instinctively stepped back. Even carefree Meng Caihuan was intimidated by the aura and yielded the path. Seeing Chu Hong stand his ground without retreating, Xiao Hung's eyes bulged instantly. Idiot! You're blocking the Xinlan representative's way. Not just Xiao Hung, nearly all the ordinary high school students shouted this in their minds simultaneously. This guy is doomed. Everyone thought so, yet Li Yuyu's reaction defied all expectations. Chu Hong stood with the sun behind him, while Li Yuyu faced the sunlight, extending her hand with a sly smile. How is that? Didn't I say we'd meet again soon? The first rank from a 6th high? The moment Li Yuyu stretched out her hand, the crowd erupted, their long-held worldview shattered to pieces. What kind of joke is this? The Xinlan first-ranked is looking for this guy? Which school is he from? I think it's a 6th high, right? He is quite handsome, seems not weaker than me. That is not the point. Why is the Xinlan representative seeking someone from the 6th high? Breaths were held to the utmost, everyone eagerly awaiting the forthcoming conversation between the two. Indeed, quite soon, the Xinlan first-ranked, under everyone's watchful eyes. Chu Hong chuckled softly and pulled off the ice condensation necklace he had been wearing around his neck, handing it back to Li Yuyu. Only then did the crowd notice the nearly identical ice-themed necklace around Li Yuyu's neck. Oh my, the same design? Is this for real? Matching couple necklaces? Hard to say. It's impossible for couple necklaces to be returned just like that. Several onlookers scrutinized the scene, unable to make sense of it. The Xinlan representative came all the way here to the common folk just to retrieve a necklace? That can't be. And the couple necklace theory doesn't add up either. If this mysterious 6th high boy and the Xinlan representative truly had some secret relationship, how could she remove the couple necklace now? This looks more like a breakup than dating. Do breakups require an auspicious date nowadays? Ignoring the idle gossip whispered by those nearby, Chu Hong asked curiously, by the way, how did you guess we'd meet again? What if I didn't come to the Zhujiang training camp? Would you still want the necklace back? Although not all the prodigies from every high school are guaranteed to attend, the first ranked from each school definitely will. Li Yu declared confidently, her eyes sparkling with certainty. If I hadn't seen you today, I'd just assume I was deceived. Truly carefree. Chu Hong smiled, momentarily at a loss for words. A precious ice attribute auxiliary necklace, lent out just because she wasn't afraid of being cheated. No wonder she asked the genius who swept through an entire high school, so confident indeed. Speaking of which, did you really refine the Wirong blood dragon fruit? Li Yu asked, curious. Actually, I just extended my hand to shake yours. I didn't expect you to return it so soon. Huh? Chu Hong's expression stiffened, surprised by Li Yu's generosity. He had thought she came just to reclaim the item, just to come and say hi. Yeah, if you haven't refined it yet. You can borrow the necklace until the Zhujiang training camp ends. Li Yuyu smiled, leaning close to Chu Hong's ear, speaking softly. How does it feel to show off in front of other high school students, first rank from the 6th high, just a few hours early? Chu Hong Zeepli? No need for the necklace. The Weirong blood dragon fruit has already gone into my stomach. I've lost count of how many cycles it's made. You really have a strong stomach. Upon hearing that Chu Hong had already consumed the Weirong blood dragon fruit, Li Yuyu covered her mouth in shock. That is something even martial artists might hesitate to eat. Does this guy have a stomach made of alloy? She hadn't expected that this guy had never lied to her before, and that both the 6th height, first ranked, and the ability to refine the Weirong blood dragon fruit were true. I was just overthinking. Li Yo Smilat, pocketing the ice condensation necklace. Then I'll look forward to your performance at the Zhujiang training camp, Chu Hong. This time, Li Yuyu's tone was noticeably more serious, even pronouncing Chu Hong's real name. After speaking, the girl turned and walked away. Chu Hong called out to her retreating figure. Then you better keep your eyes wide open, Li Yuyu. The girl waved, her deep crimson hair and slender silhouette clearly etched in memory. Everyone from the 3 major schools witnessed their interaction. For a moment, all present formed a certain impression of Chu Hong. Is that guy really Chu Hong? Shun Jiao's usually indifferent face showed a trace of emotion. The one studying at 6 high who beat Chu Qiu into a daze? He hadn't expected that this guy also knew Xinlan's Li Yuyu, truly an inscrutable fellow. Shun Jiao withdrew his gaze. He had assumed that the ruthless man his brother mentioned, the one who had beaten Chu Qiu, would never cross paths with him again. Never thought this guy would also come to the Zhujiang training camp, and seemed quite formidable. Looks like things will get interesting. As Li Yuyu left, the ordinary students' ranks quieted down. Each silently watched Chu Hong, wondering what kind of extraordinary person he truly was. The first to rush forward and ask directly was Meng Saiwan. Her eyes shining brightly, arms folded across her chest, she spoke with a bouncing excitement. Chu Hong, you were so impressive just now. You actually know the top student from Xinlan Private High School. Everyone was shocked. We only met once before, so we're not that familiar. Chu Hong ansue hon stili, but she's nice. After a brief chat, she was willing to lend me a necklace to aid my training. To win someone's favor in just a few words. Clearly, Brother Chu, you are no ordinary person. No sooner had Chu Hong finished speaking than a robust young man, his physique a testament to rigorous training, stepped forward. Without any preamble, he declared, I am Su Che, ranked first at 3rd middle school, just now on the bus. I overheard Su Milian describing your audacity during the monthly exam when you single-handedly took on 7 opponents. It truly stirred my blood. His sturdy arm extended forward in a horizontal sweep, the admiration and fighting spirit in Su Che's eyes laid bare. Since we both hold the top spot and our school rankings are so close, might I be so bold as to request the honor of sparring with you more often? Oh, you're also first? Chu Hong's interest was piqued. Without hesitation, he reached out to grasp Su Che's hand. In the very next moment, both palms exerted force simultaneously. The instant Su Che felt Chu Hong's dense vitality surge through their contact, his composed demeanor faltered, his face twisted in pain, nearly causing him to stumble. Stop, stop, stop. Brother Chu. Seeing this, Chu Hong released Su Che's hand, smiling warmly. I didn't expect, Brother Su, that you and I share such a tacit understanding. Impressive, truly impressive. You are indeed stronger than I imagined. Unfazed by his earlier setback, Su Che returned the gesture with clasped hands. Brother Chu, I am certain we shall be firm friends. From now on, I look forward to your guidance. With a courteous bow, Chu Hong smiled, and the atmosphere between them instantly softened. Witnessing Chu on effortlessly subdue suke, Xunyan esse mouth fell open in astonishment. What is the matter? Is it not just that he subdued the top student from 3rd middle school? Noting Su Million's exaggerated expression, Su Taizhan inquired curiously. Nearby, Xiao Hong observed her reaction and nodded in agreement with Su Taizhan. Indeed, previous top students from 3rd middle school have always been weaker than us. Even if one is first, it's only natural that he might not match Chu Hong. Xiaoeng cast a lingering glance at Isuke. If it weren't for Chu Hong's sudden emergence, he might very well have been the one shaking hands with Su Che now. Nevertheless, Xiao Hong remained confident, suspecting that this muscular fellow was all brawn but lacking true strength. No, this Su Che is a 4th-grade martial artist, Su Melian explained, startling the 2 men beside her. You must be joking. A 4th-grade martial artist, and yet he has mastered the Hung practice so well? Su Tieshan painted at the Isuke biceps, which were nearly as large as his own head, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he be weaker than Chu Hong, a third-grade martial artist, in a handshake contest. Perhaps Chu Hong has grown stronger again? Sumalian said, glancing toward Meng Tsaihuan, who had just gained some vitality from watching the duel. After all, with a freak like Meng Tsaihuan, who can advance realms without training, nothing is impossible. One monster after another, Xiao Hong sighed, feeling increasingly distant from the first place at 6th middle school. Before the former champion of 6th middle school could sink into melancholy, the roar of engines erupted sharply from behind at the foot of the mountain. Several beams of dazzling light blurred past on a mountain road at breakneck speed, causing all the students attending the training camp to turn their heads simultaneously. At last, they arrived. Upon hearing the clamorous noise, Wang Du removed his black hood and stood resolutely before the students. Always acting special, really making us wait. Leaning against a large tree, Li Yuyu yawned upon hearing the sound. The aristocratic families. Song Qingxiao's face twisted with rage, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Shun Jiao, however, remained expressionless, his features cool and detached. Moments later, a series of luxury cars renowned throughout Jiangnan came to a halt beside a fleet of buses, almost as if coordinated. All the car doors swung open simultaneously, in perfect unison, so swiftly that sparks seemed to fly. Chu Hong and the other students glanced sideways, eager to discern the identity of the arrivals. One by one, the young men stepping out exuded aristocratic elegance. The confidence etched across their brows seemed sharp enough to draw blood from those present. In an instant, a singular thought echoed through every student's mind. Martial arts aristocracy. Only the martial arts aristocratic families could possess such a gaze. 5 centuries ago, they produced secret family techniques that aided Huaxia in pioneering starry sky martial arts, reaping the earliest benefits from the alien and myriad clans' battlefields. Possessing martial arts of grade A or above and enjoying the lioness share of cultivation resources. These are the martial arts aristocratic families. ISNT that, Miss Li? A handsome youth hurried over as soon as he saw Li Yuyu. I heard your grandfather is currently developing a grade A martial art unique to the Li family. Would you be interested in exchanging insights with our family? Each grade A martial art is a strategic asset to Huaxia. For a family to become an aristocracy, the minimum criterion is developing at least one grade A martial art. Only then can they accumulate the earliest foundations of an aristocratic lineage. Your Li group is currently the most likely candidate in Qiyang City to become the next aristocracy. We're both surnamed Li. Honestly, our families should communicate more often. Then you want the Li family to snatch the grade, a martial art our group developed, and wipe us out smoothly? Li Yuyu scoffed, the tension instantly thickening. I think Miss Li Yuyu has a point. At that moment, a young man, both hearty and refined, draped an arm around the handsome youth's neck and laughed. Li Ting, you're so impatient you've scared Miss Li Yuyu. Not at all. How could the Li family possibly do such a thing? Li Ting chuckled awkwardly and slunk away from the Yuyu's side. So impatient. Within the aristocracy, a girl whose half-face was veiled in black gauze sighed. For a grade A martial art that might not even be developed, to openly sully the aristocracy's reputation in front of so many onlookers, there's no sense of responsibility as an aristocratic scion. By this point, all participants in the Zhujiang training camp had arrived. Looks like everyone is here. A fierce wind howled as a shadow suddenly streaked across the sky. All eyes turned upward to behold a slender figure with white hair descending gracefully, her ethereal wings dissolving into a cascade of white light behind her. This is Qi blood. Noticing the wings and white light's essence, Chu Hong's eyes brightened. Another martial arts sovereign, landing amidst the crowd and dispersing her wings. Bai Lu's voice rang with authority. Greetings, students. I am Bai Lu, the deputy instructor of this Zhujiang training camp. Now, I hereby announce, entrance testing for the Zhujiang training camp begins immediately. Hearing Bai Lu's words, everyone present was taken aback. What? Entrance testing? Students with weaker emotional control blurted out in surprise. Entrance testing? Why was this never mentioned before? One student wondered aloud. Fools! Hearing the question, Wang Du, first among Yiding, scolded sharply. This is a top-tier training camp that gathers all resources of Qiyang City. If there were no entry threshold, anyone could waltz in. If you lack the confidence to pass a simple entrance test, you'd better go home and give up martial arts. The student who had spoken earlier lowered his head in shame at Wang Du's rebuke. Indeed, this is the Zhujiang training camp that openly challenges Jianghai City. Entrance testing is perfectly reasonable. Deputy Instructor Bai, what does the entrance test entail? Please be straightforward. Scions of the aristocracy and representatives from the 3 major universities asked simultaneously. Bai Lu smiled in satisfaction, no longer withholding. Excellent. It's good to see such confidence. If you don't even have the courage to face a simple entrance test, you truly have no place here as freeloaders. Very well. I will briefly explain the contents of the entrance test. Bai Lu stood amidst the crowd, raising her voice with commanding clarity. Our Zhujiang training camp is nestled halfway up the Qiyang mountain range. Your mission is to reach the camp before nightfall. With a wave of her hand, countless sheets of paper shot through the air. The onlookers immediately reacted, catching the maps Bai Lu handed out. Fixating on the fluttering papers, Chu Hong scrutinized them closely. All maps? As he reached out to grasp one, a strange force pushed his hand away. It seemed the maps were bound to their recipients. Retracting his hand, Chu Hong waited for his own map to fly into his grasp. After distributing the maps, Bai Lu spoke once more. As martial artists, mastering navigation in the wilderness is the most fundamental skill. These maps display your real-time positions. Every 2 hours, the instructors at the camp will send a reference beam. If you arrive within the allotted time, you'll have passed the test. Moreover, the Qiyang mountain range teems with a vast number of demonic beasts. Should you hunt and harvest the inner cores of these beasts en route to the camp, additional rewards await upon arrival. Conversely, early arrival will also earn you bonuses. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Chu Hong's expression turned indifferent. Must he now allocate time between traveling and hunting beasts? He understood the rules, but a problem lingered. Glancing at his empty hands, Chu Hong exchanged bewildered looks with Su Che, who also had no map. You don't have one? Chu Hong asked silently with his eyes. Neither do you, Su Che replied in kind. Scanning the surroundings, all the maps in the sky had been distributed, yet neither Chu Hong nor Su Che held one. It was not only them. It appeared that Meng Saihuan and Xiao Hong, among others, were also without maps. As the group puzzled over this, Bai Lu, having finished handing out the maps, swept her hand grandly. All right, the rules have been explained. Everyone, set forth. It's just a matter of traveling. Simple and straightforward. Wang Du snorted coldly, adjusted his mask, pulled up his black hood, and charged ahead into the dense forest. As a student of Yiding, he possessed abundant experience exploring dense woods, rugged mountains, and snowy plains. Wang Du had never lost his way before. Let us go, everyone. Song Qingxiao followed closely, and in the blink of an eye, the other students from Yizhong vanished from sight. Sigh, why the rush? Li Yuyu ambled leisurely into the forest, her figure gradually disappearing. Let them see the might of the noble families. Li Ting cracked his knuckles as a group of noble family disciples dispersed in all directions. Students from ordinary schools also began to set out. Bai Lu nodded approvingly, as expected of the top geniuses from Qiyang City. Even those with lower cultivation levels possess an imposing aura. Turning to prepare for the departure of the remaining students, Bai Lu suddenly collided headlong with Meng Saihuan, who had rushed forward to inquire. Deputy Instructor Bai. Seeing Bai Lu, Meng Saihuan anxiously asked, Are you all right? I'm fine, so what? Bai Lu composed herself and patiently inquired. Why don't we have maps? Meng Saihuan asked, displaying her empty hands. Chu Hong, Su Che, and the others had followed, their expressions equally puzzled. Huh, you don't need to participate in the camp entry test, Bai Lu explained. Most of the demonic beasts in the Qiyang mountain range are above rank 3. The difficulty of the test would be too great for you. Bai Lu glanced at the remaining students. They were all from Sanzhong, Luzhong, and Jiuzhong, the 3 most formidable high schools within the Qiyang High School S9 strongholds. For these students, the Zhujiang training camp instructors were very lenient. Anyway, it's just a formality. It wouldn't be right to make things too difficult for these kids. We might as well exempt them from the test. I'll take you directly to the training camp, Bai Lu said, waving her hand to summon a white cloud. You can go ahead and settle into the dormitories. Then come with us to the cafeteria for lunch. Upon hearing this, Chu Hong and Su Che's faces instantly stiffened, although they knew their schools were weak. Was it really this bad? Even the instructors at Zhujiang training camp believed they lacked the ability to participate and had been granted direct admission. This is the first time I've heard of someone being exempted because they're too weak, muttered Xiao Hong and Su Taizhan, feeling utterly humiliated. But what else could they do? Most demonic beasts in the Qiyang mountain range were rank 3 or higher. Encountering one could easily be a matter of life and death for them. It seemed participation was unnecessary. The student from the 3 high schools felt disheartened, but had no choice but to accept the explanation. At that moment, Chu Hong stepped forward. Deputy Instructor Bai. Yes, please give me a map. I want to participate in the test. Chu Hong declared, his right fist clenched tightly. Although direct admission to the camp was convenient, he despised being underestimated. What good was arriving early? Was he supposed to clean up for those geniuses rushing ahead? Moreover, without participating in the test, he would forfeit the entry test rewards, starting off at a disadvantage compared to others. For the sake of the test's rewards and his dignity, he must take part. I am confident I will reach the training camp before nightfall. Upon hearing Chu Hong's voluntary declaration, the students from the 3 stronghold high schools were stunned. Is he crazy? The Qiang mountain range is so perilous. Entering could mean death. Every demonic beast inside is at least rank 3. This is not a battle we can contend with. Do you really think you can make it? Bai Lu was also taken aback by Chu Hong's willingness to participate. This test was specially designed for the 3 top high schools and noble family disciples. Even the geniuses from ordinary schools were just filling numbers. Though she had arranged for the camp's martial artists to covertly escort participants one-on-one, minimizing danger, she still feared accidents. The reason the students from Sanzhong, Luzhong, and Jiuzhong were exempted was precisely that even the accompanying martial artists might not be able to save them in time. If Chu Hong had no real ability and was merely reckless, she would never have allowed him to enter. The environment inside is extremely dangerous. Without the strength of a rank 4 martial artist, I will not permit participation in the test, Bai Lu said, quickly adding to prevent an uproar among the younger students. However, if someone meets the criteria and chooses to participate, I can reward you with 100 points in advance. After all, you are at the very bottom of the food chain among Qiang City as high schools. I wouldn't want to dampen your spirits if you want to challenge yourselves. After seeing a large group of peers who utterly outclass them in every aspect within a day, those who still have the courage to participate deserve an encouragement prize. 100 points can already be exchanged for many useful cultivation resources in the training camp. Even if Chu Hong arrives just in time without killing a single beast, he will still benefit greatly. Deputy Instructor Bai, I want to participate too. Before Chu Hong could respond, Su Che stepped forward. I am currently a rank 4 martial artist, with a robust physique honed by the Hung Lien Kung Fu style. My strength approaches rank 5. I can definitely arrive before sunset. Please give me a map as well. Rank 4? Seriously? Bai Lu was surprised to hear that Su Che, a student from Sanzhong, had cultivated to rank 4. In previous martial examinations, fewer than 10 students from Sanzhong reached rank 4. Su Che's current level explained his boldness. Very well. Your courage is commendable. Here you go. Since there truly existed someone capable of reaching the standards he set for himself, Bai Lu naturally honored her word. With a wave of her hand, a map was handed into Su Che's grasp. Go forth. Thank you, Deputy Instructor. Su Che accepted the map and swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. And what about you? Bai Lu turned around, smiling at Chu Hong. It seemed that he was stumped by her requirement, rendering him speechless. Understandably so. Among this group of students, having even a 3rd-grade warrior was a rarity. Were Chu Hong to reach the 4th grade, martial arts education would truly become obsolete. Boom! Chu Hong lifted his head, and in an instant, his vital energy surged forth. The next moment, the blazing vitality transformed into a faint crimson flame of oppressive might, enveloping the entire venue. Vital energy oppression, 7th grade and above, a high-ranking martial artist. Impossible. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from Chu Hong, Bai Lu's eyes, previously narrowed, widened abruptly, her fair skin stiffened like a statue. Was this still the 6th middle school? How could a student possibly attain the level of high-ranking martial artist? Deputy Instructor Bai, I am an 8th grade martial artist. Chu Hong smiled faintly and consciously retracted his released vital energy. The rising temperature subsided, allowing everyone present to distinctly feel a chill spreading down their spines. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong, who had assumed he was on par with Chu Hong, trembled uncontrollably. Are you kidding? Chu Hong is actually an 8th grade martial artist? Could it be that he was concealing his vital energy during the monthly exams, ignoring the gazes of others? Chu Hong spoke once more. Deputy Instructor Bai, may I now participate in the test? As his words fell, a map instantly appeared in Chu Hong's hand. I truly underestimated you little monsters. Bai Lu composed herself and chuckled softly. Then, with a single finger, the silver-haired martial sovereign pointed towards the shadowy forest. Go, little monster. Reach the Zhujiang training camp before sunset. Entering the boundless forest, Chu Hong promptly examined the map to ascertain his location. Though inexperienced in wilderness travel, he maintained confidence in his sense of direction. Opening the map revealed a simple satellite depiction of the northern terrain and the position of Zhujiang training camp. On the map, Deputy Instructor Bai had kindly marked several coordinates of high-risk zones, indicating the presence of formidable demon beasts, mostly along the path to the training camp. But spending some time circumventing these perilous areas was not difficult. Should he take the safer detour or forge ahead boldly? The options seemed ample. Since there was a reward for hunting demon beast cores, naturally, there was no need for detours. Folding the map away, Chu Hong confidently set off along the route with the highest number of hazardous zones, noticing that this path was nearly a straight line. Is the straight line truly the shortest distance between 2 points? Indeed, the more challenges accepted, the faster the goal is accomplished. Tucking away the map, Chu Hong sprinted forward, his body soaring like a cannonball. Seeing Chu Hong's decisive choice of a straight path, Bai Lu, trailing behind, was dumbfounded. Was this boy so reckless? Didn't he notice the contour lines? Glancing once more at the map, Bai Lu felt that Chu Hong must be mad. Originally curious about this little fellow who had reached 8th grade at 6th middle school, she had purposely followed to ensure his safety. Yet she never expected Chu Hong to be so confident, so much so that he failed to notice the towering cliff ahead, over 100 meters high. If he ran straight there, he would have to detour at least 3 hours to make up for lost time. Oh well, since I'm here, I might as well see how this kid reacts when he encounters the cliff. Watching Chu Hong disappear into the distance, Bai Lu gritted her teeth and pressed on. At least his sense of direction was decent. He hadn't wandered off towards the foothills to the south midway. Moreover, for a high-ranking martial artist, aided by B-level agility skills, scaling the cliff was not impossible. She was curious whether Chu Hong would choose to detour or challenge the cliff climb. As he dashed through the dense forest, Chu Hong's speed never faltered. Hearing the faint sounds of his footsteps, Bai Lu's eyes gleamed with admiration. Oh, perfected level dragon tiger step, and maintaining near silence at such speed. Quite the technique. Hearing the rhythmic pounding of Chu Hong's steps, Bai Lu did not expect that he was still practicing the standard martial art taught to students in junior high, although it was the crystallization of Huaxia's martial wisdom. Adaptable even to disabled martial artists, true prodigies would disdain such practice. If truly gifted, wouldn't it be more appealing to train in a Win-style agility martial art rather than this heavy-footed dragon tiger step? There happened to be an A-level martial art invested by a noble family at the Zhujiang training camp. Perhaps she could recommend it to this boy. As Bai Lu pondered, a fierce aura appeared 200 miles away. A 7th-grade demon beast. Sensing the demon beast's presence, Bai Lu's emerald eyes flickered, and a smile curved at the corner of her mouth. No doubt, Chu Hong would encounter this 7th-grade demon beast in half an hour. Since his footwork had reached perfection, his martial skills should not be weak either. It was time to prepare for an exciting spectacle. Meanwhile, Chu Hong suddenly halted and plucked a vividly crimson mushroom from beneath an ancient tree. The Pride Sun mushroom, nourished daily by the first light of dawn, was worth 50,000 gold. Almost missed it. After plucking the mushroom, he swallowed it whole. Absorbing the fiery energy and toxins within, he hiccuped a fiery burp, then rose to continue his journey. Seeing Chu Hong consume the slightly toxic Pride Sun mushroom directly, Bai Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Ordinary martial artists should never eat it raw. Although the toxin was non-lethal, it easily caused one's vital energy to overheat and ignite spontaneously, a dangerous fire elemental cultivation spirit treasure. Normally, martial artists would wear ice elemental spirit treasures or take antidotes to neutralize the mushroom's effects. Otherwise, problems were likely. But Chu Hong just gulped it down? Could it really be safe? Following him for a while longer, Bai Lu watched as Chu Hong continued at a normal pace, her small eyes filled with great doubt. By all logic, the mushroom's fire toxin should have already taken effect. How is this boy unscathed? Could he be a king of drug resistance? Just as Bai Lu pondered why Chu Hong remained unaffected, a murderous intent radiated from behind. Another 7th-grade demon beast, and its target was Chu Hong. Bai Lu's expression shifted, instantly understanding why Chu Hong had been singled out. A guardian medicinal demon beast. Her face stiffened as she spotted the demon beast ahead, which seemed to have sensed Chu Hong's aura as well. This was bad. If things continued, this boy would face 2 7th-grade demon beasts simultaneously, and one of them was possibly on the verge of breaking through to 8th grade, choosing to guard a precious medicinal herb to aid its ascension, a 7th-grade peak demon beast. Now, should she intervene? Bai Lu hesitated briefly, but decided to hold back. Although it was 1 against 2, Chu Hong had claimed to be an 8th-grade martial artist. It should be manageable, provided the fire toxin from the Pride Sun mushroom did not interfere. At this moment, while circulating the flame fire technique to digest the fortuitously acquired celestial treasure, Chu Hong simultaneously activated Dragon Tiger Step, pressing onward. The minor fire toxin is but a mere trifle, weakened by the late bloomer's resilience. Chu Hong thought, and with a breath, fully refined the Pride Sun mushroom within his body. This was the true power of the late bloomer soul. Half potency, half toxicity, the difficulty of taking the medicine plummeted. The fiery poison that might have once made his meridians burn now had such diminished toxicity that he could have sworn he was merely wearing a few warming patches on his body. Moreover, the 10-day Heavenly Dao enlightenment solidified his foundation, effectively eliminating the risk of foundation instability caused by excessive consumption of spiritual materials. A gentle breeze stirred before him, carrying a faint scent of blood to Chu Hong's nostrils. The smell of blood, but not human. Chu Hong mused that there must be a ferocious demon beast ahead. But this was just right. The more demon cores, the greater the rewards. Pushing off and sprinting once more, 2 blood dragons rose from his palms, their draconic aura surging upward. Impressive. This martial technique even bore some semblance of the Dragon Clan-esque spirit from the battlefield of 10,000 races. Feeling the aura emanating from Chu Hong's fists, Bai Lu was startled. The power of this martial art was undoubtedly formidable, even if it was not an A-grade technique. It ranked at the very pinnacle among B-grade martial arts. How could he possess such an advanced skill, yet still employ the Dragon Tiger step for movement? Bai Lu's expression grew increasingly peculiar, but her attention remained fixed on Chu Hong. Should the fiery poison flare up, or if Chu Hong struggled against the 2 demon beasts, she would immediately come to his aid. Howl! Ahead! The howl of a wolf rang out as a colossal wolf with a dark purple-black coat burst from the woods, its pupils dilated and face savage. A high-level warrior-grade demon beast, an evil mist wolf. Perfect timing. Chu Hong laughed heartily, his chi and blood surging as dragon thoughts ignited within him. Whoosh! A sharp whistle tore through the sky as a slender fire snake bared its fangs, venom dripping from its tips. A high-level warrior-grade demon beast, the blazing flame serpent. 1 wolf, 1 serpent, one charging ahead, the other following closely behind, both lunging at Chu Hong almost simultaneously. So there really was one behind. Sensing the murderous intent that had recently appeared from behind, Chu Hong decisively spun around, hands converging into dragon heads, each aimed at one demon beast. Dragon fist strike. At this moment, the majestic dragon might roared thunderously, the surging blood dragons emitting disdainful bellows. Countless dragon thoughts coalesced to form the dragon's might, causing the 2 ferocious demon beasts to stiffen, their will to resist utterly shattered. Roar! 2 blood dragons sliced through the sky, piercing through the bodies of the 2 7th-rank high-level demon beasts in an instant. Dragon's play with the pearl, manipulating chi and blood in his palms. The blood dragons that pierced the beasts ascended, enveloping their bodies as if they were dragon pearls. Chu Hong clenched his fists. Bang! Blood mist splattered. They were slain instantly. Witnessing Chu Hong's one-move instant kill of 2 7th-rank demon beasts, Bai Lu couldn't help but swallow hard. Such a ruthless offensive skill, capable of crushing 2 demon beasts into blood mist in the blink of an eye. And it could even mimic the Dragon Clan's release of Dragon Might. This could already rival some A-grade martial arts at the early mastery level, right? Having concluded the brief battle, the 2 blood dragons returned immediately after slaying the demons, each clutching a lustrous pearl-like object in their sharp claws. Seeing this, Chu Hong retracted all the released chi and blood, pocketing the 2 pearls. Evil Mist Wolf S core, Blazing Flame Serpent S core, secured. Exhaling deeply, Chu Hong withdrew the released chi and blood, pausing to assess his condition. After the Heavenly Dao enlightenment perfected the Dragon Fist Strike, this was his first full-power attack. He had not expected such remarkable results, slaughtering 2 7th-rank demon beasts effortlessly. Moreover, nearly all the expended chi and blood had been recovered, effectively 0 consumption when rounded. Chu Hong glanced at his palms. The surging chi and blood he had emitted earlier had completely returned to his body. Once Dragon Fist Strike reached perfection, it could not only instantly reclaim demon cores, but also featured an instant kill with mana recovery effect. Principal Mu had devised many clever features for this martial art, balancing offense, endurance, and retrieval functions. The only drawback was the high requirements to wield the Dragon's play with the Pearl technique for seizing demon cores and the Dragon's return head technique for reclaiming chi and blood. The former demanded mastery to a great accomplishment, while the latter required the martial art to be perfected. The usage threshold was exceedingly high. Had he not been granted a one-time Heavenly Dao enlightenment to perfect Dragon Fist Strike, this battle would not have been so effortless. Aside from the demon cores, it seemed the evil Mist Wolf carried little of value. Scanning the 2 bloodied, mangled carcasses before him, Chu Hong hesitated briefly before turning to remove the gallbladder of the Blazing Flame Serpent. The Blazing Flame Serpent's gallbladder, slightly toxic but inherently imbued with the blazing chi and blood required by fire tribute warriors, was worth roughly 20,000. The halved toxicity posed no significant threat to him, and flame fire art could refine away most of the fire poisonous toxins. Grasping the small gallbladder, he swallowed it down in one gulp. Watching Chu Hong consume the gallbladder and continue on his way, Bai Lu's facial muscles contorted intensely. In an instant, Bai Lu's heart screamed inwardly. No, hadn't he just eaten a sunfire mushroom a moment ago? Now he was adding a blazing flame serpent gallbladder, poison upon poison. He was truly going to kill himself. Why did this guy still act as if nothing were wrong? Following him all the way, Bai Lu observed that Chu Hong exhibited no symptoms of poisoning and couldn't help but question her own judgment. Could this sixth middle school boy really be a king of poison tolerance? No, I want to see if he can be undone by poison. Bai Lu gritted her teeth, withdrawing from her spatial earring, purchased with half a year's salary, a blazing flame flower. The flame-scorching hard orchid, a top-tier fire attribute spiritual item at the warrior stage. A key item for nurturing the burning heart flame vein. It could fetch $1 million on the market, yet due to its fiercely potent internal fire poison, even direct eye contact would burn the retina of an ordinary person. Aside from nurturing the flame vein, no fool would dare consume it directly. Typically, high-level warriors wishing to ingest the flame-scorching hard orchid must combine it with at least 7 types of ice-attribute spiritual items to neutralize its toxicity. She had been fortunate to acquire it recently in a foreign land, but had not yet sold it. Considering that there might be prodigies cultivating fire attribute skills at the Zhujiang training camp, she intended to offer it there as an exchange prize. She was eager to see if this sixth middle school boy still dared to consume it directly. As a martial sovereign herself, a mere flower-s poison was hardly a threat before her. However, this item was too precious to simply toss out. Bai Lu pondered briefly before returning the flame-scorching heart orchid to her earring. She would find an appropriate moment and place to release it later. Otherwise, it would seem too deliberate. Ahead, Chu Hong pressed onward. After casually dispatching a few demon beasts below 7th rank, the dense forest suddenly gave way to an open expanse. Finally arrived. Seeing the light ahead, Chu Hong surged forward in one breath. Before him, a flat layer of sandy soil and towering cliffs stood proudly revealed. Alas, Chu Hong's expression stiffened as he peeked upward from the base of the precipice. The merciless rocky walls formed a natural high barrier, enclosing him completely. Had I taken a wrong path? Quickly pulling out his map, Chu Hong scrutinized it repeatedly, confirming his direction was indeed correct. Wait, these contour lines. At that moment, upon seeing the converging lines of the high wall, precisely where the steep cliff symbol was obscured by a high-risk warning, Chu Hong froze in place. Are you kidding me? He had failed to recognize this as a cliff on the map. Had he been more attentive when reading the map, he wouldn't have overlooked this symbol. It was all because he had rushed forward without pausing to recalibrate his direction with the map. Such a rookie mistake. Chu Hong scratched his head, scanning the map for an alternative route. No good. Changing course now would take at least 3 hours, and by then it would be midday. Chu Hong calculated the time and felt an overwhelming pressure. It turned out there was a cliff here. No wonder he hadn't seen anyone else on the path. They probably all chose to take a detour. At this height, if one didn't hold on tightly, death was inevitable, wasn't it? Touching the sheer rock face, Chu Hong's right hand exerted a slight force, and instantly, a small indentation appeared on the cliff. Dragon Strike. The chi and blood swirling around his palm condensed into a dragoness claw. Chu Hong struck again, and the power of his chi and blood easily embedded itself into the rock. If it was just simple climbing, it seemed manageable. The only concern appeared to be endurance. Retracting the released chi blood dragon claw, Chu Hong lifted his head once more, searching for footholds on the cliff. Upon closer observation above, the precipitous cliff revealed several natural rock ledges that could serve as resting points along the way. Fixating his gaze, Chu Hong noticed steel reinforcements beneath those natural platforms. It seemed these ledges were not as naturally formed as they appeared. Apparently, the instructors of the training camp had provided more than just the detour option. Confirming that the natural platforms on the cliff could offer footholds, Chu Hong resolutely began to climb the rock face. The razor-sharp claws formed by the dragon strike deeply embedded in the rock. The guy really just charged straight up? Seeing Chu Hong's unwavering choice to climb barehanded, Bai Lu's expression twisted slightly. Although she had set up the auxiliary rock platforms here to assist in reaching the summit, this was not how they were meant to be used. The correct method was to first discover the wind spirit stones at the cliff's base, which could generate gusts of wind at any moment. Then, when the fierce winds blew, one would use agility to ascend the steps one by one to the top. This was a test of agility, not a rest stop for climbing. After all, while Bai Lu was stunned, Chu Hong successfully reached the first ledge, stretched his limbs briefly, and continued climbing. This was a meticulously designed agility test. Seeing Chu Hong skip the test by climbing instead, thus evading her carefully crafted challenge, an inexplicable fury instantly surged within Bai Lu's heart. She could accept that some might see the map clearly and take the detour, or that some might think themselves unable to scale the ledge and choose to circumvent it. But she could not tolerate anyone simply brute forcing their way up. How was that any different from skipping class? Didn't T that render her painstakingly designed obstacles useless? Damn it! Bai Lu cursed inwardly and kicked the tree stump beside her with force. Crack! The branch of the nearby tree broke with a crisp sound. Boom! The tree toppled with a thunderous crash, startling the escorting martial artist who had been dozing beside it into leaping up. Deputy Instructor Bai, what are you doing here? Hearing a familiar voice nearby, Bai Lu's furrowed brow eased slightly. Yu, what are you doing here? Bai Lu turned to ask, recognizing the identity of the martial artist. Of course, diligently working, ensuring the safety of the students under my care. Yu straightened his posture and replied promptly. I was just distracted for a moment and nearly got scared to death by him. Didn't he expect the deputy instructor to come for an inspection at this time? Luckily, I reacted quickly. Your students? Bai Lu raised an eyebrow and retorted. Where are your students? They're still climbing the cliff, Yu answered honestly. Since the cliff base is too exposed to hide, I'm just waiting here until that kid reaches the cliff top before following. So there really are students choosing to climb the cliff? Bai Lu's heart leapt with joy. My design weight better confirm how the other student is ascending first. Is that so? How's he climbing up? Bai Lu inquired, turning to her subordinate who was not distracted. Yu answered, anyway, the students I watch over are among the strongest in the training camp. As long as they don't encounter martial artist level beasts, there's really no need to intervene. What I want to know most is whether the other student ascended the platforms as you envisioned. That's the key point. He climbed using agility as you designed. Leveraging the wind power, Yu sighed with admiration, but, Deputy Instructor Bai, that kid's agility is truly impressive. No doubt about it. Though his T moved upward for a while now. The wind field generated by the wind spirit stone is volatile. It's normal to have to wait. Bai Lu's expression softened somewhat. Old geniuses from the prestigious schools are more reliable, far wiser than this latecomer. It's not because of the wind field. Yu said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Those beasts returned early. What? Hearing that the beasts driven away earlier by the training camp instructors had returned prematurely. Bai Lu's expression stiffened, the relaxed look on her face tightening once more. Fighting on the cliff platforms where beasts lurked was several times more difficult than under normal circumstances. It's all right, Deputy Instructor Bai. Although the return of those beasts greatly increases the difficulty of reaching the summit, the opponent only has an 8th grade cultivation and cannot harm that student, Yu quickly explained. Even if he falls, I can catch him immediately. I'm not worried about the kid. Bai Lu turned her head, hesitating whether to intervene. The student from 6th middle school with only 8th grade cultivation was in grave danger, fighting aerial beasts familiar with the terrain on the cliff. At that moment, a large shadow plummeted before her eyes, creating a massive crater where it struck the ground. An 8th grade beast, the sky-splitting eagle, had a gaping hole torn open in its chest, its flesh and blood mangled. The cavity was hollow, and the beast's inner core was taken out in the process. Controlling the chi and blood, Chu Hong embedded them firmly into the vertical cliff before him, climbing step by step. The wind blew intermittently beneath his feet when strong. He could even feel the upward airflow rising from below. If he and T held on tightly, Chu Hong guessed he would have been blown away by the ascending air currents. I knew the camp's entry test was more than just climbing. Chu Hong's expression hardened as his hands dug fiercely into the rock, ensuring the rising wind field would T sweep him away. But if he could leverage the wind field, could he not accelerate his climb? Hanging on the cliff, waiting for the wind field to subside, and feeling the fierce wind rising below, Chu Hong suddenly considered this. However, his agility was not outstanding, and controlling direction midair would be difficult. If he were to be blown upward without a firm grip, it would be disastrous. Better to play it safe and climb steadily upward. After a brief internal debate, Chu Hong missed the correct option once again, stubbornly holding on to the cliff without moving an inch despite the wind field. As the fierce wind gradually subsided, a voice suddenly rang out from above. Look up there. What? Chu Hong looked up at the sharp eagle claw gleaming with cold light. Gah! The fierce sky beast spread its talons and bared its savage glare. Seeing this, Chu Hong's deeply embedded hands loosened, and the eagle claw swept past, nearly grazing his hair. Bang! Whoosh! The rock cracked open a fissure, and only then did the howling wind sound. The sharp whirring of wings still echoed in his ears. Chu Hong drew his knife and struck fiercely into the rock, temporarily stabilizing his position. This beast could even control the sound of its wings. Chu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He and T expected to nearly fall for the beast's trick. If that claw had struck his head with full force, he would T have survived. If you don't want to die, come up. The eagle's piercing cry still rang in his ears. Seeing this, Chu Hong dared not delay, using his steel battle knife as a springboard to leap upward. Gah! The falcon's whistle brushed past his ear, its talons raking across Chu Hong's back, revealing the creature's tough inner armor. Bang! Using the impact, Chu Hong took a second leap to reach the next platform. Turning back instantly, he unleashed a punch. Dragon strike. Roar. The furious dragon pierced the mighty eagle's robust chest, blood splattering against its pale feathers. Dragon plays with the pearl. Bang! The raging blood dragon opened its fierce eyes for a second constriction. In an instant, a core elixir was clawed out by the dragon's talons. Death! Chu Hong raised his hand, retracting the blood dragon and the core elixir, silently watching the eagle plummet. Beneath his feet, after a muffled sound, Chu Hong turned back and cupped his hands in salute. Thanks for the reminder just now, classmate Wang Du. Clad in a windbreaker, with the lower half of his face concealed by a black mask, Wang Du snorted lightly. No need to thank me, but if your reactions were even half as fast as mine, you wouldn't have missed seeing even a single bird. Such arrogance. Chu Hong's muscles twitched as he forced a smile. At least the other had reminded him to avoid the beast just now. Being the top of Yiding, a bit of pride was understandable. But I didn't expect you to actually turn the tables on that stinking bird. You've got about 70% of my skill. Seeing Chu Hong silent, Wang Du continued, You're a friend of that woman Xian Lan, right? From the regular school? Ima Chu Hong. Chu Hong gave a succinct self-introduction. All right then, Chu of the regular school, in my eyes, you're not worthy yet for me to remember your real name. Wang Du thrust his hands into his pockets, the disdain in his exposed eyes nearly overflowing from the platform. The reason I reminded you just now was that you're the only one who chose to climb the cliff like me. Although your method was clumsy, at least you have some guts compared to the others. I suggest you watch your tone. Chu Hong withdrew his hand, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. How had such a weirdo survived to this day without being beaten to death? Even Wang Ziwen wasn't this infuriating. But since the others didn't come, why did you choose to climb the cliff? Hearing Wang Du say the others chose to detour, Chu Hong's curiosity was piqued. Anyone who seriously studied the map would usually end up at this lower end of the cliff. He came here because he failed to see the contour lines obscured by high-risk markers and misread the terrain map. Could it be that Wang Du had deliberately come to scale the rock face? To challenge myself, Wang Du answered arrogantly in the face of Chu Hong's doubt. As a student of Yiding, born with less family background than Xian Lan and fewer resources than Yizhong, if we want to catch up, we must constantly surpass ourselves. So taking the unconventional path and doing the difficult tasks is the only way to unleash my full martial potential. Okay, I understand. Chu Hong nodded hastily, already deeply sensing Wang Du's martial will. He had heard before that Yiding's teachers were strict, with near-hellish training almost every day. It seemed the situation inside was even more severe than imagined. The students had been brainwashed into voluntarily climbing the cliffs. Moreover, taking this route could save nearly 3 hours of travel. Without a doubt, this was the farthest shortcut in this test. Excellent. Your resolve is admirable. Chu Hong note that aptitude, pointing toward the hawk flock circling in the sky. So what do we do next? Looking up, nearly 10 fierce hawks circled continuously in the sky. Nearly half of them possessing 8th rank cultivation, their murderous intent almost solidifying into substance. Because of their companion's death, the bloodthirsty beast's ferocity surged, their eyes shining as if wanting to pierce the two with their gaze. Don't worry, we're on the platform. These bastards won't dare to make a move. Wang Du calmly pointed to the rock face behind them. If they pounce and miss, these beasts won't escape our counterattack. But correspondingly, they won't strike. And we can't harm them either. If this stalemate lasts until nightfall, it won't be a solution. So? Chu Hong inquired, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. These creatures were cunning. They wouldn't come down unless we left the platform. Wang Du circled around Chuang, reaching for the refined steel war blade embedded in the rock wall. Whoosh! His vital energy transformed into a powerful whirlwind, instantly drawing the steel blade into his hand. Tossing it casually to Chu Hong, Wang Du gestured toward the sky. Keep climbing as bait. I'll strike from behind and shoot them down. Me as bait? Chu Hong widened his eyes, staring into Wang Du's eyes to confirm. You're wearing inner armor. You won't die even if you get scratched on the head. Besides, I've already pulled your blade over. What is wrong with being bait? Wang Du tapped Chu Hong's chest, the back of his hand ringing crisply against the steel. And I am a wind element martial artist. If you really slip, I'll use the wind to whirl you back. I don't think that's a good idea. Chu Hong shook his head. I didn't see a single corpse below before. Obviously, before I arrived. You ain't even killed one rift hawk, right? Chu Hong posed a soul-searching question. I at least took down one just now. I think it's better if you act as bait and I handle the kills. You handle the kills? Did your vital energy hold up just now for that move? Wang Du shrugged. My martial technique can reclaim vital energy. Killing a few hawks is no problem. Chu Hong said as he reached in his right pocket. Reclaim vital energy? Interesting. Curiosity flickered in Wang Du's heart. Martial techniques that could reclaim vital energy were indeed rare, especially with such power. But it's still not enough. His cultivation was one rank higher than this regular school kid. He was more suitable as the main attacker. Besides, as he ding s top if I'm the bait. How do you suggest we split the Rift Hawk as core elixir? Huh? Wang Du was stunned. Even in this situation, this regular high schooler was thinking about sharing the core elixir. By then, all the Rift Hawks would have fallen to the ground, and the core elixirs would be impossible to obtain. Are you joking? Just as Wang Du finished speaking, a core elixir suddenly appeared before him. Chu Hong opened his hand, revealing the Rift Hawk S core elixir retrieved earlier with Dragon Plays with the Pearl. Feeling the wind force aura emanating from the core elixir, Wang Du is beast-infested. My martial technique not only reclaims vital energy, but can also capture the core elixirs of beasts. Chu Hong sumai fi li, pocketing the core elixir. An 8th rank beast S core elixir is quite valuable. My agility is indeed lacking. You act as bait, and we split 50-50. How about that? Also, trying to be bait to buy me time to slay the beasts. ISNT, that also a form of challenging yourself for you eating students? Chu Hong said, locking eyes with Wang Du behind the hood and mask. Only a pair of bright eyes stared intently at Chu Hong. Regular high school, leaning against a rock wall. Wang Du shrugged his shoulders and removed his hood with a light snort. You speak well. You've convinced me. Regular high school. I'm entrusting my back to you now. Wang Du stepped forward, and Chu Hong could only see Wang Du's back. Give it your all and release your full potential. Understood. Chu Hong note that. Good. Wang Du sat down on the spot, saying no more. After a moment, seeing Chu Hong's puzzled expression, Wang Du still offered an explanation. There'll be a gust of wind shortly. Then we'll start the operation. Below the cliff, watching several rift hawks circling the sky, Bai Lu and Yu Yu hesitated. Although it seemed the students were unharmed and had even killed a rift hawk, it felt like they were trapped by the hawk flock, neither able to ascend nor descend, unable to deal even with the driven-off beasts. The ragtag troop was vexed by the hawks swaying overhead, leaving Bai Lu speechless. Normally, she could emit a bit of warlord-level pressure and scare all those birds away. But now, with the little one still on the platform, it wouldn't be appropriate to reveal the instructor's full escort behind them. Logically speaking, whenever a situation arises that necessitates the intervention of an instructor, the involved students must be deemed unqualified. However, these sky-rending eagles perched atop the high cliff had been driven away in advance, and their unexpected return was entirely unforeseen. Strictly speaking, this constituted a training mishap, and it would be rather unjust to directly declare the two students unqualified. After all, Wang Du of Yiding First High and the 8th rank martial artist from 6th Middle School were both quite formidable. Being judged unqualified due to a training accident would indeed be unfair. Should action be taken or not? Bai Lu pondered, then turned to her subordinate. Deputy Instructor Bai, you know I follow your orders entirely. Yu Yu, under Bai Lu's sharp gaze, promptly stood at attention, his expression grave. I will obey your instructions without question. Fool, I want you to take the blame for the rescue. Bai Lu shot Yu Yu a fierce glare, muttering to herself. The leader is currently deep in the Qiyang Mountains, clearing out nearby beasts. She is the highest-ranking person in the entire training camp right now. You're just a lowly instructor, even if you bend the rules a bit. Having her backing you up means no problem at all. If you don't take the fall now, once the chief instructor returns, there will be no chance to rescue anyone. Wait, Wang Du seems to be climbing the cliff again. Before Bai Lu could erupt in anger, Yu Yu, who was constantly monitoring the situation above, suddenly brightened. They seem to have a plan. What? Bai Lu quickly looked up, fearing she might miss a detail. Below, the wind field surged, howling fiercely. Wang Du leaped downward, the powerful wind lifting the dark shadow before him, spiraling upward. Ordinary high schooler. Now, it's your turn. Caw! Caw! Seeing their prey take the bait, the circling hawks swooped down, their cries piercing the air. A dragon-esque roar, fierce and menacing. 2 blood dragons shot forth from Chu Hong's palms, instantly piercing the chests of 2 beasts. Dragon playing with the pearl. Before the 2 sky-rending eagles could utter a pained scream, the savage blood dragons unleashed their draconic might, spiraling upward. Bang! Blood mist scattered as the bodies of the 2 eagles fell. Well done. Wang Du snorted lightly, stepping over the corpses of the 2 eagles and using their heads as footholds for a second leap. Caw! Unable to bear the loss of its comrades. Another sky-rending eagle angrily lunged downward. Bang! The ascending blood dragon twisted mercilessly, sending another pierced corpse plummeting. Beautiful, ordinary high schooler, maintaining his posture beneath the wind field. His black cloak billowing, Wang Du summoned a gust of wind, using the eagle's corpse as a springboard to reach a higher cliff ledge, arriving at the next platform. In the next instant, Wang Du disregarded the platform, pressing his foot against the rock face and vaulting upward. Under Chu Hong's stun gaze, Wang Du broke free from the wind field sustaining him, soaring into the sky directly toward the eagle flock. No way, playing so hard. Even Chu Hong was startled by Wang Du's reckless vigor. Had Wang Du not retreated in time before the wind field dissipated, he would have surely fallen to his death. Kill them all in one breath. Harnessing the wind to ascend into the sky, Wang Du shouted, drawing his twin blades as he instantly transformed into a spinning top. Roar! The blood dragons rose with Wang Du's dark silhouette. The hesitant sky-rending eagles felt a chill in their wings as the following blood dragons instantly pierced their chests. The fourth one, Chu Hong struggled to control the blood dragons, retracting his inner cores, and shouted a warning to Wang Du, who was gliding through the sky. It will be difficult to control them from any further away. Bring them closer. Understood. Wang Du nodded, filling his lungs with the crisp air outside the cliff, leaping again off a freshly slain corpse. Wang Du's figure shot into the center of the eagle flock. You were having so much fun flying up there before, weren't you? Casting a cold glance over the soaring hawks, Wang Du snorted. Before, it was a nightmare trying to reach these guys. But now it's time to descend. The fierce wind howled as the trembling eagle flock was crushed beneath the overwhelming wind field. Simultaneously, two blood dragons below the flock raised their heads, opening their jaws to envelop the entire eagle swarm. Chu Hong joined his hands, the twin dragons converging above. Twin dragons playing with the pearl. Blood mist surged wildly. Pushed back by the powerful aura, Wang Du's back slammed into the rock face with a jarring impact. The feeble sky raptors, in their rightful domain of the sky, were utterly torn apart by the brutal blood dragons before them. So magnificent, Wang Du sighed, the wind field beneath him dissipating just in time. Bang! Tumbling several times in the wind, he landed steadily on the platform, donning his black hood once more and sheathing his twin blades at his waist. Chu, your technique looks pretty good on the surface. What? No longer calling me ordinary high schooler. Chu Hong raised an eyebrow, retracting the twin blood dragons and inner cores back into his palms as the corpses plummeted like stones to the cliff bottom. You rascal. Wang Du tugged at his mask, tidying the bangs disheveled by the fierce wind. I know your name, Chu Hong, right? At least that last move had some flair. I admit you're formidable. So, how does challenging yourself feel? Lining up the demon cores acquired from the slain, sky-rending eagles, Chu Hong said, 6 8th rank and 4 7th rank, different qualities. One for each of us. To keep things fair. In truth, the twin dragons playing with the pearl technique Chu Hong unleashed was no different from the standard dragon playing with the pearl style. It simply fused the power of two blood dragons together. The complete annihilation of the remaining eagle flock was partly due to the few sky-rending eagles that had charged up earlier being the flock's vital strength. The rest, aside from the Eagle King, were mostly weak, old, or infirm. Another reason was Wang Du's excellent crowd control. With the aura of a 9th-rank martial artist, he subdued all the sky-rending eagles, preventing even a flap of wings. Even with the terrain advantage, an 8th-rank beast remained an 8th-rank beast. Once a 9th-rank martial artist found an opportunity to close in, resistance was virtually impossible. Otherwise, sweeping the entire flock in one fell swoop would have taken much longer. Refreshing indeed. Those guys used to rely on flying to keep me at bay. I couldn't even touch them. Wang Du looked artillerie, casually grabbing à s'éventrant de mon corps. If you hadn't given me so many eagle corpses as stepping stones, I might not have been able to get close enough to their heels. Indeed, Chu Hong said, also picking up a 7th-rank demon core. Below the cliff, by Lu and her companions, who had witnessed the entire hunt of the sky-rending eagles by Wang Du and Chu Hong, were somewhat questioning their own lives. Do those two blood dragons really consume no energy? How many times has the 6th middle school kid used them today? Watching corpse after corpse of eagles crash to the ground like dumplings, Bai Lu was thoroughly perplexed. She had initially thought Chu Hong's blood dragons, which radiated such overwhelming momentum and vitality, were some secret ultimate technique. But now, she had lost count of how many times Chu had summoned the blood dragons. Such a loud and flashy martial skill. And it turns out it's just basic attacks? Instructor Bai, what do you think of this? Yu pointed toward the two now beginning to climb the summit, his gaze strange. I never imagined the younger generation's strength would be so terrifying. When I was a student, hunting sky-rending eagles required at least a whole squad. Times really have changed so fast. Let us hurry to the cliff top and prepare to continue the protection. Bai Lu shot Yu a sharp look, her tone curt. If I catch you napping on the job again, don't blame me for docking your military merits. Huh? No, please. Yu turned pale, not expecting his slacking during duty to be discovered. Yes, understood. I'm going right away. Upon witnessing the situation, Yu promptly executed a military salute and immediately took a detour, sprinting along the cliff face to the summit out of sight of Chu Hong and the others. For a group of martial artists on the cusp of breaking through to the Grand Martial Master rank, effortlessly running against gravity up a cliff was but a trivial feat. This was more like it. Bai Lu turned back, staring blankly at the corpses of the beastly creatures strewn on the ground. Not only were they slain with a single strike, but their inner cores had also been extracted, just as before. Astonished by the ruthless nature of Chu Hong's martial arts, Bai Lu's curiosity deepened. What kind of person could have developed such a fierce martial art? And yet, she had no recollection of him. Quite intriguing. Upon noticing that the two had already reached the cliff's summit, Bai Lu unfurled her wings and took flight. She was eager to see what other surprises this boy from 6th middle school might bring her. With the assistance of Wang Du, who utilized the wind currents and a platform to ascend the summit, the two looked back to find the corpses of the beasts below reduced to mere black specks. The height here is truly staggering, Chu Hong exclaimed as he leapt from Wang Du's back. Thanks, Brother Wang, for giving me a lift. No trouble at all. Wang Du responded proudly as the vitality in his body transformed into a gentle breeze, sweeping away the dust from his back. Carrying someone like you is effortless for us Ding clan members. But your footwork is truly pitiful. You're nearing the martial exam and still only know the dragon tiger step, he remarked disdainfully, fixing his gaze on Chu Hong's feet. In a foreign land, mobility is crucial for survival. If you encounter a beast you cannot defeat, at the very least, you must be able to outrun it. Noted, Chu Hong replied awkwardly, feeling ashamed of his inadequate footwork. When he had just leapt onto the platform, he nearly fell, forcing Wang Du to personally carry him up. Once they reached the Zhujiang training camp, he resolved to learn a powerful movement technique. Otherwise, the upcoming preliminary martial competition between the North and South would be difficult to manage. All right, at least I saved myself over half an hour of travel. Wang Du stretched his arms, flexing his muscles as a fierce wind whipped around him. Chu Hong, now that you've made it up here, the rest of the way is yours to travel alone. Huh? Brother Wang, what is your plan? Chu Hong was momentarily stunned upon hearing Wang Du's farewell. Those scions of noble families were all martial artists of considerable rank, much faster than commoners like them. Wang Du pulled up the collar of his dark cloak just as a crimson beam of light tore across the sky ahead. It was the guiding light emitted by the training camp, signaling that 2 hours had passed since the entrance test began. Scaling the cliff saved only 3 hours of travel, and they had yet to seize an absolute advantage. Wang Du bent forward into a sprinting posture. From here on, I must reach the training camp before those parasitic noble families do. Bang! A sharp explosion sounded beside him, the fierce wind flashing past as Wang Du's figure vanished in an instant. Chu Hong, see you at the summit. Wang Du's silhouette gradually shrank to a black dot, leaving Chu Hong blinking in surprise. Well then, it seems I'm going alone again, he muttered, silently wishing Wang Du success in claiming first place before the noble families. Chu Hong resumed his journey, swiftly dispatching several beasts that obstructed his path, hastening toward the destination according to the map. Rounding a fallen dead tree, an intense aura of flames suddenly assaulted his senses. Sensing the powerful, fiery energy, Chu Hong came to an abrupt halt, staring in astonishment at the nearby bushes emitting the scorching heat. As he cautiously approached the thicket, his eyes felt the searing warmth before his skin did. Such potent spiritual energy. Holding his breath, he parted the bushes, only to be stabbed in the eyes by a crimson glow tinged with the hues of twilight. Startled by the sudden burst of heat, Chu Hong instinctively activated the flame fire technique, a skill he had never before employed. The surrounding air distorted from the heat, and the leaves beneath his feet spontaneously ignited. Gazing into the bushes, he nearly blurted out in disbelief upon seeing the spiritual creature within. Flame illuminating heart orchid, a top-tier fire elemental spiritual herb worth 1 million. Chu Hong's heart thundered wildly as he instantly recognized the precious herb. Are you kidding me? Rubbing his eyes repeatedly to confirm they were not deceiving him, Chu Hong's heart pounded as he shook his head to ensure no guardian beast was nearby. Having confirmed the area was silent and devoid of any beast guardians, He cautiously cradled the precious herb. But the flame-illuminating heart orchid was said to grow only in alien realms. How is there a natural specimen in the outside world? Examining the herb in his hands again and again, he felt a lingering sense of unreality despite possessing the spiritual herb. According to the book Recognizing Spiritual Items and Wild Herbs in 3 Minutes, this top-tier herb could only thrive within alien realms and rarely survive in normal spaces. Since he had previously only purchased pirated books, Chu Hong generally maintained a critical view of non-textbook knowledge he had acquired. Yet, here was a spiritual herb explicitly documented to grow solely in alien realms, now found flourishing in a small bush in the outside world. An astonishing anomaly. While Chu Hong was still grappling with the mysterious origins of the flame-illuminating heart orchid, Bai Lu, silently observing from the treetops nearby, nearly erased her presence from the world. Such a poisonous herb. I want to see if you still dare to eat it. She produced a sample of the flame-illuminating heart orchid as an experimental specimen, her eyes narrowing like needles capable of piercing a mosquito's wing, attempting to discern every secret. Chu Hong had previously eaten 2 toxic cultivation resources without harm. She was curious to see if he could consume the flame-illuminating heart orchid as effortlessly as he had the proud sun mushroom. At the tree's base, having confirmed he had identified the herb correctly, Chu Hong quietly pocketed the flame-illuminating heart orchid and, finding no anomalies, continued his journey. He was no fool. Although he possessed the trait late bloomer, which halved both the efficacy and toxicity of spiritual herbs, the flame-illuminating heart orchid was far more poisonous than the previously encountered proud sun mushroom and blazing snake gall. This thing was lethally toxic if he recklessly consumed it. Even if he did not die, he would suffer severe burns all over his body. It was wiser to wait until he reached the training camp to purchase some ice elemental spiritual herbs to neutralize the poison before consumption. With the efficacy halved, only partial neutralization would be necessary. Still, it was safer to buy a bit more, as the neutralizing effect of the spiritual herbs he took might also be reduced by late bloomer. Yet taking more neutralizing herbs was harmless since all of them were intended as raw materials for preparing the Heavenly Dao as blessing. With the aid of this flame-illuminating heart orchid and the spiritual energy and vitality stored from the draconic blood dragon fruit, he was confident he could break through to the martial artist rank during the next blessing. Stowing away the spiritual herb, he pressed on toward the training camp. Bai Lu's expression stiffened. Wait, why isn't this guy eating it? She had assumed the boy would stubbornly gulp it down, and she had even planned how to reprimand him after neutralizing the herb's potency. It seemed this kid knew exactly what was edible and what was not. After trailing Chu Hong for a while longer, Bai Lu finally relaxed completely. Judging from this, the boy from 6th middle school likely possessed a rare meridian or soul trait that could mitigate the toxicity of spiritual herbs. As for martial bones, those students with such traits were the primary targets for special recruitment by the top 5 universities in Jianghai City. If Chu Hong had martial bones, he would already be on the sniper list in Qiyang City for more than 10 days. However, the difficulty of sniping specially recruited students seemed extraordinarily high. Thinking of martial bones, Bai Lu could not help but feel somewhat dispirited. 3 years ago, among the students Jianghai City had specially recruited from their Qiyang City, exactly 3 had possessed martial bones. This could be said to be the time when Qiyang City has produced the greatest number of prodigies in its history. Unfortunately, they were all lured away by Jianghai City with generous offers. People naturally seek higher ground, just as water flows downward. Bai Lu sighed deeply, a flicker of ruthless determination gleaming in her eyes. There was nothing wrong with her leaving Qiyang City to attend better schools. However, choosing to become students of Jianghai City and then returning to snatch the martial arts competition quotas reserved for native Qiyang students in the North-South Division, then they should not blame the people of Qiyang City for striking back with full force. Bearing the treasured flame-illuminated heart orchid, Chu Hong's pace noticeably quickened. Even though he occasionally heard the snores of demon beasts nearby, he had no intention of detouring to hunt them. After all, the flame-illuminated heart orchid in his possession was incomparably more precious than the inner cores of those demon beasts. He needed to reach the training camp quickly to consume it, and, while there, see if there were any movement techniques suited to his cultivation. Skipping across a small creek, the sky was dyed crimson by a red beam of light. 2 more hours passed, and, judging by the distance between the beam and himself, he would reach the training camp in less than half an hour. Within the Zhujiang training camp, Li Yu, having just crossed the finish line, stopped to catch her breath and slightly adjust her breathing. Looking up, she saw Song Qingxiao resting at the finish and teased him playfully. Joe, number 1 at first high school, how was it? Did you outrun the noble families? Barely, it's a tie. Song Qingxiao replied irritably, leaning against a tree. It's just a pity I wasn't T-steady in the final sprint and lagged behind Li Ting by a step. Oh, what about Wang Du? Him? No sign of him. Song Qingxiao snorted. Li Ting came first, I came second, and then there's the trio from the noble families resting at the finish. He pointed toward the 3 nobles nearby. That Wang Du guy, I don't know where he ran off to. He still hasn't shown up. This time, the noble families probably only have 3 stronger than us, all of whom have reached the level of martial masters. Seeing the familiar faces, Li Yuyu immediately felt deflated. Can't you be faster? Even if I were faster, it wouldn't matter. Before Li Yuyu could finish, Li Ting, having fully recovered, scoffed. After all, it's only natural for you commoners to lose to us nobles. I barely edged you out to take second place. Song Qingxiao, you should be proud. But you're not exactly from an ordinary family. Are you, young Master Song? Li Ting smiled faintly and taunted. Before the Song family split, even if I searched the entire household, I wouldn't find an A-grade martial art. I'm just a commoner. Song Qingxiao shrugged, completely ignoring Li Ting's words. It's good to have self-awareness, you plebeians, Li Ting said softly, gazing into the dense forest ahead. Then he asked, by the way, who do you think will be the next to arrive here? That's an easy one. Wang Du. Li Yuyu answered without hesitation. You bet on Wang Du? Then I'll bet on Shun Jiao. Song Qingxiao crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. To him, Shun Jiao was the most dangerous opponent from First High School. Even more promising than Wang Du, although the students from Yiding have stronger survival skills in foreign lands. In terms of sheer strength, our First High School is still superior. I think it'll be a disciple from some noble family, Li Ting said casually. The nobles are unbeatable. Betting on who arrives first? Interesting. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Li Yuyu and Song Qingxiao turned their heads almost simultaneously, their expressions filled with astonishment. Holding a book wrapped tightly in black clothing, Wang Du had somehow appeared behind them. I'll bet on Chu Hong from 6th High School, he said. Wang Du, why aren't you? Seeing Wang Du suddenly appear behind them, Song Qingxiao and Li Yuyu looked as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't Wang Du supposed to be missing? If this isn't Wang Du, then who else could it be? Suddenly suspecting they had been tricked, Li Yuyu turned and pointed at Song Qingxiao's forehead, demanding, Number 1 at First High School, are you messing with me? Isn't Wang Du here already? Where did you suddenly come from? Before Song Qingxiao could reply, Li Ting spoke first. You don't know either? Li Yuyu's expression grew complicated, because she knew that despite Li Ting's rebellious nature, as a noble scion, he possessed exceptional talent. His sharp pride made it highly unlikely that he would collude with Song Qingxiao to tease her. I really don't know. Song Qingxiao leaned close to Li Yuyu's ear to explain again, sharing her confusion about Wang Du's sudden appearance. It's one thing for Wang Du to show up. After all, he is the top of the 3 major schools, and arriving in the first wave is expected. But why did he appear behind us? And, after running such a long distance, isn't he tired at all? What's wrong? Wang Du tilted his head, showing no sign of fatigue as he held the book. Wang Du, where did you get that book? Li Yuyu asked, a terrifying thought suddenly rising in her mind. Before she could inquire further, Wang Du's answer confirmed her suspicion. I borrowed it from the library. If you finish reading, you earn points. Wang Du closed the book and showed it to them. Reading the bold title, Song Qingxiao recited aloud, Introduction to Foreign Realm Laws. It's a confidential edition, not usually available for sale outside. It contains knowledge missing from the censored versions on the market, like how to transform a natural foreign realm into an underground cave. Wang Du explained, pocketing the book. Our noble family's library has the full version, so there's no need, Li Ting boasted proudly, full of pride for his clan. There's an A-grade footwork technique in the contribution hall I'm still a little short of points to exchange for. So I'm brushing up on points in the library first. Ignoring Li Ting's show-off, Wang Du continued, Can anyone lend me 351 points? I'll pay back 500 later. Points? Wait, how long have you been in the library? Hearing Wang Du's words, Song Qingxiao suddenly froze and grabbed Wang Du's shoulder sharply. Oh, Wang Du snorted coldly, instinctively leaning against the wall. So you've only just arrived? I've already been in the library reading for almost half an hour. Not only that, he had circled the training camp several times, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the facilities inside. Now that he was out, it was probably to meet Chu Hong, who, judging by his speed, was nearing arrival. He intended to assist Chu Hong and, under the pretext of introducing the training camp, borrow some points. Upon hearing that Wang Du not only arrived earlier but had been wandering around the training camp for quite some time, Li Ting, who had believed himself to be first, instantly exploded in anger. No way. How can you be so much faster than me? You must be cheating. Just train more if you're weak. Wang Du retorted with a sneer, adjusting his mask. You don't even have the courage to take the most dangerous path or shortcuts. Were you born just to accuse those better than you of cheating? You. Li Ting was rendered speechless by Wang Du's words, his face flushed red, his blood surging fiercely. So this hooded man took the first place by shortcutting and using underhanded methods? Li Ting had thought this guy would have some excuse. Before Li Ting could make a move, Bai Lu's figure descended from the sky. Combat is forbidden in the training camp outside of training hours. The aura of a martial sovereign swept down as Bai Lu snorted coldly. Li Ting immediately fell silent. Understood, Deputy Instructor Bai, he said, bowing politely and shooting Wang Du a glare before falling quiet. By the way, what about your bet? Is there a prize? Wang Du inquired, looking toward the still absent figure. No, but I've already lost, Li Yu said softly to Yu Yu, surprised that she loved studying so much. Others still thought she hadn't arrived. If you were to wager on who would arrive next under these circumstances, you indeed possess a bit of discernment. Wang Du picked up the book, lamenting, but you're still not clever enough to consider that I might not only appear at the finish line. I could very well be waiting in the lounge reserved for the second and third arrivals. You scoundrel. Infuriated by Wang Du's infuriatingly pretentious demeanor, Liu Yo isha just hababulanli. Suddenly, she recalled Wang Du's earlier words. Speaking of which, what does it mean to bet on Chu Hong arriving next? And why bet on Chu Hong to be the next? Curious, Li Yu inquired, drawing the attention of Song Qing Xiao and Li Ting, who were also captivated by the name Chu Hong. Chu Hong? Isn't he from a regular school? Who exactly is Chu Hong? The two spoke almost simultaneously. Facing their questions, Wang Du offered no response. There is no point discussing this now. After all, Chu Hong hasn't arrived yet. He then countered the group. He is a very intriguing individual. So, do you all think the next to arrive will be him? Are you joking? Li Ting was quick to retort. We, the noble families, don't stoop to being hoodwinked by just any nobody with a random name. It's enough that these three have arrived before our noble houses. Song Qing Xiao belonged to the Luo Dao noble family, and Li Yu hailed from a newly established preparatory noble family. Both were considered part of the aristocracy, their family's reputation still intact. As for Wang Du, who lacked any background, he had merely managed to get ahead by taking a shortcut and some luck. The honor of the noble houses remained unblemished. Regarding Li Yu, whether Chu Hong would indeed be the next to arrive was uncertain. Though Chu Hong could refine the dragon blood fruit of the mighty dragon, he was still a student of the 6th high school and, fundamentally, rather weak. If you're not playing some abstract game, I really don't have high hopes for Chu Hong. Li Yu shook her head and turned to ask Song Qing Xiao. I don't know him, but I'm more confident in Shun Jiao. Song Qing Xiao's eyes didn't shift an inch. He kept his gaze fixed on the dusty road ahead. A figure, barely remembered, gradually became clearer in the distance. Seeing that familiar face, Li Yu's expression stiffened instantly, shifting from perplexity to a strange delight. Chu Hong. He stepped onto the recently trampled dirt road. There is no need to bet anymore. Chu Hong has already arrived. No way. Seeing Chu Hong dashing forward, Li Ting's face twisted in disbelief. The others might be on par with their noble houses, but who was this fool who looked even more handsome than him? Wait, an 8th rank martial artist? Noticing the aura and vitality radiating from Chu Hong as he ran, all three were taken aback, their expressions becoming extraordinarily animated. How could an 8th rank martial artist run faster than those who hadn't yet reached the 9th rank? What a joke. Pointing at Chu Hong's figure, Li Ting angrily addressed Bai Lu, who was watching the spectacle from the side. Deputy Instructor Bai, this is impossible. He must be cheating. HM? Bai Lu shot Li Ting a fierce glare, suppressing his blood pressure and aura once again. Each one of you has an instructor shadowing you to ensure your safety and record your scores. And the person responsible for recording the scores for that Chu Hong is me. Hearing that the deputy instructor had been following Chu Hong the whole time, a bolt of lightning struck Li Ting's mind. What? Ingoding Li Ting et shok? Bai Lu snot gun li. I've been following Chu Hong all the way. Are you suggesting he possesses some supernatural skill and cheated right under my watch? And no, I wouldn't dare. Li Ting stamarat inwarli displesa. Why haven't the others from the noble houses arrived yet? What a bunch of useless people. Not only losing to these 3 top high schoolers, but also to some 8th rank martial artist nobody. Apologies, Deputy Instructor Bai, I was impulsive. Li Ting offered a brief apology, then, seemingly ashamed, retreated dejectedly. Bai Lu made no move to stop him as he slunk away. By the way, Wang Du, I noticed your coordination with Chu Hong earlier. Not bad. After praising him briefly, Bai Lu turned and left. Wang Du cupped his hands in thanks. At that moment, a faint roar of a tiger echoed from behind. With a dragon tiger step, Chu Hong leapt upward and, after a final burst of speed, landed steadily. Looking up, the 5-character banner of the Zhujiang training camp was right before him. Chu Hong took a deep breath and strode across the threshold of the training camp. Wang Du, Li Yu, long time no see. Immediately upon entering, Chu Hong raised his hand to greet the two who had yet to turn around. Oh, finally arrived. Wang Du looked back, teasing. You move like a turtle. I've been here almost half an hour. Not faster than Brother Wang. Chu Hong chuckled awkwardly. Don't listen to him. I just arrived as well, Li Yu said, giving Chu Hong a hearty pat on the back. Impossible, Chu Hong. Didn't he expect you to be so hidden? Just an 8th rank martial artist, and only a little later than the first ones here. It was mainly because Brother Wang gave me a ride, Chu Hong explained. Without his help, I'd probably still be struggling on the cliff with those hawks. No matter how fast he was, after dealing with those Rift Sky Eagles, without Wang Du's agility to assist, he'd still be painfully climbing the rocks. How dare you say that? Wang Du rolled his eyes at Chu Hong. Let us go. I'll take you to the contribution hall to settle your inner core points. And then we'll head to the library pavilion to pick out a better set of agility skills for you. Take me along to get familiar with the place. Li Yu Gainding, you have your own legs. Why do you need me to lead you? Though he said that, Wang Du didn't shoo away Li Yu, who was trailing behind Chu Hong. Song Qing Xiao, seeing this, also followed along. Who exactly was this Chu Hong? As they walked toward the contribution hall, Song Qing Xiao racked his brain, trying to recall any information about Chu Hong. Had he participated in any competitions before? No impression. Any rumors in the high school circles? None. Something was off. This guy seemed to have appeared out of thin air. After pondering for a long time, Song Qing Xiao couldn't come up with a single piece of information related to Chu Hong, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was going on? Had he traveled through time? Before entering the training camp, Chu Hong seemed to only know Li Yu. How did it come to pass that even Wang Du now held him in such high regard? Clearly, something must have happened on the way to the entrance test. Song Qing Xiao mused silently as he continued trailing the group like a shadow. Well, since both Xinlan and Yiding's people held such high expectations for this 8th rank martial artist, Chu Hong must possess extraordinary qualities. If you watch closely, the truth will reveal itself. Norus. Under Wang Du's guidance, after much wandering, Chu Hong finally spotted the contribution hall of the Zhujiang training camp. Leading the group, Wang Du explained, this is the first floor of the contribution hall. Its primary function is to calculate the points we earn by exchanging inner cores. The second floor allows us to redeem various cultivation artifacts with those points. If you want to learn martial arts, you'll have to go to the library pavilion. Wang Du spoke casually, then added, interested in investing in me? About my eye on an A-grade wind attribute agility skill. Lend me some points. Chu Hong, who had been listening attentively, was momentarily stunned. He noticed Wang Du's somewhat embarrassed posture. How much? 351. Wang Du said, tugging at his collar. I'll pay you back 500 later. Odd amount. Chu Hong murmured to himself. It seems Wang Du is truly determined to learn that class in martial art. Borrowing it is possible, but I must first purchase the spiritual items I need. Chu Hong explained that he still did not know how many points he had accumulated. To safely consume the flame-scorching heart orchid, he estimated that he would need to take at least 3 different spiritual items to prevent injury from the fire toxin. Moreover, 3 might not be sufficient. It would be best to have 4 ice element spiritual items to neutralize the medicinal properties. Spiritual items, Chu Hong. Aren't you going to consider buying agility techniques first? Wang Du asked curiously upon hearing Chu Hong's plan to buy spiritual items. Your agility is terrible. It's better to buy a manual to improve your speed before purchasing spiritual items to enhance your cultivation. Besides, it's best not to rely too heavily on spiritual items in training, or else your foundation may become unstable, which would hinder your advancement to martial artist. Well, Chu Hong scratched his head, unsure how to respond. He couldn't just say that even if using spiritual items caused his foundation to become unstable, the next heavenly enlightenment would completely restore it, right? Undoubtedly, although his current status as an 8th rank martial artist was entirely due to drug use. His foundation should be the most solid in the Zhujiang training camp. No need to worry about Chu Hong. Li Yu stepped in to mediate, nudging Chu Hong's back with her elbow. His ability to digest spiritual items is incredibly strong. He can even refine the dragon blood fruit of the mighty dragon. By the way, Chu Hong, is your ability to refine the dragon blood fruit tied to your soul or your extraordinary meridian? Sao, Chu Hong Ansua Gasu, handing over the internal pill to the staff member at the contribution hall. What about your extraordinary meridian? Li Yu pressed on. Tell me, and I might consider recommending some cost-effective fire element spiritual items for you. Using this method to probe someone's hand is truly despicable. Wang Du looked angrily, causing Li Yu to abruptly turn around. What do you mean, Wang Du? How am I probing someone's hand? Li Yu raturta. Whether it's martial bones, extraordinary meridians, or soul power, Each is a martial artist as foundation in this world. Wang Du's tone was serious, not joking. If you're truly just curious, why don't you reveal your own extraordinary meridian first? Fiery, scorching flame meridian. A top-tier fire element extraordinary meridian that, in its complete form, can even absorb flames released by other martial artists. Li Yuyu replied with a cold snort, enunciating clearly. But it's not fully formed yet. It's still in its nascent stage, so its power is limited. I'm too lazy to be like you, wearing a mask and pretending to be mysterious all day. After saying this, Li Yuyu turned and asked Chu Hong again, so, Chu Hong, what about your extraordinary meridian? Tell me, is it also fire element? My extraordinary meridian is still in its nascent stage, and I'm keeping its attributes confidential for now, until my celestial extraordinary meridian fully forms. I don't intend to make a fuss. I'm not even clear on its specific abilities yet, but I can assure you it's stronger than yours. Huh? Is that all you have to say? Li Yuyu was displeased, unsatisfied with Chu Hong's answer. She had even revealed her own extraordinary meridian. Chu Hong only said his was still in the nascent stage. How is that any different from brushing her off? And stronger? She didn't believe it could surpass her fiery, scorching flame meridian. You're already being generous by boldly revealing the power of your soul ability, she grumbled. Wang Du's voice drowned out Li Yuyu's complaints. During their playful banter, the front desk staff had finished calculating Chu Hong's points. Handing him an electronic data card along with the previously submitted internal pill, the staff member said, "Student, you have a total of 843 points." Taking the data card and internal pill, Chu Hong was puzzled. Can we get this internal pill back? Of course. Bai Lu's voice rang out from behind. This training camp is essentially a public welfare event. The internal pills submitted during the entrance test are only used to calculate performance points. Once the points are tallied, it's entirely up to you how to use the pills. They can be used for cultivation or exchanged for money outside the training camp after you leave. However, if you intend to use them for cultivation, it's more suitable to exchange them directly at the contribution hall for body-tempering liquid or spirit-nourishing liquid. Upon hearing Bai Lu's explanation, Wang Du was momentarily stunned and asked, "Can't they be converted into points? Are you joking?" Bai Lu raised an eyebrow. "There's no such good fortune. We brought you here not to train you to hunt monsters, but to learn survival skills in foreign lands and to succeed as special recruits returning to Jianghai City. That's our primary goal. If you want points later, it won't be so easy. By the way, once you enter the training camp, you can no longer earn points by obtaining internal pills." Bai Lu's smile struck Wang Du like a thunderclap, crashing heavily upon his heart. Wang Du screamed in agony and regret. He had arrived half an hour earlier than the others and had rushed unnecessarily. Had he known, he would have hunted more monsters on the way to earn points. Seeing Wang Du lying on the ground, utterly dejected, Chu Hong couldn't help but step back. It seemed this blow was truly devastating to Wang Du. By the way, Chu Hong, as I mentioned before, anyone from the 369 group who dares to take the test will get 100 points. Wu Ming, credit as points. Bai Lu waved her hand, and the front desk staff member named Wu Ming's keyboard clattered. Soon, the number on Chu Hong's points card changed to 943 points. By the way, 1,500 points are required to learn a class of martial art in the library. To encourage enthusiasm, we use jade stones inscribed with martial arts manuals. Don't think a few people can pool points to get a manual, Bai Lu said as she approached Chu Hong, her ruby lips parting. I can offer you a 500-point discount. Understood. At the next moment, the keyboard behind them clicked rapidly, and the number on Chu Hong's points card rose to 1,443. So efficient. Chu Hong was surprised. Before he could enjoy his delight, a shout came from behind. Not so fast, Bai Lu yelled, glaring fiercely at the staff member behind her. Sorry, boss Bai. The clatter of keys sounded again. The number on Chu Hong's points card reverted to 943. Ahem. After dealing with this little hiccup, Bai Lu's expression became slightly awkward. None of us had experience running a training camp before. It's normal to have small mistakes before the official opening. So, Deputy Instructor Bai, what is this 500-point discount? Chu Hong tactfully brought the conversation back to the main topic out of respect for the instructor. It's nothing difficult. After clearing her throat twice, Bai Lu slowly began. That martial art of yours that can produce flying dragons, I find it quite interesting. I searched online, but couldn't find any related information. So I was thinking, could you allow us to study this martial art? I believe it has great potential. Listening carefully to Bai Lu's request, Chu Hong suddenly understood. He had wondered what it was about. Turns out she was interested in Vice Principal Mu Yunshan's Dragon Path Fist. Clearing his throat, Chu Hong replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot provide you with this martial art. Not possible. Bai Lu looked a little disappointed, but then showed understanding. After all, this martial art is indeed outstanding in offense and defense. and there's no record of it online. It's probably a secret technique passed down by some reclusive master to you. It makes sense that it cannot be shared. But Chu Hong looked up, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I can introduce you to the creator of this class, the martial art Dragon Path Fist, Vice Principal Mu Yun-shan of the 6th Middle School. Really? Upon hearing that Chu Hong was not only willing to surrender his martial arts knowledge, but could even introduce them to the creator of the art, Bai Lu's eyes lit up brilliantly, nearly overwhelming her with the urge to throw Chu Hong to the ground. I reckon Principal Mu would be more than happy to elucidate his martial arts philosophy. Chu Hong shrugged, recalling the impatient demeanor of Principal Mu when he previously taught him the Dragon Path Fist. Should be no problem, right? After all, I rarely see Principal Mu around. Maybe he is quite idle most of the time. After all, as an instructor capable of leading training sessions at the Zhujiang training camp, his rank should be fairly high. I have a feeling Principal Mu will be so thrilled to know someone appreciates his martial arts that he'll be completely over the moon. Wu Ming, award Chu Hong 1,000 points. Bai Lu declared with great enthusiasm, waving her hand to command her subordinates on the spot. Boss Bai, even Wu Ming, who regarded Bai Lu as the second in command of their unit, couldn't help but hesitate upon hearing her words. Previously, giving 100 or 500 points was already generous, but 1,000 points was outrageously extravagant. If this happened a few more times, Chu Hong wouldn't even need to participate in subsequent training sessions. He could simply finish learning the few A-level martial arts in the library and head home. You don't understand the potential of this martial art, Bai Lu said without further ado, channeling her blood energy through the air. On the computer screen displaying the points, the number 1,000 appeared, increasing his score. If there's any issue, I'll inform the boss. You just award the points. Wu Ming resignedly pressed the confirmation key. In an instant, Chu Hong's points soared to 1,943. Even Chu Hong himself was taken aback by the scale of it. Most of these points will ultimately be covered by the noble families, so use them without worry. Bai Lu patted Chu Hong on the shoulder and laughed heartily as she departed. A powerful B-level martial art that could also be used as a standard attack was far superior to the common B-level arts available outside. If the learning threshold was low, it wouldn't be impossible to incorporate it into the curriculum of their Qiyang Garrison Guard. Just thinking about being able to leverage Jiang Qingyun's reputation to have those despicable noble families reimburse them was even more exhilarating. Otherwise, they wouldn't have handed over the points without even bothering to reclaim the inner core. Getting full reimbursement for running a training camp felt fantastic. Buy whatever you want first, enhance your strength, and there'll be plenty of time to earn points later. Bai Lu's towering figure gradually faded away, while the three onlookers stared at the astronomical number of points in Chu Hong's hand. Impossible, Chu Hong. Wang Du patted him on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Looks like your double dragons playing with the pearl move is even more impressive than I imagined. I'll convert the inner core into points first." Liu took a deep breath, turned around, and picked up the inner core to exchange for points. "Chu Hong, you really are extraordinary." At this moment, Song Qingshao's heart was in turmoil, completely eclipsing the previously rapidly improving Shun Jiao. It seemed Chu Hong was the true dark horse. Although Shun Jiao's progress was abnormal, it wasn't quite at this level. Being one step ahead of Shun Jiao and earning the praise of Deputy Instructor Bai for his martial arts made Chu Hong even more outstanding. "Shall I go to the second floor to exchange for spiritual items first?" Chu Hong pointed toward the contribution hall as second floor and said to the others. At 6th High School, Mu Yinshan sighed heavily upon seeing his application to include his martial art into the curriculum rejected once again, his body slumping limply into the office chair of the vice principal's office. They say there are no teaching achievements on campus, so they won't accept it. Staring at the rejection letter, which looked almost identical to previous ones, Mu Yinshan frowned deeply. "I teach seriously, but no one learns. Aside from Chu Hong, not a single waste in 6th High School understands it. Is it because he doesn't want to teach? The waste in the school can't even comprehend the Dragon Tiger Fist, yet they want to learn the Dragon Path Fist?" After witnessing Chu Hong's execution of the Dragon Path Fist, he had regained some confidence and had been demonstrating it frequently to first and second year students these past few days. But those wastes are just as clueless as before, completely unable to understand. He was helpless too, in a place like 6th High School, where the rotten fish and shrimp couldn't even grasp the basics. How could he possibly have any teaching achievements? Damn it, if only I had the chance to stretch my abilities. Mu Yinshan gritted his teeth as the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Who was calling at a time like this? No consideration at all. "Hello." Suppressing his anger, Mu Yinshan asked the person on the other end, "May I ask what this is about?" "Yes, it's me." "What? The Qiyang Garrison Guard?" Hearing the name on the other end, Mu Yinshan, who was still slumped in his chair, immediately sat upright. They want to discuss martial arts experience with me about the Dragon Path Fist? Em willing. Of course I'm willing. I'm free right now. After chatting for over half an hour, Mu Yinshan hung up the phone, his face flushed and muscles twitching uncontrollably, ensuring no one was around. Mu Yinshan leapt onto his desk. This is wonderful. I always knew I had talent. I never expected that, even without having been to the Qiang garrison guard, they would come looking for me. Taking out the bottle of Maotai liquor he had originally intended to give to the leaders of the Martial Arts Bureau, Mu Yinshan popped the cap and decided to reward himself. Sure enough, one does not remain in the doldrums forever. Receiving an invitation from the Qiang garrison guard, Mu Yinshan was now immensely proud. This was the military organization responsible for protecting Qiang City and the portal to the 10,000 tribes battlefield. Its prestige far surpassing that of the Martial Arts Bureau's freeloaders. No, I must pack my bags quickly. I can't keep them waiting, Mu Yinshan said as he dialed home. Hello, honey. Someone finally recognizes my martial arts. The Qiang garrison guard, a regular army. I'm going to go and properly recommend myself to them. I probably want to be back for a while. Don't bother cooking for me. Love you, honey. The call ended, and hearing the excited voice on the phone, Mu Yinshan's wife sighed. My goodness, always so loud and boisterous. She chuckled softly as she wiped the vase their son had given her time and again. Son, your old man finally has some prospects. Elsewhere, after purchasing the needed spiritual items, Chu Hong was led by Wang, due to the library, to select the martial arts he required. Looking at the remaining 1,600 points on Chu Hong's waist, Li Yuyu gazed at him with envy. You're really rich now. But why did you buy so many ice element spiritual items? I found a high-level fire element herb. Chu Hong looked up a little poisoned, intending to use it to neutralize the toxicity. Oh, Li Yuyu understood and casually asked, wanting to lend you the necklace for a few more days? She often consumed spiritual items with poison and had frequently used ice element items to counteract the medicinal properties. No need. Chu Hong shook his head. These spiritual items would be enough for him to refine the flame-scorching heart orchid. But even though he declined, Li Yu still hung the ice-congealing necklace around his neck from behind. Anyway, you want to be able to sell it until we return. You keep it for me. Just lend me some points later, Mr. Big Spender. Yearly Group S fortune is probably tens of thousands of times mine, Chu Hong thought. His current fortune was a debt of 5 billion, incomparable to Li Yu's. I don't care. Chu Hong has the most points now. So he asked the big spender. Li Yu shook her head, openly coveting Chu Hong's points. After exchanging for the A-level martial arts, Chu Hong only had just over 100 points left. Wang Du reminded him, no problem. Chu Hong is held in high esteem by Deputy Instructor Bai. There will only be more chances to earn points in the future. By the way, Wang Du, I exchanged for the A-level martial arts. But I don't think I have enough points left to lend you for exchanging one, do I? Suddenly realizing the two of them combined might not have enough points, Chu Hong said, no worries. Wang Du raised his chin. You exchange first. Reading in the library also earns free points. I could take my time exchanging mine. By the way, now that you have mastered the class A body technique, could you possibly articulate the method of learning martial arts to us? Chu Hong sudenli ponde. After all, once you've learned it, you know the corresponding flow of qi and blood for class A martial arts, as well as the various key points. Teaching others shouldn't be so difficult, right? It's not that simple. Wang Du shot a glance at Chu Hong. Receiving the martial arts Jade Stone only lets you understand how to practice martial arts. Mastering it requires additional time. Moreover, martial arts is such an abstract thing that even you might not fully comprehend it yourself. To understand it yourself, and then immediately explain it to others, that is practically leading them to deviate into demonic cultivation. All right, Chu Hong felt awkward. He considered that aspect. It did seem reasonable. Even experienced martial arts masters sometimes fail to teach properly. Having a peer instruct you in martial arts could indeed be somewhat perilous, especially for Class A martial arts. These advanced techniques, which cannot be purchased anywhere on the market, are already far more complex than the 3 Supreme Dragons. Abandoning the idea of mutually learning and competing to improve, Chu Hong pressed forward. He walked all the way to the library. Upon entering, a familiar figure was buried in a pile of books. Hearing footsteps at the door, the book-immersed young girl looked up. Boss. Upon seeing Chu Hong at first glance, Meng Tsaihuan waved excitedly. You finally arrived. The girl was thrilled. The number on the points badge hanging at her waist had already nearly reached 300. This place is amazing. There are so many books. It's impossible to finish reading them all. Boss. Hearing Meng Tsaihuan address him thus, Chu Hong was momentarily caught off guard. He had no impression of ever recruiting followers. So how did Meng Tsaihuan recognize him first? Chu Hong. You are the first genius in the 600-year history of our 6th Academy to become a high-level martial artist before the martial examination. Aren't you the biggest figure in the entire 6th Academy now? Meng Saihuan said excitedly while jumping up and down. Your glorious deeds will be recorded in the annals of the 6th Academy. Isn't it only natural to call you boss? Meng Saihuan's gaze burned with fervor. Her brown eyes seemed almost ablaze with excitement. Just like my brother said, behind every legendary figure in every story, there is always a group of fervent followers. To become an 8th-rank martial artist in the 6th Academy, Chu Hong, your future is absolutely boundless. I must seize the opportunity to claim the right to explain things first. Chu Hong was dumbfounded by the torrent of words. Meng, if you've gone mad from reading novels, it's probably best to seek medical attention in time. He said silently. To be honest, he wasn't interested in recruiting followers. Boss, this is my token of respect. Meng Saihuan said as she held up the points badge at her waist with both hands. Please accept me. As long as I can manage and operate your support club in the future, that's enough. You're truly crazy. Chu Hong sighed as he pushed aside Meng Saihuan's hands. By the way, where did you get so many points? I remember you didn't participate in the camp entrance test. Reading, Meng Saihuan replied matter-of-factly. You can earn points just by reading in the library. All my points are from reading. Only by reading. Seeing Meng Saihuan's points approaching 400, Wang Du's mouth twitched in disbelief. A moment later, someone broke down on the spot. Impossible. I've been reading for half an hour and only got 16 points. Even if you'd been reading since yesterday, you couldn't have this many points. Sensing the situation was unfavorable, a few people grabbed Wang Du, who was already starting to release his chi and blood. Brother Wang Du, calm down. Perhaps the library grants us ordinary schools bonus points, which is why Meng has so many points. Nonsense. Before Wang Du could explode, an old man napping at the front desk coughed twice, releasing an aura of chi and blood pressure that shook the entire hall. Oomph. The younger generation nowadays truly knows no discipline. The elder stood up, flicked his sleeve, and in the blink of an eye appeared before Wang Du. I calculated your points myself. If you have any complaints, take them up with me. If you read poor-quality books and earn few points, then don't envy a young girl as high score. Startled by the sudden appearance of the elder, Wang Du cupped his hands respectfully. Your teaching is well taken, senior. Some manners at least. The elder turned his head, about to leave. Chu Hong stepped forward and bowed slightly, asking, may I ask, senior, what kind of books grant more points? Points? Are you reading only for points? The old man scrutinized Chu Hong up and down, then snorted. Your mind isn't much, but at least your foundation is solid. Your teaching is well taken, senior. Forget it. Since you are among the first batch of students here, I'll make an exception and give you a few reminders. Su Wanhai, the library's chief steward, flicked his white robe, exuding an imposing aura. As the finest young generation of Chiang City, don't limit your vision to this small South-North martial competition preliminary. Your true stage is the battlefield of 10,000 races. The battlefield of 10,000 races. Several people exclaimed simultaneously, their bodies inexplicably thrilled by the mere mention of a name. From elementary to high school, their elders and teachers had incessantly instilled in them the concept of advancing in martial arts to resist the myriad races. Nearly every young student's dream was to step onto the battlefield of 10,000 races and fend off the various races. Exactly. You few. So young and about to become martial masters, it's only a matter of time before you enter the battlefield of 10,000 races to fight. Su Wanhai stroked his beard and said calmly, therefore, to survive, you must learn the skills needed to endure on the battlefield of 10,000 races. One of these is the language for communicating with other races. Su Wanhai pointed from afar. Their gazes fell upon the desk where Meng Saihuan was diligently studying. The third universal language of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Dragon, clan, dragon, roar, pronunciation, subdivisions. Dual soul, clan differences in dual soul thought processes. Human allied races customs, and pitfalls guide. All these books were intimately related to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Countless races fought incessantly for survival and expansion. After showcasing the most prominent basic books on Meng Saihuan's desk, Su Wanhai continued his explanation. Alliances between various races are forged to gain more influence and territory on the battlefield of 10,000 races. If you can't even speak when you arrive there, you will be complete illiterates. Negotiation, persuasion, communication, infiltration. Every one of these requires proficiency in the universal languages of the myriad races. Otherwise, when you don't understand anything and accidentally strike a friendly soldier, causing a diplomatic incident, it's best to commit suicide on the spot and not trouble the human race. Listening to Su Wanhai's grim warning, everyone nodded solemnly. Even Chu Hong expanded his knowledge. So it was a team battle after all on the battlefield of 10,000 races. He had thought it would be just a free-for-all against all non-human races. All right, you may continue reading. I will first organize the martial arts. You can exchange for martial arts later. Watching Su Wenhai's retreating figure, Song Qingxiao sighed. It seems we still have a long way to go. During their reflections, ever undistracted Meng Saihuan had already picked up a book and recommended it to Chu Hong. Boss, I think you should read this one. Universal Language of the Demon Armor Clan. Not only does it grant many points, but it might also give you the chance to hook a Demon Armor Clan member on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Demon Armor Clan? What kind of thing is that? Chu Hong's expression turned strange upon hearing it. The word demon in the name didn't sound like anything good. That is an almost immortal postnatal martial bone race. Meng Saihuan was surprised that Chu Hong didn't know. Subsequently, she cast her gaze toward the few top scholars beside Chu Hong, whose astonished expressions only deepened her own surprise. Wait a moment. You all didn't know? We've all been too preoccupied with mastering martial arts and cultivation techniques to bother with trivial books. Wang Du turned his head awkwardly. Miss Meng, could you kindly clarify? Very well, then I shall explain. Before Meng Saihuan could elaborate, the book in the young girl's hand suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow. Then, that shadow struck the girl's head with a sharp smack. Bang! Meng Saihuan was struck senseless by the universal language of the Demon Armor Clan, forcibly snatched by Su Wenhai. Her vision swimming as stars began to dance before her eyes. You need not read that book. Su Wenhai snorted coldly, pocketing the universal language of the Demon Armor Clan he had taken. I was just wondering who took the book. And it turns out it was you. Oh, Gran Pasu. Why am I not allowed to read it? I've only just learned a few basic phonetic words. Seeing her beloved book confiscated, Meng Saihuan clung to the elder's leg, her voice trembling with tears. The Demon Armor Clan has already been annihilated. Su Wenhai shook his head and sighed. Learning the language of a race that has been wiped out serves no purpose. Impossible. Startled by the news of the Demon Armor Clan's extinction, Meng Saihuan was taken aback. Was it just 10 days ago? Their mortal enemies, the Holy Armor Clan, allied with their comrades, breached through foreign territories straight into the heartland of the Demon Armor Clan. Our human race was unable to send aid in time, and the Demon Armor Clan was utterly destroyed. 10 days? That is hardly any time at all. Upon hearing the news of the clan's extinction, Chu Hong was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable melancholy. A race that Meng Saihuan mentioned with such enthusiasm, whose culture he had yet to explore through their texts, was now no more. Moreover, they had apparently been allies of the human race. An unexplainable gloom spread throughout the library, for these students still engrossed in their martial studies. The demise of a nation and extinction of a race was an alarmingly premature reality. There is no remedy for this. Sensing the children's dismay, Su Wenhai sighed. Such is the nature of racial warfare. Even a single martial king-level expert can bring catastrophic destruction upon a city. But in the battlefield of 10,000 races, martial prodigies are as numerous as clouds in the sky. Martial kings are countless, and martial emperors abound like stars. Everyone who lands on our blue star could unleash devastation. Once the defensive line of the battlefield of 10,000 races collapses, it means extinction. Su Wenhai's tone was calm and even, yet his words echoed like thunder. He had undoubtedly repeated these words countless times. The phrase extinction reverberated ceaselessly in Chu Hong's mind. Snapping back to reality, Su Wenhai's figure had already vanished, along with the universal language of the Demon Armor Clan that had yet to be perused. Sighing, Chu Hong turned back, the endless rows of bookshelves in the library eliciting a series of sighs that echoed through his thoughts. Though the books were abundantly displayed on the shelves, their value might dissipate into smoke and dust with the extinction of their respective races. Should the human race itself perish one day, the outcome would be no different. What is the true meaning of martial cultivation? To grow stronger has never been so profoundly significant. To avoid extinction, that is the true purpose of martial cultivation. Training in martial arts is solely for survival. Contemplating the potential collapse of the battlefield of 10,000 races and the obliteration of countless humans, Chu Hong pulled a book from the shelf. The synchronized rhythm of 4 pairs of hands was nearly identical. Even the sound of sitting down and settling into chairs was surprisingly unified. Third, universal language of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Flipping open the book, Chu Hong began to study diligently. The numbers on the integral badge at his waist quietly and steadily began to increase. After receiving his points, he headed straight to the library to select martial arts texts. Upon entering, he saw several people engrossed in reading at the desk. Shinjiao tilted her head slightly. "You were later than I expected." Casting a sidelong glance at the figure who had appeared, Song Qingxiao remarked casually, "None of your business." Shinjiao's tone was unreadable as she turned and walked toward Huiwu residence to choose cultivation methods. Moments later. Upon noticing the restrictions at Huiwu residence and the 8 large characters hanging on the door stating organizing cultivation methods, "Please do not enter," Shinjiao decisively turned back, picked up a book, and sat in a corner, imitating the others by burying herself in study. The scene appeared harmonious. Yet in truth, their minds were on the verge of exploding. This universal language of the 10,000 races is just too intriguing. I can't understand a thing. Staring at the phonetic explanations concerning the universal language in the book, the 4 nearly felt their brains shattering. On top of that, you have to use your vitality to assist your throat in reshaping and altering your vocal cavity when speaking. What a joke. The learning threshold is absurdly high. Looking back at the row of 3rd universal language of the battlefield of 10,000 races on the bookshelf, completely sufficient in number and no shortage of copies, Chu Hong knew the situation was grave. If the universal language were truly easy to master, the Zhujing training camp would not have prepared so many books. Clearly, the instructors in the training camp had already anticipated that none of the students would be able to master it within these 10 or so days. Bang! Shinjiao, the last to pick up a book in the library, immediately put it down, accepting reality as she returned the book to the shelf. Studying this now is boring. There will be plenty of time to learn during university. If I'm going to waste my time reading here, I might as well think about how to deal with the special recruits who will come to snatch our spots. At the very least, I have to find a way not to be overshadowed by the aristocratic families. Shinjiao's cold voice echoed through the library, and the moment it was heard, everyone's spirits deflated. Looking up at the sound, Shinjiao's figure had already disappeared. "You, the 2nd-ranked deputy team leader, sure know how to demoralize people." Li Yuyu sighed, laying her head on the desk as she stared hopelessly at the 3rd universal language of the battlefield of 10,000 races in her hands. She had been like this since last month, impatient in everything she did. Song Qingxiao shrugged. "Yet this guy is getting stronger and stronger, making me feel somewhat pressured." Interesting. Did he awaken the strange veins or the soul? Wang Du also put down his book. Who knows? It definitely isn't the martial bone. As Song Qingxiao spoke, he casually asked, "By the way, how is your progress in learning the universal language of the 10,000 races?" A rare silence fell over the group. The atmosphere so cold that even Chu Hong put down his book and rubbed his hands together. That question was truly a sharp one. Casting a sidelong glance at Meng Tsaihuan's progress, Chu Hong noticed she had already flipped through nearly half the book, her integral badge at her waist officially surpassing the 400 mark. Zofust, quietly shifting his gaze to the cover of Meng Tsaihuan's book, Chu Hong began to doubt his own sanity. Were they even reading the same book? How do you read so fast? Noticing Chu Hong et stay. Meng Tsaihuan put down her book and looked back. "What is the matter, leader? Can't understand it?" Seeing that Chu Hong's book was only on the 7th page of the 3rd universal language of the battlefield of 10,000 races, Meng Tsaihuan squinted her eyes. "Want me to teach you? Please teach me, Miss Meng." Li Yuyu took the lead, speaking up immediately. "Miss Meng, I think your figure studying the universal language of the 10,000 races is incredibly impressive, not at all inferior to Chu Hong's." Wang Du inserted his hands into his pockets, his tone tinged with bitterness. "Could you also give me a few pointers? Please. I can pay tuition with points and cultivation resources." Seeing the 3 top scholars swiftly prostrate themselves in desperate appeals, Chu Hong had not expected their level of resolve to be so high. They had thoroughly embodied the phrase to learn from those more accomplished. No wonder they had each been first in their respective middle schools, usually brimming with pride, yet when it came to learning, they were humbler than anyone else. Having been enlightened, Chu Hong, upon witnessing this, also humbly beseeched Meng Tsaihuan. "Student Meng, please teach us." Observing a group of high-tier martial artists bowing before her, Meng Tsaihuan felt a surge of emotion swell within her heart. This truly was the power of knowledge. She marveled inwardly, her spirited soul stirred profoundly. Bang! A resounding crack echoed from within her body. Meng Tsaihuan had become the 2nd 3rd-rank martial artist of the year at 6th middle school. Following Meng Tsaihuan's diligent guidance and pronunciation, the group's study of the universal language of the myriad races began to progress steadily. With the aid of their vital energy, they had grasped the basics of speaking, and Meng Tsaihuan even taught them a phrase exceedingly practical on the battlefield where multiple races clashed. What does this practical phrase mean? Li yo curios recited the common phrase used in the great battlefield of the myriad races, following Meng Tsaihuan's method. "It seems to say, sir, we surrender. Please spare me." Indeed, quite useful. Wang Du, the first to interpret the phrase S meaning, shook his head. Can't you teach us something more heroic? Like a universal phrase for dying with honor? That is possible. I also know a phrase for the damned aliens. Even if I die, I will never forgive you. Chu Hong remarked. Sounds less inspiring than long live the human race. That is truly better. The pronunciation is simple. I'll teach you this one. Meng Tsaihuan's eyes brightened as she picked up her book again. Zong. The bell tolled melodiously. The sun was about to set. Chu Hong felt his heart pounding fiercely. Seize every moment, he silently recited, quickening the rhythm of his soul. Around the Zhujiang training camp, loudspeakers began to broadcast an electronic voice. Huiwu residence has been tidied up. Students needing to exchange for martial arts manuals, please proceed to Huiwu residence to redeem them. No sooner had the announcement ended than Su Wenhai lazily emerged from Huiwu residence. Finally done tidying. Huh, you're still studying? Didn't you say we should earnestly learn the universal language of the myriad races? Song Qingxiao took the lead. We thought since we have some free time, why not first arm our minds with knowledge? He silently added, and maybe earn some points along the way. You're quite studious, Su Wenhai chuckled, casually tossing a few books onto their desks. Rustic manuals fluttered onto their tables as Su Wenhai covered his face with a newspaper. Ready to sleep. Each of you gets a B-grade martial art manual. Pick whichever you like. Among this pile of old books, the most valuable are just those 3 A-grade martial arts. My level is limited, so don't complain about the quantity. The elder's snoring gradually spread through the library. Those who received the B-grade manuals wore expressions of delight. Thank you, senior. Song Qingxiao was the first to salute with cupped hands. Chu Hong followed suit. After expressing their gratitude to Su Wenhai, the group exchanged glances and each selected a martial art to keep. Who would have thought that just by studying here, they could obtain a B-grade martial art for free? The Zhujiang training camp was indeed lavishly funded. All right, let us go to Huiwu residence and check out those A-grade martial arts. Li Yuyu led the way, pushing open the grand doors of Huiwu residence. The moment they stepped inside, the dazzling light nearly blinded them. Within Huiwu residence, electric sparks shimmered brilliantly. Each martial art was displayed as a 3-dimensional projection before them. Dark little figures continuously demonstrated the martial arts, accompanied by videos illustrating their effects. A-grade martial art, Jiaolong tenacious stone body. Once mastered, the body becomes like tenacious stone, capable of bearing 10,000 pounds on the back. Invulnerable as diamond, unchanging through the ages. A-grade martial art, Yushu Heavenly Thunder Summon, swift as a thunderbolt, shattering jade and illuminating shadows. Heavenly Thunder rolls relentlessly, eradicating all evils. In the video, the martial artist's figure was cloaked in shadows. Some appeared as immovable stones, blades striking down with a metallic clang. Others summoned winds and rains, thunder crashing with mountains trembling. Merely witnessing the effects of these martial arts stirred Chu Hong's heart with yearning. Is this the might of A-grade martial arts? Chu Hong, look. Before Chu Hong could finish watching the demonstrations of the 2 A-grade martial arts, Wang Du pulled him forcibly to the last projection platform. Pointing at the shadow in the video, Wang Du said, if you learn this, no sky-dwelling monster will ever be able to harm you. Following Wang Du's finger, Chu Hong's gaze was captivated by the figure before him. A-grade martial art, graceful soaring swan step, treading the void with chi, stepping upon clouds. The body like a cloud's shadow, the steps producing mist. In the video, the martial artist stood atop a mountain peak. With but a single step taken in midair, the clouds beneath gathered to form a long staircase. In a moment, the figure's back vanished, transforming into clouds. The camera refocused. The shadow had gathered at the mountain's base. Graceful soaring swan step, when perfected, even if one does not reach the rank of Martial King, one can still tread the void. Upon reaching Martial King, one can transform into clouds, roaming freely between heaven and earth. Is this truly the power of A-grade martial arts? Reading the description of the graceful soaring swan step, Chu Hong opened his mouth, speechless for a long while. I suggest you learn this one first. Your Jinglong fist is already fierce enough offensively. If you want to train Jiaolong tenacious stone body for defense, you might not have enough time. Wang Du explained. Body refining martial arts usually require enveloping the whole body in chi and blood, while refining the body with abundant spiritual materials. The cost is too high. Yushu Heavenly Thunder Summon is a thunder element martial art. I recall Li Yuyu said you, like her, specialize in fire. Yushu Heavenly Thunder Summon would not suit your nature. After hearing Wang Du's advice, Chu Hong nodded slowly, acknowledging, makes sense. Then I'll choose the graceful, soaring, swan step. Without hesitation, Chu Hong swiped his card and completed the purchase in one go. Boy, decided quite swiftly, huh? Just as Su Wenhai, who had only recently lain down to rest, yawned and entered the room. Senior? Startled by Su Wenhai's sudden appearance, Wang Du exclaimed, "Weren't you sleeping? But I still have to teach you martial arts?" Su Wenhai complained, picking up a crystal and striking it against Chu Hong's forehead. "Boy, learn the graceful soaring swan step well for me." In an instant, countless images exploded inside Chu Hong's mind. Meridians, chi, and blood, body posture. Every move and form of the graceful soaring swan step evolved ceaselessly within his consciousness. Instantly, Chu Hong's figure transformed into several shadows, chi dispersing like lingering clouds. A fierce wind howled, and the remaining shadows coalesced back into one at the original spot. Graceful soaring swan step, initiation. How can it be so fast? Witnessing Chu Hong's rapid initiation with just a single strike, Su Wenhai, holding the martial arts jade stone, was astonished. What? He initiated? Hearing Su Wenhai's exclamation, the others in the library turned their heads. Upon learning of Chu Hong's instant initiation, Li Yuyu's expression stiffened. She had previously used martial arts jade stones to aid her training, but the jade stones merely forcefully implanted knowledge into the mind. Actually initiating required diligent practice. Are martial arts jade stones really this advanced, granting initiation upon transmission? Wang Du and Song Qingxiao, who had never used the jade stones, were amazed. They never imagined such a convenient treasure existed. Just a tap on the head, and one could initiate a martial art. Impossible. Looking at the jade stone in his hand, Su Wenhai doubted his own beliefs. If the jade stones were truly that powerful, they would have mass-produced them so everyone could learn A-grade martial arts. The purpose of the jade stones was merely to maintain secrecy, preventing martial arts from being copied and disseminated, and to save students time memorizing incantations. This boy's ability to initiate directly, is it pure talent? Is this for real? Hey, boy, are you all right? After calling out to Chu Hong twice, Su Wenhai finally brought the daydreaming young man back to reality. How did you manage to master the graceful soaring phoenix step in an instant, even with the best talent? It usually takes at least half a month to grasp an A-grade martial art. Su Wenhai waved his hand before Chu Hong's eyes with genuine concern. That is only for ordinary people. Chu Hong began to reply, but before he could finish, a domineering voice interrupted him. Three figures led the way, their footsteps uneven as they strode into Huowu residence. Li Ting, dressed in splendid robes, immediately revealed a greedy gleam upon seeing the A-grade martial arts on display. 3 A-grade martial arts, said the girl at the forefront, her right cheek veiled by delicate black gauze. She couldn't help but gasped softly at the 3 martial arts presented in the holographic projection. Even her clan's library possessed only 5 A-grade martial arts. She had never imagined that a single visit to the training camp could replenish her clan's stock so significantly. No wonder grandfather was willing to invest so much in nurturing the younger generation by sponsoring the Zhujiang training camp, just to secure a few more spots for the family. Yao Ziqing smiled faintly, her pale violet eyes captivating Meng Caihuan, who found herself momentarily entranced. So beautiful, Meng Caihuan murmured inwardly, sensing a unique charm radiating from the girl. How generous! Long Wu crossed his arms and strode forward with a bold yet elegant gait, bowing deeply before Su Wenhai. I never expected the seniors to be so magnanimous as to share such precious martial arts with the noble families of Qiyang City. If you can learn them, then learn away, but be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. Su Wenhai flicked his white robe and leapt onto the table, tossing out 3 jade stones inscribed with martial arts techniques. 1,500 points each. Exchange if you wish. 1,500 points per technique. The 3 leaders' expressions shifted as they glanced at their points badges hanging at their waists, revealing their unease. Yao Ziqing had 1,451 points. Long Wu had 1,398 points. Li Ting had 1,502 points. Except for Li Ting, the other 2 hadn't even gathered enough points for one technique, let alone all 3 A-grade martial arts. Exchanging for even one would be a struggle. How come you 2 have fewer points than I do? Li Ting's expression twisted oddly as he looked at his 2 companions. Although he was usually arrogant, his actual strength was the weakest among the 3. Yao Ziqing and Long Wu turned their heads, sweat unconsciously beating on their foreheads in response to Li Ting's question. How could you slack off at a time like this? Li Ting was furious at his 2 lazy friends. We were slower than you. If we didn't spend time hunting monsters, we might have kept up, Yao Ziqing replied calmly. Sorry, this time it was my poor judgment. Forget it. Li Ting Siga. At that moment, Li Yuyu seized the opportunity to interject. Not bad. I didn't expect noble families to get stuck because of insufficient points. I thought you were all so rich you wouldn't even care about 1,500 points. Huh? Huh. Li Ting laughed instead of getting angry at Li Yu's words. You don't think our families are just loaded with money, do you? What do you mean? Song Qingxiao's expression shifted slightly. This time, we're counting on all of you. Yao Ziqing lowered her brows as the disciples of the noble families behind her stepped forward. In an instant, countless points badges fell from their waists. Almost simultaneously, all the noble family disciples tossed their points badges to the three leaders. In a flash, the numbers on the three leaders' points badges soared, the counting mechanisms inside emitting wisps of azure smoke. Let me show you the true foundation of the noble families. Li Ting waved his hand, displaying his points badge to everyone. Yao Ziqing, 6,609 points. Long Wu, 5,798 points. Li Ting, 5,664 points. In the blink of an eye, their points exploded exponentially. Now, the combined points were more than enough to exchange for all three A-grade martial arts. Martial families intertwine their interests, relationships complex and tangled beyond disentanglement. Martial arts, finances, and battlefields. The presence of noble families is ubiquitous across today's Blue Star. Within Qiang City, the Yao, Long, and Li clans maintain extremely close ties, having already formed a covert trade network that spans the city. Moreover, the trust between these great families surpasses what most outsiders imagine. Blood ties, shared interests, and aligned ideals bind them closely. Except in cases where interests are severely compromised, cooperation always outweighs competition among noble families, jointly monopolizing and squeezing out potential new forces. The ability to have members unconditionally surrender their points at a moment's notice is a testament to the profound strength only noble families can wield. Young clan leader. The mission to master top-tier martial arts and bring them back to the family rests with you. After the points were transferred, the noble family's entourage withdrew. At that moment, the five could tangibly feel the oppressive aura emanating from the noble families. Watch closely. In Qiang City, we are the noble families. Li Ting flung his points badge on his Su Wan Hai's table with contempt. At the peak of our glory, seeing Li Ting's haughty demeanor, Su Wan Hai clenched his fists, restraining the urge to explode, and picked up the jade stones inscribed with martial arts techniques. No, many resources in the Zhujiang training camp were obtained from the noble families. If we really clash with these noble brats now, things will only get worse later. Very well, since you have gathered enough points. Taking a deep breath, the grassroots martial artist Su Wan Hai spoke. I shall immediately impart the martial arts to you. Thank you, senior. Long Wu laughed heartily, stepping forward first. The jade stones lightly touched the heads of the three noble family leaders. The three A-grade martial arts were now theirs. Thanks for personally overseeing the transmission, sir. Li Ting smiled and was the first to leave Huawu residence. After the other two turned away, Yao Ziqing lingered, bowing slightly with an apologetic expression. Sorry, my two companions are a bit too flamboyant and may have caused some displeasure. I will discipline them more carefully in the future. Farewell. The three figures gradually disappeared from the Huawu residence. Wang Du lowered his head, staring at his points badge. After learning so many languages of the myriad races, his points had only just surpassed 1,300. For the noble families, even if one member lacked sufficient points, the entire family's strength could easily exchange for three martial arts. The disparity between people is truly vast. Once the noble families had departed, Su Wan Hai, who had been suppressing his anger, finally found an outlet for his frustration. Bang! The specialized alloy glass shattered into countless frost-like patterns under the force of his unleashed energy. Stop staring. Hurry up and choose. Su Wan Hai scolded the five. They've already exchanged for all three A-grade martial arts, and have probably started learning them. Every second you delay exchanging martial arts, the more you fall behind. Frustrated at their slowness, Su Wan Hai grabbed the jade stones, wishing he could smash them against the fools' foreheads. But we don't have enough points yet, one of them protested. Is this enough now? Before Wang Du could finish, Chu Hong tossed his points badge into his hand. After studying for a while, Chu Hong's accumulated points combined with Wang Du's were enough to exchange for another martial art. Chu Hong, remember to pay me back 500. Chu Hong Joka. But I might give you a discount depending on the situation. Wang Du picked up the points badge and swiped it. Even through his mask, the smile in his eyes was unmistakable. Exchanged for the graceful, soaring phoenix step. The other two frowned as they saw their points still insufficient to exchange for even one A-grade martial art. After Chu Hong had lent all his points to Wang Du, the remaining points were insufficient to match the points of any one of them. It seemed that if the two wished to learn martial arts now, Some sacrifice will be necessary. Li Yuyu and Song Qingxiao looked up. Lend me your points. Li Yuyu spoke first, leaving Song Qingxiao momentarily speechless. It appeared that the matter of borrowing points was doomed to fail. The precious A-grade martial arts were before them, and none could resist the temptation to exchange for A-grade martial arts, especially since their points were similar, and they were just one step away from exchanging for A-grade martial arts. Very well. Just as the two were about to turn back to studying and accumulating points, Meng Caihuan, who had been watching the scene unfold, suddenly spoke up. My points aren't enough to exchange for A-grade martial arts either, but I'll lend them to you. Upon hearing Meng Caihuan's voice, the two seemed to have seen an angel at last. Finally, the moment to speak had arrived. Yet they hesitated. Really? Song Qingxiao inquired, for his relationship with Meng Caihuan was truly unfamiliar. Li Yuyu and Wang Du, at least, had often clashed during competitions and had met at the youth training camp. Even if they were not formal friends, they were at least half comrades in mischief. But Meng Caihuan had only met Chu Hong today, the opportunity arising merely because she recognized Chu Hong as the leader. Their communication had been limited to Meng Caihuan teaching them the common language. No problem. Meng Caihuan shook her head. The noble families seem so arrogant. And my strength is weak, so I ought to do something. Today, I was harshly mocked right to my face. I can't pretend I didn't see it. The noble families flourished outside, and even in the low-control Zhujiang training camp, they could quickly gather enough money to exchange for 3 A-grade martial arts through internal cohesion. Being utterly crushed on all fronts, Meng Caihuan frankly felt very stifled. Especially Li Ting's tone, like the arrogant villain in the online novel she read. Meng Caihuan was genuinely disgusted by her own deep immersion. So even if she couldn't physically beat up these noble family members, she wanted to provide some material support. Thank you so much, Caihuan. Liu umbresa Mangarecap, tears brimming in her eyes. Great kindness needs no thanks. Song Qingxiao cupped his hands. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to ask me. With Meng Caihuan's point support secured, Song Qingxiao and Li Yuyu swiftly made their payments. Li Yuyu chose the graceful, like a startled swan step, while Song Qingxiao took Jade, Void, Heavenly Thunder Guide. Oh, you're cultivating a thunder attribute martial art. Su Wenhai was surprised to see Song Qingxiao select Jade, Void, Heavenly Thunder Guide. The thunder element was fierce, supremely young, and powerful. Its destructive force even surpassed that of fire. Yet due to its difficulty, few warriors in Qiyang City chose thunder attribute martial arts. This is the only martial art my family owns, and since it's of good quality, I've been practicing it all along. Song Qingxiao smiled, releasing arcs of lightning from his palm to prove he was not lying. Excellent. It seems this martial art, which was just there to make up the numbers, has really come in handy. Su Wenhai laughed heartily, patting Song Qingxiao's head with a martial art manual. Thus, the selection of the top martial arts from the 3 major high schools was complete. However, no one afterward could match Chu Hong's ability to enter the martial art immediately upon acquisition. All right, boys, train hard from now on. After imparting the martial arts, Su Wenhai was full of heroic spirit. Not only would he teach those ungrateful special recruits a lesson, but also show that group of despicable noble families your true strength. Driven out of the library under Su Wenhai's insistence on the importance of training, the 4 who had acquired martial arts prepared to head to the training ground to practice. Wang Du led the way as a guide, and during this time, everyone was curious about how Chu Hong had instantly entered the graceful like a startled swan step. By the way, Chu Hong, how did you manage to instantly enter an A-grade martial art? I'm curious too. If you had that talent, you wouldn't be at 6th middle school, right? Song Qingxiao found it strange. Chu Hong's cultivation and comprehension seemed to be on an entirely different level than that of the 6th middle school students. He even began to suspect that Chu Hong might have been hired by 6th middle school to boost the school's admission rates at top universities. Tell us. Li Yuyu Gaimding. Facing their questions, Chu Hong spoke. Honestly, I can't really explain it. I just felt that I could learn it. To be truthful, Chu Hong himself was rather bewildered that he could learn a martial art the moment he received it. The 40 years of martial arts experience granted by the Heavenly Dao's enlightenment couldn't possibly be that miraculous, right? He felt that even when learning B-grade martial arts, he had never been this effective. Alright, it was actually quite fast when learning Wild Wind Sword technique. But the difficulty of A-grade martial arts should be far more than just a little bit higher than B-grade. Shouldn't it? But having the 40 years of Heavenly Dao enlightenment assisting him was true. A prodigy. After half a day, Li Yuyu finally blurted out. You say it as if you have no talent. Wang Du sneered from the side. Not only do you have talent, but your wealth is unparalleled. You're the richest among us. Song Qingxiao joked. Miss Li, The lead group behind you is known as a half-step noble family in Qiyang City. A half-step noble family is just half a step. Liu looked up and began counting stars in the sky. In the end, they're just putting on a good face to our family to spy on the A-grade martial arts my grandfather is developing. If they really learn that martial art, our clan will probably be gnawed down to the bone. Silently listening to their conversation, Chu Hong said nothing further. He felt that, after coming to the Zhujiang training camp, even before training began, he had learned many things he had never known before. Noble family disciples, the battlefield of myriad races, A-grade martial arts. Had he not come, he might never have witnessed the scene of noble family disciples simultaneously throwing down their point cards. The crisp sound of the cards hitting the ground sent chills down one's spine. He did not even know that a race had been completely wiped out 10 days ago. The only reason they knew of their extinction was because a predecessor in the library had forgotten to destroy an outdated book describing that race. It seemed that Aunt Jiang had sent him here not merely to deal with the special recruits from Jianghai City. Chu Hong sighed, gradually understanding Jiang Qingyun's intentions. No wonder he dared to borrow 10 million from his father at the martial sex stage. Even though Lao Deng's fate alteration failed, he did not take it out on him, but rather used the opportunity of repaying the debt to let him broaden his horizons. Speaking of which, what was Aunt Jiang's true strength? Thinking of Jiang Qingyun, Chu Hong became curious. Being able to attract investment from multiple places within Qiyang City surely meant she was more than just a martial respect, perhaps even a martial king. Dad, did you really owe a martial king 5 billion? Chu Hong's heart tightened involuntarily as he recalled Su Wenhai's earlier words in the library. A martial king who could destroy an entire city with full power. This debt was absolutely impossible to evade. We've arrived. During Chu Hong's drifting soats, Wang Du spoke. Before them, the training ground was brightly lit, and many students participating in the Zhujiang training camp were still practicing. It's really lively. Liu acclaimed, creaking herconuklis. Let us begin training. Chu Hong. Wang Du tightened his mask. You're now the first among us to enter an A-grade martial art. You got to give us some advice. Hearing Wang Du's words, Chu Hong smiled. Very well, but you all must study hard. Training continuously on the training ground until nightfall, utterly exhausted. Chu Hong collapsed face first onto the bed in the student dormitory. The utilization of A-grade martial arts truly drains one's vital energy. It felt as though my entire being was being siphoned dry. No wonder A-grade martial arts are so difficult to master. Vital energy consumption is indeed a formidable threshold. Having settled his mindset, Chu Hong retrieved a collection of ice elemental spiritual artifact from his pocket. Before drifting into slumber, there remained one crucial task. Practicing cultivation before sleep. As the flame-illuminated heart-eroding orchid slipped from his pocket, its mere warmth caused the red glow emitted by the spiritual artifact to illuminate the pitch-black single dormitory brilliantly. The orchid pulsed with heat in his hands. Chu Hong cupped the flame-illuminated heart-eroding orchid to his chest, while the 4 other ice-elemental spiritual objects he had selected circled around him. Stretching out his hand, Chu Hong activated the flame-fire technique to release his vital energy, blending the medicinal potency of the 5 spiritual objects in unison. The once scorching fire toxin was instantly diminished in intensity, no longer as searing as before. Gazing at the orchid before him, its toxicity now largely subdued, Chu Hong inhaled deeply. Weakened to this extent, it should be safe to consume. Gathering the 5 spiritual objects into a compact bundle, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed them down in 2 or 3 hefty gulps. In an instant, the flame's aura surged turbulently within his esophagus, followed by a sudden spasm in his stomach. Such ferocious fire toxin. Chu Hong was taken aback by the orchid's poisonous strength. Unexpectedly, despite having entered his stomach and being weakened by late bloomer, it still unleashed such formidable power. Under the influence of his mind and soul, the diminished fire toxin bounced wildly inside Chu Hong's body. Before he could react, the scalding heat was about to surge into his meridians. Boom! The embryonic Tantian quantum vein emitted a faint aura, instantly compressing the once uncontrollable fire toxin into a compact sphere. A faint connection was established between Chu Hong and the toxin, with a mere thought. The restless fire toxin immediately calmed. What? Rapidly channeling his vital energy, he guided the fire toxin into his dantian for complete refinement. Observing how obediently the fire toxin was subdued by the Tantian quantum vein, Chu Hong was surprised. He had not expected his quantum vein, still in its nascent stage, to be capable of manipulating the fire toxin within his body. Perhaps the imminent entry of the toxin into his meridians triggered the quantum vein-S protective response. Even in its incomplete form, it could aid cultivation. This quantum vein was quite remarkable. With the fire toxin utterly extinguished, the embryonic aura of the Tongtian quantum vein receded, and the concealed Heavenly Dao energy dissipated within his body. It seemed that his quantum vein was still too feeble to be used normally. With the fire toxin dispelled, Chu Hong began to refine the nourishment of the flame-illuminated heart-eroding orchid within his body. Once the orchid had been completely transformed into his vital energy, the exhausted Chu Hong collapsed on the ground, too fatigued even to bother returning to bed. A day passed. With the first rays of dawn, Chu Hong's heart beat wildly as he opened his eyes. Seize every moment. As usual, he accelerated late bloomer, using his mind and soul. Gazing at the rising sun, Chu Hong pushed open the door and stepped outside. Having spent half the previous day in the library and training until late at the martial arts arena, he had basically followed Wang Du's training path. Now was a perfect time to stroll outside and see what else the training camp had to offer. Leaving the dormitory, a figure darting rapidly across the grounds caught Chu Hong's attention. Squinting, he recognized the burly young man he had met a few times before, Su Che, the top student of the 3rd middle school. At that moment, Su Che gripped a bottle of nutritional fluid, carrying a seemingly heavy backpack on his back. Sprinting full force with weighted training. Running so early in the morning? Chu Hong glanced toward the horizon. The sky was just breaking dawn, still dim and faintly lit. Yet Su Che did not seem like he had just started running. Beads of sweat trailing from his body formed a broken line on the ground. Bradar Suke. Chu Hong called out, curiosity prompting him to follow. Hearing the voice, Su Che turned his head, slightly reducing his speed. You've been running since before dawn? Chu Hong kept his running posture as he approached, noticing the points badge at Su Che's waist. During their conversation, Su Che's points increased again. It appeared this was another activity that rewarded points. That's right. Su Che nodded, his vital energy invigorated by the rising sun. Our 3rd middle school, as cultivation conditions aren't good. Now that we finally have the chance to train here, we have to make the most of it. With that, Suki accelerated once more. His mind and soul possessed, steadfast athlete. By performing the same task day after day, he could accumulate vital energy rewards through perseverance. Moreover, his sister Su Ting's mind and soul aided him, accelerating his cultivation. Even without relying on spiritual artifacts, this routine training steadily increased his vital energy. In the treasure trove that was the Zhujiang training camp, abundant with cultivation resources, his progress was even faster. He needed to quickly accumulate points to purchase the A-grade martial art Jiaolong Tenacious Stone Body from Huiwu residents. Mastering it would not only greatly enhance his cultivation speed, but also allow him to help Su Ting learn this A-grade martial art in return. Impressive. Chu Hong approved. By the way, brother Su Che, how does your points badge increase? I want to earn points by running too. That, huh? Sukean suerde candidly. Revealing the seemingly thin metallic vest beneath his clothes. The metal vest gleamed dimly overall, with a metallic counter on the back flashing intermittently. Outside the martial arts arena, weighted vests were available for training. By covering the vest with vital energy to activate its signal, one could earn corresponding points for every distance run. Thanks a lot. Chu Hong's eyes brightened. After bidding farewell to Su Che, he headed toward the martial arts arena. Passing by the cafeteria en route, Chu Hong grabbed a free breakfast. Even the soy milk was ground from spiritual artifacts, an extravagance that was astonishing. The resources here are incredible, Chu Hong mused, compared to my old school, Luzhong. Life was truly hard. Finishing his breakfast on the go, he arrived at the martial arts arena. As expected, several weighted vests hung at the main entrance, and explosive sounds echoed from behind the arena. Peeking inside, Chu Hong spotted an instructor practicing early morning drills in hiding. Sensing the presence behind him, Yu, responsible for distributing the weighted vests, turned around and saw Chu Hong appear so early. Another one? Yu sighed upon seeing Chu Hong's face. 2 hours earlier, a well-built student had taken a weighted vest from him. Yu had just moved the vest in front of the arena. He hadn't expected another person to come so soon, but at least the sun had risen this time. Seeing only Chu Hong, Yu casually asked, "Here, to pick a weighted vest? I've labeled the weight in front of each vest. After choosing, just pair your points badge with the vest at the machine up front." "Thanks, instructor." Following Yu's instructions, Chu Hong randomly selected a 5-ton weighted vest and strapped it on, feeling its heaviness. Oof, this is heavy. Moving his limbs to adjust. Although he was currently an 8th-rank martial artist, and his vital energy was nearly 200 times that of an ordinary person after consuming the flame-illuminated heart-eroding orchid, carrying a 5-ton alloy vest was still somewhat taxing. He activated his vital energy to envelop his body, dissipating most of the pressure from the weight. After jumping twice in place to acclimate to the load, Chu Hong prepared to begin his morning training. Yo, Chu Hong, up for morning practice so early? Bai Lu's voice rang beside him. Chu Hong turned his head. Clad in a white robe, deputy instructor Bai leisurely wandered about the camp. A skewer of candied hawthorn berries held casually in his hand. Not bad, the first one up, huh? How is your martial arts training going? I heard from that old geezer Su One Hai that you've already mastered the basics of the graceful soaring swallow step. Not really. Actually, some have been up and training for quite a while already. Chu Hong shook his head. In terms of diligence, he still couldn't compare to Su Che, who had been out jogging for most of the morning. However, I have indeed made some progress in the A-grade footwork taught in the library. Thanks to the Merit Jade Stone, it was easy for me to learn it first. Truly mastered it? Hearing Chu Hong's candid admission, the wooden skewer in Bai Lu's palm snapped crisply. Snap! The candied hawthorn berries fell to the ground, ignoring the fact that he ate one every morning without fail. Bai Lu immediately lunged in front of Chu Hong and exclaimed loudly, "You really mastered it. Are you joking? How could one possibly master an A-grade martial art so easily?" Back then, she was considered a little prodigy in the city. It took her a full fortnight to grasp her first A-grade martial art. That was with a teacher's guidance and the fact that her previous training was similar in nature to the A-grade skill she was learning. Learning an A-grade martial art in a single day. What kind of monster is this? Actually, I'm quite surprised myself. Chu Hong took a step back, instinctively tightening his vital energy. With his vital energy contracting, the weight he bore lost its support, and he suddenly felt as if a suction cup had latched onto his back. Bang! Before he could react, his balance was lost, and Chu Hong crashed heavily to the ground. Are you alright? Startled by his sudden fall, Bai Lu reached out and helped Chu Hong to his feet. I forgot you were wearing a weighted vest. I accidentally scared you. Bai Lu coughed twice, trying to ease the awkwardness. I'm fine, Deputy Instructor Bai. Chu Hong waved his hand. I just lost control of my vital energy. I'll head off for morning training now. Won't disturb you. Chu Hong turned to leave. After a few steps, Bai Lu's figure flickered and appeared before him. Blocking his path, Bai Lu said softly, Chu Hong, don't you think running with a weighted vest to earn points is too slow? Huh? Chu Hong was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Deputy Instructor Bai wanted to give him points again? Then, Deputy Instructor Bai, what is your brilliant idea? Honestly, selling skill is always more cost-effective than selling brute strength. Bai Lu produced a sheet of paper listing all the martial artists who chose to train in the graceful soaring swallow step yesterday. We plan to offer training classes to ordinary students outside the noble families. But to be honest, I don't know why. But recently the beasts outside have been rampaging fiercely. The chief instructor is too busy to leave, and I have to go help. But right now, in the entire training camp, only the two of us know the graceful soaring swallow step. Bai Lu sighed, feigning regret. It's quite a dilemma. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Chu Hong's expression stiffened. With the beast uprising outside and the only two instructors skilled in the graceful soaring swallow step dispatched to handle it, who else in the training camp could possibly wield this A-grade martial art? Wait, Deputy Instructor Bai, you wouldn't be? Chu Hong instinctively opened his mouth wide, subconsciously trying to reject the absurd notion. But Bai Lu's response was to pat his shoulder. After thinking it over, it seems like you're the only one. Little prodigy, but I just barely mastered it. Chu Hong was speechless. He had only just begun. How could he teach others? Although last night, when he taught Wang Du and Li Yuyu, he did somewhat decently. No witties. This martial art wasn't originally ours. The chief instructor and I have only just learned it ourselves. Our skill level is barely beyond beginner. Bai Lu's expression turned serious. Besides, you are at the same realm and similar in age. I believe your teaching ability won't be any less than mine. After you finish teaching over the next few days, I'll give you the Jiaolong Tenacious Stone Body Cultivation Method for free, and 5 jars of the Stone Dragon Ointment for body refining. That is more than enough to reach a minor success. Under Bai Lu's relentless persuasion, Chu Hong fell silent. All right, reluctantly, Chu Hong nodded, bracing himself to accept Bai Lu's task. No other choice. Deputy Instructor Bai's offer was just too generous. Then you have to work hard, Chu Hong. I'm off now. As Bai Lu gradually receded, Chu Hong recalled the graceful soaring swallow step he had just learned yesterday. He wasn't sure whether to feel happy or fearful. What if he taught something wrong? Would Deputy Instructor Bai come looking for trouble? Sighing under the heavy weighted vest, Chu Hong set off, beginning his morning training while bearing the burden. Thunder rumbled down as Yuwuda, deep within the Chiao mountain range, had just slain a martial sovereign-level beast, the carcasses piling halfway up the mountainside. Shaking a hand that emitted lightning, a sharp bird-esque cry pierced his ears. Yuwuda turned to see Bai Lu flying over. Yo, you're finally here? Yu Wuda waved loudly upon seeing Bai Lu arrive to assist. Stopping before Yu Wuda, Bai Lu pressed her hands together. Boss, how is the situation? To be honest, not good. Yu Wuda shook his head, anger flashing in his eyes. These beasts are going mad, all charging this way. Could there be something terrifying lurking in the mountains? Bai Lu questioned. There was never any trouble in the Qiyang mountain range before. Just as they opened the training camp, the beasts outside started rioting. What rotten luck! We can't even run a training camp in peace. Only heaven knows the reasons behind these beast uprisings. Yu Wuda snorted, drawing the battle blade strapped to his back. Racial strife, alien appearances, beast king guidance. Even the maturation of certain spiritual entities can stir these beasts into a tide of fury. Although killing martial, sovereign-level small beasts poses no pressure for me, the endless waves of them are exhausting. If only Martial King Jiang Qingyan were here, he could just conjure an ice wall to encircle the students. Wouldn't he that cause panic among the students? Bai Lu sighed helplessly. Our boss really acts on a whim. Forget it. Speaking of which, we haven't cleared out the Qiyang mountain range for a long time. Let us take this opportunity to wipe out all potential beast kings at the cradle. Yu Wuda raised his blade, while Bai Lu sighed beside him. In the end, it comes down to fighting. It's a pity. I was hoping to give those kids some extra attention, but it looks like there's no time for that now. Thinking of the students still training at Zhujiang camp, Yu Wuda felt a pang of regret. Due to the possible beast tide, he had no choice but to exterminate these troublesome beasts. Identifying those with potential threats alone took considerable time. It's okay, boss. I've already arranged for other A-grade martial artists in the camp. Bai Lu explained. What nonsense? Hearing Bai Lu's words, Yu Wuda spun around instantly. When did we get other A-grade martial artists in the camp? Su Wenhai must be hiding something. That can't be. The Jade, Void, Heavenly Thunder, Induction, Angelung, Tenacious Stone Body are his signature martial arts, kept strictly confidential. This time, under the Martial Education Bureau's approval. He dared to allow these two arts to be taught at Huiwu residence. But apart from him and Bai Lu, no one else in the camp has permission to learn them. Besides, since they're not frontline troops at the 10,000 Races battlefield, the pressure isn't is intense. So he hasn't taught anyone else. It's the graceful soaring swallow step, Bai Lu explained. It's the A-grade footwork Martial King Jiang brought here. Oh, I have some impression of it. I've heard it's the most widely spread A-grade footwork in Jiangbei province, right? It is said that every formidable woman who departs from Jiangbei province carries a copy. Yu Wuda pondered for a moment, then suddenly brightened. So that means Jiang Qingyan, that woman, has already arrived? Since someone is capable of teaching the graceful swallow step in the training camp, who else could it be but Jiang Qingyan? It surely cannot be any other prominent figure from Jiangbei province, can it? After all, most of the others are embroiled in brutal battles on the 10,000 clans battlefield and rarely return to Blue Star to participate in administrative affairs. No. Bai Lu shook her head. It's a student who has just entered the graceful swallow step. Oh, just a beginner, huh? Though that seems to match our level, Yu Wuda initially mumbled to himself without much reaction. But halfway through his words, realization dawned upon him instantly. A student? What joke? Yu Wuda exclaimed. The corpse of the demon beast beneath him ruptured due to the dispersing qi and blood, and some weaker beast bodies even exploded outright. Boom! 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 At the foot of the mountain, countless demon beast corpses burst like one-time firecrackers under the influence of Yu Wuda's expanding qi and blood. Seeing this, Bai Lu hesitated to step forward immediately. Boss is currently quite agitated. If we're careless, he might mistake me for a demon beast and wipe me out. My small frame couldn't withstand the Jade, Void, Heavenly Thunder induction of the Great Completion level. Getting blasted once would either turn me into charcoal or strip off half my skin, even though I'm a 9th rank martial sovereign. Xiaobai, are you absolutely sure? Yu Wuda, having calmed down, turned around with eyes still bloodshot to confirm. I recall our training camp only held its opening ceremony yesterday, right? Bai Lu averted her gaze, thinking for a long while before bursting out. Perhaps that kid is exceptionally gifted? Someone who can master an A-grade martial art in a single day, setting aside whether such a person even exists. If they did, wouldn't they have been specially recruited by Jianhai City 3 years ago? Yu Wuda rubbed his chin, his sturdy head filled with profound confusion. If such a student truly existed, the hound from Jianhai City would have snatched them up 800 years ago. There's no way they'd be left to enjoy the local Martial Education Bureau of Qiyang City. After all, this batch barely managed to have 3 students holding martial bones, yet Jianhai City didn't leave a single one to them. I don't know. Maybe Jianhai City has its blind spots sometimes, Bai Lu mused. Forget it. Which middle school does he attend? Since such an outstanding student is in the training camp, Yu Wuda didn't bother to speculate further. As long as it's one of their own, Not from Zhanghai City, nor from any noble family. In his eyes, he was simply a good citizen. Looks like we need to swiftly eliminate all the threatening demon beasts within the Qiyang Mountains, then properly guide this prodigy. As Bai Lu spoke, she unknowingly lowered her head, preparing to cover her ears. After all, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th high schools are notoriously poor-quality schools in Qiyang City. Once the boss finds out, he'll probably be shocked again. The boss used to train in a top-tier B-grade sonic martial art. If she doesn't protect her ears, she might get hurt by accident. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the name 6th High School, Yu Wuda displayed an astonishing calmness. Boss. Bai Lu's expression shifted slightly, puzzled. That's unusual. Why is he so composed? Just as Bai Lu was wondering, Yu Wuda finally spoke. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Boss. Does Qiyang City have a 6th high school? Yu Wuda scratched his head, looking bewildered. Yes, but it's rather poor. Only then did Bai Lu realize. Their boss pays little attention to trivial news and knows almost nothing about schools outside the 3 major high schools. Therefore, he couldn't possibly comprehend how outrageous it is for 6th high school to produce a high-level martial artist capable of mastering an A-grade martial art overnight. An absurdity comparable to an alien suddenly appearing on their training camp's doorstep. Dawn was fading as the sky was dyed crimson by the rising fierce sun. Throughout the training camp, speakers blared the assembly slogans. Students finishing their morning runs began removing their weighted vests, tallying their points. Chu Hong slowed to a stop, with Song Qingxiao setting down his vest almost simultaneously. Exercising qi and blood by enveloping the vest with their own qi and blood was indeed far more effective than mere jogging, Song Qingxiao remarked with a smile. This weighted vest even has built-in acupoint massage features to better stimulate internal qi and blood. If the school had such advanced technology, combined with the free supply of martial artist's body-tempering liquid, I'd probably already be a martial master. Didn't he expect you to arrive even earlier than me? Chu Hong. Wang Du sighed as he removed his heavy vest and followed closely. Looks like I need to increase my training time. Or sooner or later you'll surpass me. By the way, Wang Du, why do you wear a mask even when running? Meng Saihuan, who had been pulled up by Li Yuyu for a morning run, asked curiously. Isn't it stuffy? He is always like that, Li Yuyu shrugged, answering Meng Saihuan's question. Sometimes I feel like that mask is practically his face. To seal my immense power, Wang Du's explanation was, as usual, somewhat dramatic. Let us go. Let us see what the instructors have in store for us today. After finishing their chat, Wang Du nudged Chu Hong's shoulder with his elbow. Come on, Chu Hong, why so distracted? Oh, Chu Hong looked up and obediently followed. Watching their fading backs, Chu Hong sighed. Is he really distracted now? After all, he didn't know what the instructors planned to teach them, but he was perfectly aware of what he was going to teach them tonight. Called upon in a moment of crisis, Chu Hong thought to himself as his mind involuntarily began reviewing the essentials of the graceful swallow step. For the sake of tonight's lesson, he needed to familiarize himself thoroughly now. Following the others as they marched toward the contribution hall under the broadcast's command, Chu Hong repeatedly recalled the key points of the graceful swallow step, feeling increasingly at ease. Excellent, Chu Hong thought. It seems he truly possesses a natural aptitude for this martial art. Every time he closed his eyes, he had the vivid impression of a young martial master practicing right before him. With only 40 years of martial arts experience, he was already this formidable. Once he reached the Heavenly Dao enlightenment in 8 days and his experience doubled to 80 years, wouldn't his learning speed be nothing short of divine? Currently, mastering a B-grade martial art within 10 minutes was no longer a challenge. Just yesterday, he barely glanced at the blood-permeating heart-viewing technique gifted by Grandpa Su before grasping its basics. The blood-permeating heart-viewing technique is an observation-type martial art. Upon comprehension, it envelopes the eyes with qi and blood, enhancing observational ability. When perfected, it even allows brief insight into the target's internal qi and blood flow, revealing weaknesses. However, Chu Hong was only a beginner now, merely improving his dynamic vision slightly, far from observing qi and blood flow. Yet, for his current stage, that was sufficient. Enhanced dynamic vision, combined with a graceful swallow step, could elevate his reflexes to a new level. Even bullets flying toward him, Chu Hong was confident he could react and dodge. Of course, this was theoretical. Chu Hong wouldn't be foolish enough to test a gun on his own head. Failure to react would be catastrophic, even though the training camp instructors carried guns at their waists. Following instructions, they arrived at the contribution hall, where students from all major high schools and scions of noble families gathered together. Apart from the tightly knit aristocratic clans, each school had formed its own little circle. At the forefront were the 3 prestigious high schools that had historically sent the most students, First High School, Xinlan, and Yiding. Students from each of these institutions stood separately, casting sidelong glances at Chu Hong and his entourage. Yet, hardly anyone directed their gaze toward Chu Hong himself. Everyone's attention was firmly fixed on the top representatives of their own schools. It seemed that a temporary retreat was in order. As the leaders of their respective schools, the three understood that they would have to part ways for a while. After all, the three major high schools maintained a constant competitive relationship, with frequent clashes even among the school administrations. In such a public setting, it was wiser to keep a respectful distance from one another. Chu Hong, see you later. Wang Du covered his head with his hood and waved without looking back as he walked away. Brother Chu, let us talk again at noon. Song Qingxiao turned back briefly to beckon before rejoining his group. Witnessing this, Li Yuyu embraced Meng Saihuan and then bid farewell to Chu Hong. Saihuan, Chu Hong for now. We part ways. Don't make it sound like a final farewell at graduation. Chu Hong guip sop di. Though his voice was low, it caused both Wang Du and Song Qingxiao, who had already left some distance behind, to stumble slightly. It seemed their keen hearing as ninth-rank martial artists had not deserted them. Amused by Chu Hong's humor, Li Yuyu covered her mouth to stifle a laugh and sighed. You're impossible to argue with. I'm just worried you might overthink things. As she spoke, her brows gently furrowed. After all, at the end of the day, we are all competitors. I know it's just a temporary alliance. Before Meng Saihuan could nod in agreement, Chu Hong's fist came down hard on her forehead. Meng Saihuan was struck as if by lightning. Stars flashing before her eyes. If you don't have anything to say, don't say anything at all. Chu Hong muttered as he helped Meng Saihuan back to the regular high school S ranks. Turning back, he apologized. I didn't expect her to spout nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Is that how you show your attitude? Li Yu shook her head, but Chu Hong merely turned his back without replying. Returning to his own group, Chu Hong saw that as he dragged Meng Saihuan back to the 6th high school S ranks to resume his leadership role, Xiao Hong and Su Taizhan instinctively made way for him, offering him the central position. Chu Hong, you're back? Xiao Hong stammered awkwardly, impressive. I didn't expect you to have reached 8th rank martial artist in the blink of an eye. I suppose you deliberately only showed us your 3rd rank cultivation level during the monthly exam to save face. Lowering his head, Xiao Hong's former arrogance shattered like glass under the pressure of Chu Hong's burgeoning vitality. Even though he was not from another school, he regarded students from other institutions as lacking sufficient educational resources. Yet now, with Chu Hong so far ahead within their own school, he had accepted his own inferiority in skill. Xiao Hong felt somewhat ridiculous. He had once thought that Chu Hong, entering the Zhujiang training camp where prodigies gathered, would blend in and become ordinary. But geniuses remain geniuses. On a larger stage, they would still shine. That's not the case. You all made me enjoy the fight thoroughly back then. Chu Hong responded politely. When he was 3rd rank, using the not yet perfect Dragon Path fist to challenge the top 7 of the 6th high school, Chu Hong had indeed felt some pressure. His overly arrogant fighting style had nearly drained his vitality. Had he been challenging the top 15 instead of the top 7, he might have been severely punished. Defeated by Chu Hong's words, Xiao Hong willingly stepped back behind him. After a brief moment, all participants of the Zhujiang training camp had assembled, and Wu Ming, a frontline martial arts instructor from the contribution hall, stepped forward. Good day, students. Greetings, instructor. A round of applause erupted from the audience. Even the proud aristocratic disciples joined in under Yao Ziqing's subtle prompting. As the applause subsided, Wu Ming glanced around, cleared his throat, and began. Students, I'm sure you all know the purpose of the Zhujiang training campus opening. Just a few days ago, I received news that the Martial Education Bureau will soon launch an event called the North-South Martial Competition. Even if it's merely a formality, the resources available to those who qualify are countless. However, there are only 20 slots for the North-South Martial Competition, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Wu Ming's expression twisted with excitement, his face contorted as if about to be wrung out. At first, I was delighted upon hearing this news. After all, this is a major event that could bolster your martial exam results and add significant weight to your achievements. Taking a deep breath, Wu Ming abruptly turned around and glanced down at the speech notes prepared for him by the chief instructor and deputy Bai. This opening speech was not originally intended for him to deliver, but with both the chief and deputy instructors occupied, and him being the most educated in the camp besides Su Lao, he had no time to rehearse fully and was forced to improvise halfway through. Seeing Wu Ming turn his back to the notes, the students below exchanged puzzled looks. The instructor has been building up this mood for quite some time. Is this motivation really necessary? When we get to the main point, after quickly scanning the notes once more, Wu Ming turned back, his eyes blazing with fury that seemed ready to burst forth. I never imagined that such an important competition as the North-South Martial Competition would not be restricted to students from our local city of Chiang alone. Due to flaws in the education system, specially recruited students who have been poached by Jianghai City are also eligible to participate in Chiang's North-South Martial Competition preliminaries. Is that fair? How many special recruits have gone to Jianghai City? 36. If more come, even if our city were split in two, there wouldn't be enough slots to go around. Now, after spending 3 years in Jianghai City, they turn around and use the resources that Jianghai City has extracted from our city to snatch our slots. Is that fair? It's unjust. Li Ting from the aristocratic clans was the first to respond. As a beneficiary of Chiang City's core interests, Li Ting had long been aware of the deep, covert exploitation inflicted by Jianghai City. Even their family's enterprises had to supply a significant portion to Jianghai's Martial Education Bureau. And local aristocratic families were constantly suppressed by students from major universities. Take their family's subterranean industry as an example. Every year, the Li family was compelled to allocate 20% of their resources in foreign territories to Jianghai City, while the local official venues demanded even more, up to 30%. Though unwilling to admit it, a part of their clan's involvement in this was motivated by their dissatisfaction with Jianghai City. That's right. It's unfair. Wu Ming continued. Therefore, since they dare to come here, we must show them our strength. Many of you here might still be hesitant, as our sniper operation this time is somewhat unscrupulous. Wu Ming's words cut through the crowd's unspoken thoughts in an instant. Indeed, they had worried about this issue before arriving. Although Chiang City suffered greatly at Jianghai City's hands, they were still students and did not feel the same depth of injustice as the upper echelons did. Moreover, a group targeting just a few peers from Jianghai City seemed unjust and lacking in martial virtue. But now you should look at this. With a sweeping gesture, he produced a stack of documents, letting countless blank sheets fall. This is picking up one sheet and holding it before his eyes. Chu Hong examined it carefully, his heart nearly stopping. It was a photocopy of a document whose original leak was unknown. Yet Chu Hong was familiar with its contents, which matched what Jiang Qingyun had shown him before regarding special recruits seizing slots for the North-South Martial Competition from other cities. However, unlike the reassuring rejection appended at the end of the proposal from Jiangbei province that Jiang Qingyun had shown him, this sheet, the stark black and white characters on the photocopy, were nothing short of shocking. Proposal regarding specially admitted students returning to their original cities to participate in the Northern and Southern Martial Arts Competition preliminary rounds. Approved? How dare they approve it? The instant Chu Hong laid eyes on the photocopy of the proposal, a chill swept through his heart, and his inner cry was nearly hoarse. Although Aunt Jiang had previously mentioned that Jianghai City would surely bring back the specially admitted students they had poached from Chiang City to seize quotas, to say that he harbored no hope for a stroke of luck was impossible. Despite his anger toward Jianghai City, since this matter was, after all, just speculation, everyone instinctively clung to the possibility that Jianghai City might have a change of heart. After all, it was the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province, the landmark of the entire Jiangnan region. Such blatant greed was truly distasteful. Realizing this, Chu Hong casually tore the photocopy of the proposal into pieces and tossed them into the air. At that moment, countless fragments fluttered like snowflakes, drifting gently downward. Most people, at that instant, made the same choice as Chu Hong, to shred that worthless proposal to smithereens. Seeing the awakened fury in every student's eyes, Wu Ming, who had initially been a mere spokesperson, fully entered the fray and bellowed. This is only a draft, yet it bears the seal of approval. What does that signify? When the Martial Arts Association of Chiang City saw this proposal, they didn't even bother to reject it or ask the Martial Education Bureau to make symbolic revisions. It passed in one go. Anger spread through the crowd. Even Meng Saihuan, usually carefree and lighthearted, could no longer wear a smile. It was truly cutting. Picking up a torn fragment of the proposal, Song Qingxiao was momentarily stunned. The piece he held contained the glaringly conspicuous characters, approved, even torn to bits. Those two words remained intact. No matter how much they refused to accept it, approval was approval. Tearing the photocopy to shreds 1,000 times over would be futile. Their first high school boasted the city's resources and drained most schools dry, seemingly achieving excellent results. But this time, their adversary was Jianghai City. Behind Jianghai City was not merely the resources of a single city. Their resource pool encompassed the entire Jiangnan province. The resources you cherish. Our Chiang City unknowingly has to supply for free every year. The talents you pride yourselves on are nothing but a fart in front of Jianghai City. Do you possess the martial spirit? They do. And not just one student with martial spirit. In fact, all the true top 36 scores in the Cheong City entrance exams in the past were from their side. Not only did their talents surpass yours 3 years ago, but over these 3 years, they have also enjoyed resources several times greater than yours. Wu Ming roared, his blood and spirit boiling with emotion. This proposal was actually issued just one day before the preliminary rounds of the Northern and Southern martial arts competition began. The bastards in Jianghai City didn't even intend to give us any preparation time. They wanted to snatch away our specially admitted students and catch us off guard 17 days from now. Therefore, we are holding this training camp, allowing you to outnumber the enemy, not out of dishonor, but for fairness. If these scoundrels dare to scheme against us, we cannot foolishly fall into their trap. We must fight fire with fire. Declare war on Jianghai City. Wu Ming raised his arm and shouted, and the entire training camp echoed in response. War. After the mobilization, Wu Ming distributed countless training schedules to everyone. To counter Jianghai City's specially admitted students, our training camp has custom-designed a training regimen for each participant. It includes the daily courses everyone must complete. Picking up his schedule, Chu Hong's eyes immediately fell on the last line of the timetable. As expected, under vice instructor by S arrangement, his evening slot was already assigned to an A-grade martial arts instruction class. However, his role was not that of a student, but a teacher. Looking upward, he saw a jumble of miscellaneous courses and was momentarily taken aback. Willpower training class, interrogation adaptation class, surveillance and tracking class, counterintelligence class, culinary skills class. This didn't seem right. He grudgingly accepted the previous bizarre courses. But what was this culinary class about? And there was even a class on eloquence. All right, students, now that you have received your respective courses, you may be dismissed. Those who perform excellently in their classes can earn points to exchange for martial arts resources. Everyone, do your best. Having completed all the mobilization tasks, Wu Ming turned to return to the front desk to rest. But before he had taken a few steps, Chu Hong suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Instructor Wu, Chu Hong said. What is it? Wu Ming wondered. Everyone else had left. Could Chu Hong still have questions? What's going on with my course schedule? Pointing at the bizarre array of classes, Chu Hong asked with a puzzled expression. To deal with specially admitted students, wouldn't verbal eloquence classes be unnecessary? Apart from elegantly delivering a victory speech after defeating an opponent, I can't fathom how an eloquence class would aid my martial arts. To be precise, over half the courses on my schedule seem quite inappropriate. Oh, let me see. Wu Ming scrutinized Chu Hong's schedule and apologized awkwardly. Sorry. It seems the instructor who arranged the classes made a mistake. This schedule was set before you arrived. The instructor who arranged it didn't anticipate your strength and thus assign training based on the previous abilities of 6th high school students. So these courses are basically designed to let you play around for a few days and conveniently send some resources back to your school as a formality. Wu Ming cleared his throat awkwardly and tossed the training schedules prepared for the 3 major high schools to Chu Hong. Use this new schedule from now on. Except for the evening guidance class, you can train completely according to this. If there are any courses from the original schedule that interest you, you can attend them as well. After all, you can earn points. But don't tell the other students. Consider this our invisible benefit to you. Holding the new training schedule. Chu Hong felt somewhat bewildered. So the schedules had been prepared long ago, and everyone held such low expectations for 6th high school students. As he turned to leave, a robust figure named Su Che collided with Chu Hong, clutching his own training schedule. Looking up at Su Che's confused expression, Chu Hong couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. It seems Su Che was also dissatisfied with his training schedule. As the two began to argue behind him, Chu Hong departed first, silently wishing Su Che good fortune. He hoped that after Su Che demonstrated his strength, he too would be granted a satisfactory training schedule. Just as Chu Hong had, by completing the courses specified on the training schedule, one could earn point rewards. There was no compulsory requirement. It seemed that if one did not wish to participate in these trainings, they could cultivate on their own accord. The only consequence was the lack of point rewards, which meant no ability to exchange for precious martial arts resources within the contribution hall. After reading the warm reminder at the bottom right of the training schedule, Chu Hong fully understood the rules within the training camp and prepared to immerse himself in his first training session. Outside the green forest field, a black-clad instructor wearing sunglasses awaited the arrival of all students before announcing the rules for the Wilderness March course. The training rules were simple. All students would be divided into 2 major camps, the garrison troops and the marching troops. The garrison troops were tasked with defense, remaining vigilant against the marching units that transmitted intelligence and supplies through the dense forest. The marching units, meanwhile, had to navigate through the garrison's relentless pursuit and blockade, aiming to reach their destination and deliver vital intelligence and provisions to the frontline base camp. Each time a marching unit was detected, a corresponding number of points would be deducted. If someone was captured alive, a significant penalty would be imposed. Should critical intelligence or the frontline base camp itself be discovered, the marching unit would be deemed an outright failure. Thus, ensuring the base camp remained undiscovered while safely delivering intelligence rendered the marching mission nearly impossible, an ordeal akin to hell. Yet, by sheer misfortune, Chu Hong found himself assigned to the garrison camp. Unsurprisingly, in collaboration with Wang Du, they dealt a crushing blow to Song Qingxiao and the marching unit. Got you. After a fierce chase, Chu Hong and Wang Du successfully captured Song Qingxiao, the bearer of core intelligence. The noble scion Li Ting, who happened to be in the same group, also located the marching unit's frontline base camp during the interrogation of the captured soldiers. This wilderness marching exercise ended in a complete rout for the marching unit. You bunch of useless fools. Not only were all the marching units captured, but you also leaked the location of the base camp? If this were the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, you'd be facing a military tribunal. Treat this exercise as a real war. Failure would mean losing more than half the province's population. The black-clad instructor's stern rebuke echoed as Chu Hong's score tag at his waist registered an addition of 500 points. Now he had to consider which spiritual artifact to exchange his hard-earned points for. Damn it. At noon, Song Qingxiao slammed his fist on the dining table, recalling the half-hour scolding he had endured earlier, gritting his teeth as he said, "I think the groupings for this wilderness marching exercise are utterly unfair." Is that so? Li Yuyu, who had been assigned to the garrison and thus effortlessly won, took a bite of braised pork, responding nonchalantly, "I think it's quite fair. Just catching a few people and you win. It doesn't feel very intense." You would say that because you're on the garrison side. The marching units are being utterly slaughtered. Song Qingxiao nearly lost his temper. Not only did he fail to earn any points during the morning's training, as the core intelligence escort, he almost lost points. The three most mobile participants, noble scion Li Ting, a master of wind attributes and a student of the Yeating School with expertise in field combat, Wang Du, and Chu Hong, who had just begun to master the A-grade footwork technique graceful phoenix step, had all been assigned to the opposing side. If we can't win, then what is the point? The moment we're spotted, our team can't even escape. Song Qingxiao ranted bitterly. Chu Hong is only an 8th-rank martial artist. It's not like he can catch you, Wang Du retorted, lifting his mask to sip the fragrant beef broth before quickly donning it again, sighing, "The food in our training camp is really excellent. Even the soup is a top-tier tonic." Indeed, Chu Hong agreed, having unknowingly refilled his bowl 3 times. He was relatively restrained, unlike Xiao Hong and the others who, upon seeing such sumptuous fare, devoured 2 bowls in one go. They ate less only because their cultivation levels were lower and they couldn't consume more. By the end of the meal, the other members of the 6th middle school were nearly bursting from overeating. Their overflowing vitality made Chu Hong worry they might literally explode from too much qi and blood. At this rate, it would only be a matter of days before the remaining 6th middle school students reached the 3rd-rank martial artist level. Retracting his gaze from Xiao Hong, Chu Hong refocused on the dining table, where Song Qingxiao was still brooding over the earlier groupings. What's wrong with Chu Hong being only an 8th-rank martial artist? He can't catch me, but catching other 8th-rank martial artists should be easy, right? In this, Song Qingxiao was not lying. Although Chu Hong had only just begun to learn the graceful phoenix step, it still posed a formidable threat to students from 1st middle school and Xinlan who possessed only B-grade footwork. Unlike the gap between C-grade martial arts and B-grade martial arts, where mastering a C-grade to perfection can barely match a B-grade, the chasm between B-grade and A-grade martial arts was an abyss. Most B-grade martial arts on the market required perfection to rival a newly initiated A-grade martial art. This was one reason why instructor Bai Lu was astonished when she witnessed Chu Hong execute the Jinglong Fist, a B-grade martial art that, when perfected, could rival a nascent A-grade martial art at a rudimentary level was a rare commodity. After all, every A-grade martial art was strictly confidential and demanded exceptional aptitude from its practitioners. Once perfected, the Jinglong Fist could almost serve as a low-tier A-grade martial art, making it an invaluable asset. Moreover, ordinary people could never purchase A-grade martial arts, due to their tremendous destructive power. Once such martial arts enter the market, they could impose significant burdens on official city management. Take graceful phoenix step as an example. If it were to circulate, although most ordinary people couldn't cultivate it, anyone among its practitioners who grasped its principles would be difficult to threaten even with ordinary police forces or security teams composed of martial artists. If such a person harbored ill intent, the manpower and resources expended to control them would far exceed the trouble caused by banning A-grade martial arts from circulation. Therefore, after learning the A-grade graceful phoenix step, even though Chu Hong's previous footwork skills were not advanced, the overwhelming attributes of an A-grade martial art allowed him to move like a tiger among a flock of 8th-rank martial artist students. Each catch was precise. Besides his speed, Chu Hong also possessed a martial skill that could project a blood dragon from afar. Song Qingxiao suffered from this very technique. While focusing on evading Wang Du, he was struck hard by the blood dragon, ultimately captured in disgrace. The sight of a giant chi and blood dragon flying directly into his face startled him nearly to death. Though he sustained no major injuries, several ribs were fractured. Rubbing his now-healed ribs, Song Qingxiao still shuddered at the memory. Chu Hong, that dragon scared me to death. It was just a training exercise. Was it really necessary to use such a ruthless technique? If it weren't for my body's resilience, someone else would have been sent straight to the infirmary. That's because you ran right into my technique. I'm not taking the blame for that, Chu Hong said. Speechless, the Jinglong fist created a lot of commotion. It was meant to clear the way. Who would have thought Song Qingxiao would actually collide with it? Performing a face-to-fist demonstration? You didn't even watch where you were going while escaping. Serves you right. Wang Du mocked. Besides, the matchup is fair. You got unlucky with your group and picked the wrong team. Serves you right. Would kill you to say less. Song Qingxiao rolled his eyes. Wait until I master the Jade Void Heavenly Thunder technique. I'll strike you down with a single thunderbolt. I'm waiting, Wang Du shot back defiantly. But once I've initiated the graceful phoenix step, who knows if you can even hit me? Besides, we have an A-grade martial arts class tonight. Maybe I'll master it faster than you. Li Yuyu, holding her training schedule, waved it triumphantly in front of Song Qingxiao. She had seen his schedule. There was no A-grade martial arts class for him tonight. Damn it, why do you guys get extra lessons? Glancing at Li Yuyu's schedule, Song Qingxiao gritted his teeth. Why do all three of you have classes? Probably because we all chose graceful phoenix step, Wang Du guessed instantly. After all, the common factor among the three was their selection of graceful phoenix step. Beyond that, they had little else in common. It must be a special footwork class for those who chose graceful phoenix step, which is why you, who picked Jade Void Heavenly Thunder technique, have no class. Juhong Sumit, there is an instructor specifically for us, Wang Du added. Looks like you'll have to catch up quickly, Lord Song. Liu Tessa playfully. Turning around with a mischievous grin, she mused. I wonder if the instructor would be startled to learn that Chu Hong has already mastered the introductory form of the graceful crane step. To embark on learning an A-grade martial art, even for most prodigies in their eyes, typically demands at least 10 to 15 days of dedicated effort. Each A-grade martial art is a compilation of a lifetime's wisdom from a martial arts master, not only testing one's innate talent, but also requiring profound martial cultivation. Insufficient experience in martial arts and a shallow understanding of the discipline make it exceedingly challenging to master an A-grade art, even for those blessed with exceptional aptitude. Therefore, Chu Hong's instantaneous mastery of an A-grade martial art can be said to have shattered the records of martial arts learning history. I'm truly curious what expression the instructor will wear upon seeing Chu Hong, Li Yuyu continued. Most likely, they'll be stunned. They might even have you step onto the stage for a demonstration, Wang Du pondered, already envisioning the evening's scene. As expected, the instructor responsible for teaching them the A-grade martial art would be either deputy instructor from the training camp or the head instructor who had yet to make an appearance. Witnessing Chu Hong's rapid mastery of the art, he would surely be regarded as a precious asset. Alas, Chu Hong sighed. Do you think it's possible that I might be the one instructing you all? At these words, the two who had been imagining the instructor's reaction burst into laughter, genuinely admiring Chu Hong. Oh, net pet, Chu Hong, you're even better at putting on an act than we are, Wang Du said, draping an arm around Chu Hong's shoulder. Quite arrogant. He acknowledged Chu Hong's audacity. Even jokingly, he dared more than him. He was truly curious how Li Yuyu had come to know this fellow. Although unlikely, the image of Chu Hong personally stepping onto the stage to teach them was indeed more unimaginable than the instructor's shocked expression. Such imagination. I am impressed. Li Yuyu clasped her hands together respectfully, embodying the pride befitting one who had mastered an A-grade martial art overnight. Perhaps, if the instructor sees you training well, they might even slack off and let you teach us directly. She added, no wonder you are the leader. Meng Tsaihuan, who had been quietly eating nearby, heard this and felt inspired. This was far more audacious than the boldest boast she could conceive. Unconsciously, her vitality surged by 2 points due to her soaring spirit. Seeing the skepticism among them was as expected by Chu Hong. After all, last night before sleep, he had not foreseen that he would personally teach the martial arts training class tonight. Just one question. If I really do step up to teach, will you learn from me? Yes. You taught us so well last night. Why wouldn't we learn? Wang Du replied, not content to let the matter rest. If you truly get the chance to instruct, I'll treat you to a bottle of martial spirit essence. He declared, you'd better perform well in front of the instructor. Rewards too? Chu Hong was momentarily stunned, but then laughed. Well then, Brother Wang, we'll wait and see tonight. After dinner, the afternoon passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the sky had completely darkened. The atmosphere gloomy and as black as the instructor's uniform Chu Hong had just received. I didn't expect Deputy Instructor Bai to prepare an instructor's uniform for me. Chu Hong marveled at the neatly arranged row of standardized uniforms before him. He had assumed he'd be teaching in regular attire, but now could embody the presence of an instructor by wearing the official uniform. Wait, it seems this opportunity to experience being an instructor isn't just once, since there is also a martial arts teaching session later tonight, a tall young woman remarked. Remember your size, just pick one and show off in front of your comrades, little genius. Chu Hong turned to greet her politely, bowing respectfully to Feng Lijuan. Good day. Instructor Feng. Is something the matter, little genius? Feng Lijuan smiled warmly, her eyes narrowing as she observed Chu Hong's respectful demeanor. Honestly, when I heard from Boss Bai that you would be substituting for the class, I was startled. But seeing you now, I truly believe you're cut out for this. The sleek black instructor's uniform fit Chu Hong perfectly. Beneath his seemingly slender frame, his solid muscles were prominently defined. Combined with his handsome and confident appearance, he truly had a commanding presence, though his expression was still too youthful, lacking the ruthless aura expected of a soldier. However, by the third year, once this young man entered the battlefield among the myriad races, that grim aura would surely emerge. The children are still young. They must be further tempered. Since I get to wear the instructor's uniform, does that mean I should also have the proper equipment? Chu Hong asked with a shy smile. Equipment? Feng Lijuan furrowed her brow at Chu Hong's words. Is there any special gear instructors carry that this little one must request? Surely you don't plan to use a teaching baton to whip underperforming students? She teased. If it's not a dangerous item, of course I can lend it to you. Really? Think I have that? Chu Hong reached out, and Feng Lijuan followed his gaze. At the sight of the equipment at her waist, her lips instinctively curved upward. She had wondered what he wanted, and it turned out to be this. All right, I'll unload the bullets from the alloy pistol and hand it over to you. You can show off a bit in front of your friends. But don't lose the gun, she cautioned. To these warriors, guns were not truly dangerous. Ordinary bullets hitting a martial artist would likely hurt less than a punch from themselves. Only instructors were authorized to use alloy bullets capable of piercing a martial artist's skin. Since these posed no mortal threat, letting Chu Hong handle one was permissible. Thank you, Instructor Feng. The youth took the alloy pistol and hurried away. Watching Chu Hong's retreating figure, Feng Lijuan chuckled. After all, they're still just a bunch of kids. An instructor's pistol. Chu Hong grinned foolishly, his eyes burning with excitement as he fondled the cold alloy weapon. In his past life of 20 years, plus 18 years in this life, he had never once touched a gun. He had always been curious about how a gun felt. Even in this world, where warriors wielded powers surpassing ordinary weapons, the ban on firearms in Huaxia remained. Today was the day he finally realized his dream. He had thought he would only have the chance to handle a gun after entering the battlefield of myriad races. Strapping the pistol to his waist, Chu Hong pulled out the training schedule, his demeanor radiating the aura of an instructor. Since the teaching was to be conducted in secret, the location was arranged in the underground base on the back mountain. He was surprised that the training camp even had an underground base for clandestine practice, a true eye-opener. All right, now it's time to see my students. In the underground base, Wang Du, Li Yuyu, and several students who had purchased the graceful crane step gathered, awaiting the instructor's arrival. Chu Hong hadn't arrived yet. Could it be that he was truly stepping up as the instructor? Glancing around without spotting him, Li Yuyu and Wang Du, mindful of the attention from their schoolmates nearby, could only communicate through their eyes. When they had found Chu Hong in the dormitory earlier, they had assumed he had sneaked ahead and had scolded him in their hearts. However, when they each arrived at the underground base and found no sign of Chu Hong, a wave of anxiety began to unsettle them. Could it be that Chu Hong had truly become their martial arts instructor? The thought of Chu Hong's boastful claims earlier that afternoon, before their very eyes, filled Wang Du and Li Yuyu with a sense of foreboding. Chu Hong was nowhere to be seen, and neither was the instructor. The logical deduction was that Chu Hong had been caught by the instructor and was now being put through a live demonstration of martial arts, which explained his delay. The more far-fetched speculation was that Chu Hong was, in fact, the very instructor who would be teaching them the graceful, astonishing swan step tonight, and was currently making his triumphant way over. What on earth was going on? As the start of the training session drew ever closer, the two who could only communicate through their eyes were driven nearly to the brink of madness. Their friends from school were all around, making it awkward to stand too close. Not being able to share their anxiety was truly disheartening. What if Chu Hong actually burst in wearing the instructor's uniform? They would be utterly unable to laugh it off. Bang! The heavy door of the underground base was pushed open by a shadowy figure, whose back to the crowd cast a silhouette that obscured Chu Hong's face. Upon seeing the familiar instructor's uniform, everyone grew solemn. The instructor had arrived. Was it really Chu Hong? Wang Du and Li Yuyu thought, their eyes fixed intently on the face veiled by the light. The door behind him slowly shut with a creak, the light dimmed, and Chu Hong's delicate features gradually became clear before the assembled group. What? The moment they saw Chu Hong, the crowd's inner turmoil roared. What was happening? Wasn't he the ordinary school student who had been chatting amiably with Li Yuyu just earlier? How was he now clad in the instructor's uniform? He even looked younger than me. Could he really teach me martial arts? Shock and doubt wildly sprouted in everyone's hearts. Chu Hong! Almost simultaneously, the crowd's shouts rang out as Wang Du instantly surged forward and grabbed Chu Hong. A powerful force emanated from before him, and Chu Hong was hoisted up in an instant. Envious roars echoed in his ears. You really became an instructor? What a joke. So Chu Hong wasn't bluffing at noon. This is even more absurd than bragging, right? How old is he anyway? He is not even a 9th rank martial artist yet. And now, by virtue of an A-grade martial art, he has suddenly transformed into our martial arts instructor? Wang Du, please calm down. Chu Hong said slowly as he gripped Wang Du's arm and gently set himself down. You can't question my teaching ability just because I'm young. Is this about age? Wang Du laughed bitterly at Chu Hong's words. That is no longer about being young. Have you ever seen a teacher as young as his students? Meng Caihuan doesn't count. She is a specialized linguistic talent. I really can't stand you. Slapping Chu Hong hard on the back, Wang Du chuckled. After class, I'm heading to the contribution hall to shop. You're responsible for carrying the spirit essence liquid for me. No problem. But you still owe me for the bed at noon, Chu Hong replied. After dispelling Wang Du's irritation, Chu Hong's expression turned serious. He stepped to the center of the crowd, gazing at the doubtful faces of the students, and began to speak. Greetings to you all. My name is Chu Hong, but you may simply call me Instructor Chu. Recently, Deputy Instructor Bai has been unable to conduct the martial arts guidance, so I will be substituting for these lessons. Don't be deceived by my youth. In truth, I believe that none of you here surpass me in martial arts experience. A surge of fiery pride burst within Chu Hong's chest. With an imagined 40 years of martial arts experience to his name, he considered himself the most authoritative among this group of students. Seeing no response, he continued. As far as I know, each of you has exchanged for the A-grade martial art graceful, astonishing swan step. I will guide you to an introductory mastery of this art in the coming days. The essence, the flow of qi and blood. The key principles of movement. I have these ingrained in my heart. Teaching you will be no problem. However, I do not tolerate troublemakers. Your time is precious, and I do not wish to waste it on those unwilling to learn. So, if anyone feels dissatisfied, you may leave now. Those willing to accept this. I shall begin your instruction. As his voice fell, even though there were not many students present, the echo made the underground base resound with noise. Chu Hong stood at the center, awaiting their response. As expected, upon hearing Chu Hong's words, the students of the underground base displayed clear displeasure. Having only been in camp for one day, they had already amassed enough points to exchange for an A-grade martial art. Who among them was ordinary? Even if not the top student in their own schools, all present were genuine 9th rank martial artists. And here stood a mere 8th rank, claiming to have superior martial arts experience. They had come to learn an A-grade martial art, not to engage in childish martial games with this small-time 8th rank. Instructor Chu, does attending this class earn points? Although doubting Chu Hong's credibility, out of politeness, a student raised his hand to ask. If there were points, they might stay. Even if they learned nothing, they could use the points to exchange for cultivation resources, which would not be a bad deal. No, Chu Hong shook his head. Deputy Instructor Bai had not granted him the authority to award participation points. Otherwise, he would have happily given Wang Du and Li Yuyu tens of thousands of points in one go, clearing out the contribution hall after class. No points? Upon hearing there was no point reward, the faces of those present fell. Was Deputy Instructor Bai truly sane, letting a peer teach them martial arts? And a student they had never even heard of before, no less. The absurdity of the situation led the students to doubt whether the instructor's earlier boasts were merely empty talk. Even the top students of their own schools prided themselves on not being inferior to anyone. How could they be weaker than this ordinary school kid? To be frank, I think chatting with you here is a waste of time. An irritable student slammed the door on his way out, his voice echoing. If I have time to watch you clown around, I'd rather go to the training ground to practice on my own. People are always blinded by ingrained impressions of the past. Ignoring the departing students, Wang Du stepped forward to make his stance clear. Shaw, Zhu Hong, aren't you going to stop them? What if all the students run off? Won't you be held accountable by the instructors? No waities. I said I don't teach troublemakers, Chu Hong replied, still standing with his arms crossed. Even if he did not teach, Deputy Instructor Bai and the Chief Instructor were currently too busy to step in. This was not a test from Deputy Instructor Bai. He had merely been called to duty in a time of need. Teaching a few was his merit. Teaching none would be reasonable. Having received benefits, he would naturally share everything he knew, but he had no intention of becoming a babysitter for others. Those unwilling even to stay and observe their own footwork were not worth his time. One student started moving, and soon more followed toward the door. Before long, only Wang Du, Li Yu, and 3 other students remained on the field. Anyone else leaving? Chu Hong asked the few still standing. If not, I will begin by demonstrating the graceful, astonishing swan step. I will repeat any parts that are unclear, and you may ask questions at any time. Scanning the remaining 3, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Hong's gaze. Among them was 1 student from the 3rd university, and 2 seemed to have stayed out of consideration for Wang Du and Li Yu. The last student, who was also the only one from 1st high school to remain, was someone Chu Hong recognized. Zhu Gu. Previously, he had fought a battle with him at the training ground, the ice element martial artist cultivating the cold tiger technique. Noticing Chu Chio's slightly awkward demeanor, Chu Hong hoped that the other had not recognized him. After all, their mutual impressions hardly qualified as favorable. In fact, they were somewhat unpleasant. No problem. Instructor Chu, let us begin. Li Yu took the lead, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. It's your first time as an instructor, so you must give a good performance. Ahem. Understood. Making a concerted effort to set aside thoughts of Chu Chio, Chu Hong cleared his throat twice, gathering his vital energy in his lower body before launching into the combat-ready, graceful swallow steps. The chi and blood released from his dantian instantly surged through every limb and sinew. Chu Hong's figure suddenly became ethereal, his body splitting into 3 afterimages as he moved swiftly along the walls of the underground base. With each step, a cloud-like mist sprouted beneath his feet, and before long, the underground base was shrouded in swirling vapor, a dense, white fog clinging stubbornly to the ground. Wow, are there special effects too? Seeing Chu Hong perform the graceful swallow steps with clouds forming under his feet, Li Yu could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Last night, when Chu Hong taught the martial arts, there were no clouds beneath his feet. Could he have improved so much in just one day? After completing a round of the most basic drills, Chu Hong took a deep breath and leapt down from the wall, constantly mindful of the gazes fixed upon him. He had pushed the effects to their limit. Ordinarily, he dared not expend such a vast amount of chi and blood to generate cloud formations. In theory, the principle behind the graceful swallow steps is to utilize compressed chi and blood to conjure a solid wind and water dual-element energy beneath the feet, providing a stepping surface. The appearance of cloud-like vapor beneath the feet is purely due to the instability of this wind and water energy, which shatters into fragments upon contact and forms a misty substance. The core of the graceful swallow steps is to walk freely in the air by treading upon the chi and blood constructs, simultaneously enabling sudden bursts of acceleration anywhere. The clouds are merely a byproduct. An excessive release severely drains one's chi and blood. Those who truly master the technique would not casually generate such an abundance. Yet Chu Hong had no choice. This was a teaching session, and the spectacle had to be impressive. His own graceful swallow steps were still in their infancy. Not only could he not truly walk on clouds, he could not even pause mid-air. If he performed it rigidly and precisely, no one might recognize that this was the A-grade martial art graceful swallow steps. Some might even doubt whether it was a top-tier B-grade martial art cultivated to perfection. Indeed, the real-life graceful swallow steps fell far short of the dramatic demonstrations seen in the Huiwu residence videos. Thus, Chu Hong resorted to theatrics. Sacrificing speed to enhance visual impact, it was better than no one believing in it at all. Chu Hong landed, and a sparse scattering of applause arose. He was quite satisfied. Though faint, the sound came from all the remaining people in the underground base, who clapped vigorously. All right, now no one doubts my strength, right? Chu Hong cleared his throat twice, masking the embarrassment that went unnoticed by the others. Now, follow the cultivation jade stones to train your memories. I will point out any mistakes. For the next 2 hours, the remaining 5 individuals diligently practiced under Chu Hong's focus guidance. Just as the session was about to conclude, someone finally succeeded in condensing clouds beneath their feet. At the instant the clouds formed, Chu Hong was overjoyed. Excellent. I didn't expect to see some results. The manifestation of clouds beneath the feet is the first step in mastering the graceful swallow steps. Once one can control the wind and water, elemental chi, and blood energy to produce this effect, entering the initiation phase within 20 days is not difficult. Impressive. You have now embarked upon the first step of martial arts initiation. As he spoke, Chu Hong looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the person's face. How is it you were the first to achieve this? Locking eyes with Chu Hong, Chu Chiu awkwardly withdrew his foot. After nearly 2 days of hesitation, he finally greeted Chu Hong formally. Long time no see, Chu Hong. Boom! The melodious chime of the underground bass bell rang out, signaling the end of class. Ahem. Since class is over, Chu Hong coughed lightly, somewhat awkwardly, indicating that everyone could leave. The scant number of students, too sparse to be called a crowd, dispersed. Seeing Chu Chiu remain motionless, Chu Hong sighed and replied helplessly, Long time no see, Chu Chiu. Do you know each other? Noticing the tense atmosphere, Li Yuyu stepped forward. Scrutinizing Chu Chiu before turning to ask Wang, are you from Yiding? No, probably from the team Song Qingxiao brought. Wang Du shrugged and said, From Yizhong, I suppose. By the way, you all share the surname Chu. Chu Hong. Is he your cousin? No, just a coincidence, Chu Hong explained. We met previously at a training ground. Actually, he and Chu Chiu were hardly acquainted. Strictly speaking, they had even had a minor conflict before. How was he supposed to introduce him now? Not friends, but not enemies either. He was at a loss for words. An Yizhong student who had once been beaten by him suddenly appeared and greeted him. How was he to introduce him as a friend? Urgent. Does anyone know how to handle this? Seemingly sensing Chu Hong's embarrassment, Chu Chiu stepped forward first, adopting a familiar manner to introduce himself. Greetings, top students of various middle schools. I am Chu Chiu, from Class 2 of Yizhong. Oh, I see. So you're from Class 2 of Yizhong. What brings you here? Hearing that Chu Chiu was from Class 2 rather than Class 1, Wang Du's interest immediately waned. Judging from Chu Hong's awkward expression, the two were probably not close. If they weren't acquainted, there was no point wasting too much time on him. Song Qingxiao had mentioned that most students from Class 2 were inferior to those in Class 1 and were largely ignored at the top tiers of Yizhong. Stunned by Wang Du's blunt words, Chu Chiu was momentarily speechless. It's nothing, he is always like that. Li Yuyu quickly stepped in to smooth things over, adopting the role of peacemaker. I heard Class 2 is actually quite weak at Yizhong. I didn't expect you, as a Class 2 student, to qualify for this training camp. You must possess some outstanding qualities. Li, you flatter me, Chu Chiu replied politely, completely oblivious to the expressions on the others' faces. Wang Du was fortunate to have his face concealed by a mask, but Li Yuyu, this was truly mortifying. Who is flattering you? I was just being polite. If you hadn't been the first to manifest clouds beneath your feet and appear to know Chu Hong, no one would have cared about you. If you have nothing to say, just leave. It's really awkward when you force conversation, continuously exchanging glances to silently ask who exactly Chu Chiu was. Wang Du and Li Yuyu both broke out in goosebumps. Seeing this, Chu Hong could only divert the topic. Well, class is over. Let us head upstairs. By the way, Brother Wang, didn't you say you wanted me to help carry the martial artist's spirit concentrating liquid? If we don't leave soon, the contribution hall will close. Yes. Hearing Chu Hong's words, Wang Du seemed to clutch at a lifeline. Let us go upstairs first. We can talk on the way. Grabbing Chu Hong, Li Yuyu and Wang Du rushed through the door, and Chu Chiu had no choice but to follow. The four boarded the elevator simultaneously, and upon seeing Chu Chiu enter with them, Chu Hong and Li Yuyu both glared at Wang Du, who was responsible for guiding them. Now is the time. Was it really necessary to be lazy and take the elevator? Their martial artists, climbing the stairs wouldn't have been any slower. Now there is no escaping. Ding! The elevator doors closed, and the awkward atmosphere spread throughout the confined space. Chu Hong stood beside Chu Gu, simultaneously feeling two eerie gazes fixed upon him from behind. At that moment, Chu Chiu sighed softly. Unexpectedly, Chu Hong, in the blink of an eye, has already come into contact with the top students of the 3 major high schools. Truly impressive. Chu Chiu and Chu Hong exchanged grim looks. Chu Hong took a deep breath and spoke straightforwardly. Let us be frank with each other. What? Speak up. What exactly do you want? Chu Hong's tone was serious, adopting an attitude as if ready for a fight to the death with Chu Chiu. I don't think we're close enough to even speak in the same elevator. Zhu gu vi do. Aren't we friends? Chu Chiu's question left Chu Hong momentarily stunned. For a while, The elevator ascended steadily, the atmosphere unusually silent. Gazing directly into Chu Chio's eyes, Chu Hong probed once more. Are you sure? Of course. Chu Chio nodded, wiggling his fingers twice. Haven't we've been guiding the juniors together at the training ground, exchanging martial arts insights, and even sparred a bit? Doesn't that count as friendship? Chu Hong's eyes widened, staring at Chu Chio as if he were not looking at a human being. What on earth was this guy talking about? He understood every word Chu Chio said, but when strung together, they made no sense. What did he mean by guiding martial arts together, exchanging insights, sparring? Let us not romanticize his memory. Back then, he was only a second-rank martial artist, terrified that Chu Chio, an eighth-rank martial artist, would crush him with a single slap. Even now that he had succeeded in reaching 8th rank and dined and studied alongside the top students of the 3 major high schools, Chu Chio had no reason to pretend they were close. But looking back, I was indeed too young at the time, lacking martial arts experience and stubbornly showing off. Chu Chio tilted his head back, seemingly reflecting on the past, though that past was only 10 days plus a little more. Wait a moment. Chu Hong did the math carefully and realized it had not even been 10 days before we were teaching Shan Wenyu and the others together. And now, it's your turn to teach us. Chu Gu Sai. Brother Chu, you really are formidable, gaining vice instructor by S favor solely through martial arts. I remember just over 10 days ago, you were only a second-rank martial artist, and now you've reached 8th rank. I'm completely impressed. If you're just trying to butter me up, spare me the compliments. Chu Hong rolled his eyes at Chu Chio. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Seeing this, Chu Hong stepped out with Wang Du and Li Yuyu. Without waiting for Chu Chio to catch up, Chu Hong gave the order. Run. In an instant, Chu Hong's graceful dancing phoenix steps extended to their fullest, limitless clouds of energy billowing from beneath his feet, startled by the rising clouds under Chu Hong's feet. Chu Chio merely rubbed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, Chu Hong and the others had vanished without a trace. What? Run for what? Chu Chio wondered, staring in the direction where Chu Hong disappeared. Oh no, I completely forgot to apologize to Brother Chu on behalf of my younger brother. Suddenly, Chu Chio recalled the conflict among Chu Ci, Su Tao, and Shun Wenyu, and he slapped his forehead. No wonder Chu Hong was ignoring him. It seemed his previous gesture of sincerity with the cold amber was insufficient. If it weren't for Chu Hong having beaten him up at the training ground, he might still be trapped in the vortex of his own stubbornness. Chu Hong had done him a huge favor by unlocking his mental block and awakening his soul. One cold amber was simply not enough. He needed to offer Chu Hong something more. Otherwise, he would never be able to repay the debt properly. Thinking this, Chu Chio pulled out his points card. What would be the best gift to give? Meanwhile, the 3 who had fled at full speed were panting heavily, relieved to have finally shaken off Chu Chio. The student from first high school. They breathed a collective sigh of relief. The atmosphere back there had been so tense, it was about to explode. Finally escaped. That place was suffocating, one of them said. Chu Hong, so what exactly is your relationship with that first high school guy? Liu Panta. Nearly unable to keep up with the others. She had almost failed to smooth over the awkward situation earlier. That man was far too familiar for comfort. I told you. He has someone I know, though there is some tension between us. Chu Hong waved his hand dismissively, equally baffled. Suddenly, Chu Chio had approached him. If it weren't for him being the first to cultivate cloud energy, he wouldn't have dared to talk to him. In just a few days, Chu Chio's attitude had done a complete 180, and Chu Hong himself didn't understand why. Why care about more is whether you really were just a second-rank martial artist 10 days ago. Wang Du, unusually exhausted, admitted he wasn't good at handling social situations. His energy had been all over the place. Looking down on geniuses? Chu Hong Laoget? Believe it or not, I'll be a martial arts master next week. You still have a mood to joke? Li Yuyu crossed her hands on her hips, trying to calm her breath. Don't just rely on your soul's ability to absorb spiritual objects more easily and recklessly use them to break through. If you overdo it and disrupt your foundation, you might be stuck at the martial artist stage for life. Don't worry, I know my limits. Chu Hong smiled and shook his head, supremely confident in his soul as Heavenly Dao enlightenment. A little instability in foundation was nothing. The Heavenly Dao enlightenment would patch it right up. His current achievements rested on one word: consumption. Not consuming spiritual objects was out of the question. He relied on his own ability to take medicine. Breaking through without consuming spiritual objects? Would he do it through mere practice? As long as you have limits, Wang Du said, regaining his composure. Chu Chio said you were only a second-rank martial artist 10 days ago. That really shocked me. Wang Du smiled, but didn't dwell on it too much. Though second rank does fit the average level of 6th high school, doesn't it? Liu Lauga. Who from 6th high school could produce a freak like Chu Hong? Why bring up 6th high school? Before Chu Hong could respond, a figure suddenly emerged from the bushes. The three, who had been celebrating their successful escape, were instantly startled by the sudden appearance. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the familiar face. Wasn't this Meng Tsaihuan, Chu Hong's #1 clingy companion, whose exceptional linguistic skills had won everyone's favor? Tsaihuan, what are you doing here? Li Yu asked, puzzled by Meng Tsaihuan's sudden appearance from the bushes. I'm watching Song Qingxiao practice the Jade, Void, Heavenly Thunder technique, Meng Tsaihuan replied matter-of-factly. Suddenly, thunderclouds roiled overhead. In an instant, the gathered thunderclouds dispersed, and a sigh drifted from nearby. Alas! Song Qingxiao sat dejectedly on a tree stump, the lightning arc in his palm dimming gradually. Song Qingxiao. Hearing his name, Song Qingxiao instinctively looked up. Don't you have martial arts training class? Wait, Chu Hong, why are you wearing the instructor's uniform? Forget that for now. Li Yu immediately stepped forward, her eyes betraying confusion and curiosity. But Song Qingxiao, what are you doing here? Their training underground base is located at the back mountain. Why would you come to such a remote place? There is no need to practice martial arts in the back mountain, right? The training ground doesn't close this early. Hearing Wang Du's teasing, Song Qingxiao instinctively lowered his head. Sigh. Li Ting and his group are still at the training ground. I'm too lazy to find trouble with them. Upon hearing Song Qingxiao's words, the three understood immediately. Li Ting had always been arrogant, and training with him at the training ground was indeed courting trouble. By the way, how is your training going? Have you mastered the dancing phoenix steps? No. The progress isn't even as fast as the idiots at your school. Thinking of the dancing phoenix steps lessons, the two felt a surge of frustration. They had trained with Chu Hong for 2 days, yet Chu Qiu, the guy who seemed to have appeared from nowhere, had produced cloud energy in just 1 day. Comparing themselves to others was maddening. Come on, let us go to the contribution hall to buy some stuff. The two flanked the bewildered Song Qingxiao and headed down mountain. Is it really necessary to leave now? I feel like I'm about to enter the beginner S stage. I've been practicing all night, and still haven't entered the beginner S stage. Leaving now wouldn't waste much time. Wang Du ruthlessly shattered the illusion and turned to say, Chu Hong, lead the way ahead. Although Song Qingxiao possessed the greatest strength, he still could not withstand the overwhelming pressure exerted by Li Yu and Wang Du, both ranked first. It was only when the two of them forcibly lifted him up that Song Qingxiao finally came to terms with reality. Chu Hong took the lead in front of the group, with Meng Tsaihuan following closely behind. Noticing the black instructor's uniform adorning Chu Hong, Meng Tsaihuan's curiosity could no longer be contained. Boss, are you really wearing the instructor's clothes? Could it be that you've actually become an instructor? Just substituting. Chu Hong, deputy instructor, asked me to cover her class. She rewarded me with the Jiaolong tenacious stone body technique and 5 bottles of stone Jiaogao. Substitute instructor is still an instructor. No wonder you're the boss. Meng Tsaihuan's admiring voice rang out beside him. And Chu Hong noticed that the young girl's vitality had surged by a few points. By the way, Tsaihuan, how much vitality do you have now? Chu Hong bonda. Sensing that Meng Tsaihuan's strength seemed to be growing steadily since arriving at the training camp. Reporting boss, my vitality is currently around 300. Meng Tsaihuan responded solemnly. I need about 100 more points to ascend to the 4th rank martial artist. So fast. You've improved by over 100 points in just a few days? You must be cheating. Observing Meng Tsaihuan's absurdly rapid rate of advancement, even Chu Hong, who was known for pushing limits, felt that she must be using some kind of advantage. The fact that Meng Tsaihuan's vitality was increasing merely by reading books and joining in the excitement without training or taking supplements was truly unfair. Such a method of increasing vitality without martial practice would only distort the value of genuine effort. While Chu Hong was astounded by Meng Tsaihuan's supernatural rate of improvement, Song Qingxiao, who was still being carried, voiced his own doubts. Just now, he thought he overheard Wang Du and Li Yu mention that a student from the first high school might have recently mastered the graceful soaring step. Their first high school was renowned for producing talents. By the way, is the one who mastered the graceful soaring step Shen Jiao? Who is Shen Jiao? Wang Du. Oh, that is the person we called the boring one in the library, Li Yu replied. You know, that vice team leader who always looks cold and seems almost autistic? It's not related to her. Who is that? Song Qingxiao was puzzled. Not Shen Jiao. There's another expert? Carried along by the two, Song Qingxiao was taken all the way to the contribution hall. After hearing their explanation, he sighed deeply. Who would have thought it was Chu Qiu? How do these guys all progress so quickly? I feel like I might lose my top spot. Don't even think about your top rank. You're about to break through to martial master. No matter how strong they are, they can't surpass you. Li Yuyu rolled her eyes at Song Qingxiao, too disinterested to comfort him. He was feeling complex, so it was best to leave him be for now. Wang Du spoke as he took out a points card and tossed it to Chu Hong. Chu Hong, use this to buy some martial artist spirit liquids for me. Got it. Chu Hong replied, then hurried to the front desk and patted Wu Ming, who was dozing off behind the counter. Bang, bang, bang. Instructor Wu, wake up. Startled by Chu Hong's voice, Wu Ming immediately sprang up from his nap. When he noticed Chu Hong's all-black attire, his face instantly turned pale with fright. Oh no, I've been caught napping on the job. His terrified expression lifted as he saw Chu Hong, the stiffness in his body melting away. Phew, you scare me to death. Patting his still frightened heart, Wu Ming sighed. Little genius Chu, if you want to buy soul items, you could just go up to the second floor yourself. Why come here to scare me? And even if you came to say hello, you could at least take off that temporary instructor uniform. Neglecting duty during work hours. Do you want me to report this to Deputy Instructor Bai when she returns? Chu Hong Vito Silenti. No. Little ancestor, whatever you need, just say it. Please don't tell Boss Bai. Hearing Chu Hong threaten to tattle, Wu Ming was visibly alarmed. Forget it. It's just a small matter. Chu Hong extended his hand. Deputy Instructor Bai said, if I covered her class, she'd reward me with 5 bottles of stone jiaogao, right? Hand them over. ISNT that, after you complete the task, you can have them in installments. Although most of the students ran off tonight, I did produce results. Wu Ming said as he brought out Chu Qiu as a shield. You know Chu Qiu, right? He can already generate cloud energy beneath his feet. I believe it 1 TB long before he masters the technique. It's all thanks to my excellent teaching skills. I'm just advancing the resources you'll earn after the task is done. I'm not going to stop teaching you afterward. No way. You haven't even mastered the graceful soaring step yet. Studying 2 A-grade martial arts simultaneously is too much of a physical burden. I can't give you this. Despite Chu Hong presenting his teaching achievements, Wu Ming still refused firmly. He was only looking out for Chu Hong's best interests. Having just begun the graceful soaring step, now is the time to familiarize himself thoroughly with the martial art and prepare for the northern and southern martial competition. Bitterness comes from overindulgence. Chu Hong's talent was great. If he specialized in the graceful soaring step, reaching a minor accomplishment within a year would be no problem. Wu Ming could not allow Chu Hong to waste his talent by attempting dual cultivation of 2 martial arts. Fine then. Chu Hong sighed, then extended his hand again. Huh? Wu Ming looked up, puzzled. Anything else? Come on, give it to me. The soul items to assist in cultivating the graceful soaring step. Chu Hong was unceremonious. Since there was stone jiaogao to aid in cultivating the jiaolong tenacious stone body, surely there must be cultivation soul items for the graceful soaring step and the Jade Void Heavenly Thunder induction as well. Give them to me. Don't make us waste time searching for them ourselves. If only you'd said so earlier. Wu Ming instantly relaxed and turned to fetch several bottles containing cloud essence from a small box, explaining, these are the cloud gathering bottles used to assist in cultivating the graceful soaring step, 500 points each. But Boss Bai said you have great talent, so you get a 20% discount. Just 400 points per bottle, exclusively for you. Noticing the small box Wu Ming produced, Chu Hong's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing Chu Hong's strange expression, Wu Ming asked, little genius, what's wrong? Why aren't these items displayed on the second floor of the contribution hall? Chu Hong asked curiously. If Wu Ming had personally introduced their effects upstairs, he wouldn't find it strange. But Wu Ming had taken these top-tier cultivation resources for A-grade martial arts out of small box. That's because Wu Ming laughed heartily. Are you stupid? These treasures are extremely precious. They're priceless and scarce. There aren't enough for all of you little guys. If the noble families found out, they'd pool money to buy all these soul items. Recalling the scene last night when the noble families had thrown down a large number of points cards all at once, Chu Hong shuddered. If the noble families could buy these soul items, it really might lead to them being sold out. He expected Deputy Instructor Bai to be so thoughtful. Such top-tier resources had to be acquired through trusted channels. So, little genius Chu, how many bottles do you want to buy now? Wu Ming asked. Faced with Wu Ming's question, Chu Hong hesitated briefly, then took out his and Wang Du's points cards. Let us start with 3 bottles, just to test the waters. After some bargaining with Wu Ming, Chu Hong emerged clutching 3 cloud gathering bottles and a Thunderwood cultivation soul item to aid in mastering the Jade Void Heavenly Thunder induction. Brothers, I've knocked down the price for these soul items. He handed out 1 soul item each to Wang Du, Li Yuyu, and Song Qingxiao amidst their stunned expressions. With a bright smile, Chu Hong began to explain the effects of the soul items. These can assist us in cultivating A-grade martial arts. Really? After hearing Chu Hong's introduction, Wang Du was deeply moved. He had never expected that A-grade martial arts would have special auxiliary soul items, and that they would be provided specifically for students like them. As expected, the instructors of the training camp also harbored disdain for the aristocratic families. Holding the Nayun bottles in his hand, Wang Du chuckled. Hanzu, Zhu Hong, don't be so quick to thank me. Chu Hong's words carried a hint of cunning as he extended his hand amid the stunned gazes of the others. I secured the privilege to purchase spiritual artifacts at a 20% discount thanks to my unparalleled talent for instant mastery of the graceful phoenix step. If we were to buy through official channels, it would cost an additional 100 points. So I'm charging you 450 points, of which 50 points are handling fees. Not unreasonable, right? Quietly awaiting their reactions, Chu Hong found the atmosphere surprisingly silent. You're not telling me you can't even afford the 50-point handling fee? Chu Hong's expression turned speechless as he relaxed slightly. Actually, charging 10 points as a handling fee wouldn't be impossible. Is that so? Li Yu's voice came first. I was wondering what was going on. We have no objections. It's just a bit surprising to hear your handling fee is only 50. Song Qingxiao responded calmly. If it were teachers at our school, the handling fee would be at least 80. Don't say such terrifying things. Amid Chu Hong's astonished look, Wang Du also spoke up. It's fine. We have no complaints. Earning the favor of deputy instructor by and enjoying a discount is your merit. On the contrary, you haven't forgotten us now that you have benefits. We're actually quite pleased. As expected of the boss, Meng Saihuan said, her vitality rising by 2 points due to her spirit. As long as you have no objections, then hurry and hand over the points cards. Hearing that the others not only did not resent the handling fee, but even spoke on his behalf, Chu Hong felt a rare touch of emotion. But the points must still be collected. I couldn't buy this many spiritual items with my previous points. Now, I urgently need points to redeem the personality I mortgaged with the instructors. His points at the time only sufficed for 3 Nyan bottles. The budget for Jinglimu was insufficient. Thus, he used his noble personality and 5 bottles of undelivered Shijiao ointment as collateral to help Song Qingxiao acquire Jinglimu as well. If he fails to repay enough points in time, those 5 bottles of Shijiao ointment will be forfeited. I was wondering what was going on. Upon hearing Chu Hong claim he mortgaged spiritual items with his personality, Li Yu laughed softly and tossed the points cards into Chu Hong's hands. I'm giving you mine too, but I don't have many points left today. I'll return the rest later. Song Qingxiao did not dawdle. Jinglimu not only assisted his cultivation of the Jade Void Heavenly Thunder induction, but also seemed beneficial to his training. If he hesitated even to lend a points card, what kind of example would that set? Boss, I'll lend you some too. If it's not enough, you can use mine. Thanks so much. Grasping the 3 points cards at hand, Chu Hong swiftly repaid the mortgaged points. His noble personality and the 5 undelivered bottles of Shijiao ointment returned to him. The only regret was that the Shijiao ointment remained undeliverable, as the bug preventing its receipt was unresolved. After exchanging some banter with Wu Ming glanced at several figures waiting outside for Chu Hong and teased, "Not bad. You repaid the points much faster than I expected. I thought you'd be dodging the debt for at least a few years. Lucky to have not inherited the family's bad habits." Chu Hong smiled, well aware of the dangers of compound interest on debts. Having a group of friends like this, I could truly envy you, Wu Ming sighed, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Most of his comrades from that batch perished on the battlefield of the myriad clans. If it weren't for Boss Bai and the boss's luck in digging themselves out of the ruins, he likely would have died there as well. Indeed, Chu Hong sighed, they're more loyal than I imagined. Ever since he grew stronger through the Heavenly Dao's enlightenment, the number of people around him had quietly increased. With power, he felt surrounded by good people. Before, without strength and with an alcoholic father, the only good person nearby was the lady selling him discounted fresh vegetables. The world he could see was actually very small. Just over 10 days ago, the very Meng Saihuan, now calling him boss, was merely a role model praised by the teachers. But now, with power, he could see much more. Even Xiao Hong, once the top of the grade, now could only look up to him. Yes, they're great. Chu Hong laughed, retrieving the drain points cards. Instructor Wu, thank you for reminding me of these things. Chu Hong bowed and turned away. I still have to return the instructor's uniform to instructor phone. Please continue to rest. Wait. Wu Ming suddenly spoke, causing Chu Hong to pause instinctively. Since you're so thankful, I'll waste a little extra time so you can thank me a few more times. Wu Ming's voice rang with strength. This weekend, Deputy Instructor Bai should be back. There'll be a large-scale event. If you manage to win during the event and earn 10,000 points, it's not impossible. Hearing Wu Ming's words, Chu Hong's pupils contracted sharply. What a joke. 10,000 points. What kind of event is that? A competition? Seems it's called the Exotic Realm Real Scene Test. The content involves competing with each other in an underground cave, hunting monsters inside to earn points. Wu Ming yawned. There are many rules, but the total prize pool is estimated at 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Chu Hong was startled. If he could get 100,000 points, he felt he could clear out the second floor of the contribution hall at once. Unfortunately, he couldn't undergo the third Heavenly Dao enlightenment this weekend. Otherwise, he'd probably grab at least 10,000 points. You all work hard. Stay away from the aristocrats. And pooling together 10,000 points shouldn't be difficult. How long does the event last? Not sure. Around 3 or 4 days. Wu Ming shrugged. I only know about the event and that there will be some plots inside. More than that, I don't know. But with so many points at stake, it definitely won't be finished in a day or two. Excellent. Chu Hong felt his fighting spirit surge. 7 days from now, at sunset, the Heavenly Dao enlightenment will be delivered, equivalent to the energy of 10 mighty dragon blood fruits and 10 flame-illuminating heart orchids. Enough for him to break through to martial artist. Starting this weekend, probably by the third night, he would gain power, killing monsters on the last day. He estimated he could easily earn 3,000 to 4,000 points. Thank you, instructor. Chu Hong bowed deeply once again, then hurried away after expressing his gratitude. Don't be so quick to thank me, as if you can really get that many points. Watching Chu Hong's eager retreating figure, Wu Ming chuckled silently. Although leaking information might be against the rules, this could inspire the young talent's fighting spirit. Moreover, the leak was only to Chu Hong and 3 top students from other schools, so it shouldn't cause problems. But this kid sure knows how to exploit loopholes for kickbacks. Wu Ming thought, oh well, since you're impressive, I'll let you have this loophole. Elsewhere, after hearing Chu Hong's words, the others grew excited. A simulated exotic monster hunting event? Wang Du tugged at his mask excitedly. Finally, the stage for our yeeting. Lots of points, rest assured. Chu Hong, you just follow behind me. I got your back. Just hunting monsters? Something feels off, Song Qingxiao said doubtfully. Just hunting monsters. But with a prize pool of 100,000 points, that seems overly generous. Who cares? We'll focus on training hard first. Even if there's some trickery, it won't matter. Li Yu slapped away Song Qingxiao's doubts. We all have to work hard and make a big splash in the test. Chu Hong nodded in agreement. He planned to purchase some nurturing elixirs to aid the cultivation of the extraordinary meridians over the next few days, hoping to leverage the immense blessing of the Heavenly Dao's anointment to fully manifest the Tongtian extraordinary meridian during the test. Once the extraordinary meridian was formed, even if he had not yet broken through to the rank of martial artist, the power to command heaven and earth would make him feel capable of contending with one. Count me in, Meng Saihuan declared. I have read many books and can help you identify poisonous foods. Huh? Upon hearing Meng Saihuan's words, several people were momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Seeing this, Chu Hong could only step forward to smooth things over. Then I'll be in charge of cooking, only for the first 3 days. After a brief silence, laughter erupted beneath the tranquil night sky. Having learned of the impending Foreign Realm live test, Chu Hong and his companions displayed great enthusiasm in their subsequent training sessions. On the very night they returned their instructor uniforms, Chu Qiu approached him to apologize for the previous incident at the training ground. He also offered a precious cultivation spirit artifact as compensation and expressed a hope to guide him more in the future. Chu Hong initially wanted to decline, as there had been no real animosity between them before. At most, Chu Ci had been somewhat hot-headed, and it was commendable that Chu Qiu recognized his mistake. However, upon noticing that the spirit artifact Chu Qiu offered was a soul-nurturing flower used to nurture extraordinary meridians, he went against his initial resolve. The soul-nurturing flower, a rare soul-type cultivation spirit artifact, primarily functions to repair the soul and consolidate the mind. Yet, due to its exceedingly gentle nature and pure energy, it is also a potent tool for nurturing extraordinary meridians. Martial cultivation is not rigid, as long as something is beneficial. Even if it is not the artifact's primary function, it can be used as a substitute. Unexpectedly, Chu Qiu's sincerity was so profound, and he just happened to bring the very artifact Chu Hong needed. Given such earnestness, Chu Hong found it difficult to refuse. Noticing the single-digit points remaining on Chu Qiu's score token at his waist, he accepted the gift wholeheartedly. Martial arts is not merely about fighting. It is about human relations. What surprised Chu Hong even more was that Chu Qiu never mentioned his acquaintance with the top students of the 3 major high schools again, only occasionally seeking to exchange martial insights. Chu Hong also purchased a Nain bottle from Chu Qiu, paying a 50-point handling fee, benefiting from the discount on A-grade martial cultivation resources. Speaking of the Nain bottle, after obtaining it, Wang Du practiced the graceful frightening swan step with divine assistance. By the second day, he was already treading upon the cloud aura. It was believed his speed of entry would not be slow. Liu, meanwhile, recommended numerous fire tribute spirit artifacts on the second floor of the contribution hall and also borrowed money from Chu Hong to purchase nurturing spirit artifacts for the extraordinary meridians. However, Chu Hong ignored Liu's recommendations and instead bought a large batch of potent medicines with slight side effects, nearly frightening Liu out of her wits. By forcefully ingesting this assortment of spirit artifacts, Chu Hong finally pushed himself to the pinnacle of an 8th-rank martial artist before the test arrived. Is it really all right for you to consume so many spirit artifacts in 4 days? Liu questioned, observing Chu Hong's abundant yet slightly superficial vitality and blood energy. If I train like this, you'll drain your potential sooner or later. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Chu Hong raised his hand, removed the weighted vest from his back, and ended his morning exercise. These spirit artifacts are all to lay a foundation. Everything is preparation for the upcoming breakthrough. Besides, my foundation was so solid before, it's only a superficial fluctuation for a day or two. No big deal. No big deal. As they conversed, Liu suddenly noticed that no one else was around and quickly leaned close to Chu Hong's ear. By the way, there really is an event today, right? Is that instructor Wu reliable? Otherwise, all our preparations would have been for nothing. Hard to say. Maybe the instructors have their own considerations. Chu Hong was puzzled as well. But without any news, there was nothing he could do. They could only take it step by step. After all, Instructor Wu's guidance should be reliable in its general direction. As for whether the test would start today, it was indeed uncertain. Besides waiting, they had no other recourse. Outside the training camp, Bai Lu and Yu Wuda struggled to carry a pile of demon pills over the hill behind the camp. That fight was truly exhilarating. Yu Wuda, who had never had the chance to witness the seeds of Chiang City firsthand, shouted loudly, releasing a powerful sound wave that rippled all the way down the mountain. Boss, don't get too excited. Bai Lu reminded him from the side. We still have to give them a surprise later. Now is not the time to show off. Right? Right? How could I forget today's training? Yu Wuda slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering. Today was the day of the surprise Foreign Realm live test. A training method he had spent an entire week devising. Let us hurry over. I can't wait to finish the lottery and rest. The moment Yu Wuda's voice rang out, he dashed forward. Seeing Yu Wuda nearing the camp entrance, Bai Lu's side, unfurled her wings and took flight after him. The boss had been so eager before he could hardly sleep, yet now he was thinking only of ending the opening ceremony as soon as possible to rest. But it was understandable. The boss had cleared all the potential demon kings in the Qiyang Mountains alone, engaging in continuous battles for 5 days. Wanting some rest was normal. Looking on the bright side, after such a purge, the demon beasts in Qiyang Mountains would likely be unable to organize large-scale beast tides for the next month. The defense force could then focus on the remaining 3 directions, easing the burden on the Qiyang Army's garrison. Inside the training camp, the sudden roar from the mountaintop startled Chu Hong and the others, who were gathered by broadcast. They covered their ears, shocked by the abrupt noise. Some weaker martial artists collapsed to the ground, especially Su Malian, who had come with her 6th squad. Xiao Hung and Su Taizhan fared slightly better, having reached the 3rd-rank martial artist thanks to the abundant cultivation resources here. Though still insufficient, they could hold their ground. As for Meng Caihuan and Su Ting, their conditions seemed better, because one martial artist who could enhance vitality simply by reading and becoming emotionally excited had spent these 4 days constantly immersed in the library and occasionally observing battles among the school's prodigies, and had already reached the 4th-rank martial artist. The upper limit of the soul and mind was indeed high. Meng Caihuan's soul still steamed away her vitality, leaving her combat ability lagging behind. Shaking off the ringing in her ears and recovering from the dazed state, before Chu Hong could even look up, a vigorous figure tore through the sky. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Yu Wuda, the chief instructor of the Zhongjiang training camp, landed in midair, his majestic roar nearly drowning out the entire camp. Greetings, everyone. I am your chief instructor, Yu Wuda announced. Now, I hereby declare, the Foreign Realm live test begins. At Yu Wuda's command, a large-scale test worth 100,000 points abruptly commenced. The students, who had just gathered, were caught off guard, unable to comprehend what was happening. They regarded the suddenly appearing chief instructor with skepticism. What test? It just started suddenly. It's not on the training schedule. But the chief instructor is standing in midair, walking on air. He must be a martial king-level expert, right? Hearing the murmurs from the crowd below, Yu Wuda's expression remained unchanged as he waited for Bai Lu to explain the specific rules. Just because it's not on the schedule doesn't mean the test isn't happening. Bai Lu arrived hurriedly, slightly late, and nearly all the instructors arrived almost simultaneously. Noticing that all the instructors in the training camp had assembled, the once relaxed students gradually adopted solemn expressions. Since the instructors had all arrived, it was clear that this training was truly underway. Now, allow me to explain the rules of the live-action test. Bai Lu spread her wings and flew above the crowd, then began to speak. The test itself is quite straightforward. From this point forward, you'll assume the roles of warriors who have inadvertently wandered into a foreign realm. Your task is to hunt down the monstrous beasts native to this alien land. And while striving to survive, you must prevent these creatures from escaping. So, it's just about hunting monsters? Li Ting was the first to speak from among the crowd. Since this is a surprise test, surely it won't be that simple, right? Of course not, Yu Wuda declared proudly. This test was a live-action simulation he had ingeniously adapted based on his own past experience of accidentally entering a foreign realm, during which he had encountered alien races also trapped within the battlefield of 10,000 clans. If it were truly that simple, he would not have spent an entire week devising the test's rules. But Yu Wuda took a deep breath and addressed this group of children who had never faced genuine peril before. Your current identity is that of a warrior lost in a foreign realm. Prepare yourselves to confront the unknown. This is the only rule I give you. Apart from knowing that you will be lost in an alien world, I will not disclose a single other rule. The roar of the martial king echoed throughout the venue. Hearing Yu Wuda's succinct yet powerful rule explanation sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Is this really the martial king's style? Someone murmured. So straightforward. After Yu Wuda finished his introduction, Bai Lu stepped forward. The chief instructor's rules are complete, but don't worry, I will introduce some simple additional rules. Bai Lu said as she drew her sidearm from her waist. Bang! The gunshot rang out, aimed at a nearby mountain peak. As the bullet spun through the air, it fused with spiritual energy and vitality, transforming its swift trajectory into a streak of crimson light. Boom! A tremendous explosion followed, causing most of the mountainside to collapse. The startled birds, unable to take flight in time, were incinerated by the heat wave unleashed by the bullet. The gunshot reverberated, shaking everyone's nerves. It was then that Chu Hong noticed Bai Lu's sidearm was the same model as the one he had borrowed when wearing the instructor's uniform. Is this weapon really that dangerous? He wondered. Sensing all eyes upon her, Bai Lu raised her hand and flicked a single bullet toward the crowd. The bullet spun with a ringing sound, a red streak slicing across the sky. Terror gripped everyone's hearts so profoundly that the very thought of fleeing could not arise. Yet in that moment, each person shared a single chilling realization. Getting hit meant death. Smack! Red paint splattered across Wu Ming's back. Before anyone could react, Wu Ming, who had rallied the group, instantly turned his head. Boss Bai, why are you shooting me? Even if it's just paint, you hit the back of my head. This is gonna leave a nasty mark. I want to be able to wash it off for at least 3 days. Well, it's paint, so you'll just have to bear it. Bai Lu snorted coldly and casually tossed the sidearm to the ground. Then she spoke again. This is an alloy weapon infused with vitality energy, capable of killing warriors up to the rank of martial ancestor. However, the bullets are blanks filled with paint. Apart from the fact that the paint won't wash off for more than 3 days, it has no harmful effects on the human body. Bai Lu then picked up a sheet of paper and read aloud to the crowd. Now, let me explain the elimination rules of the test. There are 2 ways to be eliminated. First, if you cannot survive in the alien realm and fire a signal flare to voluntarily withdraw. Second, if you are hit by the alloy weapon we have placed within the foreign land. Rest assured, all ammunition is paint-filled. Having introduced the superficial rules, Bai Lu continued. Now, the live-action foreign realm test begins. Is it really necessary to add such rules? Upon hearing Bai Lu's explanation, most students felt puzzled. We're going into a foreign realm. Shouldn't we just focus on slaying the monsters? Now, they're even bringing in modern firearms like alloy pistols and forcing us to find them. Honestly, it feels superfluous. How is it superfluous? Yu Wudao exploded upon hearing someone question his brilliant teaching philosophy. The students, who had been dozing off moments earlier, suddenly snapped awake. I am educating you. You must not become complacent just because your cultivation level surpasses that of your enemies. If I were simply sending you to a safe cave to kill beasts, I might as well have those monsters pinned down for you to slaughter one by one with your blades. But in the alien realm, you may face more than just mindless monsters. You may encounter the 10,000 clans themselves. If you cannot defeat your opponent, and they pull out a gun and eliminate you, do you think it will be worthy of your school or your teacher's efforts? With a roar, he corrected the misguided thoughts of certain students, shaking his head in disappointment. Martial artists these days are truly a generation worse than the last. Even though overall cultivation levels have improved, they lack even the most basic sense of danger. The 10,000 clans are not mere savages who only swing swords, spears, and clubs. Even in a world where martial arts reach the heavens, some clans employ mechanized intelligence as their martial method. For example, the mechanical clan, whose advancement depends entirely on machine modifications and experience downloads via the network. Even after death, their data can be uploaded, and aside from being vulnerable to soul attacks that disrupt data streams and their overdependence on breakthroughs in material technology, they have virtually no weaknesses. If it weren't for the mechanical clan's neutrality on the battlefield of 10,000 clans, despite being arms merchants, their situation would be far worse. Having chastised the dim-witted students, Yu Wuda continued. All right, now come forward to collect your number tokens, then get yourselves into the cave immediately. Following the crowd, Chu Hong stepped forward to casually grab a number token. He glanced at it briefly, then turned his thoughts back to the sidearm. There were many ways to enforce forced elimination, so why use alloy weapons? And where could the guns possibly be hidden? Surely not stashed in tree stumps for them to search for slowly? Simulating the 10,000 clans in the alien realm? No way. Chu Hong's mind raced, suddenly sensing something amiss. The instructors present were also fully equipped, each with a sidearm at their waist. If they were to simulate entering the alien realm, surely the instructors would deploy a few 10,000 clans warriors for the students to face. Otherwise, how is this any different from an ordinary cave exploration? Seeing the line of sidearms around the instructor's waist forming almost a black streak, Chu Hong's face darkened. Perhaps noticing Chu Hong's expression, instructor Feng Lijuan, who had lent Chu Hong a sidearm earlier, took her weapon from her waist and spun it a few times in her hand. Then, the dark cave entrance pointed toward Chu Hong. Bang! Feng Lijuan mimicked a firing action, then placed a fingertip to her lips, signaling Chu Hong to keep the secret carefully. Case solved. The near-explicit gesture caused Chu Hong's vision to blur. He had guessed correctly. There are two elimination methods. One, lack of survival ability leads to surrender via resource signal. The other, being discovered by instructors acting as the 10,000 clans and struck by alloy weapons. At this moment, Yu Wuda, who had already crouched on the ground fiddling with the number tokens, was still unaware that some clever students beneath had roughly guessed his supposedly flawless test plan. He was currently simulating the random teleportation mechanism upon entering the alien realm, dispersing students to every corner of the realistic foreign land. Spreading the map of the cave on the ground, a group of instructors conscientiously surrounded it to prevent students from glimpsing the internal terrain. After a moment, Yu Wuda finally arranged the lottery machine. With a roll of a lever, numerous number tokens scattered across the map. The tokens were scattered densely like stars, each landing point corresponding to a student's arrival zone. Some safe, others perilous, all determined by fate. After marking the landing spots of all the students, Yu Wuda spoke up, leading the group toward the back mountain. Now the test begins. The door to the underground base slowly creaked open. At the very bottom of the elevator, an eerie aura of space began to spread. A door. As the elevator doors parted, it appeared right before their eyes. The crowd gasped sharply. What? Beneath our training camp lies the entrance to an underground cavern? Chu Hong could never have imagined that the gateway to the exotic real-world test, a cavern already under the control of Chiang City, had been right beneath the very ground where he conducted his nightly lessons. How about that? Surprised or not? While you were teaching, an entire cavern was concealed right under your feet. Bai Lu's voice echoed in his ear. Instinctively, Chu Hong turned around, only to be struck by a chilling sensation that instantly collided with his forehead. Bang! Countless words etched themselves into his mind. Chu Hong felt a jolt through his body and mind, fainting momentarily before regaining composure. Jiao Dragon Tenacious Stone Body. Carefully savoring the memories imparted through the jade talisman of the cultivation technique, Chu Hong shook his head, the martial knowledge now etched deeply within his heart. What is going on? I thought you'd be able to grasp it instantly like before. Seeing that Chu Hong had not immediately mastered Jiao Dragon Tenacious Stone Body, Bai Lu expressed a hint of regret. Deputy Instructor Bai, at least give me some time to prepare. Chu Hong rubbed his forehead, the skin between his brows faintly reddened by the jade talisman's influence. However, Bai Lu offered no apology. Instead, she tossed 5 bottles of stone jiao ointment into Chu Hong's hands. Upon seeing the martial art he had just acquired alongside the stone jiao ointment, Chu Hong's earlier dissatisfaction vanished in an instant, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, Deputy Instructor Bai. You haven't broken your promise regarding the reward. Bai Lu shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to herself how easy it was to deal with this guy. This martial art is yours for now, but I still advise you to focus your efforts on mastering graceful, startled swan steps. Your ability to enter it instantly indicates a high degree of compatibility with this technique. After speaking, Bai Lu added silently in her mind, so high? Even I can't compare. Don't worry, I'm well aware. Chu Hong confidently assured her. He never engaged in anything without certainty. Over the next few days, as long as he could master the technique, both A-grade martial arts would be bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Dao. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. You better be. Lifting Chu Hong, Bai Lu ventured into the cavern. Producing a strip of black cloth, she covered his eyes. Next, I'll send you to the designated area corresponding to your number. Be prepared. When you remove the blindfold, you might have to start fighting the beast demons immediately. Understood. Deputy Instructor Bai. Chu Hong closed his eyes and nodded, feeling Bai Lu's vital energy supporting his body. The sound of wind breaking through the air filled the space. Bai Lu sprouted a pair of wings on her back and, in no time, delivered Chu Hong to his destination. Upon seeing the scene before them, Bai Lu's expression stiffened. Roars, huffs, hisses. Below, a gathering of beast demons, startled by the sudden emergence of a powerful presence above, curled into tight clusters. The voice from below the instructor sounded a bit ominous, doesn't it? As the airflow stabilized, Chu Hong also noticed the sporadic eerie cries emanating from below. Indeed, the situation looked grim. Seeing this, Bai Lu truly activated her spiritual awareness to scan the area. 6th rank, 7th rank, 7th rank, 8th rank. Although there are quite a few, their cultivation levels don't seem high. No big problem. Having assessed the strength of the beast demons beneath him, Bai Lu spoke with deep meaning. Chu Hong, you must understand that in a true exotic realm, wherever you are teleported to, anything could happen. Hearing Bai Lu's words, Chu Hong was alarmed. That sounds very dangerous. Judging by the sounds, there were at least 10 or more beast demons below. Going down there, he might escape with his skin intact, but barely. Deputy Instructor Bai. Chu Hong called out in alarm, trying to awaken Bai Lu's conscience. I think a slight coordinate deviation isn't that big of a deal, right? I have faith in you. Chu Hong. Before he could finish, Bai Lu yanked off the cloth covering his eyes. Suddenly, the world seemed to twist and turn, and Bai Lu hurled Chu Hong into the midst of the beast demons. It's just a gathering of weak beast demons. Relax, kill them all, and the spiritual treasures they guard will all be yours. The aura of the martial sovereign and encouraging words faded into the distance. Chu Hong's mindset exploded as he cursed loudly at the sky. Deputy Instructor, don't treat me like this. Roaring, the shouts of rage merged with the beast demon's howls. Without Bai Lu's suppressive aura, the frenzied beasts immediately bared their fangs, targeting the delectable human. Seeing this, fury surged within Chu Hong. If I can't handle Deputy Instructor Bai, how could I possibly fail against these creatures? Dragon Strike. Blood dragons erupted, blood and dragon roars dancing together. The beast demon's howls were instantly silenced. After a moment, the dragon's cries faded. Gritting his teeth, Chu Hong's shirt was stained crimson with blood. More than a dozen beast cores were clenched tightly in his palm, mingling with his violent vital energy. Having eliminated all the beast demons in the vicinity, Chu Hong panted heavily, the dragon's spirit within him uncontrollably spreading outward. Deputy Instructor Bai's move was truly ruthless. Were it not for his formidable strength and the perfection of Dragon Strike, he would have been torn to shreds in an instant. Not long after dispatching the beast demons, Bai Lu, having heard the cessation of sounds, peeked out from the treetop, surprised. Chu Hong, you're killing pretty fast, huh? There was no need to show mercy just now, right? The teasing voice of the instructor from above made Chu Hong's head throb with frustration. What do you mean by no need to show mercy? When I landed, a whole pack of beast demons attacked me, nearly scaring me half to death. If their flesh had been any tougher and my dragon strike had pierced through, I'd truly be in trouble. Deputy Instructor Bai. Although I greatly admire the Chief Instructor's rigorous teaching methods, is it really necessary to be so strict even for a test? Don't question the Chief Instructor's teaching philosophy. Bai Lu replied sternly, casually tossing a signal pistol to Chu Hong. If you can't survive and want to surrender, just fire this signal pistol into the sky. Otherwise, the Chief Instructor is still asleep and might not notice your situation. After explaining the function of the signal pistol, Bai Lu spread her wings and turned away. A sonic boom shattered the skies, and in the blink of an eye, Bai Lu vanished. Seeing this, Chu Hong was left with no choice but to pick up the signal pistol dropped by the deputy instructor and turn to gather the beast demon's corpses. The sudden commencement of the test was truly unexpected, even though he had previously received a hint from Instructor Wu, aside from bringing his weapons. He had prepared no survival supplies. Fortunately, before assembly, he had returned to his dormitory to grab a backpack for storing beast cores and essential supplies. Thus, he had to cut some meat from the beast demon's bodies and place it into the backpack for later use. all carnivores. I wonder if the taste is any good. After much hesitation, Chu Hong sliced off several pieces of python demon meat, thinking snake meat would taste better than tiger or leopard meat. Although there was a risk of parasites, roasting it with flame art technique would likely kill most of them. Casually placing the still, twitching snake meat and beast cores into his backpack, Chu Hong surveyed his surroundings, intending to investigate any hidden secrets at his spawn point. He refused to believe that these different species of beast demons had gathered together merely to hold a harmonious beast-demon conference. As creatures devoid of intelligence and only capable of instinctive actions at low levels, the fact that they could congregate meant that something must be attracting them. Activating piercing blood vision technique, Chu Hong had already refined his proficiency in this B-grade martial art to mastery during his recent cultivation. Although the precise flow of qi and blood within the bodies of warriors and demon beasts remains beyond observation, discerning the general pattern and analyzing which muscle is exerting force poses no difficulty. Qi and blood converge upon the eyes, and the surrounding spiritual energy and circulation of qi and blood are fully perceived by Chu Hong. This is noticing the direction of qi and blood flow around him. Chu Hong's body stiffened. All the spiritual energy and qi and blood in the vicinity were subtly moving toward his feet. Whether it was the spiritual energy circulating within the earth cavern or the qi and blood vaporating from the corpses of deceased demon beasts, all converged beneath him. Below, the qi and blood intertwined, nearly forming a vortex, swirling around the massive stone in search of a point to descend. The ability to absorb the qi and blood of fallen demon beasts. This treasure was evidently no ordinary artifact. Seeing this, Chu Hong drew a deep breath, and force surged from his palm. Tiger Roar Fist. A fiery tiger erupted from the center of his right fist, and the massive stone beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous crack. The tiger's roar trembled within his fist, the forest quaked, and countless birds took flight in alarm. The shattered stone fragmented into innumerable pieces, tumbling into the chasm below. Enduring the faint sensation of weightlessness beneath his feet, Chu Hong followed into the subterranean depths. Beneath the chasm, shadows of trees swayed. Though not a trace of sunlight penetrated, the towering ancient trees before him remained lush and verdant. Countless streams of qi and blood converged into a single mass, flowing into the roots. Exotic branches swayed before his eyes, and the fruits upon the trees glowed with a rich crimson, reflecting the few rays of sunlight filtering into the cave's mouth. Could this be a spiritual entity capable of absorbing qi and blood? Fixating on the towering tree, voraciously absorbing the qi and blood of the demon beast corpses above, Chu Hong stood still, pondering deeply, wavering in uncertainty. Every spiritual entity possesses its unique way of survival. Those bearing the chill of cold often dwell in boundless snowfields. Those engulfed in fierce flames commonly inhabit scorching deserts. A spiritual entity that thrives by absorbing the qi and blood of demon beast corpses, nurtured in such an environment, could hardly be deemed a harmless or benevolent creature. Carefully observing the surroundings, demon beast skeletons were scattered almost everywhere underground. The wind howled through the cave entrance behind him, occasionally sweeping dust off the bones. Noticing the skeletons surrounding the ancient tree, Chu Hong grew more certain. The few fruits on the canopy were not some reward for slaying demon beasts. The demon beasts converging above might even be food the towering tree had prepared for itself. Then, let me first test your method of attack. Understanding this, Chu Hong retraced his steps along the rock wall, employing the dance of the frightening swallow to return to the surface. Casually seizing a demon beast corpse, he hurled it into the pit. Instantly, the ancient tree beneath reacted. Countless branches surged into the beast's body, and in the blink of an eye, the demon beast's corpse was drained into a desiccated husk. The red-brown branches remained exquisitely vibrant as they gracefully withdrew. Witnessing a demon beast corpse instantly wither under the tree's assault, Chu Hong's body trembled uncontrollably. Such destructive power. Although he had mentally prepared for the tree's potential lethality, the sight of innumerable branches swiftly siphoning the beast's life essence startled him profoundly. It seemed that consuming this spiritual entity would not be so straightforward. At least for now, Chu Hong lacked the confidence to rush forward without being impaled by branches. Could ranged attacks provoke a counterstrike? Or perhaps fire? He summoned flames to his palm, ready to unleash the inferno art. Frankly, if not absolutely necessary, he was not mad enough to immolate an entire spiritual tree capable of continually producing spiritual entities for a mere handful of fruits. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with this kind of spiritual tree and unaware of the effects of its spiritual fruits. A difficult choice indeed. With a sigh, Chu Hong withdrew his already flame-engulfed fist. If only someone knowledgeable about various spiritual entities were here to offer advice. Chu Hong mused inwardly as he prepared to explore elsewhere. Though the spiritual tree was ill-suited to direct burning, the chi and blood saturating the fruits on its canopy surely attracted many demon beasts. With proper utilization, this pit could perhaps be fashioned into a trap for hunting demon beasts, transforming it into a veritable treasure trove for collecting demon cores. Just as he was about to depart, not far off, an ancient tree thunderously collapsed. Boom! The tree's fall resonated with a tremendous sound. Upon witnessing this, Chu Hong immediately dashed toward the direction of the fallen tree. A tree's collapse signified the presence of demon beasts nearby. And where there are demon beasts, there lie demon cores and points. Opportunity must not be missed. At present, the demon beasts within the earth cavern were the quarry of nearly 100 hunters. Each slain beast was one fewer to face. Chu Hong had to seize the moment. Activating the dance of the frightening swallow, he sped swiftly through the forest. In but a moment, the roar of a bull and chaotic footsteps reached his ears. Others, surprised by sounds unlike those of demon beasts, Chu Hong hesitated briefly. Fixing his gaze, he saw two figures not far away. One pursued, the other fleeing. The demon beast chased the figure madly, occasionally smashing a tree. With another leap, Chu Hong's form paused briefly in the dappled shadows. Dragon Fist! A blood-red dragon instantly surged forth, piercing through the enraged wild bull. The bull's roar ceased, and Chu Hong touched down. Upon recognizing the wild bull, its faint aura caused him to flinch momentarily. An iron-hoofed bull, typically possessing strength, ranging from second to third-rank warrior. Due to its delicious meat, it had repeatedly ranked among the top 3 wild demon beasts, most suitable for consumption by warriors. Though the iron-hoofed bull posed a considerable threat to some warriors newly entering the martial path, for students capable of joining the Zhujiang training camp, it should be little more than a walking stake. How inept must one be to be chased by an iron-hoofed bull? In a mixture of helplessness and curiosity, Chu Hong stiffly turned his head. Their eyes met. Boss! At this moment, Meng Tsaihuan, whose back bore several gashes from the bull's horns, looked up and excitedly shouted upon seeing Chu Hong. You actually came to rescue me? The instant Chu Hong saw Meng Tsaihuan, he suddenly felt relieved. Indeed, how could he have hesitated over who could be so inept? Even the weakest entering the earth cavern, nurtured by the near-costless resources of the training camp for days, possessed at least third-rank warrior cultivation upon entry. Moreover, all students here were elites from various schools. Even those with slightly lower cultivation should not be weak in actual combat. Anyone unable to defeat an iron-hoofed bull, apart from Meng Tsaihuan, who had no prior cultivation experience and had improved solely through theory, could hardly exist. Unexpectedly, boss, your support was so swift. I had just gotten into trouble, and you were already here to aid me. Upon seeing Chu Hong, Meng Tsaihuan immediately rushed forward, clutching his thigh tightly, tearfully recounting. That iron-hoofed bull bit me like an enemy the moment it saw me and refused to let go. If not for you, boss, I would surely have faced a grim fate. Actually, even if I hadn't come, you could have dealt with this iron-hoofed bull yourself, Chu Hong said speechlessly, gazing at Meng Tsaihuan's back with a sigh. The girl's clothing had already been pierced in several places by the sharp bull's horns, revealing smooth skin beneath the torn fabric. Though the clothing was somewhat shredded, the areas where the bull's horns had struck were nearly unscathed. Clearly, Meng Tsaihuan had endured the bull's chase unscathed, not because her footwork was exceptional enough to evade the mad beast's grasp, but because her skin was so thick that the bull's charges caused her no sensation. Indeed, Meng Tsaihuan was now a 4th-rank warrior with 400 chi and blood, while the iron-hoofed bull's cultivation likely barely exceeded 2nd rank. His vitality probably doesn't even reach half of Meng Tsaihuan's, even if he instinctively enveloped his entire body with his life force. The iron-hoofed bull could never breach Meng Tsaihuan's defenses. The fact that the adversary could chase Meng Tsaihuan for so long was purely because Meng Tsaihuan was too timid, coupled with the bull's feeble attacks, leaving Meng Tsaihuan oblivious to having been struck. Hence, he couldn't even muster a hint of resistance. Alas, as expected, food grade after all is still just food grade. With a sigh for the poor iron-hoofed bull, Chu Hong flicked his hand and retrieved the demon core extracted by the blood dragon. Watching Chu Hong effortlessly pocket the demon core, Meng Tsaihuan immediately cheered. Boss, your divine prowess in slaying demons and seizing cores is as easy as reaching into a pouch. Enough with the nonsense. Without ceremony, Chu Hong tossed the demon core into his backpack, then drew his battle knife to begin dismembering the iron-hoofed bull. Meng Tsaihuan's luck was undeniable. Having just arrived, he encountered the iron-hoofed bull, a top-tier delicacy, perfect for the next few days' provisions. Now, he and T have to eat that creepy snake meat. Although snake meat was invigorating and highly nourishing, and as a 7th-grade demon beast, it was far more nutritious than the 2nd-grade iron-hoofed bull. Chu Hong simply couldn't appreciate this legless wild game. Previously, he had only placed that lump of meat in his bag as the best among the worst. Now that he had iron-hoofed bull meat, the snake meat could naturally be retired. Let S go. Tossing out the still writhing snake meat from his backpack, Chu Hong instantly felt much lighter. Boss, what kind of meat is this? It's still moving even though it's dead. Noticing the python meat squirming on the ground, Meng Saihuan asked curiously, is it snake? Don't mind it, Chu Hong replied dismissively. By the way, since you can't defeat this iron-hoof bull, why not just pull out the signal gun and call for extraction? Pointing at the signal gun fastened to Meng Saihuan's waist, Chu Hong inquired with some puzzlement. Given Meng Saihuan's disposition, it would be more suitable for him to remain quietly in the library reading books. Participating here not only wasted time, but also posed dangers. After all, a moving stake that couldn't break through her defenses had already left Meng Saihuan so disheveled. What if they encountered a genuine 4th-grade demon beast? Facing Chu Hong's doubts, Meng Saihuan lifted her head proudly. This is a crucial exotic field test. How could I leave just after arriving? But even if it's a test, this is still a dungeon, with the risk of being devoured by demon beasts. Chu Hong Sai Haopa, never expecting that his voluntarily recruited subordinate would possess such resolve. But boss, aren't you still here? Meng Saihuan emphasized, and I'm very useful. At least I can serve tea and water for you without issue. Just leave this iron-hoofed bull to me to dismantle, and I can help you carry things too. That sounds good. Chu Hong's voice had barely fallen when he suddenly pointed fiercely at Meng Saihuan's forehead. But I'm used to self-reliance and not accustomed to having someone serve me tea and water regardless of the risks. Now, in the name of the boss, I order you to withdraw. No, Meng Saihuan protested, boss, I'm truly useful, and I prepared a lot for this test. Whether it's identifying spirit herbs or cooking meals, I can do it. Let me stay and admire your style. Who asked you to cook or cook? Chu Hong in the Wait, did you say you can identify spirit herbs? That's right. I've read many books about spirit entities, both popular and obscure. Hearing Chu Hong's slight softening, Meng Saihuan quickly added, if there's any spirit entity you don't recognize, you can ask me. I'll definitely know. Seeing Meng Saihuan's confident expression, Chu Hong stroked his non-existent beard. He had to admit, although Meng Saihuan was somewhat weak, the amount of books she had read was absurdly impressive. Recalling the strange, ancient tree in the pit, an idea suddenly struck Chu Hong. Then I'll give you a chance. I happen to have a spirit entity I don't recognize. If you can provide me with information about it, I'll let you stay and follow me. At Chu Hong's proposal, Meng Saihuan's dark eyes instantly lit up. Really? But if we encounter danger beyond your capability, you must fire the signal gun immediately. Chu Hong emphasized. If it weren't for the fact he genuinely needed an extra hand, he wouldn't want this literary type involved. After all, those suited for reading should stick to books. Fighting and killing should be left to the warriors. No problem. Meng Saihuan agreed wholeheartedly, then turned to ask about the spirit entity's whereabouts. Boss, hurry and take me to see what that spirit entity looks like. I'll uncover all its secrets. Be careful. That thing might eat people. Chu Hong Wun, understood. Meng Saihuan's thoughts raced as she mentally ruled out many possibilities. Following Chu Hong to a clearing, the numerous demon beast corpses scattered around immediately caught Meng Saihuan's attention. Wow, boss, did you kill all these? Yes, don't mind them. Just focus on that tree. Holding Meng Saihuan's head and directing her gaze toward the bizarre ancient tree at the bottom of the pit, Chu Hong asked, any clues in your mind? Examining the tree before her, Meng Saihuan furrowed her brow, comparing its image with the books she had read, the texture of the trunk, the shape of the leaves, the surrounding environment, and the fruits on the tree. Boss, can you check if this tree absorbs vitality dispersed in the air? Meng Saihuan asked uncertainly. The moment she spoke, Chu Hong's previously doubtful eyes suddenly widened. It's active? Chu Hong was startled. He hadn't expected Meng Saihuan to discover it. Meng Saihuan didn't possess the blood-permeating heart technique, so there was no way she could know this spirit entity absorbed demon beast vitality. The only possibility was that she identified the spirit tree species solely by its appearance and sought his confirmation on the details. You're right. It really does. Chu Hong note that, then toss a demon beast corpse beneath it and see if it uses its branches to suck the blood. Sure, absolutely. Overjoyed, Chu Hong didn't want Meng Saihuan to doubt him and casually threw down a demon beast carcass. In the blink of an eye, The corpse turned into a withered husk, confirming Meng Saihuan's deduction. I got it. This tree is the spirit tree blood-sapping birch, a slightly dangerous but beneficial spirit entity that feeds on demon beasts. Meng Saihuan spoke with growing excitement. The fruits it produces, called blood-dispelling fruits, are treasures among treasures. Not only do they provide ample vitality for cultivation, but the faint latent malice within can also filter impurities from meridians. Because the malice inside is almost negligible, it can also cleanse excess substances in the meridians, alleviating the side effects of refining body fluids on our cultivation. Boss, you've truly found a treasure. All right. Don't get too excited yet. Chuhong calmed Meng Saihuan's racing heart. The effects don't matter right now. What I want is a safe way to harvest these blood-dispelling fruits. Do you know how? Of course. Meng Saihuan nodded, pointing to Chuhong's refined steel battle knife. The blood-sapping birch only cares about vitality and living beings. As long as you harvest with inorganic tools beyond its perception range, obtaining the blood-dispelling fruits is effortless. Usually, weaker warriors rely on drones for assistance. But there are no drones here. Boss, you can use your knife, and then wait. Before Meng Saihuan could finish, Chuhong interrupted her. Let me ask first, what is the effective attack range of the blood-sapping birch? Don't worry, boss. It can't reach us here at all. Upon hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Chuhong's mouth. It can't reach us? Then we're safe. Saihuan. Turning around, Chuhong faced Meng Saihuan, his palm crackling with the roar of dragons. I have a swifter method. Roar. In the next instant, 2 blood dragons soared forth, seizing the fully ripened demon-banishing fruits hanging from the tree. The agile blood dragons darted through the treetops, biting down on a fruit and flicking their tails as they retreated. Countless branches stretched out like tendrils, surging upward to strike at the dragons. Bang! The sound of rushing air was accompanied by a thunderous crash as the branches swung through the air, missing the dragons' tails by a hair's breadth. The colossal dragons, formed of vital energy and blood, trembled and swayed under the assault of the branches. After veering around, they steadily delivered the demon-banishing fruit into Chuhong's hand. Got it. Taking the fruit, he bit into it, and the rich vitality mingled with the fresh, sweet juice exploded across his taste buds. The moment he tasted the fruit, Chuhong's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected it to taste so pleasant. Not only was it abundant in life force, but its texture was also delightfully crisp. Normally, these fruits would attract beasts that hunt, thereby reducing the number of monsters within the earth pit, which was undoubtedly beneficial to humans. However, the way these fruits grew was somewhat sinister. Anyone unfamiliar might mistake them for some malevolent entity. With a single fruit in hand, Chuhong replicated the technique, once again summoning blood dragons through the path dragon fist to harvest more. The ancient trees beneath the sinkhole sensed their fruits steadily diminishing, causing their branches to wave more frantically. Yet, due to the limited range of their attacks, no matter how fierce their strikes were, they could not reach Chuhong and his companion outside the pit. Soon enough, the fruits atop the canopy were completely swept clean by Chuhong. You're really amazing. Boss, Meng Saihuan exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the circling blood dragons. This method is definitely much faster than what I had in mind. Casually popping 2 more demon-banishing fruits into his mouth, Chuhong nodded and urged Meng Saihuan to finish dismantling the carcass of the iron hoof ox. Don't just stand there, cut up the beef properly. We'll roast it later. Having spoken, Chuhong turned to circulate the flame fire art, cultivating in place. Even after consuming 3 demon-banishing fruits, despite the weakening effect of a late bloomer trait, the vitality supplied was not to be underestimated. It was best to digest them quickly, for he still had the Dragonstone body technique to practice. These 3 days of preparation were packed with tasks. Fortunately, Meng Saihuan had arrived to lend a hand, which was far preferable to working alone. All right. Hearing Chuhong's orders, Meng Saihuan immediately set to work, drawing a small knife from her backpack. Though she lacked the courage to engage monsters head-on, her cultivation level was at least that of a 4th-rank warrior. With her mastery of the C-rank martial art wave-cutting blade technique, she handled the beef with impressive speed. Before long, hundreds of kilograms of iron hoof ox had been sliced into countless pieces, the muscle fibers clearly visible. Not bad at all. Finishing his cultivation and seeing Meng Saihuan had processed the monster meat, Chuhong was quite pleased. He casually tossed a demon-banishing fruit to her. Here, a reward. Have one yourself. Instinctively catching the spirit fruit Chuhong threw, Meng Saihuan paused in surprise. This is for me? I thought you said it was a rare treasure? It tastes good. You should try some too. Selecting a few pieces of wood to fashion a simple grill, Chuhong casually placed 2 ox legs atop it. This is too precious and I'm only a 4th rank warrior. I'd at most consume half my vitality. Meng Saihuan hesitated, but still pushed the fruit back to Chu Hong. Boss, I can raise my vitality by reading. You should eat it yourself. Seeing her speak while pulling out the Feather Spirit Tribe's mythical tales from her bag, Chu Hong couldn't help but lean in. Flipping to the main text, he broke into a slight sweat at the sight of characters he could not comprehend. This girl really carried books everywhere and had even begun learning the local languages of other races. He was at a loss. Snatching the half of the demon-banishing fruit Meng Saihuan handed back, Chu Hong raised his blade and sliced it cleanly in two. A fierce wind swirled around as the fruit was cleft in half. If I can only eat half, then so be it. With a spirit item to read, the vitality boost will be faster. Bewildered, Meng Saihuan accepted the half fruit, looking up in surprise. Chu Hong had already consumed the other half, his attention returning to the beef on the grill. By the way, did you bring salt? Can you eat plain roasted meat? Holding the remaining fruit, Chu Hong hesitated. In the rush to begin the trial, despite believing himself fully prepared, he realized at the very start that he had forgotten his seasonings. Surely he couldn't use the demon-banishing fruit as a condiment. It felt extravagantly excessive. I brought salt. Meng Saihuan, having just eaten the fruit, shivered at Chu Hong's question and hurriedly pulled out a collection of seasonings from her bag. There was oil and salt, even cumin. Not bad, you prepared well. Chu Hong was startled by the abundance of supplies in her bag and sighed inwardly. He had not expected Meng Saihuan's preparations to be so thorough, making him feel somewhat ashamed. Just as he ignited the fire to start cooking, a faint beast's roar echoed nearby. Monsters! Hearing the sound as well, Meng Saihuan shivered, her body still refining the vitality from the fruit she had just consumed. Could they have been attracted by the demon-banishing blood birch? Don't worry. Chu Hong raised his hand reassuringly. Using the demon-banishing blood birch to lure monsters within the earth pit was always part of my plan. Chu Hong was well aware that his current strength was only at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, far inferior compared to those 9th rank warriors and even martial artist level elites in the training camp. Rather than wandering outside and risking conflicts with noble families or unknown students, it was better to cultivate the Dragonstone body here, with the demon-banishing blood birch present, even if he did not actively seek out monsters. Those sensing the convergence of spiritual energy and vitality would instinctively approach him. By lying in wait here and training diligently for 3 days, then emerging on the 3rd day to wreak havoc, how splendid that would be. Turning, Chu Hong looked at Meng Saihuan and instructed, I'm going to deal with those monsters now. You take care of the roast beef. Understand? Meng Saihuan nodded in response. Understood. Good. Chu Hong acknowledged and strode toward the dense forest from where the beast roars emanated. Casually pressing a monster against a nearby ancient tree, the wood splintered, and the creature's brain matter slowly oozed out along with the wood chips. Having finished off the monsters, Long Wu, one of the representatives of the noble families, withdrew his hand and wiped the blood staining his body. These monsters are so weak. As expected, the instructors in the training camp have controlled the difficulty for the other candidates. Ward, he took out a monster core. Just a few steps later, a familiar figure suddenly blocked his path. ISNT, this brother Long? What coincidence. We've met so quickly. Seeing Long Wu, Li Ting, as always, wore a disdainful smirk. We? Long Wu frowned. Then his expression softened as he glanced at the figure behind Li Ting. Yao Ziqing was leaning against a large tree not far behind Li Ting, her sheer black veil still covering half her eyes. Realizing their companions had gathered ahead of schedule, Long Wu's lips curled into a smile. You're quite fast. So. Yao Ziqing's tone was indifferent, her expression as serene as autumn chrysanthemums. She hadn't expected Li Ting to find her so quickly. She had originally planned to linger in the earth pit a bit longer, enjoying the exotic scenery. After all, the difficulty of this earth pit was clearly restricted and posed no threat to her, making it ideal for some quiet reflection and appreciation of nature's beauty. So why gather so early? If we want to earn points, shouldn't we split up and kill faster? Long Wu shook his fist and casually leaned against a tree. Bang! Behind them came a muffled crash. The century-old ancient tree, unable to withstand the instinctive force unleashed by the young man, toppled with a thunderous roar. TCH. This tree is far too fragile, Long Wu remarked awkwardly, flattening the broken tree stump with a single palm and seating himself upon it as if it were a chair. Your cultivation has improved, Brother Long, Li Ting said bluntly, offering a polite compliment. Don't you think this is the perfect opportunity to reclaim the resources our clans have invested? He continued. Oh, upon hearing Li Ting's words, the two turned their gaze sharply. Whenever this fellow spoke like this, it usually meant he was hatching some scheme. Noticing their silence, Li Ting pressed on with his explanation. Surely everyone knows that many of the training campus resources are funded by our clan's elders. Yet, they end up nurturing some worthless individuals who haven't even reached the rank of advanced fighters. Now that we have secured the A-level martial arts, is it not too generous to continue awarding these points to commoners for redeeming training resources? Hearing Li Ting's argument, the two bowed their heads thoughtfully. Although he often spoke impulsively, his reasoning held some merit. Those ordinary high school students, even those who merely cooked well, could earn points. A large portion of the spiritual items that these points could be exchanged for were actually financed by their families. Even if some geniuses from the 3 major high schools grudgingly accepted this, most of those prodigies would eventually pledge allegiance to the noble clans and end up serving them in the end. But for those worthless individuals who failed even to meet the standard of serving as dogs to their clans, spending points to cultivate them was indeed wasteful. Therefore, rather than squandering these points, it would be better to first eliminate all these commoners, and then regulate the hunting grounds. As Li Ting spoke, a greed and ruthlessness grew increasingly apparent in his eyes. At the very least, the point from this test must be secured by our clans. Having finished, Li Ting quietly watched Long Wu and Yao Ziqing. The dense forest fell into a brief silence. After hearing Li Ting's plan, the forest was enveloped in stillness. After a moment, Yao Ziqing finally spoke, questioning Li Ting's proposal. Isn't this behavior a bit too unseemly? I feel it's unnecessary. Although she could easily eliminate everyone present if she wished, as a member of a noble clan, there was no need to flaunt one's presence excessively. After all, those commoners could not compare in resources or talent, yet to be trampled underfoot and ridiculed by them would be utterly pitiful. Her sense of dignity was substantial. She simply could not bring herself to brawl over a few points with those rustic peasants. The clan's honor would not allow her to sully her composure. I'm fine with it, but at least we should reach a consensus. Long Wu yawned, indicating his willingness to go with the flow. In truth, his attitude was much like Yao Ziqing's. Aside from Yu Yu and Song Qingxiao, 2 ordinary people with some connection to the clans, he had little interest in bullying other weaklings. After all, they were nobles. To quarrel casually with mere ants would only diminish their stature. Have you forgotten the attitude of Song Qingxiao and Li Yu before? Li Ting, seeing his 2 companions utterly uninterested in ganging up on commoner fighters, instantly became furious, stomping his feet. That black-clad fellow took first place last time. How can you still be so arrogant here? Must you wait until those commoners are on equal footing with us before you show any interest? The mere thought of that black-clad, masked fighter's haughty demeanor made Li Ting seethe with rage. A mere 9th-rank martial artist, mouth running wild every day, stomping on his head. He had only been lucky to find a shortcut. Did he really think he could surpass him? If he ever met that scoundrel here, he would break that bastard's leg without hesitation. Let us see if he can still run then. Equal footing? Impossible. Yao Ziqing shook her head, emphasizing, talent and resources are insurmountable chasms for those mortals. Don't even mention talent. Yao the great genius. Li Ting's hair bristled at the mention of talent. So what if you have talent? Tell me, aren't Song Qingxiao and his group already stronger than all our classmates except the 3 of us? Li Ting's tone grew serious. If you truly care for the family, then clear these potential obstacles for the clan. Bullying the weak is improper. I never asked you to step into the arena. Li Ting raturta. Bang! A sudden surge of force struck his right cheek. Before he could finish speaking, Li Ting felt his body fly backward like a cannonball, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. His eyes hadn't even reacted before his body was already thrown outward. While I'm speaking, don't interrupt. Yao Ziqing shot Li Ting a cold glare and withdrew her hand. As long as Sister Yao supervises the battle to prevent them from ganging up on the minority. That's enough, Li Ting said, trembling as he struggled to rise, tears threatening to spill. Had he only been a bit anxious, was it really necessary to resort to violence? He sought alliance with the 2 only because he feared being overwhelmed by those bastards. After all, they were elites among elites. His 2 fists could hardly fend off 4 hands. If he were beaten to a pulp, wouldn't it be shameful? With Sister Yao as insurance, he could fight with peace of mind. Moreover, if he went alone and lost, wouldn't that bring disgrace to the family? Hearing Li Ting's lament, Yao Ziqing softened. Fine, if they gang up on you, I will stop the extras so you can duel alone. But if you lose again, I will report your conduct truthfully to Uncle Li. Upon hearing that Yao Ziqing was genuinely persuaded by Li Ting, Long Wu opened his mouth and also agreed to Li Ting's proposal. All right then, let us just play along with you and those ordinary people. But don't go overboard. Crippling them would be bad. It's not the first time anyway. Playing with Li Ting won't be a problem. Excellent. Li Ting's face brightened upon hearing the 2 agree. Now that the three of them were united, he no longer feared those commoners, even if they all attacked together. It was only a matter of which unlucky soul would be caught by them first. The next instant, a figure suddenly appeared before the three. The training camp's logistics team. Observing the locators on each student's point badges, an instructor holding a walkie-talkie said, "One student's speed has noticeably slowed. Check if they're in danger. Also, verify if the bullets in the gun have been replaced with paint rounds. If so, issue a bullet to the potentially endangered student and send them on their way." Understood. The instructor, clad in a black robe and disguised as one of the myriad races, set off toward the designated coordinates. Before reaching the destination, the sound of trees collapsing accompanied by frantic cries reached their ears. "Help! Save me!" A student, blood streaming down his back and clutching his right arm, sought aid, eyes wide with terror as a fierce beast glared behind him. Feeling the creature's approach growing ever nearer, the student instinctively tensed. The beast's cultivation was equal to his, and due to his injury, he could not wield his sword. If this continued, he would surely perish. What to do? What to do? His mind raced desperately for a solution, feeling as if his brain was about to explode. How was he to survive? Was he truly going to die in a mere test? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a vibrant, multicolored pattern instantly appeared on the youth's face. At the same moment, the beast behind him let out a mournful howl, and the arriving instructor dispatched it with a single effortless strike, cleaving the beast in two. The student looked up, only to meet the stern expression of the instructor. "Why didn't you fire the signal gun?" Startled by the instructor's voice, the student shrank back reflexively, shamefacedly responding, "Sorry, instructor, I forgot. If this were not a test, you would already be dead." After delivering a stern lecture to the youth before him, the instructor finally tore off all the demon cores from the boy's waist. Observing the quantity, which was quite considerable, he noted that in such a short span of time, the boy had slain no fewer than 10 demonic beasts. It was likely due to his intense focus on exterminating the beast that he neglected his own condition, allowing an opening that led to his injury. "All right, your score this time is approximately 73 points. Go outside to recuperate. Make sure to conserve your energy during the next round. Don't give the demonic beasts any chance to exploit your weaknesses." Having briefly reprimanded the unfortunate student, the instructor, who played the role of the Myriad clan's trainer, picked up the walkie-talkie once more. "Boss, by what are the next orders?" In front of the command center by Lu, responsible for overseeing the entire operation and discreetly ensuring the boss got enough rest, glanced at the surveillance monitors and casually pointed to two converging red dots. "You're to head southeast. There, two students have teamed up and stopped. Confirm whether they're resting or dead. If they're still breathing, rescue them quickly. If not, proceed to train their response capabilities." Understood. After receiving by Lu's instructions, the black-robed instructor immediately sprinted toward the southeast. Honestly, with the location tracking system already installed, Y&T they included an identification feature as well. Bai Lu was plagued by a headache as she stared at the troublesome cluster of red dots. She had to both train the students and ensure the safety of those hopeless students from the 369 middle school. If only every ordinary school's students possessed the prowess of Chu Hong, she could save most of her effort. Before Bai Lu could rest, the walkie-talkie buzzed again. "Report. Instructor, I've been defeated and am lying on the ground in a sorry state." Yu, whose cultivation level had dropped to 8th grade martial artist, called out over the radio, causing Bai Lu's eyes to brighten. "Really? Who defeated you?" The first to defeat an instructor must earn extra points. It was those three from the noble families, Yu admitted sheepishly, referring to the trio led by Li Ting who had already been gone for some time. "By the time I saw them, I had already covertly adjusted my cultivation to the 9th grade martial artist level, but those guys were monsters. How long did you hold out?" The voice on the other end of the radio was emotionless. One second? "No." Bai Lu exhaled in relief and then asked again, "1 minute? That's not bad against 3 martial masters. Not even 1 second. Yu immediately regretted his answer the moment he spoke. After a brief silence, the radio emitted a sharp explosion of sound. "Not even a second," Bai Lu informed him, then delivered his punishment. "Starting next week, you'll double your training hours." Slamming down the walkie-talkie in frustration, Bai Lu's chest heaved violently with anger. She and T expected this useless Yu to be taken down by a mere glance from those noble family members. Even with his cultivation lowered, didn't he have the experience of a martial master approaching grandmaster level? He was bringing shame to the Qiyang garrison. "What about the points, Boss Bai?" asked a nearby instructor in a low voice. "Give them. Otherwise, the noble families might think I'm stingy." Bai Lu, always keep my promises," Bai Lu shouted, then turned and picked up the walkie-talkie to continue her frustrating duties. "Xiaolu, did you see those two? Don't go marking them as dead prematurely." "Boss Bai, those 2 students are fine. They're just eating. Instructor Lu reported after observing Chu Hong and Meng Tsai-huan, who had already started barbecuing. The aroma made him swallow hard. Grilled beef smells pretty good. Eating already? I haven't even had my meal yet. Bai Lu's anger flared upon hearing the students were calmly dining despite the ongoing carnage by the noble families. Xiao Lu, teach them a lesson. How dare they start eating now? That's reckless disregard for the lives of the people. Shoot to eliminate immediately. Understood. After a brief moment of silent mourning for the two students, Instructor Lu's hand moved to his waist. Clearly, Boss Bai was furious now. Best not to cross her. Raising his gun, the black-clad instructor aimed its dark muzzle at Chu Hong, who was still turning the beef. The chamber was loaded. The instructor fixed his gaze forward, deliberately making the firing sound as loud as possible. After all, the opponent had never truly faced students of the myriad clans before. It was uncertain whether they could survive a solo descent into the dungeon. Bai Lu was obviously angry earlier. If he could show some mercy, he would. Whether the little ones could evade after the mercy was shown depended on their performance. Casting a sidelong glance at his feet, Instructor Lu stomped down. Click! Bang! A sudden noise rang out first. Feeling the killing intent behind him, Chu Hong instinctively dodged. A pigment grenade specially designed to eliminate students traced a red arc through the air, arriving immediately after the gunshot. Splash! The water balloon burst over the grilled beef, coloring the meat. Chu Hong's heart jumped. Both hands condensed a dragon and shot it forth. Dragon fist. Roar! The blood dragon, infused with his vitality, swept away the forest behind him in an instant. A black-clad figure concealed in the back leapt out, covering his face. What formidable power! Almost on par with A-grade martial arts. Stepping out of the blood dragon's attack range, Instructor Lu's heart trembled, even suppressed at the 8th grade martial artist level. He couldn't help but move slightly. That blood dragon must be Chu Hong's. Upon witnessing Chu Hong's signature technique, Instructor Lu understood immediately. He raised his cultivation to the peak of 8th grade martial artist, drew a pair of alloy pistols, and began firing suppressive fire while weaving through the dense woods. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down, creating countless harmless water splashes symbolizing lethal shots across the forest. Chu Hong's body blurred into multiple afterimages. The water splashes relentlessly pursued the images, but catching even one shadow was the limit. Such incredible speed. Frightened by Chu Hong's velocity, Instructor Lu accelerated his firing. Just then, a sudden sound rang out in his hand. Click! All the bullets were gone. Seeing this, Chu Hong's hands erupted in flames as he unleashed a single-handed blood dragon. Wild wind blade technique. Almost simultaneously, Chu Hong drew his blade, whipping up a wild wind. The blazing wind carried countless fiery blades hurtling toward the instructor. Instructor Lu, unable to reload in time, was immediately struck. His body was engulfed in raging flames. Roar! Before the flames could be extinguished, a dragon's roar followed. Bang! His body was slammed into a large tree, breaking the trunk behind him. The instructor flew backward, carving a long, narrow trench in the ground. His kids fight so ruthlessly nowadays. Dazed by Chu Hong's relentless barrage, Instructor Lu looked up, ready to continue the battle, when Chu Hong's figure suddenly appeared. Clang! 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 The blade's edge descended. Chu Hong struck each of his limbs lightly with the back of the blade. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Chu Hong barked sharply, then coughed twice. Cough, cough. Instructor, your limbs have been severed. Now I will use my vitality to staunch your bleeding. Huh. Even the battle-hardened Instructor Lu was momentarily stunned by Chu Hong's inexplicable words. The youth before him wrapped his vitality around each of Lu's limbs, then stood with hands on hips, arrogantly declaring, "Despicable spy of the myriad clans. You have now been captured by me. Surrender immediately." Hey, what do you mean by that? Kid? Lu Songrun couldn't help but scold, amused by Chu Hong's words. In this situation, you should have just cut off my neck and ended it. Instructor, we can't really cut necks, can we? Meng Tsai-huan, who had approached, recognized the man as the instructor who had previously trained them in the camp, and finally understood the situation. She had been startled by the gunfire earlier, but now realized it was just the instructors playing tricks. Probably part of the test. Sounds like you brats could actually pull it off. Lu Songren snapped, clearly unamused. After all, he is an 8th-rank martial artist. The protective aura formed solely by his vital energy and Blood Rival's high-density alloy. Without alloy core bullets loaded in the cannon shells, they are absolutely impenetrable. Better to err on the side of caution. Meng Tsai-huan said resentfully, then turned to glance at Chu Hong. Now that they had captured the instructor, what would be the best course of action? By the way, instructor, what is the next step in the test? She leaned close to instructor Lu Songren's ear and asked softly. With the leader silent, Meng Tsaihuan could only interrogate the traitor of the myriad clans on his behalf. Kill them, you bunch of bastards. Lu Songren, seeing that neither of them made a move, assumed Chu Hong lacked the courage to kill. Don't show mercy to those who intend to kill you. Listening to the instructor's impassioned plea, Chu Hong sighed. Instructor, you misunderstand. Your current identity is that of one of the myriad clans, correct? Exactly. Lu Songren nodded, puzzled by Chu Hong's seemingly foolish attitude. The next moment, Chu Hong acted boldly, snatching the walkie-talkie from Lu Songren's chest. Without hesitation, he activated it, and by Lu's voice immediately came through. Lu Songren, are you out of your mind? Your speed just now was nearly approaching that of a 9th-rank martial artist. You are still supposed to be using 8th-rank cultivation. What on earth are you doing? Deputy Instructor Bai, it's me, Chu Hong. Upon hearing Chu Hong's reply, the voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie froze briefly before suddenly quickening in pace. Chu Hong, that glutton who just started eating now, is you? You've been eliminated so soon? No, quite the opposite. I have just captured a traitor of the myriad clans and am interrogating his identity and the location of his organization. Chu Hong spoke as he tapped the antenna of the walkie-talkie. After all, your current agility should be that of a soldier on the myriad clan's battlefield, right? Capturing and interrogating one alive is perfectly normal. By the way, can your radio signal be intercepted? If it can be sent back to Qiyang City, we might be able to locate your base directly. Hearing Chu Hong's analysis, Bai Lu on the walkie-talkie fell silent, and the captured Lu Songren was rendered speechless with shock. Although such an approach might seem idealistic when one's abilities suffice, capturing the enemy alive to extract information is indeed far more valuable than simply killing them. Seeing Bai Lu's silence, Chu Hong asked again, by the way, Deputy Instructor Bai, does capturing an instructor alive grant more points than defeating one? That idea is too idealistic, Chu Hong. After a brief pause, Commander Bai Lu replied helplessly. Martial artists have many methods of suicide. Every soldier sent to the battlefield prepares poison for self-destruction. Bai Lu's words were not unfounded. To prevent captives from revealing secrets or having their martial technique studied, most warriors on the myriad clan's battlefield carry poison for suicide. After all, the battles between the myriad clans are racial wars without any humanitarian war protocols. Being captured, interrogated, memory extracted, or used for live experiments happens all too frequently. Moreover, this may be a comprehensive process beyond the captive's choice. To successfully capture an enemy without them committing suicide, one must be at least one grand realm ahead. Otherwise, capturing for intelligence is nearly impossible and might even cause secondary harm from self-destruction. They even carry poison for suicide? Meng Tsaihuan shuddered upon hearing that warriors on the myriad clan's battlefield are equipped with poison. However, your idea is quite good. I'll give you 100 points as a consolation. From now on, if you see an instructor, just take them out directly. Although Chu Hong's idea as a novice martial artist was commendable and worthy of encouragement, Bai Lu stopped him in time, considering that such actions would increase the testing workload. Sighing after Bai Lu's admonition, Chu Hong sighed. All right, it seems my plan to capture someone alive has been dismissed, but at least I have 100 points as a consolation prize. He decided it was wise to accept the points and move on. By the way, Deputy Instructor Bai, is the paint in your watercolor grenades edible? They are pigments made from exotic fruits. Why do you ask? Nothing much, just that Instructor Lu's bullets hit our lunch. So I was curious. Chu Hong said, casually smearing some on Lu Songren's neck, then swiftly stripped him of his sidearm and ammunition. Then, Instructor, please return on your own after you die. You brat. Angered by Chu Hong's words, Lu Songren stumbled, glared at him twice, and left without looking back. Really rude. Chu Hong muttered, but then thought better of it. Seeing that this fellow still had some brains, thinking about capturing and interrogating even during the test, he decided not to hold a grudge. Watching Instructor Lu's figure fade into the distance, Meng Tsaihuan turned and praised, Boss, you're incredible. You took down the instructor in an instant. Not bad. After all, the instructor lowered his cultivation level, so it was easier for me. Chu Hong touched his nose modestly. All right, let us go back and eat. Urging Meng Tsaihuan to return to continue roasting meat, Chu Hong settled in to guard the blood birch that continuously attracted demon beasts after lunch and began cultivating the Jiaolong tenacious stone body, hidden in the trees. Applying the stone Jiaolong ointment to his body and concentrating on Jiaolong tenacious stone body, Chu Hong soon found evening approaching. Opening his eyes once more, he circulated his vital energy, and his skin took on a dark hue. The tenacious stone skin, the initial step into Jiaolong tenacious stone body. seeing that he had mastered the tenacious stone skin simply by practicing with the stone jiaolong ointment. A smile instantly spread across Chu Hong's face. At this rate, he estimated he would fully enter Jialong's tenacious stone body by tomorrow night at the latest. Boss, are you done cultivating? Hearing the sound from Chu Hong's recovery, Meng Saihuan called up from beneath the tree. Dinner is ready. Come and eat quickly. So soon? Surprised that dinner was ready as soon as he finished cultivating. Chu Hong was impressed by Meng Saihuan's speed. By the way, why haven't we seen a single demon beast all this time? As he picked up a roasted beef leg and began eating, Chu Hong asked curiously. Even at night, demon beasts go back to sleep. But all afternoon, no demon beast came out? He wondered. The demon beast that came before saw you training, boss, and seemed afraid to approach, Meng Saihuan explained, casually pointing at the blood birch's few leaves peeking out of the pit. Seeing that you posed no threat, they were all attracted down by the blood birch's lure and were then eaten. After hearing Meng Saihuan's explanation, Chu Hong understood. No wonder he hadn't seen a single demon beast. It was because the blood birch had taken care of them. It was normal that demon beasts dared not come to eat him, especially since he now possessed 8th rank cultivation. The aura he emitted alone was enough to scare off many demon beasts. Moreover, cultivating the Jiaolong tenacious stone body, which exudes dragon energy, meant the powerful dragon aura he released during cultivation likely intimidated even the weaker demon beasts. With such a treasured item nearby, demon beasts naturally would not dare disturb him, but instead went to the blood birch that attracted them. Although he had already taken all the poison fruit, the blood birch's fragrance still attracted demon beasts. Even its branches likely provided considerable benefits to them. Under these circumstances, it would be strange if any demon beast climbed up the tree to provoke a human martial artist who constantly emitted dragon energy. Looking up as he chewed on the beef, Chu Hong gazed at the moon, round as it was inside the earth pit, and pondered. He was now reunited with Meng Saihuan, but had no idea how the others were faring. Brother Wang Du was a disciple of Yi Ding and had top-notch wilderness survival skills, so there was probably no need to worry too much about him. Li Yuyu and Song Qingxiao possessed formidable martial prowess. That was hardly in doubt. However, Li Yuyu had previously jested about her culinary skills being subpar, and one could only hope she wouldn't inadvertently intoxicate herself with her own cooking. Boss, what are you thinking about? Meng Saihuan, gnawing on a chop of meat nearby, noticed Chu Hong's mood and approached him with a curious glance. Nothing much, just concerned about Wang Du and the others, Chu Hong replied honestly, though he admitted to himself that he might be overthinking. After all, those three were the apex predators in the high school food chain of Qiyang City. Surely no one could pose a threat to them. Lightning flickered in his palm as he cast a cold glance at Shun Jiao, who had just crossed paths with him, while Song Qingxiao's expression turned grim. Long time no see, Shun Jiao, he greeted. The long-standing rivalry between the first and second-ranked students of the top high school now manifesting in a tense standoff. It's late at night. Why come here instead of finding somewhere to light a fire and rest? Without a sound, Song Qingxiao's aura unfurled, causing the demonic beasts lurking around the two to bristle and scatter in all directions. A martial artist. During the past 4 days of training, Song Qingxiao had harnessed the rare spiritual artifacts within the camp to break through to martial artist rank, becoming the first high school student to achieve this feat. Nothing much. I just feel that you've held the top spot for far too long, Shun Jiao said evenly, a chill radiating from him. In the next moment, an equally formidable martial artist aura erupted from Shun Jiao. Sensing Shun Jiao's presence, Song Qingxiao, who had been about to dismiss him, trembled. Impossible. Song Qingxiao could never have imagined that Shun Jiao, once so far weaker than himself, had silently surpassed his rivals Li Yuyu and Wang Du and now stood on equal footing with him. What would be going on? Since last month, Shun Jiao's progress had been meteoric, and now he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Song Qingxiao. Let us begin. Shun Jiao spoke first, raising his sword with icy determination. I will become the pride of our school. What bold words! Hearing Shun Jiao's declaration, Song Qingxiao drew his treasured sword, lightning crackling along its blade. Both were sword cultivators, and Song Qingxiao had studied Shun Jiao's sword techniques extensively, though he had never expected to face him so soon. But no matter how silently you train to reach martial artist rank, Song Qingxiao said solemnly as he raised his sword, I will give my all to defeat you. I, Song Qingxiao, remain the number one at our school. Clap, clap, clap. Just as the two were about to clash, abrupt applause sounded from beneath a nearby tree. Startled, both turned their heads. Moonlight filtered through the branches, illuminating Li Ting's face. Stepping forward 3 paces, the 3 figures fully revealed themselves before the two combatants. Li Ting, at the forefront, chuckled lightly and spoke, wonderful. I didn't expect you to start fighting before I even found you. True to form, the lowly commoners love nothing more than dogs biting dogs. So you admit they're dogs, yet you can't spare a little effort on tormenting the animals? Long Wu, standing beside him, remarked dryly, his steady tone tinged with mockery, which irritated the two who had not yet begun their duel. The aristocratic clan truly carried an air of arrogance, always speaking as if it were dogs fighting dogs. Li Ting, seeing his arrival, Song Qingxiao momentarily forgot Shen Jiao as earlier provocation and pivoted, sword tip pointed directly at Li Ting. What are you doing here? Obviously to eliminate you. Li Ting rappelia bluntly. We, the aristocratic clan, have secured all the points in this round of tests. Such audacity. Upon hearing Li Ting's words, the two adversaries exchanged a glance and silently agreed to a temporary truce. They turned in unison, swords aimed at Li Ting, turning the once passive aristocrats into the prime targets of the two rivals. In that case, we'll deal with you first. Song Qingxiao and Shen Jiao declared in unison. Hearing this, Yao Ziqing sighed. Ah, Li Ting, you've done something unnecessary again. This is what makes it interesting. Li Ting was unfazed, lightning flickering in his palm as he charged towards Song Qingxiao. Li family's A-rank martial art, flashing thunder radiance technique. This art was deeply intertwined with the fallen Song family, having absorbed nearly all the A-rank martial legacies of the Song clan. The battle between Li Ting and Song Qingxiao was, in essence, a war between the Li family and the fallen Song family. Li Ting, you really are impatient. Long Wu sighed as he watched Li Ting engage Song Qingxiao in combat. Flames flickered in his palm as he turned to face the icy Shen Jiao. Standing before Shen Jiao, Long Wu maintained the aristocratic poise even before the fight began. Miss Shen, though Li Ting is truly insufferable to deal with him, you'll have to get past me first. But your ice element martial arts are countered by my fire element techniques. If you want to avoid suffering, it's best to honestly fire the starting signal. No need for more words, Shen Jiao retorted coldly, sword in hand, gleaming with frost. Fire, huh? Ice puts out fire. Long Wu snorted disdainfully. You refuse a toast, but accept the punishment. Without further ado, Long Wu's palm ignited as he swung a fiery fist at his opponent. Boom! Blazing flames collided with biting cold, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The scorching fire melted away, as if it had met water upon touching the solid ice. Impossible. Seeing his flames lose their potency, the once graceful Long Wu was shocked, hastily unleashing his secret pulse technique, causing the fire to blaze even more fiercely. In the next instant, Shen Jiao also activated his secret pulse, spreading the chill so intensely that the surrounding leaves shimmered with frost. Despite exerting his full strength, Long Wu was relentlessly driven back by Shen Jiao's murderous assault. A proud scion of an aristocratic clan, he was being suppressed by a mere commoner. How can this be? Doubting his own existence under Shen Jiao's ferocity, Long Wu questioned his soul once again. Shen Jiao's strength was utterly illogical. He, an aristocratic descendant, wielding A-rank martial arts, how could he be overwhelmed by a commoner? At that moment, an even stronger chill surged within Shen Jiao, his aura soaring steadily. A mysterious radiance blossomed inside him. Finally sensing Shen Jiao's anomaly, Long Wu's eyes widened in terror, his horror nearly reaching its zenith. That aura, there was no mistake. Martial bone, big sister, D.